Chapter 1 Awakening. To all readers, please take note. This novel is set in the Douluo system. Having discarded certain elements, the foundations of this narrative draw heavily from a particular online game. At dawn, emergency announcement. Last night, a transformation occurred nationwide. The dimensions of the Douluo continent game collided with the real world, resulting in everything from the game manifesting in reality. All individuals aged 6 and above have awakened their martial souls, and soul beasts are appearing in various regions. Citizens are advised to exercise caution while traveling. This concludes our report. Yilei gazed contemplatively at the news broadcast, when suddenly a chime resonated within his mind. System awakening in progress. System awakening successful. A system, indeed a presence akin to those found in novels. I'm a chosen one, Yilei exclaimed in astonishment. A seasoned aficionado of online literature, Yilei had long harbored a yearning for such a system, and today, his dream had come to fruition. Now presenting the host with an awakening gift package. Due to the current fusion of game dimensions with reality and the rampant presence of soul beasts, the host shall receive all powers from the Douluo Continent Soul Master. Showdown game. While Yilei was taken aback, he was well aware of his prowess within the game, having ranked as one of the top 5 players on that server. However, the subsequent words from the system nearly prompted him to curse aloud. However, the host must complete a series of tasks to unlock their full potential. Yili, Cipiclis. Yet, the host may be granted the full power of blue silvergrass. Upon hearing this, Yilei's previously disheartened spirits soared in an instant. Done. After all, blue silvergrass is versatile in offense, control, and defense, truly formidable. Dear system, what is the first task? System, are you really not going to change your expression? The first task is to hunt soul rings for 10 ordinary people. Given the game dimension, the age of the soul rings is unrestricted, but is advisable not to exceed 1,000 years. Is it really that simple? Indeed. For Yilei, the inaugural task was merely child's play, though the sole concern lay in the uncertainty of the soul ring's age. He feared that if the rings were too old, the beneficiaries might succumb to the backlash of an explosive demise, rendering all efforts futile. Rest assured, the host, I shall provide you with a soul beast detector, which can identify the location of soul beasts and the age of their soul rings, ensuring the host will not err. Why didn't you mention this earlier? You never inquired. Fine, I won't hold it against you. Is there a time limit for this task? None. By the way, what martial souls will the others possess? Are they random? Those are indeed random, but all will start at level 10, with the potential to awaken multiple martial souls. Yilei pondered for a moment. Since everyone else was at level 10, he could easily find 10 individuals on the street to accomplish his task. However, the question remained whether they would believe him. Wait, she should believe me, right? Is the system there? What's up? Could you grant me the blue silvergrass? Without it, how am I supposed to complete my task? Buzz, the soul power infusion ritual is commencing. Please prepare yourself. The countdown begins. 1098765. Yilei, what? It's starting already? Couldn't you have informed me sooner? System, you didn't inquire, did you? Yilei, speechless. 4321. Time's up. Commencing infusion. A beam of blue light erupted alongside a scream. Petus, allow me to clarify. This novel marks my inaugural attempt at writing. Should you find any shortcomings, please feel free to comment on those sections. I will promptly make the necessary revisions. This being my first literary endeavor, I welcome the suggestions of my readers. Writing a novel is indeed a strenuous task. As a student embarking on this journey for the first time, I may falter in plot development, world building, or character portrayal. If any aspects are unacceptable to you, my dear readers, simply voice your concerns, and I shall revise if one attempt is insufficient. Then 2 will follow, until you are thoroughly satisfied. I am Su Yini, respectfully yours. I hope for your support. I am determined to improve, as will my novel, and so shall you. Chapter 2. Hanwan. 10 minutes later, the blue light in the room gradually faded, revealing a figure shaped like a large character. Yilei slowly opened his eyes, and in that instant, a flash of blue light shimmered from his gaze. Rising gradually, Yilei stretched his arms, feeling an overwhelming surge of power within him. With a mere thought, a small blue blade of grass materialized in his palm, simultaneously accompanied by 6 flickering beams of black light. At that very moment, in a room within Minuan Garden, a girl lying on the bed opened her jade-like eyes. Hearing the commotion outside, she frowned, rose, and pushed the door open, calling out in confusion, "Mom? Dad?" Upon seeing the scene before her, she nearly fainted in shock. Before her stood 2 figures, one red and one black. At a loss, they weakly uttered, "Dad? Mom? Xianwan, you're awake. What on earth is happening?" The girl, called Han Wan, was 18 years old and currently enjoying her summer vacation at home. She had intended to engage in a long chess match with the Sandman, but was roused by her parents' noise. Looking at them with exasperation, "My apologies, Xian Wan, for waking you," said Han Kachin, gazing lovingly at his precious daughter. "I have no idea. I just woke up, and it was like this. The television station just reported it, and your mother and I decided to give it a try. And then it happened," Han Kachin explained. Han Wan, puzzled, tilted her head and glanced at her father, the Supreme Lord, her eyes filled with confusion. Only after he nodded did she believe what he had said. She then remarked, "I will step out shortly to inquire with my classmates about what transpired. Mother, is breakfast ready? I am quite famished." With that, she made her way toward the dining room, with Mrs. Han closely following behind. White Elay gazed at the blue silver grass in his hand and inquired, "Esteemed system, is there anything else I should be aware of?" "Well, following the fusion of the two worlds, certain elements have been altered. For instance, the RMB has become obsolete, replaced by the gold soul coin." "Is that so splendid?" "Yedi Musit. Esteemed system, how many gold soul coins do I possess?" 1,000,000. "Not bad at all. Quite favorable. It makes me a minor tycoon. By the way, host, the soul beast detector has been installed on your left hand. Please check it." Upon hearing this, Yilei raised his left hand, revealing a sophisticated device. This detector can sense soul beasts within a 100-meter radius. Should any soul beast appear, it will sound an alarm and calculate the age of their soul rings. Listening to the system's explanation, Yilei gazed at the instrument in his hand and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is remarkable. With this device, completing tasks will be a breeze." As he spoke, a ringing interrupted the tranquility. Yilei took out his phone, glanced at the flashing characters on the screen, and turned ahead to his room to change clothes, answering the call simultaneously. Meanwhile, in a boisterous military conference room in Rome City, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" a commanding voice echoed, instantly silencing the previously raucous assembly. As Yilei made his way, his mind wandered. He hadn't deliberately nurtured the blue-silver grass in the game, resulting in low soul ring ages. It seemed he needed to start cultivating it earnestly. Lost in thought, he arrived at the base of an opulent apartment complex. He looked up, pulled out his phone, and sent a message. In one of the rooms above, a girl glanced at her parents and then at her phone. She rose, exchanged a few words with them, and stepped outside. Chapter 3. Meeting the Parents. The girl looked down from the window and spotted a familiar figure, smiling as she turned and entered the elevator. Yidi. Upon hearing his name, Yilei looked up to see a charming silhouette approaching him with a smile. Nwaner. The girl before him was none other than Han Wan, and as he attempted to pinch her cheek, she swiftly swatted his hand away. "Stop it." Having failed, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. "What's the matter? Why did you call me over so early in the morning?" Yidi inweeded. "Have you seen the news?" "I have." "Why? Let's discuss it upstairs. My parents are also here." "All right. Wait, what? Can we skip going upstairs?" "Absolutely not." The girl shot him a glare, compelling him to begrudgingly follow her into the elevator. With a resounding click, the door swung open, and inside the room, Han Kachin and his wife stood up to gaze at the two figures entering. Behind their daughter, a tall silhouette followed, appearing like a child caught in a misdeed, head lowered. Upon noticing them, he instinctively called out, "Dad, Mom." Feeling the scrutiny of the family trio, Yilei hurriedly corrected himself. "Uncle, Aunt." Han Kachin glanced at his daughter, inquiring, "Who is this?" "My boyfriend," Han Wan replied. Yilei called out directly, nodded, only to receive a pinch from Han Wan on the soft flesh of his waist. "Can you act normal for once?" All right. Yilei complied, not daring to utter a word of dissent. Observing Yilei being gently admonished by his daughter, Han Kachin felt a surge of sympathy. "Now let's get down to business. Mom and Dad, please release it," Han Wan urged. Han Kachin and his wife exchanged glances, and then, with a flicker of thought, two beams of light, one black and one red, illuminated the space. Yilei exclaimed, "A fire attribute martial soul, the fire-horned rhinoceros, and a dark attribute martial soul, the nether panther, two exceptional ones." "What do you mean?" Han Kachin, standing before the fiery rhinoceros, looked at Yilei in confusion. "Uncle, your martial soul is the fire attribute fire-horned rhinoceros, known for its formidable defense, capable of both offense and defense, truly a rare treasure," Yilei explained, then turned to Han Wan's mother, "And Auntie, your martial soul is the dark attribute nether panther, renowned for its incredible speed." Seeing Han Kachin and his wife nod in understanding, they turned their attention to Han Wan. "Wan, what is your martial soul?" Suddenly singled out, Han Wan paused momentarily before responding, I don't know. Why don't you give it a try?" "Okay." With that, Han Wan concentrated, and a shimmering icy blue light erupted, sending a chilling sensation coursing through the other three. An ice blue bird materialized upon her shoulder. The Ice Phoenix, a supreme martial bee soul among the finest, Yilei blurted out. The Ice Phoenix sounds incredibly powerful. Oh, by the way, what about you, Yilei? Han Wan asked. My martial soul is the plant type blue silvergrass. Yilei replied at that moment. The system chimed in. Host, please be advised that you still have tasks pending. Do not linger in conversation. Yilei thought. Damn it, can't you see him speaking with my future in-laws? Get lost. System, you're so self-righteous. Oh, right. Later it'll take you to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. Soul beasts? Soul rings? What are those? They are to enhance martial souls. You just need to observe, Yilei explained. Contemplating, Yilei reasoned that Han Kiken's fire attribute martial soul, being level 10, was too weak and required a defensive soul skill for protection. As for Han Wan's mother, with her Nether Panther focusing on agility, they would need a soul beast that boasted strong cutting power and speed. For Han Wan, an ice attribute avian soul beast would suffice. After sharing his thoughts with everyone, they unanimously decided to embark on the hunt for soul beasts at once. System. Speechless. Finally, we're going. I've been waiting so long. Chapter 4. Hunting. Beneath the grass. 10 minutes later, at the foot of Mingyuan Garden, Yilei glanced at the three individuals behind him and inquired, Are you prepared? Yes, the trio replied in unison. Very well, let us proceed, Yilei declared. An hour and a half later, they arrived at the riverside forest. We have arrived. Nwaner, it would be prudent for you all to activate your martial souls, just in case. As he spoke, three lights red, blue, and black illuminated behind him. As the four of them ventured deeper into the forest, a sudden chorus of shouts echoed from ahead. Monsters! Run! Upon hearing this, Yilei's interest peaked, and he rushed forward with the others. When they were still over 100 meters away, the detector in Yilei's hand beeped. Ding. Soul beast detected ahead. 500-year-old scale armor beast. How fortuitous my esteemed father-in-law could certainly use a defensive soul ring, Yilei thought, but did not vocalize. Upon arrival, they beheld a soul beast, roughly the size of a small car, rampaging before them. Its primary hue was yellow, adorned with green spines and scales the size of fingernails indeed. It was the scale armor beast. Yilei turned to Han Fu and said, Uncle, prepare to absorb the soul ring. Without delay, he approached the soul beast, and to the astonishment of Han Wan and the others, a small blue grass appeared in Yilei's hand, while 6 black rings ascended from beneath his feet, subsequently hovering around his waist. The scale armor beast caught sight of Yilei, and a flicker of fear flashed in its eyes as it attempted to flee. Alas, it encountered Yilei. With a calm voice, Yilei uttered, Attempt to escape? Not on my watch. Blue silver grass, ensnare. As he spoke, a robust strand of blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, swiftly binding the beast's waist. Blue-silver spike formation. Before the ensnared scale armor beast could even struggle, it was pierced by numerous blue-silver grass spikes thrusting up from the earth. Uncle, you may approach now. Still reeling from the overwhelming display of power, Han Fu cautiously advanced. Glancing at the beleaguered scale armor beast, he instinctively asked, Is it truly safe, Shaolei? Rest assured, Uncle, just deliver one more strike. Yilei reassured him. Upon hearing this, Han Fu accepted the military dagger Yilei offered and plunged it forcefully into the beast's neck. Moments later, a yellow ring materialized above the soul beast. Uncle, you must guide the soul ring with your will. On hearing this, Han Fu hastily complied, and in an instant, the soul ring floated toward him, suspending itself around his waist. Under Yilei's mental direction, he sat down to commence the absorption of the soul ring. After ensuring Han Fu was engaged in the absorption process, Yilei beckoned Han Wan and the others over. What is it, Yilei? My father, Han Nuan inquired. Everything is fine, Waner. Uncle is absorbing a soul ring. He will be unharmed. Yilei reassured her. Relieved by his words, Han Wan felt at ease. That I called you over so you could take this opportunity to cultivate, preparing for your own soul ring absorption later. Oh, understood, Han Wan and the others replied. Upon witnessing this scene, Yilei took it upon himself to safeguard the family of 3 at that moment. The system's voice echoed in Yilei's mind. Task 1 completed. Please continue your efforts, and I wish you success in accomplishing your task soon. Chapter 5. Beast Soul Revised. Riverside Forest. A beam of sunlight pierced through the leaves, casting its warm glow upon the heads of 4 individuals. Yilei, deep in meditation, was momentarily disturbed by the sunlight. He opened his phoenix-like eyes, shook his head, and rose to his feet, Observing the three individuals meditating on the ground and glancing at the massive carcass of the armored beast in the distance, comparable in size to a small car, he made his way over, gazing at the beast's body, pierced by his own blue-silver grass. The ground was already soaked with the blood of the soul beast. That why Ilay approached the beast's head, drew a dagger from his waist, and aimed it at the creature's skull. Unbeknownst to him, every action he took from the moment he struck down the armored beast was being recorded by a man clad in uniform in the military headquarters of Rome City. Within an office, an elderly man with white hair sat at his desk. After taking a sip of tea, he set down his tablet and instructed the guard, "Please send someone to bring this individual from the video to me. I wish to meet him." The gatekeeper gave a slight nod, stepped forward, and exited with a tablet in hand. The protagonist in the video was indeed engaged in battle within the forest. 10 minutes later, Yile gazed at the three individuals before him, who seemed to open their eyes in unison, momentarily taken aback. Is it truly possible for a family to be so synchronized? His attention was drawn to the young girl beside him. The girl appeared to notice someone staring at her. "What are you looking at?" "There's nothing on my face." He chuckled softly. Yile scratched his head and smiled. "By the way, uncle, this is for you." As he spoke, Yile extended his hand, revealing a vibrant green orb that captured the attention of the three. "What is this?" inquired Han's father, puzzled. "This is a beast soul, used to enhance the strength of soul rings. This is merely the most basic level. Defeating stronger soul beasts in the future will yield more powerful ones," Yile explained. Han's father nodded in understanding, accepting the beast soul and placing it into his pocket. "So, have you all rested well?" Yile asked. The other three nodded in perfect synchronization once again. "Yile, how are you all so in sync?" Sob sob. "System, please do not lose heart. Host, perhaps it will be possible in the future." "Yile, I am already aware, even without your prompting, that it is a flawed system." System, returning to reality. Yile constantly monitored the detector in his hand. Suddenly, a small head emerged from beneath his left armpit. Instinctively, Yile recoiled his hand, only to hear a pained exclamation from under his arm. "Ouch. You've hurt me. You clumsy oaf." Yile gazed at the little head that had emerged from beneath his armpit, a helpless smile gracing his lips as he pinched Han Wan's cheek. Behind him, someone was holding his beloved wife, observing the playful antics of the two before him. Feeling a peculiar sense of frustration and an overwhelming urge to unleash his spirit and confront the pig that was encroaching upon his cherished cabbage. However, the thought of that armored beast quelled his impulsive desire. "The armored beast, how could you still remember me?" Beside them, Han's mother seemed to perceive her husband's thoughts. Gently squeezing his hand, Han's father cast a resigned glance at his daughter before turning to his wife, sharing a knowing smile. Throughout the afternoon, while Yile hunted a spirit beast for his mother-in-law, he also assisted 4 passers-by in acquiring their spirit rings, successfully completing a system task that yielded 610 points. All that remained was to aid Han Wan and the 3 strangers. "Host, there is an additional matter I must convey to you. As today marks the first day of National Awakening, you have attained the strength of a 6-ring Spirit Emperor. However, due to a bug in the system, you are currently only able to activate the first 4 of the 6 spirit abilities associated with the blue-silver grass. And your body has yet to assimilate the physical attributes corresponding to a 6-ring Spirit Emperor, leaving you with the physique of an 18-year-old high school student." Yile understood the system's words. At present, he could only utilize 4 of the blue-silver grass as millennia-old spirit abilities, with his physical attributes remaining unchanged, requiring an entire night for successful integration. After escorting Han Wan's family to the Mingyuan community, Yile pondered a troubling thought. Sensing that he had been under surveillance that day, lost in contemplation, he arrived at his doorstep. What he failed to notice was the pervasive scent of medicine wafting through the corridor, which he attributed to the traditional Chinese medicine being brewed by the elderly gentleman next door, dismissing it without a second thought. As Yule inserted the key into the lock, he suddenly realized that the key would not fit into the door. Just as he exerted force to push the key in, a powerful electric current surged from the door, instantly paralyzing his body. At that moment, a long needle pierced the back of Yilei's neck, and he felt a wave of weakness wash over him, his strength gradually ebbing away. "This is bad. Someone is behind me." Yilei gritted his teeth. And forcibly extended his hand to extract the long needle from his neck. Upon bringing it closer to his gaze, he discovered that the needle's tip was fashioned into a pentagram, emanating the same medicinal scent he had previously detected. This was evidently an anesthetic needle that did not exist in the realm of ordinary experience. 5 figures clad in dark uniforms leisurely descended from the upper floor. with the leader brandishing a gun that glinted ominously in the light. It was this very weapon that had discharged the anesthetic needle that struck Yilei's neck moments ago. "Who are you, and why have you targeted me?" Yilei inquired, his words punctuated by clenched teeth. In that fleeting moment, he initially presumed these 5 individuals were adversaries of the Yi family. However, that notion was swiftly dispelled upon hearing the words of the leader. "We are here at the behest of the elder, and we kindly request your presence as a guest," the leader of the dark-clad figures proclaimed. "Elder?" Yilei was engulfed in confusion when the leading figure in black approached him and swiftly rendered him unconscious with a precise strike, as he was too weak to resist. He was then carried down the stairs by 5 individuals in dark attire and unceremoniously thrown into the vehicle they had arrived in. A night passed in silence. The following day. Note: this chapter has been revised. Feel free to read on. Note: the reason why the male protagonist was subdued by a mere level 10 soul master will be explained later. Readers are kindly requested not to dwell on this matter. Respectfully presented by Lao Tzu, Chapter 6, The 10 Elders, the 7th Elder. The next day, in a dimly lit room, a young man was bound tightly to a chair. The sound of footsteps echoed, growing closer, and with a sudden flick, the room's lights illuminated the boy's face. Several armed individuals entered, all clad in combat gear. It was Yilei. Noticing Yilei's lack of response, the leader signaled to one of his companions, who understood the cue and turned to fetch water from the faucet in the corner of the room. Sujio, the individual, returned with a bucket of water and, upon receiving a nod from the leader, approached Yilei. Without hesitation, he doused Yilei's head with the contents of the bucket. Coughing, Yilei shook his head and opened his striking eyes. Upon assessing the scene before him, he demanded loudly, "Who are you? Where am I? Why have you captured me?" In response to Yilei's barrage of pressing questions, the leader, maintaining an impassive demeanor, simply stated, "Our elders wish to see you." Upon hearing the leader mention the term elder, a flicker of perplexity crossed Yilei's eyes. He contemplated making a break for it. But after glancing at the dozen or so heavily armed soldiers, he could only manage a wry smile. While the urge to flee was strong, he certainly did not wish to be turned into a pincushion. "System, host, have you perhaps forgotten about my presence?" "Yilei, what the hell? Why did it have to appear now after such a long time? Can you tell me what has transpired and who they truly are?" "System, well, this matter is somewhat intricate." Subsequently, Yilei began to listen attentively to the system's narrative. At the same moment, in Minuan Garden, Hanwon awoke in her room. Upon stepping outside, she spotted her parents who had risen early to practice their cultivation. With a gentle smile, she approached her mother, sweetly exclaiming, "Mom, I am hungry." Brought back to reality, Han's mother gazed at her daughter and responded with a resigned smile, all right, I'll go prepare something for you." "Thank you, Mom," Han once said, playfully nuzzling against her mother's shoulder. "All right, enough of the coaxing. If you want to be coddled, go seek Yilei." "Mom, why are you like this? You're already trying to send your own daughter away. Besides, Yilei is as wooden as a log." In a certain room within Rome City, a voice exclaimed, "Achoo! Who the hell is cursing at me?" "Military." Yilei gazed at the dozens of individuals in the room with a sense of helplessness. After an indeterminate amount of time, a person entered from outside and spoke to the leader. Suddenly, a loud proclamation resonated from outside. "Elder Xiaoxiong has arrived." Yulitan was momentarily taken aback. "Xiaoxiong? Elder, could it be that you are the 7th elder among the top 10 elders in the nation? But why do you wish to meet with me?" At that moment, an elderly man with snow-white hair entered the room. The 7th elder gazed at Yilei, who was bound tightly, and Yilei helplessly addressed his subordinates. "I instructed you to bring him back, so why is he tied up? Now, may I inquire why you wish to see me?" Yilei asked. "This is you, isn't it?" The 7th elder replied, as he took a tablet from his subordinate and held it up before Yilei. Yilei gazed at the tablet, where the scene of his hunt for the armored beast was unmistakably displayed. "You were surveilling me," he exclaimed in anger. "Enough of this. Let's get down to business." Unbind the young man, he continued. "I asked you to invite someone, not to restrain him." Chapter 7. Accompanying Burial, revised. As the leader began to release Yilei from his bindings, Elder 7 interjected, "I had them bring you here to inquire about something." "What is it?" Yilei asked. "What are your thoughts on the worldwide transformation into Douluo?" Elder 7 questioned. To be honest, I'm not quite sure how to respond," Yilei admitted, momentarily taken aback by the elder's inquiry. "Do share, when you vanquished that creature. What was the black circular ring that hung by your waist? Furthermore, why did that beast attempt to flee upon seeing you?" Elder 7 unleashed a barrage of questions, akin to the rapid fire of a machine gun. Yilei, speechless. Does this old man not need to catch his breath when he speaks? His words flow more smoothly than those of a young person like me. Elder 7, please. I am the 7th-ranked elder, you know. 5 minutes later, as Yilei concluded his account, he observed the expressions of the 7 elders, who appeared to be in the know, and let out a sigh of relief, grateful to have finished speaking without inadvertently revealing the existence of his system. System, I truly appreciate your efforts. Ding. Host, there is another matter I must convey to you. The system's voice intruded upon Yilei's thoughts at an inopportune moment. Speak plainly, he urged. Certainly. In the game, each soul master is limited to utilizing only the first 4 soul skills, with subsequent skills being passive. However, now that the world of the game has merged with reality, every martial soul can actively employ its soul skills. Upon hearing this, Yilei exclaimed, Nice. This means I can rival Tang San, or rather, surpass him. Thanks to his binding with the Douluo game system, he possessed access to all the martial souls already available in the game, rendering him exponentially more powerful than others. By the way, Elder Shao, I am yet to discover your martial soul. May I have the honor of witnessing it? Yilei suddenly inquired of the 7 elders. Very well, I shall show you, the 7th elder replied generously. With that, a radiant red light erupted from his being. As the light dissipated, a long staff appeared in the 7 elders' grasp, upon which a colossal dragon coiled, its eyes glimmering with ferocity. The 7 elders' martial soul was indeed the dragon staff. It seems my assumptions were correct. Among the 10 elders, the 6th and 7th elders are twins. Now that I am aware the 7th elder's martial soul is the dragon staff, it stands to reason that the 6th elder possesses a similar one. Young man, there is a matter I must entrust to you. Are you willing? The 7th elder inquired, a sense of foreboding washing over Yilei. What is it? Please, speak plainly. Yilei urged. Join us as an advisor in the Elder Hall. We can offer you honor and boundless wealth. The 7th elder gazed intently at Yilei. And if I refuse? I prefer to live my life as I choose and have no desire to join any Elder Hall. Furthermore, I am but a student. If there is nothing further, I would like to return. Since you are disinclined to join our Elder Hall, your value to us diminishes. By the way, your little girlfriend and her family will vanish from this world along with you. Will you reconsider? The 7th elder smirked cunningly. You dare? If you harm them, I will ensure you pay dearly. Yilei retorted fiercely. That may not be the case, for your time is limited. Seize him. Eliminate him. You leave me no choice. Yilei observed as the individuals in the room simultaneously raised their weapons, aiming at him. Fire. In that instant, as the 4th soul skill, blue-silver, cage, was activated, a colossal cage enveloped Yilei, rendering the bullets harmless as they clattered to the ground. Now, it is my turn. 5th soul skill. Blue-silver, Overlord Spear. Yilei's voice, laced with an icy chill, reverberated through the room. A flash of cold light swept across the entire space. In an instant, blood splattered, and the scalding liquid struck the face of the 7th elder, startling him into action. Without hesitation, he summoned his dragon-patterned staff martial spirit, desperately attempting to fend off the bloodthirsty Yilei. The staff, devoid of any soul rings, proved to be no more formidable than a mere rolling pin. With a sudden thrust, Yilei's blue-silver Emperor spear pierced through the 7th elder's left chest, and as he withdrew it, the spear's tip was gruesomely adorned with a still-bleeding heart. Blood gushed forth from the elder's punctured chest, and before long, he collapsed to the ground, his life extinguished. Yilei stepped forward to confirm that the 7th elder had indeed lost all signs of life before bursting through the door. However, after Yilei exited, the lifeless body of the 7th elder began to tremble unnaturally. The wound that had pierced his chest astonishingly began to heal, a strange red light flickering at the sight. Miraculously, the 7th elder stood up, appearing almost identical to his former self, save for his blood-soaked garments and pallid complexion. Yilei, I shall remember you. I am eager to see how long you can stir within my territory. A bizarre black-red aura emanated from the 7th elder. His eyes filled with a murderous intent steeped in hatred. Chapter 8. The boundaries I set, you cannot transgress. Were it not for this being my domain and possessing hidden cards, you would indeed have met your end at my hands. The 7th elder wiped the blood from his face, the eerie glow surrounding him gradually fading. Had he not previously set up the secret methods bestowed by that esteemed figure within this chamber, he might have become the first among the 10 elders to be slain by a mere novice. The 7th elder's expression softened as he retrieved an unfamiliar mobile device from his pocket, dialing a number. After 2 rings, an aged yet authoritative voice resonated. What is it? Brother. Encountering several soldiers while seeking an exit, Yilei swiftly incapacitated them with his blue-silver grass, and upon reaching the doorway, the guards dared not impede him, having received a warning from their captain. Do not obstruct a man wielding a blue spear, unless you wish to be cleaved in two. Upon bursting out of the military compound, Yilei glanced back at the seventh elder's residence and solemnly declared, I will obliterate your so-called elder hall, rendering you incapable of reigning unchecked over Huaxia any longer. With that, Yilei summoned his spiritual energy and surged towards the city center. Meanwhile, the sixth elder, situated in Shuqing, frowned upon hearing his brother's words. After a moment of contemplation, he advised the seventh elder, for now, refrain from provoking him. I will speak with the first elder shortly, and we shall devise a strategy. For the moment, focus on your cultivation. Without waiting for a response, he hung up. The seventh elder stared at the now darkened screen of his phone before turning to exit the room, summoning others to clean up the aftermath within. The newcomers gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. Midday, in the city center, an overwhelming number of soul beasts suddenly emerged, wreaking havoc throughout the city as the anguished cries and pleas for help echoed relentlessly. As Yulei approached the city center, the soul beast detector in his left hand suddenly emitted a series of urgent beeping sounds. Confused, he raised his left hand and frowned upon seeing a red exclamation mark flashing on the device, accompanied by a line of text. Beast tide detected ahead, details unclear. You're unknown. A voice from the system resonated. Ding, the host has triggered a side quest. Please confront the beast tide alone. Completion rewards. Tang Sect's Secret Arts. Upon hearing the phrase Tang Sect's Secret Arts, Yilei sprang into action, dashing towards the location of the beast tide. Meanwhile, Han Wan and her family were leisurely shopping in the mall, completely oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. Suddenly, disturbances erupted at the mall's entrance, punctuated by screams. What is happening? Han Wan and her companions, drawn by the commotion, stepped outside and were met with shock. Why are soul beasts appearing in the city? And in such numbers? Han Wan's jaw dropped in disbelief. As soul beasts surged forth, the mall's entrance was violently breached. Suddenly, a colossal Earth King unleashed a fireball with a diameter of 1 meter towards Han Wan. As the fiery projectile drew closer, those behind her were unable to evade. Exclaiming in despair, "It's over." Just then, a voice rang out. First soul skill, Fire Rhinoceros Shield. A crimson shield materialized before a man, intercepting the fireball. It was none other than Han Wan's father, who, having blocked the Earth King's attack, was soon joined by her mother. First soul skill, Phantom Blade. Han Wan's mother thrust her hands forward, unleashing 10 razor-like energy blades aimed directly at the Earth King's head. A sickening crunch echoed as the Earth King's skull shattered, releasing a torrent of dark green blood. The Earth King fell, vanquished. Han Wan's mother had successfully claimed the first blood. Watching her parents engage in battle ignited a surge of frustration within Han Wan. She thought to herself that she would need Yulei's assistance to obtain a soul ring. As she pondered, a throng of soul beasts suddenly charged towards them. The leading beasts unleashed their respective skills, and in an instant, 5 or 6 different soul techniques hurtled toward Han Wan. Seeing this, Han Wan's father activated his first soul skill once more. He managed to block the onslaught, but his Fire Rhinoceros shield shattered under the pressure. At that moment, even more soul beasts launched their attacks. Chapter 9. Facing alone as Han Wan's father's Fire Rhinoceros shield crumbled, the toll of his recent soul ring fusion, completed just the night before, weighed heavily on his weakened constitution. He was struck by an unblocked soul beast skill, causing internal injuries that sent him crashing to the ground, clutching his chest and coughing up blood. "Dad! Honey!" Han Wan and her mother cried out in unison, rushing to his side to support him. Han Wan's mother, anxious, asked, "Darling, what's wrong?" Han Wan's father, covering his chest, shook his head, signaling that he was fine. A chorus of roars filled the air as the three of them looked up to witness a horde of soul beasts sharpening their claws, poised to tear them to shreds. Han Wan's beautiful eyes, now devoid of light, softly uttered, "Yilei, where are you?" At that moment, the spirit beast stirred, and Han Wan helplessly closed her eyes. Just as she believed her fate was sealed, an ethereal voice resonated. Fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison. Following this proclamation, sounds of collision and the anguished roars of the spirit beasts erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of rustling. Han Wan opened her eyes in astonishment, for she recognized that voice. It belonged to him. Not far away stood a tall young man, none other than Yulei. At that moment, Yulei raised his right hand. His expression impassive, yet a tempest of fury raged within him. How dare they harm his family? They were courting death. Indeed, Yulei had come to regard Han's father and mother as his own. "You wretched beasts deserve nothing less than death," he proclaimed, clenching his right hand. Instantly, the spirit beasts confined within the blue-silver prison were pierced by the thorny tips of the blue-silver grass, their lives extinguished as the light faded from their eyes, sending them to meet the king of hell. Aside from Han Yuan and her companions, everyone else watched in wide-eyed disbelief, pondering, is this still a human being? Yi Lei cast a glance around, ensuring that no surviving soul beasts lingered nearby, before approaching Uncle Han. Observing the bloodstains at the corner of Han's mouth, he inquired, "Uncle, are you all right?" Uncle Han shook his head and replied, "I am fine, just feeling a bit fatigued." "That is a relief," Yi Lei said, "since you are well. Uncle and Aunt, please accept this." With a flourish, he produced 2 yellow chrysanthemums, presenting them to Han and his wife. These are the wondrous Tongtian chrysanthemums, possessing remarkable efficacy in strengthening the meridians and enhancing one's constitution. Simply consume the leaves to absorb their essence. Without hesitation, Uncle Han and Aunt Han accepted the celestial herbs, settling down on the ground to commence their absorption and cultivation. Meanwhile, an irate voice emerged. It was Han Yuan, who approached Yi Lei, extending her small hand and pouting. "What about me? My parents have theirs. Why do I not?" Gazing affectionately at the adorable Han Yuan, Yi Lei replied, "How could I possibly neglect my little princess? It's just that." His sentence was abruptly interrupted by Han Yuan's insistence. "Just what?" "Because you lack a soul ring. Absorbing the celestial herb would yield more harm than good. However, today you shall acquire your soul ring. There are plenty around here. Let me see. Oh, this one seems quite suitable for you." As he spoke, Yi Lei ensnared a feeble giant bird with his blue-silver grass, dragging it closer. The creature, a deep blue with steel-gray plating, was identified as a steel-winged, blue-headed eagle, with a cultivation level barely reaching a millennium, making it an ideal match for her. Although Yi Lei had just unleashed a fierce assault, he had not eradicated the distant soul beast pack entirely, as he still had system tasks to fulfill. Aiming to complete them swiftly to restore his full strength, Yi Lei drew out a dagger and handed it to Han Yuan. Without hesitation, she plunged it into the skull of the steel-winged, blue-headed eagle and sat down, guiding the soul ring to begin its absorption. During this period, Yi Lei assisted the majority of those present in acquiring their own soul rings, thereby exceeding the system's task requirements and amassing a considerable collection of beast souls, varying in quality. As for the celestial herbs, they were obtained from personally slaying 2 10,000-year-old soul beasts, a reward bestowed by the system. The soul rings were also collected using the soul ring collector provided by the system, an essential tool for enhancing soul rings. Naturally, all the soul beasts and soul rings at the scene were stored in the system space by Yi Lei. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, "Congratulations, host, for successfully completing Task 1 and the side quest. System rewards have been deposited into the system space. Please check." Upon hearing this, Yi Lei smiled faintly. With a mere thought, an ancient tome and a fiery red orb materialized in his grasp. Inscribed prominently on the tome were the 4 characters, Tongmen Supreme Arts. Chapter 10, Tongmen Supreme Arts, the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Upon witnessing the unparalleled mastery of the Tang sect, Yi Lei was overwhelmed with exhilaration, inadvertently shattering the ceramic tiles beneath his feet. The onlookers, still reeling from the spectacle, collectively shivered, hesitant to meet Yi Lei's gaze, fearing that he might next seek to disrupt their peace. Yi Lei was oblivious to a subconscious gesture of his that instilled fear in others, his focus entirely consumed by the Tongmen's profound secret arts in his grasp. Suddenly, he recalled the crimson orb nestled within his palm, roughly the size of his hand. And upon closer inspection, one could discern it brimming with fiery elemental energy. Yi Lei found himself at a loss for words and could only inquire of the system. "Dear system, what is this object and what purpose does it serve?" "Host, this is a fire elemental pill. Upon consumption, it will awaken a random fire attribute martial soul." "Is it truly so remarkable? What a stroke of luck. However, what fire attribute martial souls exist? Never mind, I shall leave it to fate." With that, Yi Lei promptly ingested the pill. As he settled down, the fire element within the pill surged through his body, radiating outward. Onlookers nearby were astounded by the spectacle. What is happening? What trickery is this monster up to? Without further ado, they thought it best to flee for their lives. Indeed, Yi Lei had been labeled a monster by them. Half an hour later, Han Yuan and her companions, having concluded their training, exchanged glances. In a fit of excitement, Han Yuan rushed to her parents, exclaiming, "Mom, Dad, I have obtained a soul ring." She then unveiled her martial soul. As Han's parents felt a chilling aura rising from beneath their feet, an ice phoenix spiraled into the air behind Han Yuan, its wings fluttering gracefully. A pale purple soul ring ascended from her feet, settling at her waist. In astonishment, Han's father asked, "What is this?" Yilei interjected, "This is a steel-winged blue-headed eagle. Just newly arrived at 1,000 years of age, perfectly suited for me," Han Wan declared proudly. At that moment, a wave of heat enveloped them, overpowering the chill emanating from Han Wan. The trio turned to see Yilei seated not far away, right at the epicenter of this heat. Suddenly, Yilei sprang to his feet, and the ground behind him fractured open, revealing a massive, fiery red, rock-like hand that emerged from the fissure, gripping the earth beside it. In the astonished gaze of Han Wan and her companions, a rock giant began to rise, hovering behind Yilei. Indeed, it floated, for the giant had no legs beneath its imposing form. Yilei opened his eyes, and, upon noticing 3 individuals not far away, smiled and approached them. Han's father instinctively inquired, "Xiao Lei, what is the situation here?" Yilei turned his gaze behind him and then addressed the 3 individuals, stating, "This is my second martial soul, the Lord of Flames." He paused momentarily before adding, "Oh, wait a minute, my second martial soul? Indeed, is there a problem?" He continued, "Uncle, do not forget that we are now intertwined with the realm of games." "That is true," he acknowledged. "All right, let us return for now. Wan, make sure to dedicate ample time to your training. Here are the beast souls for you. Utilize them alongside your uncle and aunt." With that, Yilei handed the beast souls he had just collected to Han Wan, while placing a pearl in her other hand, saying, "This is the dew of longing. Simply consume it all." After Yilei and Han Wan parted ways at the entrance of the shopping mall, they returned home. Upon returning home, Yilei did not forget to survey his surroundings, as he was determined not to repeat past mistakes. Once assured of his safety, he promptly entered. Upon reaching his room, Yilei began to examine the system space, for after awakening his second martial soul, he required soul rings. Gazing at the hundreds of soul rings within the system space, Yilei fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, at Mingyuan Garden, Han's father and mother exchanged a glance upon entering. At this moment, Han Wan remained blissfully unaware that danger had also entered. Yilei resolved to immerse himself in the profound teachings of the Tang sect tonight. Subsequently, he retrieved an ancient tome from the confines of the system space. As he turned to the first page, 4 gilded characters captured his gaze. Upon seeing these 4 characters, Yilei could no longer remain seated. For the gilded inscription read, "Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Chapter 11. My parents no longer want me." After Yilei regained his composure, he began to read attentively, softly reciting, "The method of cultivating the purple extreme demon eye relies on the fleeting moment when the purple aura rises with the morning sun and the east wind, significantly enhancing one's eyesight. Possessing exceptional observational skills can inflict psychological harm upon adversaries, with the ability to see miles away and scrutinize with acute precision. The purple extreme wide eye is categorized into 4 levels: comprehensive observation, minute observation, seed observation, and vast observation. The effects are as follows. Comprehensive observation. This level greatly enhances vision, allowing one to grasp every detail with clarity. Minute observation at this stage. Clarity is further enhanced, and the details become more abundant. It enables the individual to perceive everything before them at a slowed pace, allowing for rapid reactions. Seed observation. Externally, one's eyes emit a purplish golden glow. From one's perspective, the surroundings become exceptionally clear, revealing a world rich in layers and vibrant colors. Even the transparent air can reveal faint dust particles. Upon finishing, Yilei continued to peruse the text. He read through the various techniques, such as the ghostly shadow step and the Xian Jade hand, and decided to delve into these Tang sect secrets another day. He placed the ancient text into the system space and fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, in the Mingyuan garden, as Han's father prepared to take a shower, he suddenly called out to Han Wan, who was watching television in the living room. "Wan, I have a package at the door. Please fetch it for me." "Okay," Han Wan replied. Han's father exchanged a glance with Han's mother, who swiftly took action. Just as Han Wan reached the door and opened it, she was unexpectedly shoved from behind, pushed outside. Turning around, she found her mother stuffing a package and her phone into her arms, promptly shutting the door without another word. At that moment, Han Wan was still in a daze. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. Slowly, she opened it and saw a message quietly resting in the dialogue box. "Tonight, you are going to Yilei's house while your mother and I enjoy some quality time together. If all goes well, we might create a little brother or sister for you." After a moment, Han Wan began to knock on the door. It was only after a while that her father's voice gradually came through. "What is it? Stop knocking. Your mother and I are busy." "Hey, What are you saying? Hanwan is still young. Her mother's shy voice chimed in. At that moment, Hanwan realized that her parents seemed to be quite eager to be rid of her. Yilei contemplated that, having awakened the second martial soul, the Flame Lord, it was imperative to absorb soul rings. Today, he had slain two 10,000-year soul beasts, a 40,000-year armored beetle king and a 45,000-year crimson scorpion king, both of which were quite suitable. Moments later, Yilei retrieved a soul ring from the system's space. A low, resonant roar echoed as the figure of the armored beetle king materialized, subsequently transforming into a black soul ring. Yilei seated himself upon the ground and began the process of absorption. Hanwan, upon reaching the base of the residential building, glanced upward and shook his head helplessly. With the manifestation of his martial soul, a pair of ice-blue wings unfurled from his back, lifting him off the ground as he soared towards Yilei's abode. Within a room, Yilei's upper garments were consumed by the flames emanating from the second martial soul, revealing a physique sculpted with robust muscles, glistening with a sheen of perspiration, rendering him even more alluring. 5 minutes passed. After absorbing the soul ring of the armored beetle king, Yilei did not contemplate taking a respite. Instead, he retrieved the soul ring of the crimson scorpion king from the system's space. A colossal, fiery red scorpion materialized, subsequently transforming into a soul ring darker than that of the armored beetle king, hovering in the air. Yilei adjusted his breathing and continued the absorption of the soul ring. 10 minutes later, Hanwan flew down to the residential building where Yilei resided, retracting her wings as she entered. Approaching Yilei's doorstep, she prepared to unlock the door with the key he had given her, when she suddenly noticed a faint red glow seeping through the crack of the door. Chapter 12. What are you doing? Upon glimpsing the flickering red light emanating from the door's gap, Hanwan felt a tightness in her chest and hastily produced the key to unlock the door. The crimson glow illuminated the innermost room, intermittently flashing, with hints of black light appearing. Fearing for Yilei's safety, she ventured inside, only to find that the further she advanced, the higher the temperature rose, accompanied by an imperceptible pressure that made each step exceedingly arduous. Immediately summoning her martial spirit, she shielded herself with her wings, yet beads of sweat streamed down her face, her cherubic features glistening with perspiration. As she attempted to grasp the doorknob, she discovered it was scalding hot. Resorting to her ice elemental powers, she managed to cool the doorknob. After a considerable wait, the temperature of the doorknob finally subsided. Taking a deep breath, Hanwan opened the door, only to be met with an unforgettable scene. Half an hour later, Yilei slowly opened his eyes and cast a glance at his hands. As he rose, a series of cracking sounds emanated from his body, bringing an instant sensation of refreshing relief. He stood up, preparing to take a shower, and exited the room with his upper body bare. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Hanwan, seated on the sofa, instinctively looked up. As Yilei just opened the door, he found himself locking eyes with someone. The air became tense, and 3 dark dots drifted slowly across the sky. "Oh, what are you doing? Why are you out without any clothes?" Hanwan was the first to speak. Yilei chuckled softly. "I haven't even asked you yet. So, when did you arrive?" My parents no longer wanted me, so they sent me away. They told me to spend a night at your place." As she spoke, Hanwan's voice gradually diminished, her shyness causing her to bury her head deeper into the snowy mountain. Yilei gazed at the petite figure curled up on the sofa, a smile gracing his lips as he approached her slowly. He crouched down before Hanwan, gently caressing her delicate head, and said, "All right, lift your head up. Maintaining that position could harm your spine." As Hanwan raised her head, her eyes were met with the exquisite contours of his well-defined abdominal muscles and his robust chest, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her ears. Yilei gazed at the blushing face of the adorable girl before him, remaining silent as he gently ruffled Hanwan's hair before turning to head to the restroom. Hanwan watched Yilei's retreating figure, instinctively swallowing hard, her thoughts racing. His physique is so captivating. That V-shaped torso is utterly enchanting. Oh, why am I thinking these things? This is so frustrating. Covering her flushed and heated face, Hanwan buried herself into the cushions of the sofa. Yilei observed the subtle movements of his girlfriend with a soft smile. He made his way to the bathroom to take a refreshing cold shower. Otherwise, he might find himself in a precarious situation. 5 minutes later, draped in a bathrobe, Yilei prepared to exit the bathroom when he heard a faint sound. Upon noticing a small shadow by the door, he chuckled softly and tiptoed over. Yilei slowly placed his hand on the doorknob, gently twisting it. The shadow at the doorway swiftly attempted to flee, but in the next moment, it was ensnared. Yilei gazed at the figure ensnared by his blue-silver grass, approaching closer. He deliberately rested his head upon her shoulder. Hanwon, caught in the act of stealing glances, instinctively attempted to flee, only to find herself ensnared by a tendril of blue-silver grass around her slender waist. In the next moment, she felt the weight upon her shoulder and exclaimed, "W, what are you doing?" A deep voice whispered beside her ear, "What's this? You peek at me yet refuse to admit it?" A warm breath brushed against Hanwon's ear, causing her to tremble slightly as she stammered, "I never spied on you." "Please don't say such things." Yilei felt a slight tremor from his petite girlfriend nestled in his embrace. Upon hearing her words, his eyes brimmed with affection. He gently turned her around, lifted her chin with his finger, and gazed at her blushing face, saying tenderly, "All right, I won't tease you any longer. Tonight, you shall sleep in my room, and I will take the floor." Listening to Hanwon's words, Yilei felt his heart nearly melt. He cradled Hanwon in a princess carry and headed to the bathroom for their evening routine. Hanwon, being swept off her feet by Yilei, became even more bashful. Chapter 13. The second task. After they had washed up, Hanwon sat shyly on Yilei's bed. Watching him seriously prepare a makeshift bed beside her, she instinctively asked, "Why don't you sleep on the sofa?" Upon hearing this, Yilei lifted his gaze to Hanwon's blushing visage and casually remarked, "The sofa is rather rigid, and the air conditioning in the living room is malfunctioning, making it quite stifling at night." In response to Yilei's words, Hanwon nodded and resorted to lying on the bed, scrolling through Douyin, inadvertently swaying her delicate legs. After Yilei laid the ground, he raised his head and beheld the two swaying white legs, swallowing hard and murmuring softly, "Little short legs." Although Hanwon's height of 1.65 meters is considered average for a female, in the presence of the 1.90-meter tall Yilei, she appeared rather petite, and her legs naturally seemed like little short legs. After Yilei reclined, he noticed Hanwon still lying on the bed, engrossed in Douyin, and he felt a sense of helplessness. He summoned his spiritual energy. Hanwon, who was animatedly watching Douyin, continued to roll on the bed, but in the next instant, several strands of blue-silver grass ensnared her, securing her to the bed, while another tendril snatched the phone from her grasp. Hanwon reached out with her small hand, attempting to reclaim her device, but Yilei's voice resonated from beneath the bed. "It's late. Why aren't you sleeping? Your phone is confiscated, so hurry and sleep." Resigned, Hanwon ceased her struggles and reluctantly closed her eyes to sleep. However, unbeknownst to her, the restless Hanwon could not remain still, tossing and turning until she ultimately rolled off the bed and landed atop Yilei. In his slumber, Yilei let out a muffled grunt but remained asleep. As dawn broke, Yilei, suffering from the discomfort of sleeping on the floor, was the first to awaken, feeling a heaviness on his chest. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find a figure resting upon him, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was Hanwon. Yilei pondered, "Why is this little creature so restless even in slumber?" Yilei let out a helpless smile and slowly closed his eyes. How could he possibly wake the girl resting on him? After all, they were in his home, and moreover, she was his girlfriend. He simply couldn't find sleep. It was so vexing. "System, are you there?" Yilei, unable to slumber, resorted to conversing with the system. "I am here, host. I have always been present." The system replied. "Is the second task ready to be released?" Yilei inquired. "Ding. Task released. There are 2 malevolent soul beasts in the riverside forest, each over 10,000 years old, species unknown. Please explore at your discretion. The soul beasts can be detected by the detector. Rest assured," the system responded. Upon hearing this, Yilei sighed with relief. This made things easier. Once Hanwon woke up, they could go together. An hour passed, and Hanwon stirred awake, sensing something unusual beneath her. As she reached out to touch it, a voice echoed from below her. "Awake? What are you touching?" Upon hearing this, Hanwon's sleep vanished, and her eyes widened as she gazed at the boy before her. "What did you do to me while I was asleep?" she exclaimed at Yilei. "I did nothing. Perhaps you should reflect on what you have done to me," Yilei replied, exasperated. It was only then that Hanwon realized her position was quite inappropriate. She lifted her head to glance at the bed, and her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. As she attempted to flee, Yilei was quicker, executing a sudden wall slam, which only intensified Hanwon's shyness. Yilei gazed at her blushing face and chuckled softly, bending down to bring his head close to Hanwon's ear. He spoke slowly, "Your actions today will be repaid in due time. And tell me, Is it pleasant to touch your abs? After finishing his words, he playfully flicked Han Wan's nose before heading off to the bathroom to freshen up. Han Wan shook her head and followed him to the washroom, murmuring to herself, "He wants to touch my abs." 10 minutes later, Yilei shared his itinerary for the day with Han Wan, and as he had anticipated, she insisted on accompanying him, declaring her unwavering determination to stay by his side. Yilei smiled helplessly and gently patted Han Wan's little head. After all, it is his duty to indulge his girlfriend. System, ever since your awakening, I have never experienced hunger. Yilei, you are merely a system, devoid of the need for sustenance. System, you are indeed capable, yet so self-righteous. 10 minutes later, Yilei and Han Wan stepped outside. Chapter 14, The Face of the Demon Spider. The blazing sun shone brightly. In July, the sunlight was exceedingly intense. Yilei and Han Wan shared laughter and conversation along the way, with the sunlight casting a warm glow upon them, accentuating their striking compatibility. Curiously, Han Wan glanced at Yilei's left hand and couldn't help but inquire, "Yilei, what is that on your left hand? When did you acquire it?" Yilei, enchanted by Han Wan's sweet, innocent voice, gazed at her with adoration and said, "What you are referring to is the soul beast detector." As he spoke, he raised his left hand, adding, "Once we arrive at the riverside forest, you will truly appreciate its benefits." Yilei was utterly disarmed by Han Wan's sweet, youthful voice. Had he not just reached adulthood and merely held a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Han Wan, with neither of their parents having met yet, he would have surely indulged in a passionate kiss upon her tender red lips, which he was certain were exquisitely soft. Now, returning to the main topic, Yilei pondered for a moment before inquiring of the system. "Esteemed system, is the soul beast detector still available?" The system, which had been savoring fresh dog food, was momentarily taken aback by the question. After a brief pause, it responded to Yilei, "Host, the manufacturing cost of the soul beast detector is rather exorbitant." "How exorbitant?" Yilei pressed on. "It costs 1 million, the system replied. Upon hearing the figure of 1 million, Yilei nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. 1 million. How long would it take to save that amount? However, upon reflection, given his status, this 1 million seemed rather trivial. It was as if the system had sensed Yilei's inner thoughts and slowly remarked, "Host need not worry. With the merging of the two worlds, the RMB has become obsolete and is replaced by the Jin Hun coin, which has an exchange rate of 1,000,000 with the RMB, 1 to 1 million. Meaning 1 Jin Hun coin is equivalent to 1 million RMB. This meant he could easily achieve several minor goals. Wait, it seemed he wasn't particularly in need of those minor goals, was he? It appeared he could now indulge in a life of pleasure and leisure. Yilei shook his head, casting aside his thoughts. A bus came to a halt, and Yilei and Han Wan alighted from it. The reason for their disembarkation was the sweltering heat, which rendered walking unbearable. 10 minutes later, they stood before the riverside forest. Han Wan looked up at Yilei, signaling her reluctance to continue walking and requesting him to carry her. Yilei smiled helplessly and said, "Aren't you able to fly?" Yet, in the next moment, he activated his martial spirit directly. The ground behind Yilei split open, and the Flame Lord emerged, hovering ominously behind him. Han Wan gazed at the Flame Lord, now larger than it had been the previous day, and, astonished, inquired, "Yilei, what is happening? Why has it grown even larger than yesterday?" In the next moment, Yilei's actions provided her with the answer. As she observed the 2 black soul rings rising from his feet, Han Wan instantly comprehended. Absorbing 2 10,000-year soul rings would undoubtedly result in a significant transformation. Yilei leaped powerfully, directly landing atop the head of the Flame Lord. Subsequently, he took control of the Flame Lord and placed a hand upon the ground, gesturing with his eyes for Han Wan to ascend onto the Flame Lord's palm. Cautiously, Han Wan stood upon it, and thus, the two ventured into the riverside forest. Deep within the forest, a colossal spider wielded its forelegs to decapitate a soul beast. As the carcass fell, the ground became saturated with blood, while scattered remnants of soul beast limbs lay strewn about in the distance. After Yilei and Han Wan altered their mode of travel, their pace quickened considerably. It wasn't long before they delved deep into the forest. 10 minutes later, Yilei sensed something amiss. Numerous trees before him had been severed, and the floor at his feet appeared to be corroded by some unknown force, emanating a noxious blackish-purple smoke. Yilei propelled Han Wan into the air, creating a distance between them. In midair, Han Wan seemed to have made a discovery and, addressing Yilei, invoked her soul skill for the first time. The first soul skill, Ice Feather. With a swift motion, Han Nuan enveloped herself in her wings, spinning rapidly before coming to an abrupt halt. The feathers transformed into icy blades, scattering forward. At that moment, the detector on Yi Lei's left hand began to emit a frantic alarm. Raising his hand for a glance, he noted the display, "Target detected, target detected." Suddenly, the surrounding forest began to tremble, and 8 orbs of dim purple light materialized. Gradually, an enormous spider with a body diameter exceeding 2 meters emerged, its 8 legs resembling long spears, each extending over 3 meters. Its shell was entirely black, gleaming ominously, and the slender tips of its legs silently pierced the ground with each step, showcasing their sharpness. On its underbelly, intricate white patterns contrasted starkly with its dark form, forming the menacing visage of a human face. 8 small eyes, also glowing with a dim purple light, were affixed to its underbelly as it emerged from the thicket. Halting before Yi Lei, its gaze fixated upon him. Standing before Yi Lei was none other than the human-faced demon spider. Chapter 15, 80,000 Years. The human-faced spider king. Upon gazing at the human-faced demon spider, Yi Lei furrowed his brow incessantly, for he had never encountered such a colossal creature. A mere glance revealed its ancient lineage. Just then, the soul beast detector chimed. Scanning complete. Soul beast age, 80,000 years. 80,000 years. No wonder it is so massive. Indeed, it is the human-faced spider king. Allow me to engage you. First soul skill, Infernal Magma Surge. In the next moment, Yi Lei knelt on one knee and struck the ground with a fist, mimicking the action of the Flame Lord behind him. Magma surged forth from the ground in front of him, erupting directly beneath the human-faced Spider King. However, the formidable creature was not easily dispatched. It executed a swift roll, evading the attack. Yet, the power of a 40,000-year soul ring skill was formidable. Even though the human-faced Spider King managed to evade in time, several of its legs were scorched by the magma column, turning a charred black and emitting wisps of white smoke. The human-faced Spider King let out a pained roar and charged at Yi Lei, unleashing several violet light blades with its forelegs. Yi Lei, undaunted, clasped his hands at his chest and bellowed, second soul skill, Crimson Rock. In an instant, 4 stone walls rose from the ground, encircling Yi Lei to shield him from the violet blades of the Spider Monarch. The next moment, the Spider Monarch executed a swift teleportation above Yi Lei. Having discerned that there was no defense overhead, it then unleashed a barrage of dozens of luminous blades upon him. Yi Lei seemed to have anticipated the moment, abruptly rising and delivering a powerful punch as he calmly declared, "Experience this move." In an instant, a crimson beam of light surged forth towards the face Spider King. This strike was none other than Yi Lei's comprehension of the first soul skill, the mutated card, Hellfire Magma Break. At this juncture, the face Spider King, unable to evade in the sky, was left with no choice but to absorb Yi Lei's assault, raising its 8 long legs defensively. However, the face Spider King had underestimated the situation. Han Nuan, who had been searching for an opportunity in midair, swiftly unleashed her first soul skill, causing a flurry of ice blades to materialize in the air, all aimed at the face Spider King. With a series of piercing sounds, the ice blades struck the creature's back, leaving no trace whatsoever. Undeterred, Han Nuan pressed on, continuing to unleash her first soul skill, unleashing another wave of ice blades targeted at the back of the face Spider King. Yi Lei, unwilling to prolong the struggle, shouted fiercely at Han Nuan and unleashed a greater force, propelling the Spider Queen into the air. The Flame Lord vanished, and the blue-silver grass emerged. Yi Lei slowly uttered, "Sixth soul skill, blue-silver, binding heavenly rain." Instantly, blue-silver vines emerged from all directions, ensnaring the faceless Spider Emperor tightly. With a flick of his mental energy, Yi Lei commanded the blue-silver grass to pull the faceless spider down, simultaneously employing his 5th soul skill, the blue-silver Overlord Spear, which he hurled with precision towards the abdomen of the faceless Spider Emperor. Sensing imminent danger, the faceless Spider Emperor struggled to break free. However, Yi Lei's 6th soul skill was not so easily escaped. The Soul Ring, derived from the formidable 80,000-year-old Spiked Serpent King, had significantly augmented its power under Yi Lei's cultivation. With a piercing thrust, the blue-silver Overlord Spear penetrated the abdomen of the faceless Spider Emperor, causing purple blood to spray forth. Severely weakened, the faceless Spider Emperor redirected its focus upon Han Nuan, unleashing a torrent of purple webs towards her. A powerful strike born from the skills of an 80,000-year-old soul beast. Upon witnessing this, Yilei swiftly unleashed a strand of blue-silver grass, pulling Han Wan down with it. Simultaneously, he silently chanted, "Second soul skill, parasitism." Instantly, numerous blue-silver grasses materialized upon the body of the Spider King, binding it tightly. A thunderous roar echoed as the Spider King crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep pit in the earth. In an instant, Yilei transitioned his martial soul, unleashing a torrent of purgatorial magma that enveloped the face spider monarch. Once the soul skill concluded, Yilei soared into the sky, gathering energy. A colossal crimson beam, even more formidable than before, descended upon the face spider monarch. The barrage continued for a full minute before Yilei ceased his assault, gently descending to the ground. Approaching the crater, he discovered the face spider monarch charred black, its 8 elongated legs shattered and strewn about, devoid of any life force. The ancient face spider monarch, aged 80,000 years, had met its demise. Chapter 16. Soul Bones. At that moment, Han Wan, who had previously been cast aside by Yilei, soared over. Upon landing, she approached Yilei and, gazing at the astonishing scene before her, incredulously inquired, "Yilei, is your power not extraordinarily monstrous?" Yilei chuckled softly, which served as his response. At that moment, the body of the spider monarch emitted black particles that coalesced in the air, transforming into a dark soul ring that hovered gracefully above. Upon witnessing this, Yilei retrieved the soul ring collector from the system space and stowed it away. Just as Yilei and Han Wan were preparing to depart, the one-stem corpse of the faceless spider emperor began to glow anew. A peculiar, purplish-black bone detached itself from the corpse, slowly rising and hovering in midair, emanating a radiant purple light. The bone was approximately the length of a human calf, yet its form resembled the elongated legs of the faceless spider emperor, with a stream of violet liquid coursing through it. Yilei could no longer contain his excitement, for he had come into possession of a soul bone, specifically, the left leg bone of the 80,000-year-old human-faced spider emperor. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired a soul bone. Aged 80,000 years, the left leg bone of the human-faced spider emperor. The soul bone skill is the spider emperor's purple radiant slash, and it is accompanied by a domain skill, the mental hunting ground. This ability allows you to center yourself and lock onto all enemies within an 800-meter radius, including spirit beasts." Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yilei nearly leaped 3 feet into the air, his joy stemming not merely from the soul bone skill, but rather from the domain ability. He was certain that upon absorbing it, his strength would ascend to a new pinnacle. In the next moment, Yilei swiftly summoned his blue-silver grass to retrieve the soul bone. As he held it in his hand, he could feel an overwhelming surge of power emanating from it. Beside him, Han Wan glanced curiously at Yilei, whose eyes sparkled with delight as he clutched the oddly shaped, purplish-black bone. She tilted her head in confusion, unable to comprehend why he was so exhilarated by a mere bone, and gently shook him, inquiring, "Yilei, what is that bone you are holding?" Yilei turned to look at the inquisitive Han Wan, affectionately patting her head. He said, "This is a soul bone, produced by high-aged soul beasts. Naturally, even 1,000-year-old soul beasts may yield them. Each soul bone possesses unique abilities, some more potent than others." "What skill does this soul bone possess?" Han Wan inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at Yilei. Yilei found his heart enchanted by her gaze, and he instantaneously replied, "Well, I'm not entirely sure either. I will inform you after I absorb it." Then please assist me with protection." With that, Yilei seated himself upon the ground, pressing the soul bone firmly against his left leg. A purplish-black radiance surged ceaselessly through his body, causing a slight sheen of perspiration to form on his forehead. Half an hour later, Yilei opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and moved his left leg, sensing an unprecedented strength surging through it. Instinctively, he activated his soul bone domain, and in an instant, an invisible web extended from him in all directions. Before long, every living being within an 800-meter radius materialized in Yilei's mind. At that moment, Han Wan approached, noticing Yilei's favorable condition, and inquired, "How are you, Yilei?" Yilei smiled and remarked, "It's quite good. The soul bone skill, Spider Emperor's purple radiant slash, is accompanied by the domain skill, Spirit Hunting Ground. In a moment, you shall witness its effects." Having said this, Yilei summoned the Flame Lord and continued his journey alongside Han Wan. As they traveled, Yilei maintained the activation of his soul bone domain, diligently surveying everything in their surroundings. Yilei toyed with the beast's soul he had just excavated from the mind of the human-faced spider emperor. This beast's soul was larger than any he had previously collected, brimming with immense energy. Yilei resolved to absorb it into the third spirit ring of his blue-silver grass, certain it would enhance the spirit ring, as they belonged to the same lineage. Just then, a sense of unease permeated his spirit bone domain, as a colossal soul beast materialized in the recesses of Yilei's mind. Yilei furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he quickened his pace. 5 minutes later, a sudden cacophony erupted from the soul beast detector in his hand. Upon raising it, he observed 4 glowing characters flashing incessantly. Target acquired. Chapter 17, Mutation. As the soul beast detector blared, Yilei glanced at Han Wan, who nodded in affirmation and swiftly manifested her martial spirit, soaring into the air. Noting her departure from his side, he confirmed the target's location ahead through the mental hunting grounds and instantly sprang into action. Faced with the adversary, he unleashed the skill of the Spider Monarch's leg bone, Spider Monarch's purple slash. Yilei lifted his left leg, and a 2-meter-long purple slash surged forward, severing all the trees in its path. Yet, Yilei did not pause. He continued to unleash strikes, cleaving through vast expanses of timber. It was only at this moment that the full form of their target emerged before them. A soul beast, approximately 3 meters in length, was covered in a layer of dark golden exoskeleton, possessing 6 stout and powerful legs. Above its head were 6 eyes emanating an eerie green glow. This soul beast was none other than the 1,000-weighted ant. At that instant, the soul beast detector completed its scan. 1,000-weighted ant king, 85,000 years. It was astonishingly more powerful than the face Spider King, indicating that another arduous battle awaited them. Yilei chuckled softly. Why does this wretched system always assign me soul beasts of such high cultivation? If you weren't merely a virtual entity, I would have vented my frustrations upon you long ago. System, NMD, I am merely assisting you in completing your tasks, and yet you wish to strike me? There's no love left, no love left. I'm leaving. Yilei and the 1,000-uniform Ant Emperor exchanged glances, and in an instant, Han Wan understood Yilei's intentions while suspended in midair. She employed her first soul skill against the ground surrounding the 1,000-uniform Ant Emperor. With a series of sharp sounds, a multitude of icy blades struck around the Emperor, a number of them even grazing its back, yet they failed to inflict any harm. Enraged, the 1,000-uniform Ant Emperor raised its gaze, its 6 powerful eyes glowing with a ghostly green light, fixated on Han Wan above. In the next moment, its 6 robust legs propelled it upwards towards Han Wan, but Yilei was determined not to allow it to succeed. With his first soul skill, he invoked the binding powers of blue-silver grass, which erupted from the ground, ensnaring the 1,000-uniform Ant Emperor and anchoring it firmly to the earth. Subsequently, he switched his martial spirit to the Flame Lord, unleashing both his first and second soul skills upon the Emperor. The second skill enveloped it, sealing its crown, and in the following second, a torrent of magma surged forth, subjecting the Emperor to a baptism of molten fury. Yilei understood that the Emperor was protected by a layer of dark golden carapace, exceedingly resilient. Without shattering its armor, any offensive would be futile. 5 seconds later, Yilei leaped high into the air, and with a mere thought, he retracted the rocky barrier above the Emperor, launching a devastating infernal magma strike directly at it. However, just as the attack made contact, the 1,000-uniform Ant Emperor broke free from its restraints, unleashing a fierce wave of searing heat that sent both Yilei and Han Wan tumbling through the sky, showcasing its immense power. Upon their descent, Yilei furrowed his brows, sensing that the searing current of air was not a mere consequence of his previous assault, but rather bore an unsettling trace of malevolence. As the haze dissipated, the form of the 1,000-weighted Ant Emperor gradually came into view. Yilei's eyes widened in an instant, for the body of the 1,000-June Ant Emperor had transformed. Once entirely cloaked in darkness, it now bore vibrant crimson patterns and emanated waves of intense heat. Its enormous foreclaws were adorned with markings reminiscent of molten lava. The 1,000-June Ant Emperor gazed at the human before it, its once eerie green eyes flickering with a hint of red, and it opened its mouth to unleash several fireballs towards Yilei. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Yilei clasped his hands over his chest and shouted, "Second soul skill, Crimson Rock." Instantly, for stone walls rose, enveloping both Yilei and Han Wan within. Several fireballs struck the stone barriers, causing them to fracture ominously. This is impossible. How could his strength have surged so dramatically? Wait, could it be that my attacks have triggered a mutation? Chapter 18. Bitter struggle gazing at the mutated Emperor Ant before him. Yi Lei wore an expression of exasperation. How infuriating. It has actually mutated. This complicates matters significantly. As he pondered this dilemma, a sudden realization struck him. There was another person behind him. At that moment, Han Wan poked Yi Lei's shoulder and inquired, "What do we do now, Yi Lei?" Yi Lei adjusted his breath and turned to Han Wan, saying, "In a moment, I will buy some time. You must seize the opportunity to escape, running as far as you can. The extent of this battle is vast, and you cannot bear the consequences." "But There is no room for hesitation," he interrupted. "Get ready. When I count to 1, you must immediately run in the opposite direction without looking back." Han Wan gazed at Yi Lei's serious expression, understanding that this was not the time for further discussion. She gently patted his head and nodded in response. Yi Lei continued to harness his soul power to sustain his second soul skill. 30 seconds later, Yi Lei swiftly withdrew his second soul skill and charged towards the Thousand June Ant Emperor, simultaneously shouting, "Han Wan, run." Upon hearing this, Han Wan spread her phoenix wings and took flight in the opposite direction, frequently glancing back at Yi Lei. Yi Lei gazed ahead at the mutated thousand-unit Ant Emperor, his eyes glinting with ferocity. The leg bone of the man-faced Spider Emperor materialized upon his left leg. With a decisive utterance, he unleashed the skill, Spider Emperor's Purple Radiance Slash. As soon as the words left his lips, he swiftly propelled his left leg, sending forth 2 immense violet slashes towards the thousand-unit Ant Emperor. The creature merely raised its colossal pincers, effortlessly deflecting Yi Lei's onslaught. In retaliation, it expelled several fireballs towards him. Upon witnessing this, Yi Lei swiftly evaded. He switched his martial soul and fervently controlled the Thousand June Ant Emperor with his blue-silver grass. At that moment, the soul beast detector on his left hand emitted an inappropriate sound. Scanning complete, the Thousand June Ant Emperor has mutated, possessing the fire of the earth, with enhanced defense and offensive abilities manifested as the Thousand June Breaking Flame, while its defensive skill is the Armor of Flame. If that is the case, then you shall become the third soul ring of the Flame Lord. Yi Lei pondered that his Flame Lord martial soul possessed dual attributes of fire and earth, while the mutated Qianjun Ant Emperor, devoid of any attributes, was undoubtedly a powerhouse spirit beast. Slaying it would likely yield primarily defensive soul skills. However, with the Qianjun Ant Emperor's mutation, it now boasted a fire attribute enhancement. Its soul ring could not only amplify his martial soul but also bestow an offensive fire attribute soul skill. The Qianjun Ant Emperor relentlessly launched its attacks against Yi Lei, who, in contrast, refrained from immediate retaliation and focused instead on evasion. Yi Lei discerned the fleeting opportunity in the thousand-arm Ant Emperor's assault. He promptly ensnared it to the ground with his blue-silver grass and soared into the air, gathering power. Fifth spirit skill, Blue-Silver Overlord Spear. Behold. Yi Lei's hand shimmered with a frenzied blue light as a long spear of azure silver materialized within his grasp. With his right hand firmly clutching it, he executed a graceful rotation in midair, leveraging the momentum to hurl it toward the thousand-arm Ant Emperor. Without pausing, he tightened his left hand and bellowed, fourth spirit skill, Blue-Silver Piercing Formation. Instantly, a multitude of blue-silver grass spikes erupted from the ground surrounding the thousand-arm Ant Emperor, all aimed menacingly at it. In response, the Emperor let out a thunderous roar, and gradually, crimson plates of armor began to materialize upon its body, forming a protective shell. Yi Lei instantly comprehended the defensive skill of the Thousand June Ant Emperor mentioned in the Soul Beast Detector, the fiery armor. Earlier, the blue-silver tyrant spear he had thrown was still spinning rapidly against the fiery armor of the Thousand June Ant Emperor, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Meanwhile, the blue-silver grass spikes shattered upon contact with the fiery armor, clearly demonstrating the formidable strength of its defense. This would undoubtedly be a grueling battle. Chapter 19. Elimination. As Yi Lei descended, he beheld the crimson-hued Emperor Ant, its presence exuding an aura of frost. The armor of flame nearly encased the Emperor Ant completely, revealing only its 6 eyes and the mouth from which it unleashed fireballs. At that very moment, the temperature of the armor of flame began to rise steadily, causing the once sturdy blue-silver grass binding it to emit wisps of white smoke, accompanied by a hissing sound. Witnessing this scene, Yi Lei's brow furrowed. The resilient blue-silver grass was scorched by the intense heat, cracking and losing its firmness. Yi Lei could only continue to manipulate the blue-silver grass to exert control over the Thousand June Ant Emperor. However, all his efforts proved futile, as the Thousand June Ant Emperor swiftly broke free from Yi Lei's grasp. Once liberated from the blue-silver grass, It let out a thunderous roar before charging at Yilei, unleashing its fiery breath, the Thousand June breaking flame. Yilei had no choice but to evade frantically. After all, the Thousand June Ant Emperor was still enveloped in the armor of flame, rendering Yilei's every attack ineffective. The mutated Thousand June Ant Emperor, originally measuring 3 meters in length, had now grown to an impressive 5 meters, yet it remained remarkably agile. Continuing in this manner was not a viable strategy. He needed to find a breakthrough. Yilei pondered. At that moment, the voice of the system gradually echoed in Yilei's mind, due to the negligence of this system. The host has found himself in a predicament. Henceforth, a strategy will be provided for the host. You are aware of your oversight. Yet I am at a loss as to how to deal with this formidable Ant Emperor. A poor evaluation is warranted. It must be a poor evaluation. At this moment, the pent-up anger within Yilei found its release as he vented his frustrations towards the system. Initially, the system had paid little heed to Yilei. But upon hearing the term negative review, it promptly responded, No, 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 let's not dwell on that. Host. The Achilles heel of the thousand-fold Ant Emperor lies in its lower abdomen, where its defenses are most vulnerable. Yilei, it seems you are quite perceptive. So I will refrain from leaving a negative review for now. System, as long as you do not leave a negative review, my performance evaluation is secure. Returning to reality. Yilei gazed at the towering Ant Emperor before him, the brilliance in his eyes gradually fading into a cold, distant glimmer. Yilei gradually raised his right hand, articulating slowly, third soul skill, web binding. As his words fell, the blue-silver grass swiftly transformed in midair into an enormous spider's web, descending upon the Thousand June Ant King. Observing this, the Thousand June Ant King hastily attempted to evade, but was continually thwarted by Yilei's blue-silver grass. Left with no choice, the Thousand June Ant King resorted to using its massive pincers to burrow into the ground, seeking refuge. Little did it know, it had unwittingly leapt into Yilei's trap. Yilei slowly uttered, Even if you burrow underground, I shall still find you. With the skill of the face spider emperor's left leg bone, I invoke the spirit hunting grounds. Yilei closed his eyes and gently moved his left foot, causing the positions of all life within a radius of 400 meters to surge into his mind. Moments later, in an instant, the Thousand June Ant Emperor emerged from behind him, leaping into the air, its formidable pincers slicing towards Yilei. At that moment, a barely perceptible smile graced Yilei's lips. Found you, prepare to meet your demise. The Spider Monarch unleashed its left leg bone skill, the Spider Monarch's purple radiance slash. As the words fell, Yilei pivoted swiftly, unleashing 2 beams of purple light with his left foot, while the blue light flickered in his right hand. The Thousand June Ant Emperor, unfazed, blocked the attack with its massive pincers. However, its abdomen was left exposed. I have been waiting for this moment. 5th soul skill, blue-silver overlord spear. Yilei swung his right hand, and a flash of blue light surged forth, striking directly at the abdomen of the Ant Emperor Qianchun. Yilei's concentrated strike shattered the impenetrable defense of the Thousand June Ant King. The blue-silver overlord spear pierced through the abdomen of the Ant King with unwavering force. In an instant, the brilliance in the eyes of the Thousand June Ant King dimmed. Yilei leaped with great effort, seamlessly transitioning his martial soul in midair and unleashing a devastating infernal lava strike, which ultimately claimed the life of the formidable Ant Emperor. After Yilei landed, his legs buckled beneath him, and he sank directly to the ground, gasping for breath. After resting for a moment, Yilei summoned the Flame Lord and commenced the absorption of the Soul Ring. Half an hour swiftly elapsed. It was Yilei's inaugural experience with the 85,000-year Soul Ring, hence the duration consumed was longer than in his previous 2 attempts. Yilei slowly opened his eyes. A surge of tremendous energy instantaneously flooded his entire being, engulfing him in a wave of heat. Chapter 20, The Second Method. Just after absorbing the Spirit Ring, Yilei suddenly felt his legs weaken, causing him to kneel on the ground. Yilei, perplexed, could only inquire of the system, Esteemed system, what is the situation I find myself in? The system remained silent. After a brief pause, it gradually responded, Host, your current predicament is rather intricate. The Thousand June Ant Emperor you vanquished bore immense resentment and was unwilling to yield. Simultaneously, your excessive consumption of soul power in the battle has rendered your body quite fragile, allowing it to exploit your vulnerabilities. It will soon pass. A sense of relief washed over Yilei as the weight on his heart was lifted. After adjusting his posture, he closed his eyes once more. gradually assimilating the restless soul power of the Thousand June Ant Emperor within him. Meanwhile, Han Wan, having flown for an unknown duration, halted at a certain point and glanced back towards Yi Lei's direction. In the next moment, she beheld a startling sight, a crimson beam of light emanating from where Yi Lei stood. Alarmed, Han Wan instinctively summoned her martial spirit and dashed towards his location. With swift flight, Han Wan quickly returned to the place where she had parted ways with Yi Lei. In the vast clearing, two figures stood, one large and one small. One of them had already lost all signs of life, while the other was Yi Lei. Upon landing, Han Wan hurried to Yi Lei's side. He sat upon the ground, his bangs slightly damp, his back soaked with sweat, and his chiseled face marked with beads of perspiration. Though Han Wan was unaware of the events that had transpired, the sight of the corpse of the Thousand June and Emperor beside him made everything clear. Yet, Yi Lei remained unconscious. So Han Wan gently wiped the sweat from his brow before seating herself in front of him. Gazing at the young man, she found herself smitten. Although she had seen his face countless times, it still captivated her. Shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, she approached the body of the Thousand June Ant Emperor. Recalling how Yi Lei would typically extract a palm-sized orb from the heads of the soul beast he defeated, something referred to as a soul core. Observing the head of the Thousand June Ant Emperor, she noted the absence of any signs of excavation. Determined to assist Yi Lei, Han Wan pondered for a moment but was unsure how to proceed. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she stepped back a few paces, unfurling a pair of ice blue wings from her back. Slowly, she declared, "First soul skill, Ice Feather." With a flap of her wings, a flurry of ice blue feathers shot forth, aimed directly at the head of the Thousand June Ant Emperor. For 2 minutes, she continued this assault, yet the head of the Thousand June Ant Emperor remained utterly unresponsive. Confounded, Han Wan felt the chilling breeze from her wings send shivers through those who stood behind her. In the midst of his meditation, Yi Lei sensed a chilling breeze brush past him, evoking the sensation of plummeting into an ancient, frozen cavern. As he gradually opened his eyes, he beheld a figure standing before him, a pair of ice blue wings gently unfurling behind. Yi Lei rose and walked over. At this moment, Han Wan remained oblivious to the commotion behind her, as she employed her first soul skill against the head of the Thousand June Ant Emperor. However, before the icy feathers could make contact, a searing current of energy erupted from the center of the Thousand June Ant Emperor, radiating outward. Caught off guard, Han Wan stumbled, her footing lost, and she fell backward, instinctively shielding her head, only to land in a warm embrace. When she looked up, her gaze met Yi Lei's profound eyes, prompting her to ask instinctively, "Yi Lei, when did you awaken?" "Just now," came his steady reply. Subsequently, both of them simultaneously lifted their heads to regard the source of the turbulent energy. On the back of the Thousand June Ant Emperor, a crimson light glowed, intensifying in brilliance. A possibility flashed through Yi Lei's mind. Could it be that? Yi Lei gently set Han Wan down and swiftly approached the Thousand June Ant Emperor. The back of the Emperor began to fracture, as a dark, predominantly black, with hints of red, bone emerged from within, floating in the air. This soul bone, shrouded in a deep ebony hue, bore a resemblance to the Thousand June Ant Emperor itself. A pair of colossal pincers branched out from the shoulder region, while the remaining 3 pairs of legs resembled rib bones. At the center of the soul bone, 6 crimson dots glimmered, reminiscent of the Emperor's 6 eyes, adorned with patterns akin to flowing magma. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a soul bone. This soul bone is known as the Thousand June Ant Emperor's torso bone, aged 85,000 years, with the skill of Thousand June Meteor Flame Break." Yi Lei, filled with joy, retrieved the soul bone. Just as he was about to absorb it, a thought crossed his mind. If he absorbed this soul bone now, he would diminish the number of available locations on his body for future soul bones. After all, he was destined to slay soul beasts that were over 100,000 years old, and the soul bones from such formidable creatures would be plentiful. What would he do then? Yi Lei could only call upon the system in his mind. "Dear system, is there a solution to this dilemma?" The system replied, "Host, there are 2 methods to address this issue. The first, as you are aware, involves direct absorption, which results in the loss of one soul bone position." "And what is the second method?" Yi Lei asked eagerly. "The second method entails allowing your second martial soul, the Flame Lord, to absorb this soul bone. However, should you not utilize the Flame Lord martial soul afterward, the skills associated with the soul bone will remain inaccessible to you," the system explained. Yi Lei suddenly realized So that was it. Immediately, he resolved to adopt the second approach. Chapter 21. Essence of the Blue-Silver Bloodline. Upon making his decision, Yilei promptly summoned the Flame Lord. 3 black soul rings materialized beneath his feet, and the surrounding temperature surged instantaneously, causing the Flame Lord's form to swell even larger. Yilei turned to face the Flame Lord, taking a seat. The body of the thousand-scale Ant Emperor floated before the Flame Lord's chest, gradually merging into it under Yilei's careful guidance. Moments later, the previously absorbed body of the thousand-scale Ant Emperor slowly reappeared upon Yilei's own chest, leaving Hanwhan beside him in a state of astonishment. This, wasn't it absorbed by the Flame Lord? How has it reemerged on Yilei's chest? What is happening? Time trickled by as the body of the thousand-scale and Emperor fully adhered to Yilei's chest, akin to armor. Subsequently, Yilei slowly opened his eyes, and the system's voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed the thousand-scale Ant Emperor's body, elevating your soul power level to 63. You are now granted a second task reward, the essence of the Blue-Silver Bloodline, the utility of which you are already aware. Due to an oversight by the system, which led to your predicament, an additional reward of a 50,000, your mimetic soul ring has been bestowed upon you. Upon hearing the system's words, Yilei nearly leaped with joy, not solely for the 50,000 year mimetic soul ring, but primarily for the essence of the Blue-Silver Bloodline. Once ingested, his martial soul would transcend from Blue-Silver Grass to Blue-Silver Emperor. The Blue-Silver Emperor is the sovereign among plant-type martial souls, capable of suppressing all others within the same category, and all of his soul skills would experience enhancement. Yilei refrained from disclosing the essence of the Blue-Silver Bloodline bestowed upon him by the system to Hanwhan. Instead, he presented her with the 50,000, your mimicry spirit ring. Hanwhan gazed at the black circular ring in Yilei's hand and inquired, Yilei, what is this? This is a 50,000 year mimicry spirit ring, intended for your advancement to the 3rd or 4th ring. Isn't this a bit too precious? Perhaps you should keep it for yourself. Before Hanwhan could finish her sentence, she witnessed Yilei swiftly transition his martial spirit, and the subsequent illumination of 9 black spirit rings rendered her words unspoken. The system observed quietly as Yilei displayed his affection. System, splendid. This dog food is truly delightful. It seems I can forego dinner again today. Yilei, I am here, quietly observing your performance. Upon witnessing Hanwhan stow away her mimetic soul ring, Yilei inquired, Nwaner, what is your current soul power level? Well, I am at level 22 now, which is quite comparable to my parents, she replied. Very well, the day after tomorrow. I shall take you both to hunt for the second soul ring. Hanwhan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yilei approached the beast spirit of the thousand-gene Ant Emperor, only to encounter a significant dilemma. No matter how he adjusted the angle of his dagger, he could not penetrate the brain of the thousand-gene Ant Emperor. Yilei and Hanwhan exchanged glances, utterly astonished that the body of the thousand-weight Ant Emperor remained so remarkably rigid even after its demise. Thousand-weight Ant Emperor, no matter how resilient my form may be, I was still vanquished by you. With a sense of resignation, Yilei could only summon the Blue-Silver Grass. The 5th soul ring illuminated, and the Blue-Silver Emperor spear materialized in his right hand. Poof! Yilei thrust his spear downward with great force, directly lifting the cranium of the Ant Emperor, exposing a crimson and obsidian beast soul. After toying with it for a moment, Yilei carefully stowed it away in the system's space. After Yilei and Hanwhan departed, a group of individuals clad in black approached the lifeless body of the Ant Emperor. The leader retrieved a satellite phone from his waist and dialed a number. 5 seconds later, the call connected. Elder, the individual you instructed us to monitor has slain 2 soul beasts in the Riverside Forest. He is now left with his young girlfriend. How should we dispose of these bodies? Understood. Bring the corpses back promptly. We must act swiftly. Keep a close watch on that individual and await my command. Yes, Elder. Chapter 22. You are one of the 6 elders. Yilei held Hanwhan's hand as they emerged from the depths of Riverside Forest. Suddenly, Yilei came to a halt and turned to Hanwhan, inquiring, Nwaner, will you be coming to my home tonight, or returning to your own? Hanwhan was momentarily taken aback, having completely forgotten about this matter. She then took out her phone and said to Yilei, let me check with my parents first. Please hold on. Yilei nodded, gazing at Hanwhan's profile, his eyes filled with profound infatuation. In the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically, sharp and alert. He abandoned Han Yuan and swiftly maneuvered into the woods behind him. Once amidst the trees, Yilei scanned his surroundings, finding nothing amiss. He slightly shifted his left leg and then closed his eyes. Above, a shadow, having confirmed that Yilei was oblivious to his presence, drew a dagger from behind and leapt down. Just as the dagger was about to make contact with Yilei's neck, he deftly sidestepped, evading the strike, and swiftly seized the assailant by the throat. Yilei slowly raised his head, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he regarded the individual before him. He spoke with measured intensity. "Speak. Who sent you?" Noticing the person had no intention of responding, Yilei exerted his strength with one hand, effortlessly lifting the individual off the ground. At that moment, he discerned the attire of the person in front of him. On the left side of their chest was an emblem, bearing the character for Hall accompanied by a diminutive number 6. Yilei furrowed his brows slightly and spoke. "Are you an envoy of the Sixth Elder?" The individual remained silent, yet his eyes betrayed him. "Speak. What is your intention?" Observing this, Xiaohe felt compelled to interject. "Indeed, it is true that the Sixth Elder sent me to gauge your strength and, if the opportunity arises, to eliminate you." Yilei furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze growing even more indifferent. Observing this, Xiaohe swiftly raised his hands in defense and quickly extricated himself from Yilei's grasp. Once liberated, 2 soul rings ignited beneath Xiaohe's feet, 2 yellow rings hovering at his waist. Upon witnessing this, Yilei contemplated. This Elder Hall possesses considerable merit. Merely a few days have passed, yet a Grand Soul Master has already emerged. The resources indeed are abundant. Behind Xiaohe, a large bird of a dark crimson hue materialized as Xiaohe gradually ascended into the air. His fingernails elongated at a visibly rapid pace, and 2 pairs of dark red wings sprouted from his back. Yilei's soul beast detector in his left hand began to emit a sound. Soul power level 25. Martial soul, blood phantom falcon. Xiaohe's eyes widened in astonishment. He was able to discern his own martial soul and its level. The instrument in his possession possessed remarkable capabilities, and he must devise a way to return and report this to Elder Lu. The first soul skill, Bloodstorm. Xiaohe flapped the wings on his back, unleashing a crimson wind intermingled with blood-red feathers, hurtling towards Yilei. Upon witnessing this, Yilei swiftly executed a series of kicks with his left leg, unleashing a barrage of violet blades aimed at the assault from Little Black. The sound of piercing echoed as Little Black's attack was effortlessly neutralized. Perceiving this, Little Black promptly descended to the ground, placing both hands upon it, and once again bellowed. First soul skill, Bloody Tempest. This time, the scope of the soul skill was even more expansive than before, as a crimson gale swiftly enveloped Yilei. At the corner of Yilei's mouth, he gently stamped his right foot, causing the ground behind him to crack open swiftly. The Flame Lord emerged, and a wave of intense heat rapidly spread, instantly dissipating Xiaohe's soul technique. Xiaohe watched in disbelief as his soul skill disintegrated. While Yilei stood before him unscathed, the 3 soul rings at his waist gleaming brilliantly. Realizing the dire situation, Xiaohe turned and soared into the sky to flee. Yilei slowly spoke. "Since you have arrived, you shall not depart." With that, he unleashed his first soul skill, Infernal Magma Eruption. A colossal column of magma surged forth from Yilei's hand, hurtling towards the dark figure above. Caught off guard, the dark figure swiftly turned and executed its second soul skill, Spectral Spikes. With a powerful flap of its wings, an array of feathers transformed into blackened spikes, hurtling towards Yilei. Unfortunately, the second soul skill of the dark figure could not penetrate the infernal magma eruption. Soon, the dark figure found itself engulfed by Yilei's assault. Soaring away, its form charred and blackened. Yilei gazed contemplatively in that direction. Chapter 23. The Blue-Silver Emperor and the Anomaly of the Soul Ring. After Han Yuan hung up the phone, her father did not bring up the matter again. Turning back to find Yilei, she realized he had vanished without a trace. Just as she was about to call out, she spotted Yilei leisurely emerging from the nearby woods. Upon seeing this, Han Yuan quickly approached, seizing Yilei by the ear and inquiring loudly, "Where have you been? What were you doing in the woods?" Yilei grimaced in pain and quickly spoke, No Anyuan, could you please release me? First, tell me what you were doing in the woods, and then I shall let you go." Upon hearing this, Yilei could only recount the sequence of events to Han Yuan. When she learned that Yilei had discovered a soul beast nearby, fearing for their safety, Han Yuan promptly released her grip and gently rubbed Yilei's ear, gazing at him with an expression of sincere apology. Yilei noticed Han Yuan gazing at him with a face full of regret, her eyes brimming with affection. He reached out to gently stroke her head and said, "All right, let's go. It's not safe to linger here for too long." With that, he took her hand and departed. Meanwhile, the little black creature, referred to by Yilei as a soul beast, lay smoking in a corner, its gaze vacant. A team executing the task of the seventh elder happened to pass by, and the leader paused upon seeing the body in the center of the intersection. He raised his left hand, prompting the team members behind him to understand his intent and hasten to the side of the corpse. Upon closer inspection, one of the team members took a startled step back, his eyes wide with shock. The leader, perplexed, shouted, "What is going on? What is this madness?" The team member regained his composure and turned to the leader, saying, "Captain, this is one of the sixth elder's people. What did you say?" Half an hour later, Yilei swiftly led Han Wan out of the riverside forest. Upon arriving at Han Wan's home, he shared his plans with her parents and personally assessed their cultivation conditions, with Han Wan being no exception. Back at his own residence, Yilei retrieved the soul crystals of the Faceless Spider King and the Thousand June Ant King from his system space. Observing the soul crystals in his hands, which were roughly the size of solid spheres, he resolved to fully absorb these two soul crystals before consuming the blue-silver bloodline essence provided by the system to evolve the blue-silver grass into the blue-silver emperor. Clearing a space in the living room, he sat down on the floor, summoning the blue-silver grass, which manifested alongside 6 pitch-black soul rings. Yilei grasped the beast soul belonging to the face spider emperor. With a mere thought, the third soul ring illuminated, gradually ascending into the air. As Yilei closed his eyes, the purple beast soul began to transform into a translucent form, and the violet soul energy slowly surged into the third soul ring, with a considerable portion also flowing into Yilei's left leg. Moments later, Yilei gradually opened his eyes, feeling the enhancement of his blue-silver grass's third soul skill. The range of the soul skill expanded, the resilience of the blue-silver grass was fortified, and the toxicity within it further intensified. At that moment, Yilei discovered an additional offensive capability in his left leg bone of the Face Spider Emperor, the ability to manifest the leg of the Face Spider Emperor, augmenting his close combat prowess. Yilei remarked, "Does this mean I could emulate the rider kick of Kamen Rider? Just imagining it feels incredibly cool." Kamen Rider responded, "Please don't come any closer. Let's return to reality." Yilei switched his martial soul, and the Flame Lord materialized behind him. 3 soul rings emerged in succession, causing the previously cool room to suddenly become sweltering. Yilei grasped the beast soul of the formidable Ant Emperor, and at that moment, a thought crossed his mind. He had yet to absorb the beast souls of the Armored Beetle King and the Crimson Scorpion King he had previously vanquished. Consequently, Yilei retrieved those 2 beast souls from the system space. The 3 beast souls now hovered quietly around him. With his eyes closed, he commenced the absorption of their soul power. Thus, half an hour elapsed. Yilei slowly opened his eyes. After taking a moment to gather his senses, he rose to quench his thirst with a sip of water. It had been nearly 2 hours since he absorbed the energies of 4 beast souls. After a brief respite, Yilei returned to his original position and seated himself on the ground once more. Yilei extracted the essence of the blue-silver bloodline from the system space, a test tube containing approximately 100 milliliters of a resplendent blue-golden liquid. Yilei directly removed the stopper from the test tube and opened his mouth to ingest the essence of the blue-silver bloodline. Instantly, a powerful energy surged within him, radiating throughout his being. The blue-silver grass began to wildly proliferate within the room, and Yilei's body was enveloped in a dazzling blue-golden light, so radiant that his residence became conspicuous among all the floors in the neighborhood. Below, the residents murmured amongst themselves, "What is happening in that household? I have no idea. Could they be experimenting with something dangerous? It's possible. I don't care. I've already called the police." Upon saying this, the concerned resident raised his phone to signal those around him. Not far away, a woman glanced at her husband and remarked, "Dear, that looks like our home." The man followed the direction of his wife's finger, and in the next moment, he exclaimed in disbelief, "What the hell? It really is our house. That brat Yilei is up to no good again." With that, he hurriedly grabbed his luggage and, along with his wife, made his way toward the apartment building. In Yilei's abode, his martial soul has evolved into the blue-silver emperor. At this moment, his appearance has undergone a remarkable transformation. His once jet-black hair has turned into a delicate shade of azure, and one of his pupils has also shifted to a pale blue, only to revert to its original state in the next instant. 6 soul rings materialized beneath Yi Lei's feet. To his astonishment, he discovered that the 5th soul ring was marred by numerous fissures, emanating a flickering crimson glow. This was a mutation of the soul ring. Chapter 24. Yi Father, Yi Mother. As time ticked away, the cracks on Yi Lei's millennia-old 5th ring multiplied, and the exterior of the black soul ring began to flake away in large patches, revealing the vibrant red beneath. As Yi Lei's mind whirled, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Tang San's 5th spirit ability, awakened with the Blue-Silver Emperor, was akin to the divine bestowed spirit rings, determined by the maximum age of the spirit rings that a spirit master could endure. His Blue-Silver Emperor had already reached the 6th realm prior to awakening, and his own limit for spirit ring age was approaching the standard of 100,000 years. Thus, upon the awakening of his Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline, his 5th ring, akin to Tang San's later stages, would elevate to the realm of 100,000 years. Just as Yi Lei was deep in contemplation, a sound at the doorway captured his attention. Crack! Yi Lei cast a vigilant glance towards the door, adopting a stance of readiness. As the door swung open, 2 figures, a man and a woman, entered. Upon recognizing the newcomers, his tension dissipated. The arrivals were none other than his father, Yi Junqing, and his mother, Tang Yunqing. You mischievous boy, we were only away on a brief trip, and what on earth have you been up to at home? What was that blue and golden radiance we just saw? As Yi Lei was about to call out for his parents, he was startled back by his father's thunderous roar. What are you shouting for at this late hour? Do you wish to kneel on a washboard? Before Yi Lei could utter a word of explanation, his mother had already raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap on his father's head. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the room. My dear, I was wrong. The washboard was one thing, but it is this wretched boy's fault. I thought he was up to some mischief late at night. Yi Lei, why am I being brought into this again? It's merely a second awakening of my martial soul. Yi Lei, truly speechless. System, front row, enjoying the spectacle. Yi Lei, go away. System, all right. Reality, speak up, you little rascal. What mischief are you up to at this late hour? Dad, Mom, it's like this. The world is undergoing a transformation, and everyone is awakening their martial souls. I am experiencing a second awakening of my martial soul. By the way, what are your martial souls? Would you be so kind as to let me have a glimpse? You father and you mother exchanged glances, their thoughts synchronizing in silent agreement. Indeed, there was truth to this. Subsequently, a shared intention stirred within them, and their respective martial souls began to manifest. A colossal ice blue wolf materialized behind Yi Junqing, distinguished by the presence of 9 elongated tails. At that moment, Yi Junqing also initiated the embodiment of her martial soul. Her pupils transformed into a chilling ice blue hue, and 9 ice blue tails sprouted from behind her, emanating an aura of frigidness that caused the temperature in the room to plummet instantaneously. Yi Lei, what on earth is my father's martial soul? I have never seen anything like it. While I can discern the ice attribute of the wolf, what do those 9 tails signify? Is it a fusion of a wolf and a 9-tailed fox? At this moment, Tang Yunqing's martial soul also revealed itself, as a large fish leapt from the ground behind her, hovering in the air. Much like Yi Junqing's martial soul, it was also of an ice blue hue. Upon the appearance of the fish, the temperature in the room plummeted. The once 20-degree environment now descended to around 10 degrees. Yi Lei, my heavens. Why have I never encountered my parents' martial spirits? Both being of the ice attribute, this could actually be advantageous, as it would help us save on electricity during the summer. Wait, isn't warmth different as well? At that moment, the soul beast detector in my left hand chimed. Name, Yi Junqing, martial spirit, 9-tailed mystic ice wolf. Soul power level, 15. Name, Tang Yunqing, martial spirit, ice thorn sawfish, soul power level, 14. What? 9-tailed mystic Erica? Yi Lei questioned if he had misheard, and upon reflection, he realized it was indeed the 9-tailed mystic ice wolf. With both parents possessing ice attribute martial spirits and being married, their compatibility must be extraordinarily high. Once their soul power ascends to soul sage, it is likely that a martial spirit fusion technique will manifest. Yi Lei, what is your martial spirit? Yi Junqing inquired at that moment. Father, Mother, I have currently awakened 2 martial spirits, the Blue-Silver Emperor and the Flame Lord. Behold, with that, amidst the astonished gazes of his parents, Yi Lei unleashed the Blue-Silver Emperor. At this point, the 5th soul ring had fully evolved, and the configuration of 5 black and 1 red soul rings left his parents utterly astounded. Chapter 25. Absorbing Soul Rings. Yi Junqing and Tang Yinqing gazed contemplatively at the blue and gold little grass in their son's hand, as well as the 6 soul rings, 5 black and 1 red, encircling his feet. Yi Junqing and Tang Yinqing remarked, "This son is raised in such an extraordinary manner. His abilities are truly remarkable." Yi Junqing took a moment to compose herself before speaking. "My son, could it be that all 6 of your blue-silver emperor's soul skills are identical to Tang San's? Except for the 6th soul skill, the others are indeed the same." Yi Junqing nodded, signaling Yi Lei to continue. Yi Lei retracted the blue-silver emperor and summoned the Flame Lord. The appearance of the Flame Lord infused the previously frigid room with warmth. Observing the Flame Lord behind Yi Lei and the 3 black soul rings beneath his feet, a deep contemplation ensued. "Ah, father, mother, your soul power levels have both reached level 15, allowing you to absorb soul rings. I have a collection here for you to choose from." With that, Yi Lei directly poured out several hundred soul rings acquired during the last beast tide from his system space. In an instant, hundreds of yellow and purple soul rings appeared in the room as if by magic. This, are all these your son's? How did you manage to acquire so many soul rings?" Yi Junqing gazed intently at the multitude of soul rings before her. Like Yi Lei, a devoted fan of Douluo, she was well aware of what these soul rings signified. Although Yi Lei could effortlessly hunt century-old soul beasts, and even those a millennium old posed no challenge, it was implausible to acquire such a plethora of soul rings merely 3 days after the convergence of 2 worlds. "Father, do you recall the soul beast tide that occurred in our city yesterday?" "Indeed, I remember. A sudden surge of soul beasts emerged near Taiha Square, causing untold injuries. Someone captured photographs of the event as a young man intervened." Yi Junqing had not finished speaking when she suddenly raised her head, gazing at her son. Could it be that the young man was her son? Yi Lei smiled as he looked at Yi Junqing, nodding in agreement. "No wonder, this reassured me. After all, this was the soul ring obtained by his own son, allowing for a sense of security in its absorption." With this thought in mind, Yi Junqing knelt down and began to search through the pile of soul rings for one that suited her. As a devoted fan of Douluo, Yi Junqing naturally possesses the discernment to select soul rings that suit her. However, Tang Yinqing is quite the opposite, having never watched Douluo. She is utterly bewildered by the multitude of soul rings before her. Squatting on the ground, Tang Yinqing finds herself at a loss for which to choose. After observing Su Jiao, she finally extends her hand towards a yellow soul ring. With a casual glance, Yi Lei noticed that his mother was about to take a soul ring. He quickly interjected, "Mother, please reconsider. This soul ring comes from the fire attribute, Flame Leopard, while your martial spirit, the Ice Thorn Sawfish, is of the ice attribute. They are fundamentally incompatible. Wait a moment, let me find something more suitable for you." "Ah, this one appears to be quite good." Yi Lei searched through the collection of soul rings for a while, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a pale purple soul ring. He used the blue-silver Emperor's vines to retrieve it. "Mother, this soul ring is derived from the Frostwind Phantom Dragon, which is over 1,200 years old. Its attributes resonate perfectly with your martial soul. It is undoubtedly the most suitable soul ring for you." After speaking, Yi Lei handed the soul ring to Tang Yinqing, then turned his attention to Yi Junqing. At this moment, Ye's father had already extracted a purple soul ring from the pile. Yi Lei focused his gaze. The Frost Snow Leopard, dated 1200, was indeed a fitting match for his father's 9-tailed mystic ice wolf spirit. Chapter 26. Stubborn Spirit. After Yi Junqing and Tang Yinqing had chosen their respective soul rings, Yi Lei collected all the remaining soul rings from the ground into the system space. In an instant, the room was immaculate. Yi Junqing, witnessing Yi Lei's swift actions, couldn't help but smirk. Had it not been for the knowledge of the existence of soul-guided storage devices, he might have questioned whether his son possessed a third martial spirit. "Yi Lei, father, if you truly believe this, it is not entirely unfeasible. After all, I possess the grand system. So, I am merely a tool." "Am I? Yi Lei, is it not so?" "System." Speechless, I am quite upset. Life is arduous, the system sighs. Returning to reality. Upon seeing his parents sitting on the ground, he hastily settled down beside them, attuning himself to their physical condition, ready to utilize his soul energy should any issues arise to help suppress the power of their soul rings. Yi Junqing and Tang Yinqing forcefully shattered their chosen Millennium soul rings. Instantly, the temperature in the room plummeted, as 2 purple soul rings floated beside Yi Junqing and Tang Yinqing. while the ethereal apparitions of the soul beasts gradually materialized within the chamber. Behind Yi Junqing emerged a leopard-like spirit beast, adorned in a silvery gray coat. Upon its arrival, the room in mid-July was graced with fluttering snowflakes. Yi Junqing's martial spirit, the nine-tailed mystic ice wolf, materialized before him, its fierce gaze fixed upon the frost snow leopard behind him, glinting with malice. In the next moment, the wolf and the leopard lunged at each other in a ferocious bite. At that moment, beads of sweat began to form on Yi Junqing's forehead. Beside him, Tang Yunqing was equally distressed. Her martial spirit, the ice thorn saw ray, hovered nearby, while the frost wind illusion dragon flapped its wings, floating above her. This quadrupedal draconic creature, cloaked in deep blue, fixed its dragon-like eyes upon the ice thorn saw ray beside Tang Yunqing, its claws slightly unfurling, as if intent on devouring the ice thorn saw ray whole. Yilei cast a glance with his phoenix eyes, shaking his head in resignation. One soared through the skies while the other swam in the depths. It seemed he had inadvertently entangled his mother in a predicament. Rubbing his forehead, the blue-silver emperor materialized before Yilei, 6 soul rings, 5 black and 1 red, emerging at his waist. Yilei spoke slowly, the blue-silver domain. A radiant blue light emanated from Yilei, enveloping both Yi Junqing and Tang Yunjixian in an instant. Yilei raised his gaze to glare at the frostwind illusory dragon hovering above Tang Yunqing. Upon encountering Yilei's azure eyes, the spectral dragon quivered, instantly recalling the moment of its demise at his hands. Suspended in midair on the bustling street, it had opened its maw, unable to unleash its skill before Yilei pierced through its form with a single shot. In the next moment, the frostwind illusory dragon's phantom transformed into a cascade of deep blue light, swiftly surging into Tang Yunqing's body. Observing this, Yilei nodded in satisfaction and directed a stream of soul energy towards her before turning his attention to Yi Junqing. Meanwhile, the Xuanxue leopard, entangled with the nine-tailed ice wolf, was abruptly rendered motionless by a crushing blow, only to have its neck severed moments later by the wolf's jaws. In an instant, the Xuanxue leopard dissipated into a silvery gray light, flooding into Yi Junqing's being. Similarly, Yilei extended his hand to channel a surge of soul energy into Yi Junqing, guiding the soul ring's absorption within their bodies with his own essence. At that very moment, a shrill alarm echoed from afar, drawing closer. A police vehicle entered the community, followed closely by a black military truck, its exterior emblazoned with a prominent emblem featuring the character Chang. As Yi Junqing and Tang Yunqing each manifested a faint purple soul ring around their waists, it gradually became more substantial. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air, jolting Yilei from his meditation. "Who is it at this late hour?" he murmured, rising to approach the door. Upon opening it, he was met by a group of 5 or 6 uniformed officers, accompanied by 5 individuals clad in nondescript black attire. The leading officer presented his badge and spoke. "We have received reports from the public indicating that a blue and gold light flashed from your residence twice. May I inquire what you were doing at that time? Your cooperation in this investigation would be appreciated." Yilei responded coolly, "My martial soul has undergone a second awakening. Is there a problem? If there is nothing further, please do not disturb me. Goodbye." After Yilei answered the officer's question, he prepared to close the door. "Wait, please cooperate with our military investigation," suddenly spoke a person clad in black. "Military? I have not committed any wrongdoing. Why should I comply with you? I have stated that there is no issue in my home. Kindly leave and do not disturb our rest." Yilei's expression instantly turned cold. "The military, humph. Who knows what ill intentions you harbor? Only a dog would cooperate with you. Go find a place where it is cooler to linger." Yilei pondered. At that moment, the leader of the men in black produced an investigation warrant and said to Yilei, "Please cooperate with our inquiry, or we shall resort to forceful measures." "And what if I refuse?" Yilei arched an eyebrow. "Brothers, take him away." The leader of the men in black, having lost his patience, gestured to his companions. They instantly understood and unleashed their respective martial spirits. Observing the leader, Yilei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Ah, the 6th elder, you truly are obstinately stubborn." The martial spirit of the leader was none other than the bloodthirsty falcon. Chapter 27. It is you who forces my hand. Yilei gazed at the leader of the black-clad men and smiled, saying, "You belong to the 6th elder, do you not?" The 5 black-clad figures involuntarily trembled. Their identities had been so readily discerned by this seemingly inexperienced young lad. It appeared that the 6th elder had been correct. This insufferable brat could not be allowed to remain. for he could undoubtedly jeopardize our plans within the Elders' Hall. The leader's gaze turned icy as he pivoted and declared, "Brothers, the Elder has issued a command. Whoever secures his head shall be rewarded with a promotion and a raise. Now, let us advance." With that, the 5 black-clad men disregarded the nearby officers and prepared to take action against Yulei. Yulei raised his hand and said, "Wait a moment. It would be rather unwise to engage in a confrontation here. After all, I trust you do not wish to cause any innocent harm, do you? Shall we descend to the lower level to settle this matter?" The 5 men clad in black exchanged glances. The leader cast a malevolent gaze at Yulei. In the next instant, he nodded slightly and turned to lead his companions downstairs. Every subtle gesture did not escape Yulei's keen observation, and a faint smile graced his lips as he followed them down. Since they had arrived, they should not expect to leave unscathed. As Yulei took advantage of the distraction of the 5 individuals, he swiftly cast a soul power seal over his home, a flash of blue-golden light glimmering momentarily. Downstairs, in the small square, the residents were fervently discussing the incident that had garnered both police and military attention. For the elderly gentlemen and ladies, this was ample fodder for their post-meal conversations, and it wouldn't be long before a multitude of versions would emerge. 2 minutes later, a voice broke the murmurs, exclaiming, "They're coming out." Instantly, the attention of all residents in the square was captivated. Who could possibly command such seriousness from both the police and military? I dare say, this individual is undoubtedly no saint. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the figures of 5 cloaked individuals gradually revealed the person behind them. Isn't that the lad from the Yi family? I recall him being quite well behaved. After a brief moment, an elderly gentleman approached the 5 figures, addressing them. "Esteemed leaders, the young Yi is usually very well-mannered and possesses admirable character. Could there be some misunderstanding? Perhaps you might." Before he could finish, a nearby cloaked figure bellowed, "Get lost, old heck." The elderly woman was sent flying by a forceful kick, and in the stunned silence of the onlookers, a blue-silver vine coiled around her waist, pulling her to Yilei's side. The blue-golden light flickered in his hand, and in the next instant, a gentle wave of soul power began to flow into the old woman's body. Witnessing this, several young men felt their anger boil over, their gazes burning with fury as they glared at the 5 cloaked figures as if intent on reducing them to ashes. They strode forward, launching a barrage of traditional exclamations towards the assailant. "How dare you? Is this how you, a soldier, behave? Is this how you treat an elderly person?" After receiving their polite greetings, a heavy aura emanated from the assailant, and a massive purple gorilla materialized behind him. In the next heartbeat, he swung his fist, sending sparks crackling through the air. The young men barely had time to react, instinctively raising their hands to shield their heads. Yet, moments later, the anticipated blow never landed. They looked up to find a crimson stone wall standing before them. Turning their gaze, they beheld Yulei, who was supporting the elderly woman, with a towering red giant materializing behind him. Those familiar with the world of Douluo continent instantly recognized this as Yilei's martial spirit. The assailant, under Yilei's deliberate control, found his fist firmly lodged against the stone wall. Yulei gently placed the elderly woman onto a nearby recliner before turning to approach the 5 individuals. Yulei's gaze gradually turned icy as a searing airflow emanated, causing the temperature of the night to rise swiftly. Fixing his eyes on the men clad in black, Yulei slowly spoke. "I had no intention of resorting to deadly force, but now you leave me no choice. Accompanying you is not out of the question, but only if you can best me. Otherwise, do not expect to leave my presence alive." His chilling voice resonated throughout the square, reaching the ears of all present. The leader of the black-clad men chuckled, dismissing him with a scoff. "Kid, perhaps you should draft your words before speaking. Do not spout nonsense. Do you truly believe that 5 of us cannot handle a mere child? Do not jest." Just as the leader became ensnared in his own arrogance, Yilei's next words made his expression shift dramatically. "If I am not mistaken, you must have a twin brother, correct? So what if I do? Unfortunately, you shall never see him again. Rest assured, I will soon send you down to reunite with him. What did you say?" Chapter 28. No harm in smoke. Upon hearing Yilei's words, the leader of the black-clad men could no longer maintain his confidence. His eyes filled with disbelief. "What have you done to him? Where is he?" The leader's voice trembled with fear. Upon witnessing the black-clad leader's profound distraction, Yilei discerned that his suspicions were indeed accurate. He spoke slowly. "It was the 6th elder who sent him to assassinate me, but alas, he could not withstand even a minute in my grasp. By now, he should have been discovered and taken away by the seventh elder's men. At these words, the black-clad leader completely lost his composure. A pair of dark crimson wings unfurled from his back, while the nails of his hands elongated gradually, transforming into a sinister shade of black. One of his pupils morphed into a half-black, half-red state. He ascended slowly into the air. 3 soul rings emerging from beneath his feet, suspended at his waist, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The other members of the black-clad group, upon witnessing their leader unleash his martial soul, hesitated not for a moment. Instantly, the small square was illuminated by the glow of several soul rings, leaving onlookers utterly astonished. A few knowledgeable individuals stammered, This, 2 great soul masters, 3 soul venerables, how can the military's power be so terrifying in just a few days? All 5 of them possessed the optimal soul ring configurations. That young man from the Yi family is doomed. Yilei smiled and spoke, How intriguing. Allow me to witness the strength of your elders' hall. Brothers, let us unite and subdue him. With that, 5 individuals swiftly charged towards Yilei. The leader in black leapt into the air above Yilei, unleashing his first soul skill. First soul skill, Phantom of the Ghost Falcon. As he finished speaking, 5 spectral manifestations of his martial spirit erupted from his back, encircling Yilei's head. First soul skill, Thunder Fist. Second soul skill, Bull Charge. First soul skill, Wind Blade Moon Shadow. First soul skill, Rock Dragon's Roar. In an instant, 4 soul skills hurtled towards Yilei. In the sky, the leader in black waved his hands vehemently and bellowed. Second soul skill, Bloody Storm. The leader and his martial spirit phantoms unleashed 6 torrents of black-red storms at Yilei, instantly filling the small square with a pungent scent of blood. What is that smell? It's so overwhelming, a stench of blood. Why isn't that boy from the Yi family dodging? Is he stunned in fear? Ugh. I've long found him intolerable, better off dead. In that moment, the crowd in the small square was overwhelmed by the foul odor, many gagging at the scent. However, some peers took the opportunity to curse Yilei, for he was revered by most parents in the community as the pinnacle among his peers, a child excelling in academics, possessing striking looks, a pleasant demeanor, and commendable character. How could such a child not be adored by numerous parents? Why most parents, rather than all? Because some have given up on their main accounts and begun training their alternate ones. As the soul skills descended, a cloud of dust erupted. The 5 gathered. And the leader chuckled, Little brat, in this day and age, one should not jest. Look, you've been struck. Come on, brothers, let us take him away. Drinks are on me. Big brother. With that, 2 figures in black stepped forward, intending to drag Yulei's lifeless body from the haze. At that moment, a voice resonated. Is this truly all you are capable of? As the words fell, a stone orb the size of a football and a beam of purple light surged forth from the dust towards them. In an instant, 2 black-clad men were sent flying, one of them meeting an immediate demise. Fourth brother. The remaining 4 gasped, witnessing their comrade being cleaved in 2. The first law of the world. If one attacks without smoke, they sustain injury. Conversely, if there is smoke, there is no harm. As the dust dissipated, a figure emerged. The 3 black soul rings encircling the boy's waist caught the attention of all present in the small square. Chapter 29, The Evil Soul Master. My heavens! This is utterly astonishing. A soul master with 3 10,000-year soul rings. Such power is simply monstrous. For men clad in black gazed incredulously at Yilei, their expressions rife with disbelief. How could this be possible? Just a few days had passed, and our elder from the 6th residence had painstakingly cultivated only over 50 soul emperors, expending immense manpower to acquire soul rings aged from a century to a millennium. How could you possibly possess 3 10,000-year soul rings? Yilei's eyes gleamed with a chilling coldness, a murderous intent emanating from him. Brothers, let us unite and avenge old 4 and my brother. With those words, the leader in black surged forward towards Yilei, simultaneously commanding 5 spectral martial spirits to launch an assault against him. Yilei smiled slightly, a flicker of amusement gracing his lips. Behind him, the Lord of Flames conjured a sphere of molten lava, hurling it directly at the dark-clad leader. A resounding crash echoed as the magma sphere collided with flesh, sending the leader hurtling backward to the ground. His shirt singed, and a gaping hole burned into it, while fissures erupted across the stone tiles beneath. Big brother, I'm fine. You all continue. Upon hearing their leader's call, the others swiftly turned and charged towards Yilei. Third soul skill, Rock Dragon Cannon. The 3rd dark-clad figure raised his right hand, unleashing a beam of earthy yellow light toward Yilei. Oh, this could be interesting. Allow me to demonstrate my skill. First soul skill, Infernal Magma Break. The first soul ring at Yi Lei's waist glowed, and a crimson beam erupted from his right hand. When the yellow and red beams collided, a tremendous shockwave surged forth, instantly engulfing the yellow beam in a fiery embrace. As the third dark-clad figure attempted to flee, Yi Lei swiftly conjured 3 stone walls behind him, cutting off his escape. Realizing he was trapped, the third dark-clad figure gritted his teeth and declared, Second soul skill. Dragon Scales. In an instant, earthy yellow scales enveloped his body, as he braced himself to endure Yi Lei's assault. How laughable that such a mere century-old second soul skill would dare withstand my infernal magma break. With that thought, Yi Lei exerted his strength with his right hand, amplifying the power of his skill. Boom. The sound of collision rang out as the third dark-clad figure's dragon scales shattered upon contact with the infernal magma break. Unable to withstand even a second before he was enveloped, his cries of pain silenced as he descended to the underworld. Next, it is your turn. Prepare to face my wrath, Yi Lei declared, turning his gaze toward the remaining 3 after sensing the life force of the third dark-clad figure extinguish. Damn it. We've lost another soul master. We cannot allow this to continue. I must resort to that technique. The dark-clad leader turned, his gaze locking onto the frightened police officers nearby. Third soul skill, Blood Armor Protection. The third soul ring at his waist illuminated, and 3 phantasmal, bloodthirsty falcon apparitions surged forth from behind him, racing towards the 3 officers. Thud, thud, thud. The falcon's sharp beaks pierced the officers' chests, draining their lifeblood in an instant. The 3 apparitions then rushed toward the remaining dark-clad figures, merging into their bodies. Suddenly, 3 blood-red beams of light erupted from their chests, forming crimson armor that enveloped them. It was unexpected that the dark-clad leader's third soul skill relied on the vitality of others to activate. This was clearly the mark of a sinister soul master. It seems the secret of the Elder Hall lies in this. He must be eradicated today. He cannot be allowed to live and wreak havoc upon the world. Yi Lei pondered, a more intense murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 30. The Self-Created Soul Technique, for Flames Connecting to Heaven. Today, I shall avenge those harmed by your Elder Hall. Every additional second you exist in this world is a profound disrespect to their spirits in the heavens. Now, accept the judgment from the earthly refinement, self-created soul technique, for flames connecting to heaven. In an instant, 4 towering crimson stone pillars emerged from the ground, encircling Yi Lei and the 3 figures cloaked in black. The earth trembled and fissured, connecting the 4 pillars, as torrents of molten lava began to surge forth from the cracks, engulfing the ground beneath Yi Lei and his companions. In the next moment, the stone orbs atop the pillars erupted in resplendent radiance, unleashing 4 beams of crimson light. As the beams intersected, a fiery energy dome began to form, swiftly isolating the 4 individuals from the outside world. The 4 flames connecting to heaven, a domain composed of Yi Lei's first and second soul techniques, imposed a suppression upon all soul masters within this realm. Particularly, those of ice and wind attributes faced the most severe constraints. The 3 figures cloaked in black were taken aback, questioning Yi Lei in alarm. What is happening? What have you done? What do you intend to achieve? Yi Lei gazed at the face of the cloaked leader, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes as he slowly spoke. What do I desire? Merely to avenge the elderly woman you so cruelly harmed, along with the 3 police officers from whom you drained the very essence of life. Additionally, I intend to purify your malevolent souls with flames. The 2nd and 5th henchmen exchanged furtive glances, their expressions resolute as they nodded in agreement with their leader. To survive, we must fight to the bitter end. We cannot allow him to disrupt our Elder Hall's plans. Upon hearing Yi Lei's declaration, the leader's eyes darkened with a palpable intent to kill. He turned to his remaining companions and commanded, 2nd soul skill, Wine Goddess Thrust. 5th soul skill, Bloody Storm. 1st soul skill, Thunder Fist. The 3 assailants launched their attacks simultaneously toward Yi Lei. Observing the oncoming assault, Yi Lei smiled broadly. Is that all you can muster? 1st soul skill, Hellfire Magma Surge. Beneath the cloaked leader and his accomplices, magma roiled violently, erupting in an instant. The trio was propelled into the air, narrowly evading the attack, and consequently, their own soul skills were interrupted. The 3rd soul skill of the cloaked leader, Blood Armor's Protection, did not merely create a shield. It granted the wielder a fleeting ability to soar through the air. Oh, I had not anticipated such an effect. In that case, Let us see how you fare against this move while airborne. Suddenly, a piece of armor manifested upon Yi Lei's chest, with 6 crimson dots pulsating at its center, emitting beams of red light that soared into the sky. What could it be? What were those 6 beams of light? Upon witnessing the armor adorning Yi Lei's chest, the notorious Black Boss felt an ominous premonition. The skill of the Thousand-Gene Ant Emperor's skeletal soul, Thousand-Gene Meteoric Flame, was unleashed. In an instant, the sky above the 4-fire sky domain was illuminated by flickering red lights, cascading rapidly towards the ground. As the Black Boss, possessing a bird-like soul, discerned the nature of the incoming objects, he hastily urged his companions, "Defend yourselves, quickly." The second and fifth brothers exchanged glances and spoke. "Brother, shall we employ that technique to block these entities?" It seemed there was no other recourse. Thus, they initiated the Triune Soul Fusion technique, Blood Wind Lightning Storm. The soul rings on their bodies ignited, hovering above them. A bird and a gorilla merged in the air, intertwining with a surge of green wind, rising to confront the multitude of meteors descending from the heavens. Quite intriguing, yet alas, the age of your soul rings is far too low. Had you possessed 2 10,000-year soul rings, you might have been able to contend with my skeletal soul skill, but regrettably, this soul bone is derived from an 85,000-year-old mutated Thousand-Gene Ant Emperor. It is beyond the capabilities of mere soul masters such as you. The night deepens. It is time for you to embark on your final journey. Yi Lei's voice, cold as ice, resonated in the ears of the Black Boss and his companions. Yi Lei stood at a distance, observing the scene unfolding in the sky. He raised his right hand, slowly closing his fist, and declared, "First soul skill, Infernal Magma Surge." Instantly, magma erupted beneath the 3 figures of the Black Boss, who found themselves unable to evade the onslaught. A vast array of fiery meteors rained down above them, while colossal columns of magma surged from below. With their soul power utterly depleted, they were consumed by the molten torrent, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 31. That esteemed individual. The energy shield dissipated, revealing a figure. Why is Yi Lei the only one left? What happened to the 3 from the military? I don't know. Could it be that Yi Lei killed them? It seems likely. Did you not witness their earlier actions? They kicked an elderly woman without provocation and mercilessly took the lives of 3 police officers. They deserve their fate. Indeed, Yi Lei turned and approached the elderly woman, who remained in a state of unconsciousness. The Lord of Flames had vanished, and a radiant blue-golden light flickered in Yi Lei's hand. He gently placed his hand upon the woman's abdomen, allowing the luminous energy to seep in gradually, mending the meridians and bones that had been injured by the kick of the 5th Elder in black. A kick from a formidable attack-type soul master could spell doom for anyone devoid of soul power, let alone an elderly woman teetering on the brink of death. After a brief moment, confirming that her internal meridians and skeleton were intact, he entrusted her to the care of her companions, the old Ebo and Emu. With purpose, Yi Lei then strode towards the relatively intact corpse of the 4th Elder in black. He surveyed the remains, grinning slightly as he remarked, "Still too inexperienced." However, it is understandable. Merely 3 days have passed since the merging of the Douluo world, and for the Elder Hall to elevate their disciples to this level is quite impressive. Yet, what precisely is the task that the Black Leader mentioned? As the fire element surged in his hands, a blaze erupted, incinerating the dismembered body of the 4th Elder in black. A few moments later, a faint aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Ugh, that smell is truly foul. Yi Lei grimaced slightly, pinching his nose with his left hand while regulating the temperature of the flames with his right. 2 minutes later, the 4th Elder in black had been reduced to ash, dissipating into the atmosphere. He then turned and strode towards the group of young individuals who had narrowly escaped the wrath of the 5th Elder's fist. Because you displayed bravery in the face of danger and sought justice for the elderly woman, these soul rings are now yours. Each of you shall receive 5. Sufficient for self-preservation. Remember, do not inflict suffering upon the innocent as they did. Otherwise, your fate will mirror that of those 5 just now. With a grand gesture, Yi Lei summoned dozens of soul rings, each appearing in orderly succession before the gathered individuals, 5 rings for each, adorned in hues of yellow, purple, and black, the perfect combination. Receive these as tokens of gratitude for your bravery. There are matters that require my attention, he declared, his gaze drifting toward a distant black military vehicle. A flicker of blue-golden light danced in his eyes as he slowly raised his right hand. Instantly, dozens of blue-silver emperor vines emerged beneath the vehicle, entwining it tightly. With a firm grip, Yi Lei constricted the vines, crushing the military vehicle into a mere heap of scrap metal. Simultaneously, in the Elders' Hall of Shuqing. A middle-aged man clad in black approached a door at the end of the corridor and knocked. "Enter," came a voice, ancient yet commanding. The man pushed the door open and, upon reaching 2 meters from the desk, knelt on one knee, clasping his hands together as he spoke. "Elder 6. All those dispatched on the mission you assigned have perished. One was discovered by your brother, Elder 7, and his remains are on their way back. The other 5 have lost their life force. No bodies or even severed limbs were found." "Oh, is that so? What were their code names?" "Instruct the others to locate their families and eliminate them without a trace." "Understood?" Elder 6 replied. "Understood. Their code names are as follows. Codename Falcon, Marshal Soul Bloodthirsty Falcon. Soul Power Level 32. Codename Spectre, Marshal Soul Bloodthirsty Falcon. Soul Power Level 29. Codename Wind God, Marshal Soul Wind Spirit Body. Soul Power Level 31. Codename Dragon's Roar. Marshal Soul Rock Dragon, Soul Power Level 31. Codename Wild Bull, Marshal Soul Ironclad Water Buffalo. Soul Power Level 28. Codename Lightning, Marshal Soul Thunder Ape. Soul Power Level 28. "Very well, I comprehend. You may leave now," Elder 6 said, rubbing his temples and gesturing for the middle-aged man to withdraw. "By the way, Elder 6, that esteemed individual has initiated a virtual video conference, specifically requesting your presence." The middle-aged man spoke calmly. The 6th elder paused in his actions, questioning why the esteemed figure had chosen to convene a virtual video conference at this moment. Chapter 32. The Elders' Council Plan in Shuqing. Within the residence of the 6th elder, the dimly lit corridor stretched ahead. The 6th elder strode purposefully to the grand door at the end of the hallway. From the inner pocket of his garment, he retrieved a sleek black card, which began to pulse with a crimson glow in his hand. In the next instant, the brilliance surged into the card, animating it as it slipped from the 6th elder's grasp and soared directly into the card slot at the center of the door. With a hiss, the mechanisms of the door were activated, causing a blood-red liquid to flow from around the slot. Tracing the intricate designs upon the door, a colossal dragon coiling around a staff, its eyes exuding a chilling aura of menace. With a beep, the door swung open, illuminating the interior of the conference room. The furnishings came into view, a long table flanked by 11 chairs, apart from the opulent golden Nim chair at the head. The remaining chairs bore large, engraved Chinese numerals, each adorned with unique patterns. The 6th elder approached the chair marked with the numeral 6, pulled it open, and seated himself. With a flick of his left hand, the earlier card returned to him, settling before the apparatus on the table. A low hum resonated as the device activated, casting 10 beams of azure light upon the other 10 chairs. In the next moment, 10 AI virtual avatars materialized in the conference room. The 6th elder exchanged glances with the 7th elder, and they both nodded in silent agreement before turning their attention to the head of the table. A shadowy figure emerged in the luxurious golden Nama chair, devoid of discernible features. Upon its arrival, the other 10 individuals rose in unison to pay their respects. The figure raised its right hand and spoke. "Please, be seated. Let us conclude this matter promptly. Xiaozhe, Xiaoxiong. Present the profiles of that individual and the 6 who perished." The named 6th and 7th elders swiftly engaged with their respective devices. Before long, the information concerning Yi Lei and the 6 fallen individuals was projected into the air. "This is the individual who has emerged on Xiaoxiong's territory, impacting us significantly. In 3 days, he has already slain 6 of Xiao Zhe's men, and on the following day, Xiaoxiong's forces suffered the loss of over a dozen. I propose 2 courses of action. First, each of you should dispatch your subordinates to encircle him and eliminate all those by his side. Second, we might choose to disregard him for the time being. I believe the 6 individuals did not divulge the secrets of our Elders' Hall, thus his influence is limited. However, given his prowess, he can confront 3 Soul Lords and 2 Grand Soul Masters with composure, systematically overcoming them. Sending more troops would be futile, therefore. I have decided to withdraw our surveillance and begin nurturing our own talents in secrecy, with the intent to eliminate him when the time is right." The deep and resonant voice of the shadow echoed within the conference room. After a moment, the elder seated to the left of the shadow spoke. "I believe the gentleman is correct. Our current focus should be on strengthening our Elder Hall rather than fixating on a mere ant." Upon finishing his statement, the elder turned to glance at the other 9 individuals, receiving steadfast gazes in return. "I have a new technology to share with you. We shall integrate it into major universities. When we publicly proclaim the benefits of this technology for the people, no one will dare to question its validity." The shadow paused momentarily, his dark hand seemingly fiddling with something. In the next instant, all the devices before the 10 elders emitted a beep, revealing a file icon in front of each of them. Xiaoxiang, please provide me with a copy of the list you have. We need to assign someone to discreetly follow him and report on his every action. The shadow's gaze suddenly shifted to the 7th elder, who swiftly responded by handing over a copy of the list. The shadow nodded approvingly and declared, "All right. It is getting late. This meeting is adjourned. You may all leave now." With that, the shadow vanished, leaving the 10 elders to exchange glances before they all logged off. After removing the card, the 6th elder leaned back in his chair, letting out a deep sigh, before pushing the door open and exiting. At that moment, Yulei, unaware that his actions had prompted the Elder Hall to convene a late-night video meeting, had just returned home. Observing his parents still adjusting their meridians, Yulei felt perplexed. Have they not completed their absorption yet? I've been gone for such a long time, even with a Millennium-level soul ring. They should have been able to manage with the assistance of the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul power. Yulei anxiously paced behind his parents, oblivious to the fact that the 2 individuals before him had quietly opened their eyes. Just as Yulei was about to tap his father's shoulder, an icy chill suddenly erupted, startling him into retreat. However, when he attempted to lift his legs and withdraw, he discovered that they were firmly frozen in place. The 2 figures before him abruptly rose, their martial spirits manifesting as they turned to face him. Yu Junqing, with her hair transformed into a striking ice blue, gazed at her son, who was immobilized by her powers, and spoke with a commanding tone. "Now, tell me, where did you run off to? Why is the residence group buzzing with shares of that video?" Beside her, Tang Yunqing interjected gently, "Little Lei, do tell your mother what you were up to. As long as you speak the truth, your father and I promise not to punish you severely." The softness of Tang Yunqing's voice resonated in Yilei's ears, causing him to shudder. It was over, his mother was furious, and he was certain a beating was inevitable. System, indeed. The host's mother perfectly exemplified what it means to utter the harshest words in the calmest tone. Yilei, oh, the system. So you only know how to make sarcastic remarks about my feelings. If you have the courage, come out and fight me. If I don't make you cry, I won't bear the surname Yi. System, after all I've done to assist you, you want to fight me? There is no love left, boo-hoo. In reality, as Yilei faced the 2 cold and frosty figures before him, he trembled and quickly spoke up. Mom, Dad, before you returned, my martial spirit, the blue-silver grass, evolved into the blue-silver emperor. Perhaps the brilliance of the transformation was too dazzling, leading those resting downstairs to believe I was in possession of dangerous items. They called the police, and just as you were absorbing your soul rings, the officers arrived, accompanied by 5 members from the Elder Hall. After revealing the truth, Yilei gazed at his parents, his eyes filled with anticipation, hoping his father could relieve him of the ice clinging to his leg. Though he could easily free himself from the ice, he chose not to, feeling that revealing the truth was sufficient, and removing the ice would be disrespectful to his parents. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Upon hearing their son's account, Ye's parents grew even more frigid in demeanor. Do you have any idea how worried we were about you? You went down to fight without even informing us, just to put our minds at ease. Do you realize you nearly frightened your mother to death? You rascal, you've upset her again. You deserve to be punished today. What? Yilei was bewildered, wondering how he ended up bullying his mother again without realizing it. Heavens, Dad, you're really going to hit me. Mom, look at him. Yilei cast a pleading glance at Tang Yunqing, hoping his mother would intervene, but her words left him utterly speechless. Indeed, he deserves it. When did we ever let you take charge of fighting? You little rascal, don't you dare run away. Stand still. Upon hearing his mother's words, Yilei, feeling helpless, exerted force with his legs and broke free from his constraints, beginning to dash wildly around the room. Life was not easy, Yilei sighed. Chapter 34, Departure. After enduring a relentless half-hour of combined parental discipline from Yi Junqing and Tang Yunqing, Yilei now lay on the floor of his room, his hair still speckled with icy remnants. It seemed that allowing his parents to absorb 1,000-year soul rings was indeed beneficial. Their strength was enough to overpower opponents of the same rank. Achoo. Oh dear, it's freezing. I need to take a hot shower. With a nimble leap, Yilei sprang up and headed to the bathroom for a warm bath. A night without conversation. After a day of rest, on a crisp morning, Yilei and Han Nuan had agreed upon a meeting place and proceeded to rouse their respective parents from their slumber, each incurring different costs in the process. Yilei narrowly escaped another beating, whereas Han Nuan was in a different situation, for Yilei had previously informed Han's parents about this matter. Yilei, I am at a loss for words. How could I have forgotten this matter? Indeed, one cannot escape the repercussions of their own actions. System, haha. Yile, dog system, come out and face the consequences. System, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. Yile, system, I have erred. I beseech you. Do not depart, if it pleases you. After absorbing the soul ring and a day of rigorous cultivation, both Yi Junqing and Tang Yunqing have finally ascended to the 20th level of soul power, thus becoming great soul masters, albeit still lacking a soul ring. This is why Yi Lei roused them early in the morning, urging them to accompany him in the hunt for soul rings. At the entrance of the Rongzhang Grand Hotel, the six gathered together. You see, today my parents have also just reached the 20th level, so I have brought them along for our venture. I trust there are no objections? None. The three responded in unison, shaking their heads. Very well, let us proceed. Our destination is the martial arts world. Yilei spoke up. All right, but why don't we visit the riverside forest? There are soul beasts there as well. Han Wan gazed at Yi Lei with curiosity. This. Without a doubt, Yi Lei was momentarily taken aback by Han Wan's question. Upon hearing this, Han's parents turned to look at Yi Lei. Considering that their first soul ring had been acquired by their future son-in-law in the riverside forest. Now, they were perplexed as to why they needed to venture to the martial forest on the other side of Rong City to hunt for soul rings. Feeling the scrutiny of his girlfriend's family upon him, Yilei scratched his head and explained, yesterday afternoon. I took a trip to the riverside forest and wandered around for quite some time, but I couldn't find any suitable soul beast for you. That's why I thought it would be best to visit the martial forest to help you find a suitable soul beast. As soon as Yi Lei's words fell, a resounding slap on the back of his head echoed, accompanied by Yi Junqing's voice resonating in everyone's ears. I knew it. You little rascal disappeared yesterday afternoon without a word, leaving your mother in worry. With that, Yi Junqing turned to Tang Yunqing with an eager expression, seeking praise. When has Tang Yunqing ever been concerned about that little brat Yi Lei? With his current prowess, there is no need for my concern. Tang Yunqing cast an exasperated glance at her husband and playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Yi Lei looked at his parents with a sense of resignation. It was one thing to display affection at home, but to do so in public was another matter entirely. Disregarding the situation, he decided to seek comfort from Huan Wan. In an instant, he darted to her side, ignoring the curious glances of those around them, and buried his head in the crook of Huan Wan's neck. Inhaling the sweet scent of her hair, Han Kachin exclaimed in frustration, What am I supposed to do? I feel like lashing out. My precious little cabbage is being doted on by this pig. Woe is me. The pig lamented, My future father-in-law just reprimanded me. I seek solace from my beloved. Huan Wan scolded playfully, At your age, how can you still be so childish? In reality, Yilei interjected, Mom, Dad, Uncle, Aunt, shall we set off? With that, the two cars set out, one following the other towards Wuling. Chapter 35. This tree is of my planting. This road is of my making, should you wish to pass. Then prepare to pay the toll. The two cars traversed the highway, and after an hour's journey, they arrived at a vast forested scenic area. Yilei stepped out of the vehicle, gazing at the grand entrance of the vast forest scenic area. He turned to address the 5 individuals with his plan. Here is how I envision it. Uncle, your first soul ring has granted you a defensive soul skill. Today, we shall seek an offensive soul beast to serve as your second soul ring. Aunt, as a sensitivity-oriented soul master. Your soul ring selection should lean towards both attack and speed. Therefore, our objective today is to find a soul beast that excels in both swiftness and offensive capabilities. As for you, Han Wan, and my parents, the 3 of you present a more challenging quest for soul rings, given that your martial spirits are all ice attribute. Here in Rongqing, with its coastal climate and elevated temperatures, it is likely that suitable soul beasts for you may be scarce. Father, your martial spirit is the 9-tailed mystic ice wolf. Thus, we only need to locate a wolf or a beast from the tiger or leopard family. However, it is imperative that it possesses no other attributes, as that would impose a significant burden on your body. Yi Junqing glanced at her son and nodded, saying nothing. Well, let us go inside first, Mom Nwaner. I will find a way to help you locate a suitable soul beast, Han Wan said. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she looked at Yilei. It was one thing for him to call her that normally, but in front of his parents today, how could he address her like that? Oh, how mortifying. Yilei cast a glance at the blushing Han Wan, his expression filled with curiosity. He had said nothing, yet wondered what could have caused such embarrassment in the young girl. Had she recalled something inappropriate? Sighing, He dismissed the thought. Indeed. The heart of a woman is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Meanwhile, the four adults exchanged knowing smiles, their thoughts lingering on the pair of Yi Lei and Han Nuan. Yi father and Yi mother, this girl, Han Nuan, is a perfect match for our son. She would make an excellent daughter-in-law. Han father and Han mother, this rascal is becoming increasingly likable, yet it feels like a loss for my cherished daughter, whom I have nurtured for 18 years. It seems rather unfair to him. System, grab your little stool and enjoy the spectacle. Yi Lei approached Han Nuan, reaching out to gently pat her fluffy head a few times, and inquired, "What troubles you, Nuaner? Come, let us seek your spirit beast." With that, disregarding the gazes of onlookers, he took her small hand and led her into the scenic area. Observing this, the other four hurriedly followed suit. In Rome City, at the Elders' Hall of the Seventh Elder, a middle-aged secretary knocked on the door. "Come in," came the voice of the seventh elder from behind the door. The secretary promptly entered, walked to the desk, saluted the seventh elder, and spoke. "Elder, that distinguished individual has replied. He has selected this person." Upon finishing, the secretary unfolded the documents he held and placed them before the seventh elder. The seventh elder glanced down, leaned back in his chair, and sipped his tea before addressing the secretary. "I see. Let him proceed. By the way, where is he currently located?" The he mentioned by the seventh elder referred to Yi Lei. According to information relayed by their informants, he, along with his girlfriend and their families, a total of 6 individuals, were presently in the Wulin scenic area. The seventh elder, growing impatient, waved his hand and instructed, "I understand. Immediately have him connect with his surveillance and inform him to report any developments post-haste." "Understood," replied the secretary, bowing before exiting the office. Wulin. Yi Lei held Han Nuan's hand as they walked ahead, with their parents following behind, engaging in lively conversation. Half an hour passed without encountering a single soul beast. It was not due to bad luck. Rather, upon entering the forest, Yi Lei had activated the skill of the spirit hunter from the left leg bone of the face spider emperor, perceiving the surrounding soul beasts. Those that intended to attack were deterred by the aura of the face spider emperor that Yi Lei released. At that moment, he sensed a life force ahead, belonging to several humans. Without further thought, he continued forward. 5 minutes later, Yi Lei found himself at a loss for words, as the humans he had sensed earlier now stood before them, declaring with righteous indignation, "This tree was planted by me. This road was opened by me. If you wish to pass, you must leave a toll." Yi Lei and his companions raised their eyebrows, casting a disdainful gaze upon them. "Hey, I say, did you not hear my words? Do you not see my martial spirit? If you wish to pass, you must pay the toll, otherwise. Do not blame us for our harsh measures." The man in the center bellowed. "Indeed, did you not hear our leader's command? If you wish to proceed, you had better pay up swiftly," echoed a subordinate beside him. Yi Junqing and her 4 companions simultaneously turned their heads to gaze at Yi Lei, each of them pondering amusingly who would ultimately weep the loudest. Yi Lei took a step forward. Observing this, the man thought to himself that the individual must have been frightened by the martial spirit behind him, coming to offer a toll out of fear. After all, he had successfully extorted several tens of thousands using this very tactic. Showing a bit of color now, are we? With 6 of you, that amounts to 60,000. The girl, too, is quite fair. Perhaps I should keep her for my amusement." A beam of purple light soared over the man's head, striking the great tree behind him, which fell in response, leaving the man with a receding hairline. Yi Lei cast a disdainful glance at him and coldly remarked, "What? Are you not going to leave quickly? Or do you wish to experience a separation of your head from your body?" Yi Lei's words reached the ears of the man, and his calm voice caused an instant surge of terror, rendering him utterly powerless. Chapter 36. The Slap Descends. Upon catching a whiff of the unmistakable scent of urine in the air, Yi Lei waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "Oh dear, for someone of your stature. How could you so easily soil your trousers? Truly embarrassing." The frightened individual responded, "I had no choice." Upon hearing his voice, it felt as if my great-grandmother was beckoning to me. He is no mere human, but a living embodiment of the king of hell. The other underlings exclaimed, "Good heavens! This is terrifying. Forget the boss. We must flee." In the next moment, the remaining subordinates exchanged glances and promptly turned to flee, while their leader looked on in horror, exclaiming, "Don't leave me. Wait for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the leader turned and followed his subordinates in a hasty retreat. Yi Lei grinned widely, as his right hand surged with spiritual energy. With a resounding thud, the few individuals who had just fled stumbled headlong into the stone wall, each one cradling their heads as they collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, and the leader's body froze in an instant, gradually turning his head. His eyes filled with terror. Yi Lei slowly began to speak. I have instructed you to leave, yet they refused to comply. With that, Yi Lei gestured behind him, and Han Nuan, along with her family of 3, stepped forward, glaring at them with indignation. Han Kachin advanced, swiftly seizing the eldest by the collar with his left hand. A sharp sound echoed as he delivered a resounding slap, his fury manifesting as he struck the eldest repeatedly across the face, culminating in a final blow that sent the individual flying several meters away. To dare speak ill of my daughter and slander her is tantamount to courting death. Should anyone dare to bully her, regardless of their identity, I shall respond with unrelenting force. Achu. Yi Lei was summoned and glanced at Han Kachin's silhouette the next moment. Han Kachin turned his head and shot a glare at Yi Lei. Yi Lei was startled, quickly seeking refuge behind Han Nuan, too frightened to steal another glance at her father. The father-in-law, observing his son-in-law, emanated an imposing aura without uttering a word. Yi Lei, I am filled with trepidation. I have never feared the 7th elder among the 10 elders, yet today, my uncle's fierce demeanor is daunting, his gaze seemingly intent on delivering a sound thrashing. Han's father, indeed, I intend to give you a good beating. In reality, after enduring a dual onslaught from Han's father and mother, the 5 assailants were left battered and bruised, their garments reduced to tatters. The leader of the group, curled up on the ground like a shrimp, wore a look of serene resignation. Following a severe beating, just as he believed the torment had ceased, he was unexpectedly crushed in his most vulnerable spot, the excruciating pain piercing his very core, rendering him unconscious. An hour passed, and a couple happened upon this scene. They exchanged glances and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the 5 individuals. Ultimately, the woman, still unsatisfied, landed 2 decisive blows to the vulnerable area of the central figure before departing with her boyfriend. King of Hell, what on earth is happening today? With half a body sprawled across the entrance? In the depths of the martial world. How are you, darling? Have you found relief? If not, we can certainly revisit the matter when we return. Yi Lei spoke to Han Nuan, urging her not to approach. Suddenly, he sensed something through the spirit hunting ground and quickly instructed the others to prepare for battle. 30 seconds later, the soul beast detector on Yi Lei's left hand began to emit frantic beeps. Beep, beep, beep. 3 soul beasts were approaching, 2 of 10,000 years and 1 of 1,000 years. Before Yi Lei could speak, the other 5 individuals activated their martial spirits. Yi Junxing and Tang Yunxin transformed simultaneously into icy blue forms, with 9 long icy blue tails emerging from Yi Junxing's waist, swaying behind him, while icy blue serrations appeared on Tang Yunxin's hands. A wolf and a fish illusion manifested behind them, with 2 purple soul rings floating at their waists, exuding a chilling aura that caused the temperature around them to plummet. Behind Han Nuan, a pair of icy blue wings materialized, stirring up gusts of frigid wind. A massive crimson rhinoceros illusion appeared behind Han Fu, causing his pupils to turn red, while a gigantic black leopard illusion emerged behind Han Mu. All 6 individuals maintained their combat stances, met with disdainful looks from bystanders. What were these people doing in broad daylight? Insane. Those nearby began to mock Yi Lei and his companions. Just as the derisive remarks fell, 3 roars of tigers echoed from the depths of the forest. Roar, roar, roar. Accompanied by a powerful gust, Han Nuan, unprotected by Yi Lei's released soul power, was swept into the air. The mockers found themselves in a similar plight, disoriented by the wind. Beep. The target has been scanned. The soul beast, the azure blue-white forehead tiger, consists of 3, one with 50,000 years of cultivation, one with 10,000 years, and one with 1,500 years. At this moment, the soul beast detector completed its scan and reported the findings. Upon hearing that it was an azure blue-white forehead tiger, Yi Lei turned to Yi Junxing with excitement, exclaiming, Father, the soul rings suitable for you have arrived. Among these 3 azure blue-white forehead tigers, one has a cultivation of 1,500 years, which is perfect for your second soul ring. Yi Junxing nodded slightly. Yet a hint of concern lingered in her gaze as she looked at Yi Lei. But my martial soul is of the ice attribute. Is this soul beast truly suitable for me? Rest assured, my dear, her father replied. Although the azure white tiger possesses a wind attribute, wind and ice do not interfere with one another and will not clash. Furthermore, it will enhance your speed while simultaneously fortifying your physical prowess. Leave that Millennium Soul Beast to you, and I shall handle the remaining two 10,000-year Soul Beasts. Yi Lei addressed Yi Junqing, asking, "Can you handle these two ancient Soul Beasts?" After a day of intense tutoring with Yi Lei, Tang Yinqing began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. One 5,000-year Soul Beast and one 10,000-year Soul Beast could easily decimate 100 individuals without sustaining any harm themselves. This exemplifies the formidable power of ancient Soul Beasts, which is why Tang Yinqing harbored such concerns for Yi Lei. "Mother, rest assured, I have already slain two Soul Beasts over 80,000 years old on my own. Why should I fear these two tigers? Have no worries, I am confident in my ability to deal with these Soul Beasts, especially since I have yet to reveal my trump card." Yi Lei cast a glance at the worried Tang Yinqing and spoke words of comfort. Turning his attention towards the three Soul Beasts, a violet glow emanated from his left side, as a black and purple bone materialized on his left calf. The skill of the human-faced leg bone, Spider Emperor's Violet Slash. Yi Lei swiftly kicked his left leg, and in an instant, a multitude of violet rays surged forward, cleaving vast swathes of trees in two. After executing this maneuver several times, the area before him became desolate, revealing three Soul Beasts before Yi Lei and his companions. The foremost creature, a white tiger, boasted a coat of pure white fur, with two verdant bone spurs protruding from its shoulders, shimmering with a turquoise luminescence. Its body was adorned with intricate green patterns, while the kingly emblem on its forehead exuded an aura of regality. To its left stood another white tiger, identical in form, but with shorter bone spurs and lacking the royal markings on its brow. To its right, however, was a distinct creature, sporting only a mere spur on its shoulder, with the kingly emblem on its forehead yet to take shape. This trio resembled a family, and Yi Lei instructed his companions to await his command. As they nodded in agreement, Yi Lei's expression turned serious as he addressed Han Wan. Divert their attention from above. Upon hearing this, Han Wan took to the skies. Her first soul skill, Ice Feather, was activated, causing the purple soul ring around her waist to illuminate. Instantly, a flurry of ice blue feathers soared towards the three white tigers. While Han Wan's initial technique inflicted no damage upon the two ancient azure white tigers, the younger white tiger was not so fortunate. A portion of the ice blue feathers struck it directly, leaving numerous tiny wounds that elicited painful cries as it pursued Han Wan, witnessing their offspring chase after a human. The other two white tigers instinctively followed suit. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Lei swiftly positioned himself between the two azure white tigers and declared, "Your adversary is me." 6 soul rings manifested beneath him, hovering at his waist, and the immense pressure of his released soul power compelled the 2 soul beasts to retreat several paces. Chapter 38, Third Soul Skill. The 2 soul beasts regarded the human standing before them, and upon discerning his soul ring configuration, their eyes widened in astonishment. After all, encountering a soul emperor with 5 black rings and 1 red was a rarity. "Your child may not have long to live," Yi Lei warned. "If you wish to save it, you must first contend with me." Yi Lei spoke to himself, indifferent to whether they could comprehend his words. The male white tiger appeared to grasp something, its eyes suddenly ablaze with fury as it fixed its gaze upon Yi Lei. In the next moment, it raised its powerful paw, unleashing a torrent of emerald green claws that hurtled toward Yi Lei, with a fierce roar directed at the female white tiger. The male conveyed his intent, prompting her to raise her paw and launch a similar assault upon Yi Lei. Yi Lei smiled faintly, his voice resonating with determination. Fourth soul skill, Blue Silver Cage. As he activated his soul skill, he raised his hand, summoning the Blue Silver Emperor to rise before him, forming a protective barrier to shield against the oncoming claws. In an instant, 2 blue silver cages ensnared the 2 white tigers. However, the white tigers were not foolish. Each launched their assault, shattering the cages. The male white tiger leapt into the air, raising its powerful claws to strike at Yi Lei, while the female white tiger, harnessing the power of wind, swiftly appeared behind him. With her bony spikes charged with elemental energy, she unleashed a verdant energy orb aimed directly at Yi Lei's back. First soul skill, Bind. Yi Lei unleashed his first soul skill in an instant, ensnaring the nearby trees with the Blue Silver Emperor, allowing himself to evade the assaults of 2 tigers. A resounding crash echoed as the ground beneath him was struck by a tiger's claw, causing the earth to sink several centimeters. The terrain of the martial world was predominantly composed of hard soil, remarkable in its resilience. thus highlighting the astonishing might of the white tiger. The luminous projectile emitted by the female white tiger landed amidst the distant woods, where the wind element within it obliterated numerous trees, leaving a chaotic scatter of debris. To his astonishment, the damage inflicted by the ancient azure white-browed tiger was exceedingly formidable. Regrettably, his father's soul power was too feeble to endure the 10,000-year soul ring. Otherwise, the skills acquired would likely have been even more terrifying, as the damage resulting from the rapid collision of ice and wind elements surpassed this considerably. However, there was no cause for concern, for he possessed the soul ring collector, which meant he could reserve the soul of the female white tiger for his father, absorbing it once he reached the fourth ring. There was no rush. With this thought, Yilei could no longer contain his joy. The tension on his face eased significantly. Thus, he resolved to assist his father in enhancing the quality of his soul ring. Third soul skill, web binding. Yilei's right hand shimmered with a violet glow as he hurled it towards the mother white tiger, instantly transforming into a web that ensnared her. The barbs of the blue-silver emperor swiftly pierced her body, injecting a potent mental toxin. In an instant, the light in the mother white tiger's eyes began to fade. Observing this, the male white tiger lashed out with his tail, unleashing a jade-green blade of wind that severed the blue-silver emperor from the mother tigeress form. Yet, the mother white tiger struggled to maintain her balance, her strength waning. After all, the neurotoxin from the 10,000-year-old faceless spider was no trifling matter, had she not been a spirit beast of such ancient lineage. A mere 1,000-year spirit beast would likely have succumbed to neurotoxic death by now. The two white tigers, harnessing the elemental power of wind, ascended into the sky, their shoulder spikes beginning to coalesce the wind elements from the surrounding air. Even during the night, one could sense the frantic depletion of these elements, all converging towards the two tigers. Meanwhile, on Hanwan's side, through the collective efforts of 5 individuals, they successfully vanquished the juvenile azure white forehead tiger and were now dragging its carcass towards Yilei. In flight, Hanwan was the first to notice the situation unfolding with Yilei. She landed and informed her companions before abandoning the beast's body and hastening towards Yilei. Yilei gazed at the increasingly vast emerald energy sphere above him, feeling his movements slow to a crawl. The two white tigers were on the verge of madness as they concentrated the surrounding wind elements. At that moment, the energy within the luminous orb overhead had reached its zenith, threatening to erupt at any instant. This cannot happen. An explosion would annihilate all life within 100 meters. Thus, he resolved to employ this technique. The third soul skill, 1,000-ton flame armor. The 6 soul rings belonging to the blue-silver emperor vanished, and the flame lord manifested behind Yilei as 3 soul rings materialized around his waist, with the third ring igniting in brilliance. Yilei knelt on one knee, his right fist striking the ground. In that fleeting moment, the earth around him shattered, and fragments of stone ascended into the air, transforming into crimson armor that enveloped him. Chapter 39, Decimation. Fully cloaked in the scarlet armor, Yilei resembled a valiant knight. He slowly spoke, "The defensive power of my third soul skill, the 1,000-gene flame armor, is formidable. I can withstand your duo's assault without issue. However, I cannot allow the surrounding life to be endangered. Thus, I unleash my self-created soul skill, the 4 Fires Ascending Realm." As Yilei's first and second soul rings shimmered at his waist, the ground around him was swiftly engulfed in molten lava. The self-created soul skill he had unleashed upon the Elder Hall re-emerged, this time with an even broader expanse, swiftly ensnaring the 2 soul beasts within its confines. However, Yilei failed to notice the 5 individuals rushing towards him, inadvertently drawing them into the domain as well. What is happening? Hanwan, suspended in the air, gazed at the abruptly vanished sky, now replaced by a crimson barrier. My soul power is depleting rapidly. As soon as she voiced her concern, she could no longer maintain her aerial stance and plummeted to the ground, a similar fate befalling Yi Junqing and Tang Yunqing. Han Mu's soul power was also waning, albeit at a slower rate, while Han Kachin remained entirely unaffected. At that moment, the 2 white tigers had completed their charge, launching energy orbs at Yilei whilst simultaneously unleashing wind attribute energy attacks with their claws and tails. First soul skill, Hellfire Lava Burst. Observing this, Yilei raised his right hand skyward, releasing a crimson light cannon that collided with the dual assault of the white tigers, generating a tremendous shockwave. The shockwave, infused with wind and fire elements, spread throughout the domain. Among the 5, only Hanfu remained unaffected. He unleashed his first soul skill to shield the others. First soul skill, Fire Rhino's Protection. The red shield expanded, attempting to withstand the collision of wind and fire elements. However, a soul skill bestowed by a century-old soul ring could hardly withstand the shockwave generated by a millennium-level skill. The outcome was inevitable. Han Fu's shield began to crumble. At that moment, Yi Lei sensed the anomaly, turning around with a stern expression. Second soul skill, Crimson Rock, with a lift of his left hand. 3 towering redstone walls rose before the 5, replacing Han Fu's shield and intercepting the clash of wind and fire elements. Simultaneously, Yi Lei diminished the energy of that area, causing Han Wan and the couple, Yi Junqing, to immediately feel their soul power stabilize. Gazing at the 2 white tigers that had landed on the ground, both appeared in poor condition, particularly the female white tiger, who had previously succumbed to Yi Lei's mental toxin and, along with the male white tiger, had expended considerable energy releasing the azure wind pill. Its blue fur now dulled and devoid of luster. The male white tiger's aura had slightly diminished, yet it remained largely unaffected. Contemplating the 5,000-year-old azure white forehead tiger before him, Yi Lei mused, the recovery ability of a 5,000-year soul beast is remarkable. If I were to create a soul ring from it, the age would certainly suffice. However, its attributes do not align with my desired soul skill effects. These 2 azure white forehead tigers shall serve as my father's 4th and 5th soul rings. Thus, it was time for them to become soul rings. 1,000-weighted body soul bone skill, 1,000-weighted falling flame burst. As the words fell, the formidable soul bone of the 1,000-gene ant emperor materialized upon Yi Lei's chest. A flash of crimson light surged forth, causing the elemental forces of fire and earth in the air to coalesce. In an instant, a colossal fire meteor took shape in the sky. At this moment, Yi Lei had dismantled the stone wall that stood before Chaowan and the others, allowing them to witness the spectacle of Yi Lei unleashing his soul bone skill. Yi Junqing could not help but exclaim, "Is this Yi Lei's 3rd soul skill? Its power is simply astonishing. Uncle, this must be Yi Lei's 3rd soul skill or his soul bone skill, all derived from the 85,000-year 1,000-gene ant emperor," Han Wan remarked, sharing everything Yi Lei had revealed to her. Yi Junqing was left utterly speechless, unable to comprehend the situation. There was simply no denying it. Her son was exceedingly formidable. Yi Lei remained oblivious to the fact that his father was intimidated by his abilities, as he directly commanded the meteorite to strike at the 2 white tigers. The colossal meteor split in midair, each fragment pursuing one of the white tigers. The 2 tigers could only scurry within Yi Lei's domain, occasionally launching gusts of wind towards the meteor, yet to no avail. The female white tiger, in the most precarious condition, was the first to be assaulted by the meteor. As it neared her, the meteor fractured into countless shards, descending upon her. In a moment of desperation, the female tiger conjured a wind elemental shield before her. But within Yi Lei's domain, the wind and ice elements were severely suppressed. Consequently, the shield she formed shattered after barely deflecting 5 or 6 small meteors, and her massive form was swiftly engulfed by the debris. The essence of her life gradually dissipated under the relentless bombardment of the meteor. Meanwhile, the male white tiger, sensing the life force of his companion fading, was consumed by a sudden fury. He let out a thunderous roar, causing his aura to surge dramatically. His roar even cracked the barrier of Yi Lei's domain, and with a powerful lash of his tail, 2 enormous blades of wind elemental energy shot forth, cleaving the pursuing meteors into 4 fragments. Soaring into the air, the white tiger charged towards the pinnacle of the barrier, unleashing a wind elemental sphere that struck the barrier's most vulnerable point. With a resounding explosion, the barrier shattered. Yi Lei furrowed his brow. With his domain breached and the tiger returning to the outside world, its power would undoubtedly amplify, making it increasingly difficult to vanquish. In Yi Lei's eyes, a shimmering blue and golden radiance flickered as the 4 fire heaven domain gradually faded away. The 3 soul rings at his waist similarly vanished, only to be replaced by a new configuration of 6 soul rings, 5 black and 1 red. The 6th soul skill, blue-silver binding, illuminated the 6th soul ring. In an instant, the blue-silver emperor vines surged from all directions, ensnaring the azure and white-tipped tiger soaring in the sky. Observing this, the azure and white-tipped tiger prepared to unleash a wind element blade with its tail. However, someone was swifter. The 2nd soul skill activated, parasitism. As Yi Lei observed the white-striped tiger, Bai Jing, preparing to unleash a blade of wind, he promptly activated the 2nd soul skill of the blue-silver emperor. Previously, during his assault on the mother white tiger, Yi Lei had, as a precautionary measure, cast several blue-silver emperor seeds while the mother was breaking free from the bindings. He had planted these seeds on both white tigers, anticipating the possibility of their escape from his domain. However, with the demise of the dance white tiger, the seeds upon it became utterly futile. Instantly, the blue-silver emperor sprouted from the body of the male white tiger, ensnaring it. While Yulei's sixth soul skill immobilized it in midair, he then employed his fifth soul skill, the blue-silver emperor spear. As Yulei's fifth soul ring shimmered at his waist, a brilliant blue-golden radiance flickered in his right hand. In the next instant, a long spear materialized, and he hurled it forth with great force. A mournful roar of a tiger echoed through the air, having just escaped the confines of its torment. Still reeling from the agony of losing its mate, it was met with the sight of its child's lifeless body lying on the ground, eyes devoid of light gazing in its direction. In that moment, all of its dearest kin had perished before its very eyes, and its world collapsed utterly. Another roar erupted, this time filled with wrath. The spikes on its shoulders began to flicker wildly, and the air around it stirred with agitation, gradually forming a protective vortex of wind, encasing it within. Within this whirlwind, blades of wind coalesced, swiftly severing the bonds that held it captive to the blue-silver emperor. With a thunderous crash, the blue-silver emperor spear collided with the vortex, producing a resounding noise. Observing this, Yulei quickly crouched down, placing his hands on the ground while silently invoking fourth soul skill, blue-silver spear array. In an instant, numerous blue-silver spikes erupted from the earth, aiming directly at the suspended, beaking white-eyed tiger. With a swift kick of his left leg, he unleashed a flurry of purple light slashes, many striking the base of the blue-silver emperor spear, while the remainder fell upon the vortex. Ultimately, the wind vortex, forged by the 50,000-year-old beaking white-eyed tiger, could not withstand the might of the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor spear. After enduring the spear's assault for over 30 seconds, the vortex shattered explosively, and the chest of the beaking white-eyed tiger was pierced through, a gaping wound erupting, spewing blood violently. With a thunderous thud, the massive form of the beaking white-eyed tiger crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Time seemed to slow as the life force of the tiger waned, and the light in its eyes gradually faded. Yulei commanded the blue-silver emperor, bringing the lifeless bodies of the family together. He retrieved the soul ring collector from the system space and extracted the soul rings of two 10,000-year soul beasts. The soul ring of the Millennium blue-silver white-headed tiger captivated Yi Junqing, who began to absorb it slowly. Chapter 40, The Third Soul Bone. A violet soul ring encircled Yi Junqing's waist, its energy gradually merging into his being. Yulei remained as usual, extracting the soul of the three-headed spirit beast from its mind with his blue-silver tyrant emperor spear. As he grasped the soul of the 50,000-year-old azure blue white-eyed tiger, a formidable surge of wind elements erupted forth. The quality of this soul could be deemed exceptional among wind attribute souls, and the soul ring it bestowed would undoubtedly possess overwhelming power. This soul ring could be fully absorbed when his father's soul power reached level 40, simultaneously enhancing the potency of the second soul skill. With a crack, the right foreleg of the 50,000-year-old azure blue white-eyed tiger shattered, and a claw-shaped emerald green bone rose from within, floating gracefully in the air, surrounded by a dense aura of wind elements. At this moment, Yulei's mouth hung agape, his expression one of utter bewilderment. He had initially intended merely to assist his father in hunting a soul beast to acquire a soul ring. However, out of sheer necessity, he had ended up slaying the entire family of three. Yet, he never anticipated that this would lead to his acquisition of a third soul bone. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained your third soul bone. The system has revealed a hidden achievement, 60 complete, with 40 remaining to reach the final goal. 40? 2 soul bones? Among the 3 soul bones now acquired, he had already absorbed 2. Unfortunately, the attributes of this third soul bone were incompatible with those of his 2 martial souls, rendering it of little use to him. Contemplating this, Yulei turned to observe Yi Junqing, who was enticing the soul ring nearby. His father's second soul ring was also derived from the azure blue white-eyed tiger, yet his father's martial soul possessed an ice attribute. The optimal configuration of soul bones must all stem from ice attribute soul beasts to maximize his father's potential. Yulei resolved to forge the most formidable trio of ice warriors in existence, comprising his parents and Han Wan. With this ambition in mind, he turned his gaze toward Han's mother, who was engaged in a lively conversation with his own mother. Clutching the soul bones in his hands, he approached her. As Han's mother continued her chat with Tang Yunqing, Yilei called out, "Auntie, please accept these 2 items." He extended his hands, offering the objects to her. Upon recognizing what he was presenting, Han's mother gasped in surprise and hastily declined. "Oh dear, Xiaolei, I cannot accept such precious gifts. Please keep them for yourself." "Auntie, it's quite all right. They are perfectly suited for you," he insisted. No, I really can't at that moment." Han's father, who had been cultivating nearby, opened his eyes and approached. "What is the matter, dear?" Han's mother shook her head, signaling that she was fine, and recounted the situation to him. After hearing her, Han's father was at a loss for how to refuse. "Auntie, this soul bone is known as the right arm bone of the Azure Gale. As a soul master, your strength in both attack and speed is unmatched. This soul bone will enhance your speed and grant you a wind attribute attack soul skill, greatly augmenting your power." With that, Yilei firmly placed the soul ring and soul bone into Han's mother's hands. Faced with such insistence, she found herself unable to decline and reluctantly accepted them. Under Yilei's protective watch, Han's mother began the process of absorbing the soul bone. Blue-silver domain. Yilei initiated the blue-silver domain and subsequently encouraged the other 3 to commence their cultivation. While the 5 were engaged in their practice, Yilei intermittently infused gentle soul power into their bodies, aiding in the unblocking of their meridians. Meanwhile, a group of 10 individuals clad in black arrived at the site where Han's father and mother had previously dealt a beating to 5 small ruffians. Upon witnessing the ragged, bruised figures on the ground, the 10 black-clad individuals wasted no time. They paired up and lifted the 5 individuals, transporting them out of the martial world and into an inconspicuous, dilapidated van. Shortly thereafter, the group swiftly boarded a black vehicle, with both cars departing in tandem. Chapter 41. Effects of Soul Skills. The earliest to absorb the soul rings, Yi Junqing, was the first to awaken, instantly sensing a surge in her soul power from level 20 to over level 24. Moreover, she felt a significant improvement in the flow of her meridians. With a mere thought, 2 purple soul rings manifested, hovering gracefully at her waist. Yi Junqing surveyed her surroundings and, after ensuring she was sufficiently distant from Yilei and the others, spoke aloud. Second soul skill, Xianbing Storm. The second soul ring at her waist illuminated, and with a graceful flourish of her hands, an ice-blue tornado infused with icy blades surged forth, striking the trees ahead. As the soul skill dissipated, the aftermath revealed a scene of devastation, with the trees along the tornado's path brutally shredded by the ice blades. Awakened from his meditative state by the sound of destruction, Yilei looked at his father with a bewildered expression. "Dad, what are you doing?" Upon hearing his son's voice, Yi Junqing turned to Yilei and replied, "Nothing much. I was merely testing my second soul skill to observe its effects. Did I disturb you?" After Yi Junqing's response, Yilei exerted himself to stand and approached his father, gazing at the ravaged trees. "Dad, it seems that allowing you to absorb the spirit ring of the blue sky white-striped tiger was indeed the right choice. This soul skill is quite impressive. It is an area of effect attack. By the way, son, I now feel that the meridians within my body have been significantly unblocked, and my speed has improved tremendously. That is because you absorbed the spirit ring of the blue sky white-striped tiger, which is a wind attribute spirit beast. The wind attribute inherently relates to speed, so naturally, your velocity would increase. As for the unblocking of your meridians, that was accomplished when I assisted you with my own soul power during your absorption of the spirit ring." Yilei responded. Yi Junqing nodded, glanced at the remaining 4 individuals, and inquired, "What about them? Are they also cultivating?" "Indeed, just a moment ago, we obtained a soul bone from the 50,000-year-old beaching white forehead tiger, known as the beaching frenzied wind right arm bone. The attributes of this soul bone are remarkably compatible with your aunt's martial soul, which is why I instructed her to absorb it while you were in the process of absorbing the soul ring." Yilei recounted in detail the events that transpired when Yi Junqing absorbed the soul ring. After listening attentively, Yi Junqing nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, the participants gradually concluded their meditation and began to awaken one by one. Yilei approached Hanmu, inquiring about her absorption progress. "How is your absorption coming along? What is the effect of the soul skill?" "I feel rather good about it. I have named the soul skill from this soul bone shadow tempest slash." "Very well, Annie. Please use the soul bone skill to attack me. Is that truly advisable?" Upon hearing Yilei's words, Hanmu furrowed her brow slightly, but upon seeing Yilei nod, she chose not to voice any further objections. After creating a sufficient distance from Yilei, the soul bone on her right arm manifested, signaling that she was ready. Hanmu launched her assault. Azure Gale right arm soul bone skill, Shadow Tempest Slash. A verdant light coalesced between her fingers, and with a swift motion of her right hand, 5 dark green slashes hurtled toward Yilei, accompanied by a series of piercing sounds. Second soul skill, Crimson Rock. Yilei knelt on one knee, his right fist striking the ground with force, causing 5 crimson stone walls to rise majestically before him. As the 5 emerald green slashes of light made contact with Yilei's second soul skill, they penetrated through, leaving 5 gashes in their wake. With the subsequent 4 stone walls meeting the same fate, Yilei swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the lethal light slash. The 5 beams of light cut through several trees before ultimately vanishing. Yu Junqing stepped forward. "My son, how could your second soul skill possibly withstand this soul bone ability?" "Father, my second soul skill as the Lord of Flames requires 45,000 years to harness from the Crimson Scorpion King, while this soul bone boasts an age of 50,000 years. The disparity between the two skills spans a full 5,000 years, thus it is only natural that it cannot be blocked." Yilei responded. Chapter 42, The Bullied Girl. Yilei stepped forward to stand before Hanmu. "Auntie, the power of your soul bone skill is exceptionally formidable. The cutting force of the wind element is immensely potent, rendering all defensive soul skills under 50,000 years incapable of withstanding it." Hanmu was taken aback, incredulous at Yilei's assertion. "Oh dear, Shaolei, please refrain from such nonsense. How could my soul skill possibly be that powerful? Do you jest?" Observing Hanmu's exaggerated reaction, Yilei found himself both amused and exasperated. "Auntie, I am not jesting. I speak the truth. My second martial soul, the Flame Lord, derives its second soul ring from the 45,000-year-old Crimson Scorpion King. This is a full 5,000-year difference from your soul bone, and it could not withstand a single strike from you. Do you truly believe I am joking?" After hearing Yilei's explanation, Hanmu finally felt reassured. Following a brief respite, the group resumed their quest for soul beasts. Meanwhile, Yilei was deep in thought. Today, the soul rings they intended to hunt for uncle and auntie must reach a minimum age of 300 years, which posed no issue. However, their first soul rings were only 500 years old, and he pondered how to elevate their age to the 1,000-year mark. It would be unthinkable to have them detach their first soul rings. What would that be but murder? "System, do you possess any solutions to this predicament?" At an impasse, Yilei sought assistance from the system. "Well, there is indeed a solution. But what is it? Speak quickly." "System, how rude. I had not finished my statement. Why interrupt me?" "Yilei, I am anxious. What else can I do?" "That is to find a soul beast whose age matches the first soul ring of both of them, allowing them to absorb it in succession. By merging the 2 soul rings, we can elevate them to the millennial realm. Furthermore, it is essential that the combined age of the 2 soul rings exceeds 1,000 years or precisely reaches that threshold." The system conveyed this information in one breath before once again succumbing to a dormant state. Yilei meticulously contemplated the conditions set forth by the system. These stipulations were not particularly challenging. Indeed, they appeared rather simplistic to him. Thus, throughout the ensuing journey, he remained vigilant in his search for soul beasts that shared the same lineage as the first soul rings of Han's parents, while also meeting the requisite age criteria. The vastness of the martial world, teeming with an abundance of soul beasts, rendered his quest relatively effortless, and soon enough, he identified a suitable creature. With the aid of his blue-silver domain, the originally yellow soul rings of Han's parents transformed into a delicate shade of purple. After the couple took a moment to recuperate, they resumed their expedition. However, fortune did not favor Yilei this time. After traversing for the better part of the day, he encountered numerous unsuitable soul beasts. Either their age was insufficient or their attributes misaligned, prompting him to dismiss them. At that moment, a large bird soared overhead at an astonishing speed, igniting a spark of excitement in Yilei's eyes. With a swift motion, he cast out a blue-silver emperor, ensnaring the bird by its neck and yanking it downwards. The creature crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, several blue-silver emperors erupting from the earth to secure the avian firmly in place. Extending his left arm, he activated the soul beast detection device affixed to his arm, initiating a scan of the bird. Beep. The scan concluded, revealing the creature to be a magic ice kite, aged 1,300 years. Following the transmission of the results, The Soul Beast detection device promptly powered down. At last, after such a prolonged search, I have finally found a suitable Soul Beast. My efforts have not been in vain. He called out, Nwaner, come here and slay it to absorb its soul ring. Obediently, Han Nwan approached, her gaze fixed upon the dark, ice-colored bird. Suddenly, the magic eye ice kite lifted its head, locking eyes with her. In an instant, Han Nwan felt her spirit drift as dizziness overwhelmed her. An icy chill enveloped her, rendering her reluctant to maintain eye contact with the piercing, dark gaze. Yet, her body seemed to act of its own accord, fixated on the bird's mesmerizing eyes. Abruptly, her vision darkened, and warmth flooded back, accompanied by the enticing scent of the boy beside her. In that moment, all sensations faded, and her bodily control returned to normal. Nwaner, do not meet its gaze. Its primary method of attack involves eye contact to exert control, plunging one into a state worse than death. As the warning echoed, the four adults who had previously peered in curiosity swiftly turned their heads away, unwilling to subject themselves to such a torturous fate. With a rustle, several more blue-silver emperors erupted from the ground, firmly binding the head of the magic eye ice kite, leaving no room for escape. Yilei finally withdrew his hand from Han Nwan's face. At this moment, his palm was itching intolerably, and the cause was none other than the gentle brush of Han Nwan's long eyelashes. It was only after Yilei playfully pinched her cheeks a few times that the irritation subsided. The crimson blade cut through, as the dark, icy pupils of the magic eye ice kite gradually lost their original luster. A violet energy coalesced into a soul ring in the air, slowly merging with it under Han Nwan's guidance. As time passed, once Han Nwan completed the absorption of the soul ring, Yilei retrieved some provisions from the system space and distributed them among the group. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the six continued on their journey. Yilei and his companions had not walked far when they heard voices ahead, accompanied by the sound of insults. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a group of girls, roughly the same age as Yilei, mercilessly assaulting another girl who was seated on the ground, hurling profanities as they kicked and punched her. In the distance, a couple of vans were parked, with several men standing idly by, completely indifferent to the bullying taking place before them. Chapter 43. The arrogance of the powerful. The girls' insults were intolerably harsh, and Yilei, unable to bear it any longer, pushed through the thicket and approached them. You lot, cease this at once. What kind of ability is it to bully the weak with your numbers? Yilei's voice suddenly echoed behind the group of girls, startling them. One girl, poised to kick, lost her balance upon hearing his voice and fell directly onto the girl on the ground. The girl below, unyielding, shifted her position a few centimeters to the side. The one who had fallen landed awkwardly, her face covered in dirt. Rising to her feet, she swung her hand to slap the girl beside her, indignantly exclaiming, You wretched creature, witnessing my fall and yet not serving as my cushion? Do you wish to perish? Unfortunately, her slap missed its intended target, striking instead a red stone. The sharp sound of impact resonated, causing her to clutch her hand and leap in pain, crying out, Ouch, that hurts. My finger is broken. This is all your fault, you filthy wretch. Why don't you just die? Yet, fate was unkind. Her next kick struck a stone instead. The force of her effort was evident. Now at a loss, with both her right hand and foot in agony, she could only writhe on the ground in distress. The other girls, snapping back to reality, neglected to check on the one rolling in pain and began to confront Yilei. What the hell do you want? Are you insane? Oh, could it be that he's the boyfriend of that filthy wench? One remarked. Now that you mention it, he does seem like it. Ha ha. Listening to their crude remarks, Yilei felt a wave of nausea. You entitled bullies, leveraging your family's wealth to oppress others? Do you not feel ashamed? A moment of silence followed. Ashamed? Have you lost your mind? We are indeed relying on our wealth. What can you do about it? Let me be frank. My boyfriend's father is the general manager of the Yi Group, Qin Haoze, a man of considerable riches. Do you believe I could have him eliminate you? Are you familiar with the Yi Group, you worthless scum? Nearby, in the thicket, Yi Junqing, in a fit of rage, retrieved her phone from her pocket and dialed a number. Within 3 seconds of the first beep, the call was answered. Hello. Is there someone named Qin Haoze in our company? Yes, Chairman, may I inquire what the matter is? Inform him not to report to work tomorrow, and do not process his salary for this month. Reason? Let him inquire with his precious son. With that, Yi Junqing hung up the phone without waiting for a response from the other end. The esteemed chairman of the Yi Group is none other than Yi Junqing. Leveraging her position as the head of the Yi Group, her son has been bullying the weak, and such employees are better off dismissed. At this moment, aside from Han Wan, none of those surrounding Yi Junqing reacted in the slightest. They had already gathered insights about each other's occupations during their earlier conversations, with the exception of Han Wan. Thus, when Yi Junqing made the call, there was no astonishment among them, only Han Wan, with her mouth agape in disbelief, gazed at Yi Junqing in shock. She could scarcely fathom that Yi Junqing, the future father-in-law she would have, was indeed the chairman of the illustrious Yi Group, a leading powerhouse in Rongqing. Although the Han family was not without its own merits and assets, they paled in comparison to even the smallest fractions of the Yi Group's wealth. Observing the young gentleman and lady before him, Yi Lei felt a surge of indignation and stepped forward with fervent intensity. The surrounding girls sensed the impending trouble, and one of them hastily called out to the individual by the business vehicle, "Qin Song, hurry over. Someone is attempting to bully me." The distinct sound of her voice reached the young man, who was still exhaling smoke rings. Upon hearing her plea, he promptly rushed over, positioning himself in front of Yi Lei. "You think you can intimidate my girlfriend? You?" Qin Song began, as his fist was already in motion, striking toward Yi Lei. Yi Lei sidestepped, raising his knee sharply, landing a devastating blow on Qin Song's vital area. Qin Song doubled over in agony, clutching his midsection. As he lifted his head, intending to unleash a torrent of curses, the result was a resounding slap. The crisp sound echoed as Qin Song was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a distant commercial vehicle, his face rapidly swelling on one side. He fell into unconsciousness, utterly oblivious to his surroundings. Chapter 44. Not a single one escapes. Upon witnessing Qin Song being struck and rendered lifeless on the ground, the female onlookers were utterly panicked. To conceive that a mere slap could send a living being flying illustrates the sheer might of his strength. He was nothing short of a monster. Yi Lei strolled forward, his gaze ablaze with fury as he observed the group of girls. "In my lifetime, I, Yi Lei, have always abhorred bullying. Thus, during my middle school years, I established a resolute rule. Anyone caught bullying others, regardless of their background, would face lifelong consequences. Today, I witnessed all your actions, and by tonight, you shall receive a legal notice from the Yi Group. I shall ensure that you forfeit all your family wealth and experience the bitterness of being bullied yourselves." As his words echoed, the girls regarded Yi Lei with the terror one might reserve for a monster, hastily retreating. Qin Song's girlfriend shouted towards the van, urging, "You lot, stop standing there foolishly. Take him down. Beat him to a pulp." The bodyguards clad in black suits, startled by Qin Song's earlier tumble, converged upon him to assess his condition, entirely neglecting the girls. Upon hearing Qin Song's girlfriend's call, the bodyguards lifted their heads, and upon realizing the impending danger to their future young mistress, they confirmed Qin Song was unharmed and swiftly moved to shield Yi Lei, obstructing his advance. "Bodyguards, is it? Then let the reckoning begin with you." A radiant light emanated from beneath the feet of the bodyguards, revealing a white soul ring hovering at their waists. A decade-old soul ring. How astonishing it was that such spirit beasts existed after the merging of two worlds. Yet, I had previously overlooked this detail. Regardless, their soul ring abilities posed no threat to me. The first soul skill, high-pressure surge. One bodyguard clasped his hands, unleashing a torrent of water as thick as a thigh, surging toward Yi Lei. With a casual lift of his left hand, the water vaporized upon contact with his arm, emitting a hissing sound that astonished the bodyguard. The suited protectors exchanged glances and, moving in unison, charged at Yi Lei. Each attempted strike, whether a punch or a kick, was effortlessly deflected by Yi Lei's indifferent gestures. As he continued to parry their assaults with ease, Yi Lei's patience was gradually eroded, and finally, as the bodyguards prepared to launch their assault, he raised his right hand with deliberate grace. A crimson stone coalesced in his palm. With a crack, the stone instantaneously shattered into numerous fragments. With a swift motion of his hand, the shards hurtled forth, and in an instant, the bodyguards were sent sprawling to the ground, each forehead marked with the unmistakable imprints of burns. Only one bodyguard, after collapsing, managed to rise again, for his martial spirit was the Bishi, known for its formidable defense. Yet, he could not evade the painful mark seared upon his brow. Yi Lei remained oblivious to his predicament as he continued to stride towards the group of girls, completely unaware that he had risen once more. The bodyguard, cradling his head in his hands, shook it in despair and cast a fleeting glance at Yi Lei before stumbling into the unscathed luxury vehicle. With a decisive click, the engine roared to life, and the bodyguard pressed the accelerator to the floor, hurtling directly towards Yi Lei. Hearing the commotion behind him, Yilei did not glance back. Instead, he resolutely advanced towards the girls. Just as the car was a mere 5 meters away, a flash of violet light enveloped Yilei's left leg, and he executed a swift spinning kick. A beam of purple radiance surged forth, piercing straight into the heart of the luxury vehicle. In the astonished gazes of the bodyguard and the girls, the car split apart, veering violently to either side. Billowing white smoke erupted as the airbags deployed, causing the bodyguard to lose consciousness instantly. Witnessing that the bodyguards could not impede Yilei's advance, the girls were consumed by panic. They turned to flee, only to find themselves unceremoniously tumbling into a gaping chasm that had mysteriously appeared. Chapter 45. The return journey. Yilei approached the edge of the pit, gazing down upon the group of girls from his elevated position. A subtle smirk graced his lips as his fingers twitched slightly. From the top of the pit, several stone pillars emerged, transforming the vast chasm into a veritable prison. The girls, their expressions pleading for mercy, looked up at Yilei. "Let us go, and we will pay you. Name your price. We implore you, just allow us to leave. Is that agreeable?" They spoke of money, but little did they know. The Yi family was never in want of wealth. Yilei remained silent, yet a voice emerged from behind him. Yi Junqing approached with measured steps. Coming to a halt before the pit, Yi Junqing gently patted Yilei's shoulder and spoke. "Son, let us depart. Your father has already alerted the authorities, and it is now their responsibility to handle the matter." As soon as she finished speaking, Yilei and Yi Junqing turned on their heels, paying no heed to the desperate cries of the girls trapped in the pit. As they passed by the bodyguards, Yilei ensured they were firmly restrained, leaving no chance for escape. Upon Yilei's return, Han Wan and her family wisely refrained from probing further. Having just learned from Tang Yuqing about Yilei's tumultuous middle school years, Han Wan approached Yilei's side and noticed his eyes were closed, his demeanor somewhat off. Silently, she slipped her hand into his palm. Feeling the warmth radiating from her touch, Yilei slowly opened his enchanting eyes. The fury that had previously resided within them dissipated, replaced by an abundance of tenderness. He lifted his hand and affectionately ruffled Han Wan's fluffy hair. Han Wan gazed up into Yilei's eyes, noticing the anger had vanished. "Are you feeling better?" she inquired. "Rest assured, I am quite well," he replied. After Yilei spoke, he playfully ruffled Han Wan's hair with a few forceful strokes. "Oh dear, you've completely disheveled my hair," Han Wan exclaimed, raising her hands to push Yilei's hand away, while covering her head with both hands. Her small face puffed up in indignation as she glared at him. Yilei gazed at Han Wan, his eyes brimming with affection. He lifted his hands and playfully pinched her delicate face, stretching it to the sides. Han Wan was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her senses and began chasing Yilei through the forest. Noticing her pursuit, Yilei did not slow down. Ultimately, Han Wan unfurled her wings and soared into the air, catching up with Yilei before playfully mounting his shoulders, tugging at his ears with a feigned pout of annoyance. The instant she perched upon him, Yilei instinctively supported her legs, ensuring she remained steady and did not tumble. For adults watched their playful antics with amused smiles. Before long, the sound of sirens pierced the air as several police cars raced into the martial arts realm, guided by the previously bullied girl. They arrived at the scene of the incident. What they witnessed was a sight they would never forget: a business vehicle severed in half, a suited man firmly pinned to the ground by stones, a young man crashed against another vehicle, and several girls trapped in a deep pit. After gathering information from the bullied girl, the officers swiftly took action, apprehending all involved and bringing them back to the police station. The legal department of the Yi Group acted swiftly. Unexpectedly, during his holiday, Qin Haoze was informed by the Human Resources Department of his dismissal. Perplexed, he inquired about the reason, only to be told to consult his son. This left him utterly bewildered. Just then, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he found a colleague from the legal department standing outside. As he was about to invite them in for a cup of tea, the colleague thrust a document into his arms and departed without uttering a single word. Confounded, Qin Haoze opened the document, and his expression instantly turned pale. After wandering around the martial world for quite some time, Yilei finally found a suitable spirit beast for Han's parents. With a humble demeanor, he stood beside Tang Yuqing. "Mother, your martial spirit is rather unique. It is challenging to find a compatible spirit beast in the martial world. I shall search for one tomorrow. Once uncle and aunt absorb their spirit rings, we will return home," he suggested. Tang Yuqing could only acquiesce, as her martial spirit was, after all, a fish. Chapter 46. The cries of agony. Half an hour later, A purple spirit ring materialized around each of Han's parents' waists, shimmering brilliantly. Moments later, they opened their eyes in succession, exchanged glances, and smiled. They then approached Han Wan and stood beside her. Han Kachin glanced at Yi Lei, a flicker of subtle intrigue passing through his eyes. "What is the matter, uncle? Are you feeling unwell?" Yi Lei, sensing the gaze upon him, turned to meet Han Kachin's eyes, mistakenly assuming something had gone awry during the spirit ring absorption. "Rest assured, I am in perfect health, under your blue-silver domain. Both Aunt and I absorbed our spirit rings smoothly," Han Kachin replied, looking at Yi Lei. "I now believe that allowing you to be Nguyen's boyfriend was indeed a wise decision. Having you by her side ensures she receives the utmost protection and remains free from danger." Yi Lei pondered. Safety, devoid of any peril? This assertion was only partially accurate. After all, his prowess indeed afforded protection to those around him. Nevertheless, he had been inscribed on the blacklist of the Elders' Hall, regarded as a formidable adversary. It would be remiss not to have countless spies surrounding him, and perhaps, unbeknownst to him, the agents of the Seventh Elder were already in close proximity. Wait, spies. Given the Elders' Hall's propensity for such tactics, it was entirely plausible they had deployed an informant. With a deft application of his domain skill, the human face left leg, he activated the mental hunting ground. Invisible strands extended from beneath Yi Lei's feet, and in an instant, the life signatures within 100 meters surged into his mind. He swiftly scanned the vicinity, and soon, a shadow materialized in his thoughts. "Found you. This time, I shall impart a lesson." Fourth soul skill, blue-silver cage. Yi Lei's right hand subtly pressed against the ground, and 6 soul rings emerged beneath his feet, with the 4th soul ring illuminating brightly. At that moment, a cloaked figure dispatched by the Elder Seven's Hall was concealed in the branches of a grand tree, meticulously observing every move of Yi Lei and his companions. His codename was Shadow, a name bestowed upon him after the awakening of his martial soul. Prior to this, his actions had been shrouded in extreme secrecy, which warranted the enigmatic title. As he focused intently on monitoring Yi Lei's group, countless strands of blue-silver emperor vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring him within their grasp. What was happening? "What is this?" Shadow found himself bewildered, tugging desperately at the vines with his hands, attempting to sever them with sheer force. But alas, it was a futile endeavor. Suddenly, 4 blue-silver emperor vines extended from various directions, binding his limbs and suspending him in a star-like position in midair. In that moment, Shadow had yet to comprehend the situation. A series of faint sounds resonated beneath him as he glanced down. The source of the noise sent chills racing across his skin. An ominous spiral of 3 intertwined blue-silver emperor vines emerged from the ground, slowly ascending towards his vulnerable core. Hey, what the? Shadow writhed, futilely resisting. However, his struggles proved ineffectual as the vines continued their inexorable rise. Meanwhile, the onlookers were left puzzled as they witnessed Yi Lei suddenly crouching down, his right hand pressed against the earth, with 6 soul rings of blue-silver appearing beneath him. Yi Lei rose, glancing at the crowd and shaking his head to signal that there was no imminent danger. He then took Han Wan's hand and led the group away from the martial arts realm. Unbeknownst to the others, Yi Lei tightened his left hand's fingers. And in an instant, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from deep within the martial arts domain. Chapter 47, Explosion. News the moment the scream reverberated. Everyone except Yi Lei was startled. What had transpired? Had someone been injured by a soul beast? It seemed unlikely. Perhaps the 5 individuals had merely received another beating. Upon hearing Yi Lei's words, the crowd nodded in agreement. After all, judging by their tone, it was evident that those individuals were not unfamiliar with such occurrences. Their familiarity suggested that several groups before them had fallen victim to similar thievery. "Shadow, I thank you." As the group consisted entirely of soul masters, the journey that would typically require over an hour was completed in less than 30 minutes. Passing by the spot where the 5 individuals were beaten, Yi Lei did not find them, but noticed a chaotic array of footprints on the ground. A closer inspection revealed that all the prints belonged to shoes of varying sizes, clearly indicating that they had been left by the same individual. Yi Lei paid no heed to the footprints and exited the martial arts realm alongside the others. At that moment, he could scarcely foresee that those 5 individuals would later pose a formidable threat. Upon the return journey deep within the martial arts realm, a figure lay sprawled on the ground, despondently, with lips slightly parted, emitting peculiar groans. A tear had marred the fabric of his trousers, revealing a vibrant red pair of undergarments beneath. Beep, beep, beep. The multifunctional military communicator strapped to his left wrist buzzed with urgency. With great effort, he lifted his right hand to activate it, and the visage of a middle-aged secretary appeared on the screen. Code 49043. Report on the operation status and the movements of the target. Reporting to the Elder S assistant, the covert operation has failed. The target has exited the martial arts realm, and I have sustained severe injuries from an unidentified attack. There was a moment of silence from the other end, before a voice inquired, failure? How could someone of your caliber allow the mission to falter? Moreover, how did you sustain an unidentified attack? Code 49043. Provide a detailed account of the operation. With a weary shift of his left hand and a strained nod of his head, he began. The target eliminated 3 Tiger-class soul beasts, 1 avian soul beast, and 2 unknown varieties. While they were resting and recuperating, I was suddenly ambushed and subsequently lost sight of them. What type of attack did you endure? Physical or energy damage? The corner of his mouth twitched as he slowly articulated 3 words. Upon hearing this, the Elder S assistant fell into a profound silence, lingering in contemplation for what felt like an eternity. Very well, return at once. I shall dispatch others to take your place. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly terminated. He weakly rolled over, and as soon as he made contact with the ground, he sprang up, clutching his rear, releasing another anguished cry. Ah, the sound echoed, causing birds to scatter in disarray. Afternoon. After exiting the highway, Yi Lei and his companions parted ways, each returning to their respective homes. Once back, Yi Junqing instinctively turned on the television to watch a variety show. The family of 3 settled on the sofa, sharing laughter over a comedic segment when an urgent news bulletin interrupted the broadcast. A startling announcement revealed that at 1:45 p.m. today, an unprecedented incident occurred at the large marine exhibition center in Jianghe District, Rongqing. All marine creatures had undergone mutations, escalating the danger level significantly. Numerous innocent bystanders were injured, with current reports indicating that 20 individuals had lost their lives and countless others sustained varying degrees of injuries. The exhibition center has since been cordoned off, and military personnel have intervened. Citizens are urged to stay clear of the vicinity. This special report concludes. Yi Lei, who had been lounging on the sofa, suddenly straightened up, his face alight with astonishment as he gazed at Tang Yuqing. Chapter 48. The Soul Beast Transformation of Marine Creatures. Tang Yuqing felt uneasy under Yi Lei's intense stare. Son, why do you keep looking at me? Is there something on my face? Upon hearing Tang Yuqing's remark, Yi Junqing swiftly turned to her, a serious expression crossing her face as she declared, My dear, how could there be anything on your face? You look absolutely stunning. Yi Lei twitched the corner of his mouth, contemplating how his father, typically decisive and authoritative outside, revealed a submissive nature at home. How fearful he must be of his mother. Mind your own business. Go watch your television. Tang Yuqing firmly pressed Yi Junqing down, directing her gaze at Yi Lei. Mom, have you been paying attention to the reports? Yes. Why? Tang Yuqing still bore a perplexed expression, failing to grasp Yi Lei's meaning. Mom, your second soul ring has a lead. At this moment, Yi Junqing finally reacted, slightly lifting herself to gaze at Yi Lei. Son, do you mean that these mutated creatures resemble the wolf thieves? Yi Lei did not speak, merely nodding in agreement with what Yi Junqing had said. Tang Yuqing, listening to the conversation between the father and son, furrowed her brow in confusion, utterly bewildered by their discourse. What are you two discussing? What exactly is a wolf thief? Without waiting for Yi Lei to speak, Yi Junqing began to enlighten Tang Yuqing on this particular area of knowledge. Yi Lei remained silent, continuing to lounge on the sofa while watching a variety show. 10 minutes later, Yi Junqing concluded her enlightening discussion with Tang Yuqing. Yi Lei then spoke, Mother, please prepare yourself. Shortly we shall venture to the exhibition hall to assist you in selecting a suitable soul ring. Tang Yuqing nodded in acknowledgement and rose to tidy up her room. Half an hour later, Tang Yuqing and Yi Lei departed. Originally, Yi Junqing intended to accompany them, but Yi Lei handed her a beast soul along with a perfectly 1,000-year-old soul ring, instructing her to absorb them at home. Before departing, Yi Lei cast a blue-silver barrier within his home, infused with a rich essence of blue-silver emperor energy, sufficient to ensure his safety during the soul ring age breakthrough. The Marine Life Exhibition Hall was not far from Yi Lei's residence, allowing him and his companions to reach their destination in a short time. However, the exhibition hall was currently surrounded by military personnel, creating an impenetrable blockade. As Yi Lei and Tang Yuqing approached, 2 soldiers clad in uniforms, wielding rifles, intercepted them. The military is engaged in combat within. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry. Please return whence you came, one of them began. However, midway through his admonition, both men suddenly lifted their heads. Upon recognizing the newcomers, their hands trembled uncontrollably. Their legs quaked as if they were sifting through grains, and beads of cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. In an instant, they turned and fled towards the main contingent, shouting that the living Yama had arrived. The soldiers who had initially turned their backs to them, upon hearing the commotion, swiftly turned to look. Once they beheld Yilei's visage, their previously stern expressions morphed into panic, their brows glistening with sweat, and they scattered in fear. The dark mark upon the nape of their necks revealed their true identities. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yuqing was filled with bewilderment. Why did those soldiers exhibit such terror upon seeing her son? Was he truly that fearsome? Yilei, I am at a loss. I have merely extinguished a few members of the Elder Hall. Upon entering the exhibition hall, I found it utterly deserted. The deeper I ventured, the more water pooled upon the ground, mingled with extensive patches of blood. In one corner lay several dismembered bodies, unmistakably the deceased common folk from this tragic incident. Just moments ago, along the path I traversed, several bulletproof glass display cases housing small marine creatures had shattered, and all the marine life within had vanished. As Yilei and Tang Yuqing surveyed their surroundings, a colossal shadow loomed above them. Chapter 49, The Ice Swordfish. Upon noticing the dark shadow above him, Yilei raised his head, his brows furrowing tightly as he swiftly maneuvered to the side, evading Tang Yuqing. It seemed as though the shadow had detected their presence. With a sudden twist, several streams of solid, ice-blue sword energy pierced through the bulletproof glass, relentlessly pursuing Yilei. The glass bore only a few minuscule fissures, a testament to the razor-sharpness of the sword energies. As Yilei turned to witness the unfolding situation, he propelled himself backward, accompanied by Tang Yuqing. Boom, boom, boom. 3 beams of ice-blue sword energy struck the ground where Yilei had just stood, causing the earth to crack widely. The solidified sword energy showed no sign of dissipating. Emanating a chilling aura that caused the surrounding water to instantly freeze, the once sultry exhibition hall transformed into an icy realm. Yet, this slight chill posed no threat to Yilei and Tang Yuqing. Quick, shatter the glass for me. Tang Yuqing promptly nodded in response, her right hand sweeping through the air as a violet soul ring materialized, revealing the ice-spiked sawfish behind her. With her first soul skill, Frostwind Ice Blade, she swung her arms forward and backward, unleashing 2 serrated ice-blue beams that crossed and struck the bulletproof glass. In an instant, the glass shattered, and a deluge of water gushed forth. Observing this, Yilei swiftly extended his right hand, sending several strands of blue-silver emperor directly towards the shadow. Sensing the impending threat, the shadow spun around, and the blue-silver emperor was severed entirely by an invisible sword energy. Yilei slightly furrowed his brow as 6 soul rings emerged, with the third one illuminating. The third soul skill, Web Binding, activated. A violet orb materialized in Yilei's hand, which he promptly hurled into the water tank, pursuing the elusive shadow. Beep. The scanning was complete. The soul beast identified as the ice swordfish, aged 1,400 years. At this moment, Yilei's soul beast detector finished scanning the shadow and reported its findings. The ice swordfish, possessing the ice attribute and an appropriately advanced age, was indeed the most opportune soul ring presented to him. Truly a divine stroke of fortune. Thus, it shall become the second soul ring for my mother. As the violet light neared the ice swordfish, it transformed into an enormous spider web, ensnaring the creature. 4th soul skill, Blue-Silver Lance Formation. As Yilei's 4th soul ring shimmered at his waist, he suddenly crouched down, pressing his hands against the ground. In that instant, dozens of blue-silver emperor spikes erupted from the earth, racing toward the ice swordfish ensnared in the web. Sensing imminent danger, the ice swordfish no longer concealed its true power. In a heartbeat, a chilling sword aura surged forth, severing the blue-silver emperor that bound it. The shattered fragments of blue-silver emperor were instantly frozen into ice shards, cascading to the ground like delicate frost flowers. However, the ice swordfish's desperate counterattack could not evade the onslaught of Yilei's 10,000-year soul skill, as it was brutally pierced into a spiny fish. Yet, Yilei was unprepared for the ice swordfish's final strike, which, with barely a breath left, launched an intangible sword aura that soared toward him. Piercing directly through his lower abdomen, Yilei pressed against his wound, staggering back several steps, blood spilling from his lips as he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. "Are you all right, my son?" Is it serious? Why is there so much blood? Should we go to the hospital? Tang Yunqing hurried over, her face etched with concern as she gazed anxiously at Yilei. Yilei shook his head gently and, raising his gaze to Tang Yunqing, reassured her, Mother, fret not. Your son possesses great fortune. You should focus on absorbing the soul ring now. Although Tang Yunqing wished to utter more, Yilei's firm demeanor left her little choice but to proceed with the absorption. The remains of the ice swordfish had long been brought to the ground by Yilei. To prevent any potential resurgence of its attacks, he decisively extracted its beast soul, ensuring it was sent to the underworld without delay. As Tang Yunqing engaged in the absorption of the soul ring, Yilei noticed that the sword aura that had wounded him was laced with an intense icy element, causing the blood around the wound to begin coagulating. Yilei began to concentrate his soul energy in his right hand, a brilliant crimson light flickering upon it. Gritting his teeth, he pressed his hand directly against the wound. Yilei could no longer endure it. As he opened his mouth, a heart-wrenching roar reverberated throughout the entire marine biology exhibition hall. As for why the male protagonist, a soul emperor of the sixth ring, could be injured by a millennium soul beast, I can only attribute it to his blind confidence in his own abilities, neglecting the fact that soul beasts can retaliate fiercely when facing death. Thus, he sustained injuries. However, this need not be a point of concern, as the author, Lao Tzu, wishes to prevent the protagonist from having an entirely smooth journey. A touch of adversity is necessary. And so, it is settled. Respectfully from Lao Tzu, Chapter 50, Elemental Collision. A piercing scream erupted, causing the surrounding bulletproof glass to crack. Cold sweat trickled down Yilei's forehead as three distinct soul powers clashed within him. The soul powers of the Blue Silver Emperor and the Flame Lord relentlessly suppressed that of the Ice Swordfish, gradually expelling it from his body. This agonizing process nearly drained Yilei of his strength. The unbearable sensation of two conflicting elements colliding within him was excruciating. Once he expelled the ice swordfish's soul power, he activated the blue-silver domain, utilizing its energy along with that of the blue-silver emperor to mend his injuries. However, unlike Tang San, who possessed the blue-silver emperor's soul bone and boasted extraordinary regenerative capabilities, Yilei could only repair the damaged meridians and blood vessels within himself using his soul power. 2 wounds remained on his lower abdomen, but no blood seeped from them. After steadying himself against the wall, Yilei covered his wounds and approached Tang Yunqing, channeling a stream of soul power into her to expedite her absorption of the soul ring. 10 minutes later, as Tang Yunqing completed the absorption and opened her eyes, she found Yilei seated beside her and immediately inquired, Son, how are you? Are you feeling unwell? Mom, don't worry. I'm fine now. Just take me to the hospital for a stitch later. I've stopped the bleeding, he replied, having opened his eyes upon hearing her voice. Shortly after they left the Marine Biology Exhibition Hall, a shadow emerged from the corner. Gradually taking on a human form, it was none other than Shadow. Approaching the site of Yilei's injury, where remnants of his blood still lingered, Shadow crouched down and retrieved a test tube with a cotton swab from within his garments, extracting several drops of Yilei's blood before vanishing without a trace. Upon arriving at the hospital, 2 nurses swiftly stitched up Yilei's wounds in mere seconds. As they prepared to leave, both requested his WeChat, addressing him as handsome brother. But Yilei declined. After settling the medical expenses, he returned home with Tang Yunqing. Meanwhile, Yi Junqing had already finished absorbing the beast spirit and soul ring and was now sprawled on the sofa watching a variety show, laughing heartily. Hearing the commotion at the door, he sat up just as Tang Yunqing and Yilei entered the living room. Dear, how did it go? Did you find a suitable soul ring? Yi Junqing asked. Tang Yunqing nodded, and without waiting for further words from him, she pulled Yilei to sit beside her on the sofa. Just as Yi Junqing was about to speak, she caught sight of the vivid crimson stain at Yilei's waist while his gaze swept over him. She hurriedly exclaimed, My son, what has happened to your abdomen? Why is there blood, and how did your clothes become torn? Yilei exhaled softly and slowly spoke. Father, I am perfectly fine. It was merely a minor mishap while assisting Mother in hunting soul beasts. I initially believed that the creature had perished, so I did not pay it much heed. However, it managed to make a final stand, leaving me with but a slight injury. There is no need for concern. Upon hearing Yilei's words, Yi Junqing cast a skeptical glance at Tang Yunqing, who nodded in affirmation, thus assuaging her doubts about Yilei's account. That evening, the couple prepared a feast of nourishing dishes to replenish vitality and blood. Yilei partook of the meal to restore his strength, after which he was advised by his parents to retire early for the night. The night passed without incident. Chapter 51. The Soul Amplifier. Having gone to bed early, Yilei awoke in the early hours of the following day. After gently probing the sutured wound on his abdomen, he settled into a meditative posture to engage in his cultivation practice. As time ticked away, his injury gradually healed, with the stitches loosening in succession, revealing his unblemished skin beneath. Morning dawned. Yilei ascended to the rooftop, harnessing the gentle morning breeze and the fleeting moment of auspicious purple aura emanating from the east to cultivate his purple extreme demon eye. After a span of 10 minutes, Yilei descended the stairs. Yilei ventured once again into the riverside forest, intending to secure the fourth soul ring for his second martial spirit, the Flame Lord. Additionally, he sought to assist Yi and Han's parents, as well as Han Wan, in acquiring suitable third soul rings. Upon crossing the threshold of the forest, the system's voice resonated once more. Beep, the conditions for the third task have been met. Task Condition 1. Suppress your own strength, maintaining it within the realm of a great soul master. Seal all soul rings except for the first and second, reducing their ages to 500 years. Condition 2. Feign weakness, concealing your true power. The seal cannot be lifted unless your life is in peril. The time limit for this task is 1 month. After the task was announced, Yilei furrowed his brow. The undertaking was not particularly arduous. However, sealing his soul rings would disrupt his plans for the day. After all, could 4 500-year soul rings truly contend against several thousand-year soul beasts? It seemed more akin to seeking punishment. Dear system, are there any additional task conditions? Host. You may accept this task at any time, without any time constraints. This system will also provide you with certain compensations. Compensation? What sort of compensation? Is it an immortal herb? Yilei was perplexed, utterly at a loss. A random soul-guiding enhancement device has been bestowed upon the host. The system reward has been allocated to the system space. Please check, esteemed host. With a crisp sound, Yilei directly entered the system space, where a round elixir quietly rested. Without a doubt, that was the soul-guiding enhancement device belonging to Yilei. Esteemed host, consume this elixir, and the enhancement device will bind with you, allowing only you to wield its power. Ding. The system has logged off. After a moment of contemplation, Yilei took it out. Grasping the round elixir in his hand, he swiftly made his way to a secluded spot and swallowed it, beginning the process of absorption. Half an hour later, a bracelet composed of 9 shimmering orbs gradually materialized upon Yilei's right wrist. Moments later, he opened his eyes, his phoenix-like gaze sparkling with brilliance. At that instant, the voice of the system echoed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Soul Guide Enhancement Device, Elemental Orb. What is this Elemental Orb? Could it possibly be the object adorning my wrist? Yilei gazed in perplexity at the bracelet adorning his right hand. Indeed, host, this is your soul-guiding enhancement device. The Elemental Pearl, capable of accommodating 9 elemental beast souls for assistance. As a supportive tool, it amplifies all elements, which does not seem trivial at all. This is arguably superior to the 9 treasure glazed tower, as it implies that by simply attaching a beast soul of ice, one of fire, and one of wind, he could confer elemental enhancements to Ba, Ma, and Han Wan. Yilei gazed at the 9 translucent bracelets adorning his wrist, the corners of his mouth lifting imperceptibly. He had acquired 2 martial souls and a soul-guiding amplifier, thus adding another card to his hand in dealing with the Elder Hall. At that moment, he resolved to revisit the Oceanic Biological Exhibition Hall to procure an ice attribute beast soul, which would serve as the inaugural amplifying element for his soul-guiding amplifier's Elemental Pearl. However, for now, Yilei ventured deeper into the riverside forest in search of a suitable third soul ring for his parents. Chapter 52. The Devastated Forest. After a brief respite, Yilei made his way into the depths of the forest. After 10 minutes of travel, he sensed something amiss. Despite covering such a considerable distance, not a single soul beast was in sight. Even the 10-year-old ones were scarce. The trees along the path were either broken or stained with copious amounts of blood. Realizing that something was wrong, Yilei swiftly activated his mental hunting ground. Under its scrutiny, he discovered that the multitude of soul beasts that once inhabited this area had vanished, leaving behind only the severed limbs and remnants of their forms. Yilei surveyed his surroundings, pinpointed a direction, and dashed forward. Upon arrival, he found himself before a vast, shadowy pit, within which lay the colossal carcass of a soul beast. This was indeed the site where Yilei had vanquished the Spider Emperor. However, Several additional large pits had emerged in the vicinity. Yilei stumbled upon a pit, within which lay the lifeless form of an adult male. A gaping, bloodied wound marred his abdomen, unmistakably indicating the cause of his demise. Yilei parted the collar of the corpse, revealing a distinct mark upon its neck, a massive black dragon entwined around a skull. Yilei recognized the emblem as the exclusive insignia of the Poison Dragon Legion, belonging to the Elder Seven's residence. They heed only the summons of Elder Shao Qi, exhibiting a fierce and formidable demeanor. It was indeed members of the Poison Dragon Legion who abducted Yilei that day. Observing the current situation, it is evident that Elder Seven dispatched them to the Riverside Forest for the purpose of hunting spirit beasts. However, their losses appear to be quite severe. Yet, they must have achieved some success. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable to traverse the vast expanse of the Riverside Forest without encountering a single spirit beast. Moreover, their ability to capture even a 10,000-year spirit beast alive suggests that Elder Hall possesses advanced combat technology. Otherwise, even 100 well-trained soldiers would struggle to withstand the onslaught of such a formidable creature for even a minute. It is highly likely that the missing sea spirit beast from yesterday's marine biology exhibition was also their doing. Yilei slowly rose to his feet and searched the corpse, finding nothing of value. It seemed that the members of the Poison Dragon Legion had collected all the equipment from those who perished during the operation as they retreated. With a rustle, a stir emerged from the woods not far behind Yilei. Who goes there? Yilei swiftly turned around, launching a crimson stone sphere with his right hand. With a resounding thud, the stone struck the tree, causing it to sway violently. Yilei swiftly darted beneath the tree, searching intently in the vicinity. After a brief moment, his efforts yielded no results, and he frowned in frustration. Suddenly, a glimmer caught his eye. Approaching cautiously, he discovered that the reflection emanated from a small silver nameplate, intricately engraved with a dark silhouette, accompanied by a string of numbers inscribed in the lower right corner for 9043. Upon flipping it over, he was confronted with two prominent insignias, one representing the Elder's Hall of the Seventh Abode, and the other, the emblem of the Poison Dragon Legion, which he had previously encountered. Just then, as Yilei crouched in contemplation, several blackened steel knives hurtled toward his back. Sensing imminent danger, Yilei propelled himself to the right, executing a swift roll. The steel blades promptly embedded themselves in the ground where he had just been, sending up clouds of dust. Yilei crouched low to the ground, shaking his head as he surveyed the surrounding trees. After all, the enemy lurked in the shadows while Yilei stood exposed. Uncertain of where the next attack might emerge, he could only wait and observe. In an instant, Yilei activated his mental hunting ground, scanning for all forms of life in the vicinity. Suddenly, a shadow appeared silently on a large tree behind him, for soul rings shimmering beneath its feet. With a leap, it kicked out midair, aiming directly for Yilei's back. "I found you." Yilei closed his eyes, a smile spreading across his face. With a swift turn, he unleashed a kick with his left foot, directly colliding with the shadow's foot. A resounding bang echoed through the air as Yilei remained rooted in place, while the shadow was sent flying, gently landing on a branch. Is it the Poison Dragon Legion? Furthermore, I have already issued you a warning. Why do you choose to ignore it? Yilei gazed at the shadow and spoke. Surrender the prestigious emblem, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, I shall take your life this very moment. The shadow retorted, and what if I refuse? With your council of elders' notorious disposition, do you truly believe you would grant me mercy? I have already issued my warning, yet you chose to ignore it. Thus, I am left with no choice but to take matters into my own hands, ensuring a period of tranquility for your esteemed council. Yilei scoffed. With a swift motion, the shadowy figure grasped his shirt and tore it apart, revealing his well-defined muscles and a tattoo that belonged to the Poison Dragon Legion emblazoned across his chest. Prominently inscribed on his left shoulder was a single character, Shadow. Chapter 53. A month later, upon gazing at the tattoo of the character Shadow, Yilei suddenly comprehended the truth. The individual who had been monitoring us in the martial world was indeed you. So, how does the sensation in your lower abdomen feel? Would you like me to provide you with another taste of it? Damn it, you vile brat, go to hell. Upon hearing Yilei's words, Shadow was consumed by rage, leaping from the tree and throwing a punch toward Yilei. Yilei, unwilling to concede, raised his right fist and struck back. A resounding boom echoed through the air as Shadows was sent flying, while Yilei staggered back a few paces. Observing the situation, Shadows resolved to refrain from engaging in close combat with Yilei. After all, his previous two attacks had been effortlessly deflected, and continuing to fight in such a manner would be futile. With determination, Shadows activated his first soul skill, Shadow Blade. The first soul ring beneath his feet illuminated, and a pitch-black Dao appeared in his hand, slicing toward Yi Lei with fervor. The obsidian blade surged through the air toward Yi Lei, accompanied by the Spider Emperor's leg bone skill, Spider Emperor's purple radiant slash. Yi Lei grinned, swiftly kicking his left leg, unleashing several purple blades of light that clashed against the Shadow's first soul skill. The obsidian blades were instantly shattered, yet Yi Lei's assault showed no signs of diminishing, hurtling towards the Shadow. With his second soul skill, Silent Shadow, the Shadow, sensing imminent danger, immediately activated its ability, vanishing into its own silhouette. The purple blade struck the tree behind the Shadow, severing it in an instant. With the third soul skill, Shadow's Embrace. As Yi Lei turned his head in search of the suddenly vanished Shadow, its voice echoed ominously. Numerous dark figures surged from the ground, ensnaring Yi Lei's limbs and immobilizing him. "I've captured you. Prepare to perish." First soul skill, Shadow Blade. The Shadow leaped from Yi Lei's own shadow, once more launching its first soul skill at him. As the black blades rushed towards him, Yi Lei stomped his right foot, and 3 pitch-black soul rings emerged from beneath him, hovering at his waist. With the third soul skill, Thousand-Mile Flame Armor, the third ring flared to life, causing nearby stones to swiftly converge before him, transforming into a crimson armor that enveloped Yi Lei. Clang! The sound of impact resonated as the Shadow's first soul skill struck Yi Lei, yet to him, it felt utterly inconsequential. After deflecting the Shadow's first attack, flames ignited around Yi Lei, incinerating the dark figures that had ensnared him. Regaining his freedom, he turned to face the Shadow suspended in the air. Does the Elder Hall only know how to ambush? Why not engage in a fair fight? The Shadow glared at Yi Lei, fury evident on its face. "You asked for it. Prepare to meet your end." Fourth soul skill, Annihilating Celestial Blade. The fourth soul ring at the Shadow's waist ignited, and with both hands gripping the knife, it raised the blade overhead, conjuring a pitch-black illusion that extended 10 meters in length. Once charged, the Shadow swung down towards Yi Lei. Unfazed by the impending blade, Yi Lei made no effort to evade. At the moment the blade descended, he raised his left hand, catching the white-hot blade with his bare hand. "This is impossible. How could you catch my fourth soul skill with a single hand? I can only impart one piece of wisdom. There will always be someone stronger. Do not let your arrogance blind you. Many exist who surpass you." With that, he unleashed his first soul skill, Infernal Lava Surge. Suspended in midair, the Shadow witnessed the ground beneath him fracture instantaneously, with molten lava surging forth. With a swift motion of his right hand, Yi Lei summoned a colossal column of lava that erupted towards the Shadow, caught unawares and unable to evade. The Shadow retracted his fourth soul skill aimed at Yi Lei and pivoted to unleash his own fourth soul skill against the impending lava column. The clash of millennia against millennia favored the latter, as the lava column swiftly engulfed the Shadow's form, resulting in the permanent absence of 49,043 from existence. A month later, in September, the university semester commenced. On September 1st, the once quiet Roaching University buzzed with activity as a surge of fresh faces flooded onto the campus. In the expansive playground, senior students from various disciplines gathered at their respective booths to register the newcomers. As the crowd thickened, seniors began engaging in light-hearted discussions about which freshmen were handsome and which freshwomen possessed both beauty and grace. Conversely, the newcomers were preoccupied with similar musings. However, upon perusing their registration forms, the freshmen furrowed their brows. While the initial request for names, contact numbers, and hobbies seemed standard, the final 2 lines demanded their martial souls and soul power levels. Many students found themselves perplexed, as they had not paid heed to the peculiar report from a month prior. Their expressions turned awkward as they glanced at the seniors, silently seeking assistance. Half an hour passed. As time wore on, students near the edge of the playground erupted in gasps of astonishment, for a figure hovered above, gliding toward the field. "Goodness! That beauty has an exquisite figure. Is she a senior or one of us?" exclaimed one. "My heavens, her physique is enviable. Even I, a woman, feel a pang of jealousy. I wish to be close to her," remarked another. The moment Han Wan made her entrance at the playground, she became the center of attention, drawing the curious gazes of both male and female students. Unfazed by their stares, she soared above them and landed gracefully at a professional booth. No sooner had she touched down than a throng of boys surrounded her, eager to exchange WeChat details, with one even daring to raise his hand to rest upon her shoulder. Sensing his proximity, Han Wan unfurled her phoenix wings, blocking the advances of the presumptuous boy. Classmate, is it merely a matter of adding WeChat? Must you behave in such a manner? The thwarted boy retorted, sporting a cheeky grin. Han Wan, hearing his words, slowly turned to face him. Consider this, dear classmate. Would you entertain the idea of being my boyfriend? I assure you, I will treat you well. The boy with a roguelike demeanor was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Han Wan's visage, but soon he lewdly addressed her. Han Wan's brows furrowed instantly, a frigid aura emanating from her, transforming her once obsidian pupils into a chilling azure. With a crackling sound, the water within the boy's bottle froze instantaneously, along with the bottles held by the boys behind him. What on earth is happening? It's so cold, the roguelike boy exclaimed, violently shaking his hand and flinging the bottle away, subsequently placing his hand beneath his armpit for warmth. I shall say this only once. Get lost. Han Wan's frosty voice resonated in the ears of the boys, making them feel as if they were trapped in an icy cavern. Ah, it's quite rare to encounter a girl like you. You pique my interest. Do you know who I am? Being my woman guarantees a lifetime of happiness. The roguelike boy retorted aggressively. I care not who you are. I will say this once more. Get lost. Han Wan dismissed him with disdain. You dare speak to me, Ma Tianming, in such a manner? Do not expect to remain in this school. I'll have my father expel you. Is that so? The Ma family is merely a small clan. How arrogant. Han Wan mused. Ignoring him, she turned to converse with a senior at the professional booth. Ma Tianming, incensed by her demeanor, stepped forward and reached for Han Wan's neck. At that moment, a vine ensnared his wrist. Before Ma Tianming could react, the vine abruptly yanked, drawing his right hand down to his thigh. As if responding to a command, Han Wan pivoted, a violet soul ring illuminating at her waist. And behind her emerged colossal ice-blue eyes, locking onto Ma Tianming's gaze. An ethereal ice-blue mark materialized within Ma Tianming's eyes, and he, appearing as if he had seen a ghost, clutched his head with both hands and staggered back, ultimately collapsing to the ground, drenched in cold sweat and trembling uncontrollably. Han Wan retracted her phoenix wings, disregarding the quivering Ma Tianming, and resumed her conversation with her senior. The ice-blue eyes that met Ma Tianming's were Han Wan's second soul skill, Ice Phoenix Magic Condensation, derived from the soul technique of the ice kite with magic eyes. This ability manifests as enormous eyes appearing behind Han Wan, instilling profound terror in those who meet their gaze, rendering them momentarily incapacitated in battle. A boy, who had been attempting to assist Ma Tianming, inadvertently turned and locked eyes with the distant gaze, causing a wave of cold sweat to envelop him. He abandoned his intent to help and fled at a speed surpassing that of a rabbit. Those eyes and that piercing stare would forever remain etched in his memory. He could vividly recall that moment whenever he closed his eyes. It was a time when he had been confined to bed for half a month before he could rise again. And now even the slightest touch on his back sent waves of pain coursing through him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the playground, Yilei smirked slightly, turned around, and resumed his place in line to report. Standing amidst the crowd, Yilei, towering at 190 centimeters, undeniably attracted attention. Numerous young women, upon catching sight of his chiseled profile, were left swooning with admiration. They yearned to approach him but were thwarted by an invisible barrier that held them back. Meanwhile, a figure seated on the ground drew curious glances from passers-by. After all, it was quite unusual to see a tall young man sitting on the ground, his hands covering his head, drenched in sweat, shivering uncontrollably. However, when onlookers discerned his identity, none dared to linger and observe the spectacle. Ma Tianming remained on the ground for a full 5 minutes before finally rising to his feet, his legs still trembling with weakness. Once upright, he walked over to the pavilion, shielding his head with one hand, and addressed a male student. You, hand over the information sheet of that girl from earlier, quickly. The student, startled, glanced up and promptly retrieved Han Wan's information sheet, offering it to Ma Tianming with both hands. With a swift motion, Ma Tianming snatched the sheet, glanced at it, and said, Han Wan, is it? Fine, since I cannot have her, neither shall you. Upon finishing his words, he extracted his phone from his pocket, snapped a photo of the document, and after fiddling with the device for a moment, instructed, check this woman for me, and uncover her background. After pocketing his phone, Ma Tianming flung the information sheet aside and turned to leave. Only after he departed did the senior emerge from the professional pavilion and pick up Han Wan's document. At that moment, a freshman approached the senior, inquiring, Senior, who is that man? The senior, upon hearing the question, nudged the freshman with his shoulder and replied, Do not speak lightly of him. That individual is Ma Tianming. His father holds a 10% stake in our school and is a member of the board of trustees. Even the teachers fear him. He possesses quite the audacity. From now on, steer clear of him. You do not want to draw his ire, or you shall suffer the consequences. With that, the senior shook the information sheet and returned to the professional pavilion. Chapter 56, Serum on the opposite side of the playground. Yi Lei furrowed his brow, having caught every word of Ma Tianming's earlier remarks, including the exchange between the freshman and the senior. Concerned that Ma Tianming would not let the matter rest, Yi Lei had discreetly conjured a seedling of blue-silver grass beside the professional pavilion to eavesdrop on their conversation. Having completed his registration and confirmed his direction, Yi Lei made his way toward the dormitory. Along the way, he retrieved his phone, typed a brief message with one hand, and sent it. "Hello, could we connect on WeChat for a chat?" Yi Lei lifted his head, nearly losing his breakfast. Before him stood a four-eyed, steel-toothed dinosaur girl, holding a smartphone aloft, displaying her WeChat QR code business card. Yi Lei, feeling disgusted, immediately shut his eyes. With a stamp of his right foot, a resounding boom echoed as the ground beneath him surged upward, elevating Yi Lei to a height of 10 meters above the ground. Yi Lei, feeling utterly helpless, pulled out his phone and sent a message to Han Wan, seeking assistance. After all, with a dinosaur girl lurking below, escape was not an option. He had already noticed numerous girls surrounding him, their phones aglow, watching him with predatory intent. Alas, it seemed that university life was no easier than high school. In fact, there appeared to be even more people, leaving him speechless. "Wan, please come save me." In the depths of Rong City, within a desolate underground research facility, the sound of footsteps echoed, growing closer before halting at an iron door at the end of the corridor. A man clad in a white lab coat removed the gloves from his right hand, raised it, and pressed it against the center of the door. A beep resonated as two beams of red light shot forth, resting upon the man's eyes. With a click, the iron door swung open, and the man donned his gloves once more before stepping inside. Within the chamber, another man lay restrained upon an iron bed, bound by chains, his wrists marred with needle marks. The lab-coated man approached the bed, and upon noticing the subject's lack of movement, an imperceptible smile crept across his face. He extended his hand and pressed a button on a nearby instrument. Instantly, electricity coursed through the chains, climbing up the man's body. A muffled groan escaped the man, his mouth silenced by a towel. However, the chains held him fast, causing his upper body to lift a mere 5 centimeters off the bed before he collapsed back down. Repeating the motion several times until the lab-coated man finally switched off the power. The man lay on the iron bed, panting heavily, his eyes void of life as they stared at the ceiling. "What shall I use today? This one? Or perhaps that?" The lab-coated man busied himself in the corner of the room, rummaging through a metal cabinet filled with an array of serum vials, each displaying a chaotic spectrum of colors. A veritable rainbow of concoctions adorned with various animal insignias. "How about this one for today?" With a flourish, the lab-coated man produced a vial of serum. Its hue was striking yellowish red, emblazoned with the head of an elephant. He retrieved a syringe from a nearby workstation, extracted a portion of the serum, and approached the iron bed. Peering down at the man, he remarked, "You know, your body is quite stubborn. It's been half a month, and yet you refuse to accept the serum. Wouldn't it have been less painful to comply sooner? What do you think?" As the words fell, the man in the white coat abruptly plunged the syringe into the man's wrist, allowing the amber serum to slowly infiltrate his body. Subsequently, the man emitted a harrowing groan. Chapter 57. The mirror world in the dormitory. Han Wan was tidying up her belongings when she descended to the floor and picked up her phone from the table. To her surprise, she discovered that Yi Lei had sent her a message 5 minutes prior, informing her that he was surrounded by a group of girls and urging her to come to his rescue. Han Wan felt quite helpless, as Yi Lei had always been quite popular among the girls during high school. Thus, unless he was heading to the restroom or was summoned by a teacher, he would never dare to step outside the classroom. She tucked her phone into her pocket and made her way to the balcony, in front of her 3 roommates. She leapt off the balcony. The 3 roommates were taken aback, fearing that Han Wan was in distress, and rushed to the edge, only to witness her ice-blue wings unfurling behind her as she soared towards the boys' dormitory, amidst the astonished gazes of her classmates. Beneath the stone pillar where Yi Lei stood, a dozen girls gazed upward, their eyes filled with fervent admiration. Yi Lei felt quite helpless. Although the dozen or so girls could run away, he certainly did not wish for a few of them to linger around the boys' dormitory. Yi Lei glanced at his phone. noticing that another minute had slipped by, and he couldn't help but sigh. Why haven't they arrived yet? I'm waiting so long that my patience is wilting. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings caught his attention, and he turned in surprise to see Han Wan swiftly approaching him. As she drew nearer, Yilei flicked his right hand, sending a strand of blue-silver grass spiraling forth to entwine around Han Wan's waist. With a deft push of his foot, the stone pillar retracted smoothly into the ground. The blue-silver grass he had conjured clung to Han Wan, allowing her to soar forward with him, while he intermittently infused her with a measure of soul power. The reason he chose blue-silver grass over blue-silver emperor was due to the third task issued by the system that morning, which had resulted in the depletion of his 2 martial soul spirit rings, reducing them to just the first 2, with their ages diminished to a mere 500 years. Consequently, the blue-silver emperor had naturally reverted to blue-silver grass. His 2 soul bones were also restricted, leaving him with only the domain skill attached to the left leg bone of the spirit spider emperor, the mental hunting ground. Yilei could not utter a word, for he feared the displeasure of the system, which might sever their bond, leading to his ruin. Nevertheless, possessing 4-century-old soul rings placed him among the elite of his peers. After soaring over 100 meters, Han Wan gently descended to the ground, taking a few labored breaths, beads of sweat forming on her brow. After all, carrying a 160-pound male body aloft was no small feat. Seeing her in such a state, Yilei felt a pang of sympathy. He raised his hand to soothe her back, infusing her with a measure of soul power to aid her recovery. A minute later, he glanced towards the male dormitory nearby and urged Han Wan to return and rest, as they had military training the following day, and he could not allow her to exhaust herself. Han Wan said nothing in response, simply flapping her wings and flying back. Once Yilei noticed the absence of any female presence around him, he finally felt a sense of relief, as being pursued for WeChat by girls was rather uncomfortable. Upon entering the dormitory building, he was greeted by a faint odor of sweat. However, it was bearable. Upon reaching his dorm, Yilei was pleasantly surprised to discover that his close friend from high school, Song Yang, was assigned to the same room. The 2 exuberant young men nearly embraced each other in excitement. They engaged in conversation for quite some time before commencing the arrangement of their dormitory. It could not be deemed luxurious, yet it was far from shabby. The room was a quadruple occupancy, featuring bunk beds with desks beneath, a shared restroom and shower, and equipped with both a refrigerator and a washing machine. The essential air conditioning unit for the summer heat was also present, with their other 2 roommates yet to arrive. Yilei hastily chose a bed and settled in. Fortunately, he had brought his belongings to the dormitory in advance, otherwise, it would have been quite unfortunate. As Yilei opened his cupboard, he noticed a black iron box quietly resting at the bottom. Upon inquiring with Song Yang, he discovered that a similar iron box resided in his cupboard as well. Opening the remaining 2 cupboards, he found the same to be true without exception. Yilei was equally bewildered, yet he opened the iron box to find its contents sparse: a wristband emblazoned with the school emblem and a pair of headphones. Upon donning the headphones, a beep sounded, signaling activation. The system update was complete, and it began its introduction. Mere seconds after the beep, a voice emanated from the headphones. This system, known as the Mirror World, was developed by the Elder Hall. Due to the nationwide Douluo phenomenon, portals connecting various regions to the Douluo world had emerged. To harness more talents for the nation, the Elder Hall had installed multi-person teleportation devices in universities across the country. With this wristband, users could be transported to the portals in different regions, facilitating the hunting of soul beasts to acquire soul rings. Furthermore, the wristband allows users to select the desired age of the soul beasts. The user manual concluded, and the voice within the headphones fell silent. Yilei furrowed his brow slightly. Once again, it was the Elder Hall. Given their nature, they surely had ulterior motives. Nevertheless, this device proved to be quite useful, sparing him the effort of venturing into the forest in search of soul beasts. Yilei pondered. Chapter 58, Trials. Buzz. The phones of Yilei and Song Yang rang simultaneously. Upon picking them up, they discovered a message from their academic advisor in the class group chat, accompanied by an image. The image depicted the wristband and headphones developed by the Elder Hall. The advisor had added a note: every student must carry these 2 items at all times. According to the school's arrangements, our software major students are required to undertake practical training every 3 weeks. However, it is permissible for several students to go together. Remember not to seek out soul beasts of excessively high age. If danger arises, promptly transport yourselves back to school. After reading the advisor's message, Yilei remained silent. as he felt no immediate need to engage in such training, having no lack of soul rings. At that moment, Song Yang could no longer contain his curiosity and nudged Yi Lei's shoulder. "Hey, Lei, should we consider going to check it out? After all, I don't have a soul ring, and I believe you don't either." Song Yang looked at Yi Lei with eager anticipation. Yi Lei felt a sense of resignation, yet chose to remain silent, for in 3 weeks, he would have to showcase his abilities before the entire class. So, pay close attention. Yi Lei took a step to the side, raising his right hand, revealing a small blade of blue silvergrass in his palm. Upon witnessing this, Song Yang exclaimed, "Oh, why is your martial soul blue silvergrass?" Before he could utter the words waste martial soul, he was left in astonishment, his jaw nearly grazing the ground. 4. Beneath Yi Lei's feet, 2 yellow soul rings gradually emerged. In the girls' dormitory, as Han Wan flew back to her balcony, she was immediately encircled by 3 girls from her dormitory. "Sister Wan, where did you just go?" "Sister Wan, you were so impressive just now." "Indeed. How did you manage that?" It must be said that the female students at Rome University are quite remarkable, with many beautiful faces, especially in Han Wan's finance major, where the majority of the class consists of high-achieving, attractive girls. Han Wan's dormitory was no exception, boasting fair-skinned, lovely girls with long legs. Among them was a petite girl standing at just 5 feet tall, who, aside from her height, had grown in all the right places. Han Wan helplessly rubbed her temples, reaching out to gently restrain the overly affectionate Luoyun, who was eager to cling to her. There was simply no resisting the charm of this adorable little girl, who at 16 bore the visage of a middle school student. Standing beside Han Wan, those in the know recognized them as classmates. Those oblivious might mistake them for a young mother and her daughter. Remarkably, at 16, having skipped 2 grades, she was now in university after only 1 year of high school. Truly, a miniaturized university student, excelling in her studies. After seating the 3 girls, Han Wan recounted the events that had transpired. Meanwhile, still reeling from the sight of the 2 soul rings at Yi Lei's waist, Song Yang watched as Yi Lei flicked his right hand, causing the blue silvergrass and soul rings to vanish, believing they had disappeared. Song Yang was taken aback when Yi Lei lifted his right foot and stomped on the ground, which split open, allowing the flame lord to emerge. Unsurprisingly, 2 yellow soul rings shimmered at his waist once again. Yi Lei retracted his martial soul and gently patted Song Yang on the shoulder. "Old Yang, how do you find it? Quite impressive, isn't it? Now it's your turn." Noticing Song Yang's lack of response, Yi Lei vigorously shook his shoulder with one hand while raising the other to close his gaping mouth. With a snap, Song Yang's jaw was brought together, and it was at that moment he regained his senses, eagerly inquiring how Yi Lei had accomplished such a feat. "It wasn't overly difficult, really, just a touch of skill. And I took down 4 soul beasts without much effort." Yi Lei stroked his chin and remarked, "Isn't this difficult? Lazy, you cannot be jesting with me." Song Yang exclaimed, shaking Yi Lei's shoulders. In his excitement, his face had turned crimson. Yi Lei was quite flustered by his antics and could only respond, all right. At worst we can teleport together later, and I can help you acquire a few soul rings. Is that acceptable?" Although Yi Lei had hundreds of suitable soul rings for Song Yang stored within his system space, he refrained from retrieving any, considering the requirements of his system tasks. Upon hearing Yi Lei's words, Song Yang finally paused, his flushed face returning to its normal hue. Subsequently, both of them instinctively pulled out their phones to engage in a game together. It wasn't long before their other 2 roommates arrived in succession. After the 4 of them introduced themselves, they decided to head to the nearby food street for a delightful meal. In the girls' dormitory, after hearing everything from Han Wan, Luo Yun, and the others insisted on meeting brother-in-law. Unable to refuse, Han Wan had no choice but to take the 3 of them out for a meal. In the cafeteria, what have I done to deserve such disdain? Is our food truly that unpalatable? Ultimately, it was a world where only the cafeteria emerged unscathed. Chapter 59. Casual conversations. Yi Lei and his 3 companions arrived at a bustling street of delicacies outside the campus and chose an authentic Northeast barbecue restaurant, where they reserved a private room and settled in. Inside the chamber, the 4 began to engage in conversation. "By the way, what are your martial souls? Shall we showcase them together?" suggested Chen Sitsai. Another boy, Jing Hang, readily concurred. Chen Sitsai was the 3rd to arrive at the dormitory, standing at a height of 185 meters, possessing an innocuous visage. His plump cheeks, when he smiled, created an endearingly foolish appearance. Jing Hang was the last to reach the dormitory, being the shortest among them at 175 meters. Nevertheless, he was regarded as the second most intelligent in Yi Lei's dormitory, having achieved a remarkable score of 690 in the college entrance examination, merely 5 points shy of Yi Lei's score. Undoubtedly, those who gained admission to Rong University were far from ordinary individuals. Yi Lei remained silent, his face reflecting curiosity as he gazed at the trio. To be candid, he too was intrigued by the nature of their martial souls, particularly that of Song Yang. Chen Sison and Jing Heng shifted their attention to Yi Lei, and he instantly understood their unspoken inquiry. With a swift motion of his right hand, the ethereal figure of the Flame Lord materialized behind him, while the blue-silver grass manifested delicately upon his right hand. My martial souls are blue-silver grass and Flame Lord, both at the century mark with 2 rings, and my soul power stands at level 28. What about you? Yi Lei retracted his martial soul and turned his gaze towards Song Yang. Well, I am currently unable to disclose my martial soul. Could you assist me in identifying it? At that moment, Song Yang scratched his head, waved his hand, and a shimmering azure light emanated from behind him, gradually revealing a crocodile. What is this? Both Chen Sison and Jing Heng queried in confusion. Beep, scan complete. The report is as follows. Name, Song Yang. Martial soul, Sea Emperor Crocodile. Soul power, level 12. Name, Jing Heng. Martial soul, Thunderous Mammoth. Soul power, level 13. Name, Chen Sison. Martial soul, Wind God Pterodactyl. Soul power, level 15. At that moment, the soul beast detector on Yi Lei's left hand emitted the names and soul power levels of the 3 with the precision of a roll call. Wow! Exclaimed Song Yang and the others in unison, their eyes fixated intently on Yi Lei. What was that sound just now? How did you know our martial souls and soul power levels? Resistance will lead to severe consequences, while honesty will be rewarded, they urged in unison. Rising to surround Yi Lei, their heads bowed as they scrutinized him. Yi Lei, feeling a sense of helplessness, placed his left hand upon the dining table, revealing the device affixed to his wrist. This, he referred to as the Soul Beast Detector, a remarkable instrument endowed with the ability to scan others, accurately discerning their martial spirits and levels. Just moments ago, the report he had shared was the result of its probing. As he spoke, Yi Lei raised his left hand, waving it before the eyes of the trio. The gaze of Song Yang and the others was wholly captivated by the device adorning Yi Lei's wrist. The 3 of them circled around it, occasionally erupting in exclamations of awe. Yi Lei felt a bit dizzy and waved his left hand, saying, "All right. No need to look any further. I will prepare one for each of you 3 later. Each one is merely 1 million RMB, which translates to just 2 gold soul coins. For 4 individuals, that amounts to 8 gold soul coins, a mere 4 million. Yi Lei never forgot about Han Wan from his family, who also longed for something. In the adjacent private room, Han Wan unexpectedly sneezed. She rubbed her nose and continued dining with her friends. Chapter 60 Achu. Han Wan, in the private room, sneezed inexplicably. She rubbed her nose. Sister Wan, why did you sneeze? Are you catching a cold? Should we go back and get some medicine? Luo Yin tilted her head, gazing at Han Wan. Han Wan raised her hand and waved it dismissively. I'm fine. It's just that my nose suddenly felt a bit itchy. Ah, that makes sense. We are in a barbecue restaurant, so the air must be filled with the scents of cumin and chili powder. Yes, that must be it. As she spoke, Luo Yun raised her small fist and confidently declared. The 3 of them couldn't help but smile at Luo Yun's adorable demeanor. Han Wan reached out and pinched Luo Yun's chubby little face, then addressed the trio. All right, let us order. You can choose whatever you like. Today, I'm treating. Yay. Sister Wan is the best. Hearing Han Wan say this, Luo Yun excitedly grabbed the menu and ordered several dishes of grilled meat. Then joined Wang Yunling and Xiao Na as they looked over the menu together. 10 minutes later, all the dishes ordered by Luo Yun and her friends arrived at the table, and Han Wan updated her social media status. In the adjacent private room, the phone placed on the table by Yi Lei emitted a sound, capturing the attention of Chen Sikong and Jing Heng. Oh, so you have a girlfriend now? Jing Heng remarked, raising an eyebrow at Yi Lei. The particularly affectionate ring-tone resonated within the private room occupied solely by the 4 young men, creating an awkwardly conspicuous atmosphere. It was no surprise that Chen Sikong immediately deduced that Yi Lei must indeed have a girlfriend. After all, which young man would assign such a special ringtone to anyone other than a romantic interest? The implication was unmistakable. Yi Lei chuckled softly and nodded in acquiescence. Which family's little cabbage has been uprooted by your boar? This time, it was Jing Heng who spoke, the daughter of Han Kursen, the chairman of Han Group. Yi Lei spoke calmly. Suddenly, the air grew still. Within the private room, aside from Song Yang, who remained unresponsive, Chen Sitsuan and Jing Heng gaped in disbelief at Yi Lei. The Han Group, the largest real estate company in Rongqing, practically monopolized the entire real estate industry in the city, positioning itself as a leading enterprise. Yi Lei, surely you jest. How could the princess of the Han Group possibly be your girlfriend? It seems utterly implausible. Indeed, Yi Lei, please refrain from jesting with your brothers. Isn't that right? Song Yang. Song Yang remained silent, shrugged his shoulders, and continued to enjoy his meal. I am not joking. If you still doubt my words, you may step next door to see for yourselves if I speak the truth. It's absurd. I've been with Nwaner for 3 years. How could this be a jest? Yi Lei pondered. As for why he claimed Han Nuan was right next door, the moment she and her companions stepped into the barbecue restaurant, he felt the icy aura emanating from her. In this vicinity, the only person possessing the Ice Phoenix martial soul was undoubtedly her. Chen Sitsuan and Jing Heng remained skeptical, adjusting their drinks before exiting their private room. Upon reaching the adjacent room, Chen Sitsuan knocked on the door. Hello, is anyone there? With a whoosh, the door swung open. However, Chen Sitsuan was met with an empty space, his confusion evident as he turned to Jing Heng and inquired, who opened the door? There's no one here. Jing Heng, exasperated, pointed to the floor. Chen Sitsuan looked down, his puzzlement deepening. What? There's nothing here. Jing Heng rolled his eyes and calmly remarked, Brother, could you please turn around? Only then did Chen Sitsuan pivot. Chapter 61. Companions on the journey. As Chen Sitsuan turned, he discovered that the space before him was still devoid of presence. Recalling Jing Heng's words, he lowered his gaze, and to his astonishment, he found a cute little girl standing before him, her hands on her hips, glaring at him with indignation. Upon seeing Luo Yun's adorable face, Chen Sitsuan felt as though his heart had been struck by an unseen force, causing his heartbeat to inexplicably quicken. In that moment, he was smitten. Who is Luo Yun? Why is she taking so long? A chilling voice emanated from within the room, causing Chen Sitsuan and Jing Heng to involuntarily shudder. So, this was her name, Luo Yun. How delightful. At that moment, Chen Sitsuan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Luo Yun huffed and turned to re-enter the room. Chen Sitsuan remained rooted at the door, while Jing Heng nudged him. When Chen Sitsuan did not budge, Jing Heng squeezed past him, casting a glance filled with exasperation, rolling his eyes at his friend's infatuation with a mere little girl. Jing Heng carried the drinks inside, and as he approached the table, he was taken aback by his incredible luck, for stunning beauties occupied the room. Especially when his gaze fell upon the girl sitting beside Luo Yun, his eyes widened in astonishment. Han Wan noticed the 2 boys standing at the door, one rooted in place and the other positioned at their table, particularly the one at the entrance who was shamelessly staring at their Yun Bao. Who are you? What do you want here? Han Wan coldly shot back with a trio of inquiries. Chen Sitsuan and Jing Heng remained motionless. Han Wan's temper flared, her expression turning icy. Please leave. I do not wish to repeat myself. Han Wan issued a stern dismissal, and as she spoke, the cola beside her froze into solid ice. Oh. What seems to be the matter, young lady? Are you upset? A captivating male voice resonated from the entrance of the private room, accompanied by the sound of footsteps as he entered. The newcomer was Yi Lei. Upon noticing Chen Sitsuan standing motionless at the door, he heard Han Wan's voice emanating from within. He raised his hand and playfully slapped Chen Sitsuan on the head, startling him awake before stepping into the room. What brings you here? And how did you know I was here? Han Wan's displeasure evaporated instantly upon Yi Lei's arrival. I knew the moment you entered this establishment, and, in fact, I was just next door. Yi Lei spoke, raising his hand to point at the wall behind him. Oh, and these 2 are my roommates, Chen Sitsai and Jing Heng. Just now, they didn't believe that I have a girlfriend. When I mentioned you, they both came over. You fool. Snap out of it. As he said this, Yi Lei gave Jing Heng a light tap on the head, causing him to immediately regain his senses and jump slightly while clutching his head. Who hit me? Huh, Yi Lei, when did you arrive? Jing Heng was about to turn around and scold someone when he realized Yi Lei was standing right behind him. I came to see my girlfriend. Do I really need to explain that to you? What is wrong with you? Yi Lei delivered a swift kick to Jing Heng's rear. Jing Heng, clutching his head with one hand and his backside with the other, let out a cry and leapt aside. At that moment, Chen Sitsai regained his composure and approached Yi Lei, resting a hand on his shoulder. He inquired, Yi Lei, did you not claim that your girlfriend is the heiress of the Han Group? Where is she? I wish to see. Oh, the incessant desire to admire beautiful women. Do you not have any shame? Yilei extended his finger and playfully flicked Chen Sitsuen's forehead. Isn't that what you said? Am I mistaken? Chen Sitsuen retorted, nudging Yilei's shoulder. Are you talking about me? The daughter of the Han family? That would be referring to myself. Upon hearing Chen Sitsuen's words, Han Wan instinctively interjected. Are you certain you are the daughter of the Han family? Is your father Han Kachin? Chen Sitsuen pressed further. Indeed, there are photos online. Why not verify it yourself? At this moment, Han Wan's eyes were filled with skepticism. Unwilling to be dissuaded, Chen Sitsuen pulled out her phone and began to search. After a few moments on Baidu, Chen Sitsuen exclaimed in astonishment, no way, it really is you. As she compared images, her disbelief transformed into acceptance. All right, let us head back. Otherwise, all the meat will end up in Song Yang's stomach. Yilei spoke up. Damn it. Chen Sitsuen and Jing Hang slapped their foreheads and rushed out. Seeing the two leave, Yilei approached Han Wan, grasped the ice-cold cola beside her, bent down, and whispered a few comforting words into her ear. Han Wan's face instantly flushed, and she cast a bashful glance at Yilei. Upon witnessing this, Yilei straightened his back and smiled. Approaching the door, he turned around and added, by the way, your fire is about to go out. As he spoke, Yilei snapped his fingers, and a flame flickered to life at the tip of his right index finger. With a swift motion of his hand, the flame soared precisely into the pan below, reigniting the nearly extinguished fire. That gaze, so piercing. How I long to be his girlfriend. But alas, he is my brother-in-law. I must not cross that line. After Yilei exited the private room, Luo Yun muttered something under her breath and then transformed her sorrow into appetite, shoving a generous piece of roasted meat into her mouth with chopsticks. Upon hearing Luo Yun's remark, the other three erupted into laughter. Wang Yunling gulped down a large sip of ice-cold cola, burped, and said to Luo Yun, Did you not notice? That fellow Chen Sikhong, upon seeing you, was utterly captivated. Even while conversing with your brother-in-law, he couldn't help but steal glances at you. His eyes were filled with stars of affection. Indeed, Xiao Na chimed in, and you all continue to laugh, but just moments ago, that Jing Hang was also rendered motionless upon laying eyes on you. Luo Yun, unwilling to back down, retorted directly. Xiao Na, seated closest to her, reached out with both hands and began to tickle Luo Yun. Han Wan remained silent, focusing intently on the roasted meat, occasionally sipping her cola slush. Next door, ever since returning to the private room, Chen Sikhong and Jing Hang appeared as if they had lost their souls, solely preoccupied with consuming the dishes before them. Yilei glanced over and immediately understood the reason. What? Have you two become infatuated? The two engrossed in their meal nodded in unison. Yilei and Song Yang erupted into laughter, while the two of them remained preoccupied with their meal, occasionally glancing at the wall. Yilei, feeling somewhat helpless, stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth and said, All right, you two, let's behave normally. We must hurry. After we finish our meal, we shall head to the mirror world. I will help each of you find a century-old soul ring, and upon our return, I will assist you in acquiring contact information. Really? Upon hearing Yilei's words, Chen Sikhong and Jing Hang instantly perked up, speaking in unison. Why would I deceive you? This is undoubtedly true. I stand by my word. As he spoke, Yilei patted his chest in assurance. 10 minutes later, after Yilei and his companions concluded their battle, they returned to Rong University. After retrieving their equipment, the four of them set off together and arrived at the teleportation array established at the center of the school. Standing upon the array, they exchanged glances and simultaneously pressed a button on their wristbands. For beams of light illuminated the air, and Yilei and his companions vanished from their original location. Chapter 62. Soul Hunting Artillery. Yilei and his three companions exchanged glances, simultaneously pressing their wristbands. In an instant, for beams of light erupted, and they vanished from their original location. In the wilderness, upon a colossal magical formation, a brilliant light illuminated the surroundings. As the radiance faded, four silhouettes emerged. As Yilei and his companions descended from the teleportation array and took a few steps forward, the world outside unfolded before their eyes. Beyond the array stood magnificent edifices, all predominantly adorned in shades of platinum, situated beside a colossal deep blue vortex. Yilei and his companions entered the building, their arrival capturing the attention of the soldiers patrolling within. Soon, two soldiers wielding specialized weapons approached them. How did you arrive here? The two soldiers inquired, their imposing presence enveloping Yilei and his three companions. Except for Yilei, the remaining three instinctively took a step back. Yilei stood motionless, his gaze fixed upon the two soldiers. The presence of these two powerful soul masters suggested that the Elder Hall had established a defense here to prevent soul beasts from emerging from the deep blue vortex. Yilei pondered. Yilei removed his wristband and handed it over. One of the soldiers accepted it, retrieving a device from his tactical vest and placing the wristband upon it. Beep. The device activated, emitting a crimson beam that scanned the wristband. A second later, a luminous screen projected from the device, presenting all information aside from the martial spirit and soul power. One soldier glanced at the image on the screen, then cast a look at Yilei before returning the wristband to him. He nodded, indicating that Yilei could proceed. The remaining three swiftly passed their wristbands forward. And soon, all four had entered. Yilei discovered that they were situated within a structure reminiscent of a shopping mall, with the ceiling soaring approximately 50 meters above the ground. Upon the vast dome, the emblem of the Elder's 7 chambers was prominently displayed. Lowering his gaze, Yilei noticed that the same symbol adorned the floor, albeit this one represented the Hall of Elders. As Yilei and his companions approached the deep blue vortex, they halted 10 meters away when a nearby building captured Yilei's attention. It was a shop. Noticing Yilei's pause, Song Yang and the others also came to a standstill, following his gaze towards the store. Oh, how curious that there would be a shop in this place. Let us go and take a look. Jing Hang inquired with intrigue. Yilei replied softly and stepped forward, entering the shop. Inside, the items for sale left him perplexed. The merchandise displayed was not the usual snacks and beverages found in ordinary stores, but rather an array of intricate objects. As he ventured further in, one particular item caught his eye. It was a hand cannon, resplendent in platinum hue, adorned on one side with the emblem of the Elder Hall. Yilei glanced at the description below. It stated that this item was known as the Soul Hunter Cannon, capable of loading various qualities of beast souls as ammunitions. The superior the quality, the greater the power, with a durability rated as excellent. The Soul Hunter Cannon? The fact that such a device, developed by the Elder Hall, was available here indicated that its formidable power was sufficient to slay soul beasts, thereby enticing those who ventured here for their trials. As Yilei contemplated this, he glanced down and discovered the price was quite reasonable, merely 1 gold soul coin. Without further thought, he took one and subsequently acquired 3 more. Cradling the 4 soul hunting cannons in his arms, Yilei surveyed his surroundings and approached Song Yang and the others. What is it that you have there, lazy? Chun Sitsuan, who had been examining the merchandise, was the first to notice Yilei and inquired, lifting his head to look at him. Upon hearing this, Song Yang and Jing Hang also turned their gaze toward Yilei. These are soul hunting cannons, which can be utilized to hunt soul beasts. The price is quite affordable. Just 1 gold soul coin. When Yilei uttered these words, he did so with an air of nonchalance, while Song Yang and the other 2 stared at him in astonishment. Lazy, you must be out of your mind. A single gold soul coin is worth a fortune. 1 gold soul coin equals 1 million RMB. You just acquired 4 of them. That amounts to 4 million RMB. We couldn't even afford that by selling all 4 of us. Song Yang said, his expression grave as he addressed Yilei. I am not mad. Besides, I never asked you to pay for it. Consider this as my gift to you. And as for 4 million RMB, do you truly believe I lack the means to afford it? Yilei maintained an air of nonchalance, casually freeing one hand to grasp at the air. In an instant, a pouch of gold spirit coins materialized in his palm, which he tossed to Song Yang, urging him to take a look inside. With a serious expression, Song Yang opened the pouch, and upon glimpsing its contents, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Lazy, where did you acquire such an abundance of gold spirit coins? At that moment, Chen Sikong and Jing Hang's gazes were drawn to the pouch in Song Yang's hands. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld the treasures within, leaving them speechless. The origins of this wealth are undoubtedly legitimate. Have you forgotten my identity, Lao Yang? It was only then that Song Yang came to his senses, his previously stern demeanor softening immediately. However, Yilei's remark had also successfully piqued the interest of Chen Sikong and Jing Hang. Let's not dwell on this. We must hasten to hunt spirit beasts. We can discuss it later. Lao Yang will fill you in. Observing their curious expressions, Yilei felt compelled to urge them onward. Mindful of the time, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon in the imperial capital. They needed to swiftly hunt the spirit beasts to return to school for some much-needed rest, especially with military training on the morrow, as conserving energy was paramount. Once their expressions settled, Yilei instructed Song Yang to retrieve 4 gold spirit coins from the pouch, and they proceeded to settle their accounts randomly. Each person emerged from the shop clutching a spirit beast hunting cannon, having been briefed by Yilei on its operation. With their belongings in hand, the quartet approached the deep blue vortex, confirming their identities once more before truly standing before the swirling portal. Yilei took the lead, stepping boldly into the swirling vortex, and in the blink of an eye, he was engulfed by it. Following his example, Song Yang and the others entered the whirlpool in succession. A powerful force of attraction pulled them through to the other side of the vortex. With a rush, they were expelled from its grasp, standing behind Yilei, gazing upon a wondrous forest they had never encountered before. Is this truly the world within the mirror? It appears so enchanting. Judging by the appearance of the forest, it must be the renowned Star Do Forest. Without turning back, Yilei stated, "Enough of the admiration. Let us first secure your soul rings. Come along." Yilei lifted his foot and officially stepped into the starry forest. The three of them followed closely in his footsteps, traversing through the woods. "By the way, you three should unveil your martial souls. See Can, your martial soul is the wind god-winged dragon. You should be able to take flight, shouldn't you?" Yilei halted his steps and turned to face them. The three individuals uttered not a word, directly manifesting their martial spirits. Behind Song Yang loomed a colossal, deep green crocodile, its formidable shell glistening, while its gaping maw, laden with sharp fangs, emitted a resonant roar from the depths of its throat. A gigantic purple mammoth materialized behind Jing Hang, its entire form intermittently crackling with purple lightning, evoking a startled reaction from Chen Sikong, who stood closest to Jing Hang, as his hair bristled and stood on end. Behind Chen Sikong soared a magnificent pterosaur, which ascended into the air, spiraling momentarily before executing a dive that thrust it directly into Chen Sikong's body. Gradually, Chen Sikong began to levitate, though his wings did not emerge from his back. Rather, they were interconnected with a vast, flesh-toned membrane between his arms and torso, transforming his nails into razor-sharp talons. Yilei did not pause for a moment. The ground behind him, and the Flame Lord emerged from within, hovering behind him. The four of them summoned their martial souls to protect themselves and ventured into the depths of the forest. At the very moment Yilei entered the forest, he employed the soulbone skill of the Faceless Spider Emperor, known as the Mental Hunting Ground. However, the range of this soul skill was reduced from a diameter of 800 meters to a mere 400 meters. The age of the soulbone had also been enhanced to a millennium level. The four individuals strolled through the forest, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Chapter 63. The hunt commences. Yilei and his companions observed their surroundings with vigilant expressions, wary of any sudden emergence of spirit beasts that might catch them off guard. Although the domain skill Spirit Hunting Ground of the human-faced Spider Emperor's left leg bone could accurately detect all creatures within its range, its original capability, rooted in an 80,000-year-old soul bone, had been artificially suppressed to the level of merely 1,500 years. Consequently, the skill's efficacy was considerably diminished, and the buff that once allowed for precise detection of the age of spirit beasts was now unreliable. It was feared that 1,000 years might be mistaken for a century. "By the way, Lei, what exactly is a beast soul?" Chen Sikong inquired. Hovering in the air with an alert demeanor, his back turned toward Yilei. His query instantly piqued the curiosity of Song Yang and Jing Hang. A beast soul, as its name implies, embodies the essence of the power contained within spirit beasts. It can be absorbed to enhance soul rings, Yilei explained, flipping his left hand to reveal a golden orb. This is a beast soul, derived from a 900-year-old golden needle hedgehog. If utilized as ammunition for the soul hunting cannon, its penetrating power is formidable. You may wish to give it a try. With that, he tossed the beast soul to Song Yang, and with another flourish of his right hand, produced an identical beast soul, which he threw to Jing Hang. This one is similar, but its age is merely 750 years, belonging to the same species. Wait a moment, Lei. Why do they both have one, but I do not? Chen Sikong expressed his dissatisfaction. Hold on. I will find one that is 1,000 years old. Yilei replied, closing his eyes. Moments later, he abruptly opened them, grasping at the air with his right hand, and conjured a steel-gray beast soul, which he promptly tossed to Chen Sikong. This is from a 2,000-year-old armored black turtle, possessing immense strength. Be sure to handle it carefully. The three, now in possession of their respective beast souls, silently loaded them into the soul-hunting cannons. In an instant, the energy within the cannons was activated, illuminating the previously transparent energy bars with 2 yellow and 1 purple glow. Song Yang and Jing Hang's cannons glowed yellow, while Chen Sitsong's shone purple. Are you prepared? The hunt is about to commence. Yilei's lips curled into a smile. Meanwhile, Song Yang and the others silently tightened their grip on the soul-hunting cannon. The first soul skill, Infernal Magma Charge. Yilei suddenly crouched down, delivering a powerful punch to the ground. Beneath his fist, a spiderweb-like fissure emerged, while a yellow soul ring glimmered at his waist. 10 meters away from Yilei and his companions, magma erupted instantaneously, enveloping the surrounding ground. Columns of magma formed a circle, trapping them within its fiery embrace. As the magma continued to spout, Song Yang and the others remained oblivious to Yilei's intentions. At that moment, Yilei made another move. His second soul skill, Crimson Rock. Once more, a yellow soul ring illuminated at his waist. Numerous stones ascended from the ground, floating in the air, more than 100 in total. Yilei, with a forceful strike of his fist against the ground, caused the fissures beneath him to splinter outward. The numerous stones, over 100 in number, instantaneously plunged into the molten magma, subsequently hurtling towards the surrounding forest enveloped in a thick layer of lava. This maneuver was Yilei's recently conceived soul technique, known as Flame Flow Meteor. It represented the second form of his original soul technique, akin to the first form, for flames reaching the heavens, both of which were birthed from the fusion of his first and second soul rings. However, given Yilei's current soul power, he was utterly incapable of employing 4 flames reaching the heavens, as the energy expenditure was exceedingly burdensome. In contrast, had he utilized it during his earlier days, with a soul power exceeding level 60, the consumption would have been negligible. Moreover, there existed a subtle distinction between Flame Flow Meteor and 4 flames reaching the heavens. The former required a sequential activation of the soul rings, while the latter necessitated the simultaneous triggering of both. After the stones had been cast, a fresh barrage of stones followed, but this time, Yilei commanded them to ascend skyward. A multitude of stones soared into the air, tracing a parabolic arc as they struck further afield. Once again, as the stones were depleted, Yilei ceased his assault, for he faintly discerned the roar of a soul beast in the distance. Yilei straightened his posture, taking a moment to catch his breath, for he had exhausted an excessive amount of soul energy, and the power of that strike had nearly approached a millennium in magnitude. At 6 o'clock, you 3. Heed my command. Song Yang and his companions swiftly redirected their cannon towards the direction indicated by Yilei. 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Now fire. Yilei shouted loudly. In an instant, Song Yang and the others decisively pulled the trigger. Boom. 2 golden sharp needles and a light orb the size of a basin shot forth from the cannon's mouth. As Chin Saisen wielded the most ancient beast spirit, he stepped back before regaining his stance. Not far away, a soul beast clad in glass armor charged forth, its tail whipping behind it, sending a glass-colored light blade hurtling towards Song Yang and his companions. At the moment of the soul technique's clash, the 2 golden needles vanished, leaving the basin-sized light orb to contend with the light blade. Observing this, the soul beast flicked its tail once more, launching another light blade, which shattered the light orb. Just as Chin Saisen contemplated firing again, the soul beast was suddenly ensnared by blue-silver grass, immobilizing it. Taste this, soul-hunting cannon, scorpion tail-piercing armor. A thick purple scorpion tail shot forth from behind Song Yang and his companions, darting straight at the soul beast. Yet, the beast struggled in vain. Its tail was ensnared, rendering it incapable of movement, forced to withstand the attack with its physical form. Boom. The scorpion tail collided with the soul beast, resulting in a deafening explosion. As the dust settled, the head of the soul beast had vanished, revealing a gaping, bloody hole in its neck, deep enough that its entire spine had disappeared, creating a massive wound from neck to tail. Song Yang and his companions were utterly astounded, for they beheld a soul beast that had been alive mere seconds ago, now lying before them as a gruesome corpse. They turned their heads and saw Yilei, with one hand gripping the soul-hunting cannon and the other holding a dull beast spirit. Lazy, did you do this? The power is astonishing, far surpassing my previous heavy armor strike. Indeed, it is powerful, but it cost me a 2,000-year-old bloodthirsty scorpion spirit, Yilei replied, shaking the beast spirit in his left hand. For that attack, I maximized the power of the soul-hunting cannon, completely draining the energy from the beast spirit. What? You drained it completely? Jing Heng exclaimed in disbelief. Lazy, are you saying that strike was equivalent to the full force of a 2,000-year-old soul beast? Song Yang's mouth fell agape. Yilei nodded, indicating that what he said was indeed correct. The beast soul, having had its energy drained, is precisely in this state. Yilei extended his hand, offering the beast soul. The three of them gathered around, scrutinizing the beast's soul in Yi Lei's grasp. "Enough talk," said one. Song Yang, "Proceed to absorb the soul ring. The soul beast is a Lioli beast, and the soul ring is a millennium old. The tail of the Lioli beast is remarkably powerful. Absorbing it is likely to grant you an attack capability utilizing its tail." With urgency, Song Yang approached the lifeless body, found a suitable spot to sit, and a deep green crocodile emerged behind him. With a single gesture of his hand, a purple soul ring gradually detached from the remnants of the Lioli beast, gliding towards Song Yang and resting at his waist. Chapter 64, Bounty Announcement. Seated before the carcass of the Lioli beast, Song Yang began the process of absorbing the soul ring. The purple soul ring whirled around his waist, slowly integrating into his being. Yi Lei stood beside him, flanked by two others who provided protection. Alas, what a pity. The previous onslaught was so ferocious that it obliterated both the spirit and the head of the Lioli beast. However, it must be acknowledged that the soul-hunting cannon developed by the Elders Hall possesses formidable power. With such an invention at their disposal, the future of hunting soul beasts promises to be exceedingly effortless. Yi Lei stood with one arm crossed over his chest, resting his chin on his hand. Indeed, it is quite impressive to achieve a single strike fatality against a millennium-old soul beast. However, there is a drawback. The power of the soul-hunting cannon is contingent upon the age of the loaded soul beast. The older the soul, the greater the damage, Jing Hang concurred. That is indeed the case. Yet, the soul-hunting cannon also requires periodic maintenance. I just noticed that the repair shop next door charges 500 copper soul coins even for the simplest replacement of a cannon barrel. As ordinary university students, we hardly possess the financial means to maintain the soul-hunting cannon. After the nationwide transformation into Douluo, 7 new currencies emerged: gold soul coins, black soul coins, silver soul coins, jade soul coins, iron soul coins, copper soul coins, and shattered soul hearts. The shattered soul heart is analogous to a 1 yuan note in RMB, while the copper soul coin equates to 10 yuan, and so forth, with each currency differing by a factor of 10. All cash in households automatically converted to these new currencies. Local affluent individuals found their safes filled with exquisitely designed soul coins, turning tens of thousands of yuan into mere handfuls of these coins. Initially, several oblivious wealthy merchants nearly fainted upon realizing the transformation. Jing Hang and Chen Sikong, 2 impoverished students, sat on the ground with grim expressions, sighing heavily. The 500 copper soul coins amounted to 5,000 yuan. A significant burden for Song Yang and his companions, all of whom came from modest backgrounds. Their monthly allowance barely reached 2,000 yuan, meaning they would need to forego food and drink for 3 months merely to afford a new cannon barrel. Yi Lei furrowed his brow, his mind racing through countless images until one particular scene crystallized in his thoughts. "I remember now, the bounty notice," Yi Lei suddenly shouted, startling the 2 individuals beside him. "A bounty notice? What on earth is that?" Chen Sitsai was utterly perplexed, as was Jing Hang. "Do you two not recall the diverse array of meats sold in the special shop, along with those bones?" "Oh, you're referring to that. What about it?" Jing Hang replied. "If my conjecture holds true, the meats and bones available there are entirely from soul beasts. Moreover, I have observed that the shop not only allows us to purchase equipment, but also acquires items from us. In our inventory, we possess soul beast meat and soul beast bones, both of which are quite valuable. A piece of century-old soul beast meat can be exchanged for 50 shards of soul essence, and that is the base price. Should the quality be superior, the compensation would be even greater." "Really?" exclaimed both Chen Sitsai and Jing Hang, their spirits lifting at Yi Lei's words. Yi Lei nodded, deftly flipping his hands to reveal a dagger in each, before casting them down before the 2. In an instant, Chen Sikong and Jing Hang understood the cue. Grasping the daggers and approaching the corpse of the luminous beast, they skillfully carved a sizable piece of flesh from its unscathed leg and extracted 3 bones from the gaping wound on its body, all the while mindful of Song Yang's share. "Are you too foolish? Just think, if we drag this soul beast's carcass out, we could sell it for a greater sum," Yi Lei remarked, a hint of sarcasm lacing his voice. The 2, momentarily lost in their task, suddenly snapped back to reality. Once old Yang had absorbed the soul ring, they would hunt down 2 more soul beasts, then haul the 3 carcasses out for a handsome profit. The pair instantly concurred. Half an hour later, Song Yang had fully absorbed the soul ring. The 4 continued their journey. Chapter 65, The First Pot of Gold. As they traveled, Song Yang observed Yi Lei binding the luminous beast's corpse with blue-silver grass, perplexed. Lei, what are you doing with that soul beast body? Are you trying to attract more soul beasts? You don't understand. This is our first pot of gold. Chen Sikong and Jing Hang chimed in, turning to shout at Song Yang. Yi Lei conveyed the reward announcement to Song Yang, who soon found himself brimming with joy. In a moment, the three of you will each possess a soul beast carcass, which we can take out and sell for a handsome price. A millennium-old soul beast should fetch a good sum, right? But wait, what about you, Yi Lei? We each have a soul beast carcass to sell, but you do not. Jing Hang interjected suddenly. Ah, fret not. Have you forgotten the beast spirits I provided you earlier? I still have plenty more, including those that are over 2,000 years old. So you need not worry. With Yi Lei's assurance, Jing Hang finally felt at ease. The four of them advanced another kilometer, enduring a brief respite. Yi Lei leaned closer to Chen Sitsuan and Jing Hang, saying, Jing Hang, your martial spirit is the thunderous mammoth, a pinnacle martial spirit of the lightning attribute. In my opinion, your first soul skill should ideally be a defensive type, granting you formidable self-protection in the early stages, so that you may avoid life-threatening situations. Sitsuan, your martial spirit, the wind god pterodactyl, was the sovereign of the skies during the late Cretaceous period. You have two options for your first soul skill. The first allows you to acquire an attack attribute soul ring, enabling you to unleash wind-based assaults. The second grants you a defensive soul ring for your self-preservation. Ultimately, the choice is yours, and I shall respect your decision. Without hesitation, Chen Sitsuan opted for the defensive skill. Yi Lei nodded. Very well, I understand. Among the most common defensive soul beasts, there are only two defensive soul skills. Before Yi Lei could finish his words, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently, accompanied by the sound of splintering trees nearby. Suddenly, two yellow-green armored beasts charged forth from opposite directions, colliding toward Yi Lei and his companions. Armored scale beasts. How fortuitous that these two prey have delivered themselves to us. I shall oblige you, Yi Lei declared. Song Yang, engage the one behind. The one in front is mine. Upon hearing this, Song Yang swiftly positioned himself before the approaching armored scale beast, a purple soul ring materializing beneath his feet and illuminating brightly. First soul skill, God Crocodile's Tail. A massive crocodilian tail sprouted from Song Yang's back, and the ethereal silhouette of the Sea Emperor crocodile appeared behind him. He turned, and the tail lashed forward, mimicking the movement of the spirit behind him. With a resounding crack, the crocodile's tail collided with the spiraling body of the armored scale beast, sending its hefty form flying, crashing to the side and breaking several spines from its back. Meanwhile, the beast confronting Yi Lei was not faring as well. Yi Lei grasped the air, summoning another beast soul into his hand, which he loaded into the soul-hunting cannon. The previously transparent energy core of the cannon instantly radiated a dark glow. Let us see if you can withstand this. Soul-hunting cannon, Gale Blade. A vibrant green light coalesced at the cannon's muzzle, forming a luminous green blade that shot directly toward the armored scale beast. With a sickening splatter, the sound of flesh being severed echoed as the spiraling armored scale beast was cleaved in two, its massive bodies crashing to the ground on either side of Yi Lei, gushing torrents of blood from the severed ends. The other armored scale beast, having just risen from the ground, let out a fierce roar towards Song Yang and the others before charging at them. However, it was met with a torrent of searing magma. The beast was engulfed by the molten rock, its body washed over until it collapsed, its life force extinguished. Turning to witness the aftermath, Song Yang and the others saw Yi Lei's right fist, which had just unleashed a powerful blow, still emitting wisps of white smoke. Yi Lei, what is this? Song Yang inquired. This is a variant of my Flame Lord's first soul skill, Purgatory Magma Break, requiring no charge, Yi Lei explained. Oh, I understand now, they exclaimed in unison. Given the comparable cultivation levels of the two soul beasts, Chen Sitsai and Jing Hang casually selected one to begin absorbing the soul ring. Yi Lei was also busy, wielding a dagger to pry open the skulls of the two soul beasts, extracting the souls within. After half an hour, once the two had absorbed the soul rings, Song Yang, with 3 hands clutching the blue-silver grass, dragged their respective soul beast corpses. While Chen Sison managed to handle 2 corpses on his own, a predicament he faced for having chosen the half-sliced armored beast that Yi Lei had dealt with. Abandoning their previous hesitations, the 4 quickened their pace, returning to the deep blue vortex in just 15 minutes. Stepping into the vortex together, they experienced the familiar pull. And in the blink of an eye, Yi Lei and his companions found themselves back in the main world. The two soldiers stationed at the vortex glanced at the four upon their emergence, sneering at them, for in their eyes, Yulei and his friends were merely four inexperienced youths, having entered for merely over an hour and undoubtedly returning empty-handed. However, the soldiers soon faced a harsh reality check as they beheld three of the boys dragging out the corpses of soul beasts, and from their size, it was evident that these were all of a millennia's caliber. Yilei completely disregarded the astonished gazes of the two soldiers. Accompanied by Song Yang and the others, he made his way to the exchange counter of the special shop, where they unceremoniously tossed the corpses of the soul beasts into the exchange device. Beep, 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 the scanning process concluded. 3 Millennium soul beasts of exceptional quality were identified and the exchange commenced. The cold, mechanical voice of the device echoed throughout the hall, leaving the soldiers in a state of utter disbelief. The machine began to expel a substantial quantity of soul coins, amounting to at least 100. Taking advantage of this brief interlude, Yilei hurried back into the special shop and purchased yet another soul-hunting cannon. Chapter 66, The Gift for the New Semester. Taking advantage of a brief interlude, Yilei hurried back into the specialized shop and procured a soul-hunting cannon. He intended to present this high-tech weapon as a gift to Han Yuan for the commencement of the school year. After all, the price of a single soul-hunting cannon was a staggering 1 million, an amount far beyond the means of an ordinary student, thus making it a truly unique present. After completing the transaction, Yilei exited the shop, carrying the soul-hunting cannon, while the one he had previously acquired was already stored in his system space. He approached the trio who were still counting their money. "Fortunately, we have you, Yilei. Otherwise, we would have suffered a significant loss," they exclaimed in unison. "All right. Gather the money. We'll tally it up once we return to school." With that, Yulei, as if performing a magic trick, produced 4 large plastic bags and handed one to each of them. The 4 of them then proceeded to stuff the bags with cash, each clutching a plastic bag and a soul-hunting cannon as they made their way back to the teleportation array. In the next instant, 4 beams of light illuminated the area, and Yulei and his companions vanished from sight. Beep, beep, beep. The AI monitor on the desk emitted a sound, capturing the attention of the man in military attire. He raised his hand and pressed a button on the display. Moments later, a fellow officer clad in a similar uniform appeared on the screen. "Commander." The officer furrowed his brow slightly, but continued to focus on the documents in front of him without looking up. "Speak quickly. If you have something to say, do so." "Commander, that ye fellow, he just entered the mirror world overseen by our 7 abodes, accompanied by 3 classmates, and hunted 3 soul beasts." "Oh, is that so? Did only those 4 enter?" "Yes, it was just those 4. Just those 4 young brats? What soul beasts could they possibly hunt? I suspect they only managed to take down 3 10-year-old soul beasts." "That's not it, Commander. They acquired our latest high-tech weapon, the soul-hunting cannon. They bought 5 of them, and after just 2 hours, they managed to kill a luminous beast and 2 armored beasts, all at the 1,000-year level." "What did you say?" Upon hearing the soldier's report, the commander slammed his hand on the table, leaving an imprint on the solid wood surface. "You mean to tell me that those 4 youngsters hunted 3,000-year soul beasts in just 2 hours? You must immediately send me the surveillance footage from the mirror world regarding them. I want to personally see what capabilities this Yilei possesses." "Understood. I will do so at once." After the soldier spoke, the image on the AI monitor disappeared. At Rome University, in what was once a pitch-black campus, a brilliant white light flashed from a corner building, and shortly thereafter, Yilei and his companions emerged. "Oh right, you 3 should return to the dormitory first. I need to find Han Yuan." Song Yang and the other 2 said nothing, merely nodding at Yilei before taking the bag of money from his hands and returning to their dormitory. Yilei strolled through the campus under the cover of night, armed with a soul-hunting cannon. Upon arriving beneath the girls' dormitory, he retrieved his phone and sent a message to Han Yuan, requesting her to come downstairs. Buzz. Han Yuan's phone vibrated. She glanced at it and made her way to the balcony, leaping down with grace. In midair, Han Yuan unfurled her ice-blue wings. Chapter 67, The System Shop suspended in the air. Han Yuan spread her ethereal wings. "What brings you to call for me at such a late hour, Yilei? Is something amiss?" she inquired upon landing gracefully before him. Yilei shook his head, his phoenix eyes sparkling with brilliance. "I am perfectly fine. I merely prepared a gift for your new school term." As he spoke, Yilei presented the soul-hunting cannon to Han Yuan, accompanied by 10 beast souls. "What is this?" Han Yuan questioned, perplexed as she accepted the items. "This is a high-tech weapon I purchased from a special shop beyond the portal in the mirror world, the soul-hunting cannon. It can load various grades of beast souls to serve as ammunition, each possessing a unique skill. I dare say that no more than 5 individuals within the school will wield such a weapon. These 10 beast souls are sourced from soul beasts over 2,000 years old, each capable of sustaining the Canon S attacks more than 5 times, granting you an unparalleled ability for self-defense. Yilei, thank you, Hanwan exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with delight, and she leaped into Yilei's embrace with vigor. Yilei cradled Hanwan's thigh with both hands, gazing at her petite face, which was so close. All right, you may descend now. The girls in your dormitory are watching. Yilei cast a knowing glance, and Hanwan followed his gaze, discovering 3 fluffy heads peeking from her dormitory balcony, all adorned with affectionate smiles. Oh dear. Hanwan's cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson. She quickly covered her face with her hands and, clutching the gift from Yilei, made her way into the dormitory building with hurried, delicate steps. Yilei smiled at Hanwan, and only after she was out of sight did he turn to return to the dormitory. Unbeknownst to him, every movement of Yilei and Hanwan had been captured by a girl nearby with her phone. In the boys' dormitory, Jingheng complained, "Oh, I am so exhausted today." Exhausted? If anyone should be tired, it ought to be Yilei, came the retort from Song Yang and Chen Sitsuin in unison. What are you all talking about? Yilei's voice emanated from the doorway. Yilei pushed open the door, holding a plastic bag from a fast food restaurant in both hands, and looked at the 3 individuals in the dormitory. Come down, everyone. I've brought midnight snacks for us to share. Upon seeing the plastic bag in Yilei's hands, the 3 hungry souls sprang down from the upper bunk and rushed towards him. Hey, there's enough for everyone. Don't snatch. The following morning, the senior students knocked on each dormitory door, distributing specially designed military training uniforms to each student. Why does this military training uniform look so peculiar? Indeed, it's quite distinctive. With their military training uniforms in hand, the students began to engage in lively discussions. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Yilei's mind. Ding. Post-binding time has reached the limit. Achievement conditions fulfilled. System store unlocked. Congratulations, host. Is this system store the kind I envision? With that thought, Yilei promptly closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve into the system store. Gazing at the myriad of goods before him, he scrutinized the prices attached to each item, lost in contemplation. System, please clarify the meaning of these points, he inquired. Host, these points are calculated based on the years of the soul beasts you have hunted. A 10-year soul beast equals 1 point. A 100-year soul beast equals 10 points. A 1,000-year soul beast equals 50 points. A 10,000-year soul beast equals 100 points. And a 100,000-year soul beast equals 1,000 points. System, may I inquire how many points I currently possess? Yilei inquired. Well, I cannot say for certain. Host, perhaps it would be best for you to take a look yourself? The system responded with a beep. The soul beast detector on Yilei's left arm emitted a beep, prompting him to raise his hand for a glance, momentarily taken aback. Goodness, it was nearing 10,000 already. Just how many soul beasts had he slain? The number eluded his memory. Yilei shook his head and plunged once more into the system shop. Yilei's right hand glided over the soul beast detector, deftly navigating through a succession of products before his eyes. Originally designed to scan the age of soul beasts, Yilei had ingeniously repurposed the detector. It now served to access system information, manipulate the system store, and more. There was virtually nothing the detector could not accomplish, provided it was within Yilei's imagination. Yilei's gaze was captivated by the 2 characters' soul bone displayed on the merchandise bar. He raised his hand and tapped it, and then a line of subtitles appeared before his eyes. Please complete the soul bone collection achievement. Yilei gazed at the line of subtitles, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Achieving this milestone meant he was tasked with collecting 2 soul bones, didn't it? There was no rush. He could wait until the seal was lifted and then venture into the mirror realm to scour for soul beasts over 50,000 years old. He was confident he would find at least 2 soul bones there. With this thought in mind, Yilei exited the system shop. Reality. Upon receiving their military training uniforms, Yilei donned his without hesitation. Remarkably, the uniforms, crafted from elastic materials, provided a comfortable fit. However, he couldn't help but notice their snugness. As he tightened the waist belt, it accentuated his slender waist even further. The other 3 companions, once clad in their military attire, instantly exuded an elevated aura. After ensuring their outfits were impeccably arranged, the quartet exited their dormitory and made their way to the cafeteria. Along the journey, they were discreetly photographed, though they remained oblivious to the attention. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they spotted a corner filled with over 100 men and women in military garb. It was evident that these individuals would serve as their instructors for the forthcoming 5 days. However, Yilei observed that some of the instructors bore a familiar insignia emblazoned on their backs, one he recognized as the emblem of the Elder Seven residents. The number of instructors appeared substantial, likely in proportion to the others present. Yilei, without much thought, found a place to sit with Song Yang and the others to enjoy their breakfast. Half an hour later, at the grand playground of Rome University, the vast area was already filled with people. In Yilei's cohort, there were a total of 20 classes, each comprising more than 50 students. At this moment, every class stood in orderly lines as arranged by their instructors, awaiting the arrival of the drill sergeants. 10 minutes later, the instructors arrived. Each class was assigned 2 instructors, each distinct from the other. All right, I am your chief instructor for the next 5 days, Huang Tianwei. This beside me is your assistant instructor, Zhuang Yan. Huang Tianwei stood before the line where Yilei was situated and announced, "We shall now officially commence military training. However, this year's training differs from previous years. Now, I ask those who have yet to absorb a soul ring to step forward." Huang Tianwei's authoritative voice resonated among the students of the software major. The students exchanged glances. And ultimately, aside from 4 individuals who remained stationary, the rest stepped forward. Huang Tianwei's gaze shifted past the students who had stepped out, landing on Yilei and the other 3. "Oh, in a class of 56, only you 4 have acquired a soul ring?" Yilei and his companions were under the scrutiny of 52 piercing gazes. "In that case, let us commence with you. Proclaim your martial soul and the essence of your first soul ring aloud." Huang Tianwei's attention was fixed upon Song Yang. Song Yang, martial soul, Howling Sea Emperor Crocodile. Soul power level, 18, Millennium First Ring. As his voice resonated, he forcefully stepped forward, and in the next moment, a colossal crocodile phantom materialized behind him. A purple soul ring hovering at his waist. Chapter 69. Old acquaintances. As Song Yang's declaration echoed, his right foot struck the ground with vigor, and the massive crocodile silhouette transformed into reality, its gaping maw unleashing a thunderous roar towards the assembly. Qin Sitsai, martial soul, Wind God Wyvern, soul power level, 17. Millennium First Ring. With that, Qin Sitsai gradually ascended into the air, flesh-colored membranes extending from his arms, his fingernails elongating sharply. A purple soul ring flickered at his waist. Jing Hang, martial soul, Thunderous Mammoth, soul power level, 18, Millennium First Ring. Upon concluding his introduction, a massive purple mammoth materialized behind him, crackling with electricity, as another purple soul ring appeared at his waist. After the trio had finished, the gazes of the 2 instructors and the remaining students shifted towards Yilei. The earlier revelations had left them awestruck. The first soul rings of all 3 were of the Millennium caliber. How could they not be astonished? Now, their attention turned to Yilei, eager to discern whether he too possessed such extraordinary attributes. Yilei, dual martial souls, soul power level, 28. A grand soul master with dual rings. As Yilei's words reached the ears of the assembly, a collective shock enveloped them, including Huang Tianwei. How can this be? The 3 possessing Millennium First Rings are merely at the soul master level. On what grounds do you, who have not yet revealed your martial soul, claim to be a grand soul master, boasting dual martial souls and dual rings? Do refrain from such boastful claims, exclaimed a male classmate with a face full of blemishes. The murmurs among the students began to circulate. Well then, please observe closely. This is my primary martial soul, Blue Silvergrass. As Yilei uttered the words Blue Silvergrass, a number of his classmates erupted into uncontrollable laughter, clutching their stomachs. Ha ha ha, Blue Silvergrass, merely a waste. Claiming to possess twin martial souls, how absurd. They guffawed. Indeed, just putting on airs. However, the mocking laughter soon faded as they beheld the 2 yellow soul rings that gradually ascended beneath Yilei's feet, hovering silently at his waist. So what if you have 2 century-old soul rings? Show us your other martial soul, if you truly possess twin martial souls. One jeered, his face flushed with embarrassment. Just wait and see. The truth will come to light, he retorted defiantly. Standing beside Yilei, Jing Hang wore a scornful expression. This is my second martial soul, the Flame Lord. With a flourish of his right hand, Yilei made the 2 soul rings dissipate. Then, as he stepped forward with his left foot, the ground beneath him split apart, and a pair of colossal red hands emerged from the fissure. A massive figure ascended from the depths, hovering menacingly behind Yilei. As 2 additional soul rings reappeared at his waist, Yet another pair of century-old soul rings. Witnessing this spectacle, the jeering classmate was rendered speechless, and the rest of the students fell into a profound silence. Remarkable. I never anticipated that among your class of 56, there would be 3 soul masters, including one great soul master. Now, your vice instructor will take you to the assembly point to commence your first day of specialized training. Yulei and his 3 companions spoke in unison, and under the leadership of Zhuang Yin, they approached the podium, where several individuals were already gathered, including Yilei's old acquaintance, Qin Song. Upon seeing Yilei, Qin Song's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse onto the ground, and an inexplicable pain surged through his face, a burning sensation. As for why Qin Song was still able to attend school, it was because he had not participated in that bullying incident, merely a bystander. However, the repercussions he faced were considerable, born from his father's job. His family had compensated the bullied girl with a substantial amount of money, which ultimately quelled the situation. Chapter 70. The first lesson of military training. Qin Song slightly lifted his head and cast a glance at Yilei, just as Yilei met his gaze in return. Yilei's gaze briefly passed over Qin Song and landed on Han Yuan beside him. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a smile, prompting Yilei to abandon his companions and stand beside Han Yuan. Only 15 individuals were permitted at the podium, among whom only Yilei and Han Yuan had attained the rank of Great Soul Master. The remaining participants, apart from Yilei, possessed soul rings that did not exceed 100 years in age. Soon, a figure clad in what appeared to be the attire of a chief instructor was escorted to the podium by the head instructors of each class. Oh, out of over 1,000 people, only these 15 have met the criteria? Is this the extent of the prowess of the top-ranked university in Rongqing? Remarked the chief instructor. 20 head instructors followed closely behind him, all silent and with heads bowed, hands clasped behind their backs. Huang Tianwei, your class has 4 members, right? I never expected a software program to yield 4 soul masters, 3 of whom possess a 1,000-year soul ring. Impressive, indeed. I appreciate such talent. Feng Tianyan addressed the 15 individuals, including Yilei. Very well. It is now time for instructor Huang Tianwei to guide you through your first military training lesson. You may disperse. With that, Feng Tianyan turned and departed, while the 19 instructors, excluding Huang Tianwei, returned to their respective formations. Now, I will lead you to complete your first military training lesson. I trust you all have brought the wristbands and headsets provided by the school? Huang Tianwei inquired. The 15 students exchanged glances before finally nodding in response. Excellent. We shall now proceed to the mirror world. Your first military lesson is to independently hunt a soul beast, regardless of its age. Once we arrive, you may select the age of the soul beast you wish to pursue. No matter what you choose, you must successfully hunt it down. Should any of you fail to complete this first lesson, you need not remain at Rome University. Do you understand? Now let's set off. With that, Huang Tianwei turned and headed toward the school's teleportation array, with the others promptly following in his footsteps. 5 minutes later, the 16 individuals stood in formation at the teleportation array. A brilliant light enveloped them, and they vanished from the spot. At Rome University, on the playground, Luo Yun stood among the ranks, his thoughts far from the instructor's speech. He slightly turned his head to glance at Xiao Na beside him. Sister Na, this military training is so dull. I wish I could join Sister Nuan. He continued, but even if we went, we would only hinder Han Nuan. We don't possess a single soul ring. What assistance could we possibly provide her? Don't you agree? Jonah replied without turning her head, due to Lu Yun's height advantage. The instructor could not see what she was doing while standing in the line, yet he could see Jonah. Thus, when she responded to Lu Yun, she did so without glancing back. Upon overhearing their exchange, Wang Yuning dared not utter a word, for she stood directly opposite the instructor. She certainly did not wish to be dragged out to run laps in front of the entire class for merely chatting. After all, it was the height of summer, and running laps could very well be her undoing. Chapter 71. Run fast. Do not look back in the wilderness. A formidable array illuminated with a brilliant light. As the radiance dissipated, 16 figures emerged. Huang Tianwei glanced at the group and led the way inside, except for Yilei and his 3 companions. Everyone else was visiting this place for the first time. Wow, this place is incredibly luxurious, exclaimed one student. It rivals the grandeur of Huarnvientian. What do you mean rivals? This is clearly even more opulent than Huarnvientian. The students began to bicker amongst themselves, engaging in a spirited debate. Hearing their chatter, Huang Tianwei frowned with impatience and turned to address them. Can you not be quiet for a moment? What are you making such a fuss about? Keep it up, and I will make sure your first military training lesson is marked as a failure." Upon hearing Huang Tianwei's words, the debating students immediately fell silent, no longer daring to speak a word, and cautiously followed in his wake. Song Yang, Chen Sikong, and Jing Hang, sensing the mood, tactfully walked ahead of Yi Lei and Han Nuan, who were engrossed in their own intimate exchange behind them. Yi Lei skillfully took Han Nuan's small hand. His gaze filled with affection as he looked at her. "Nuaner, when we hunt the soul beasts later, utilize the soul hunting cannon I gifted you. Among the 10 beast souls I provided, one possesses an age exceeding 2,000 years. It is derived from the ice attribute, specifically the frost snow demon. When you wield it in an attack, you can infuse your own ice phoenix power into the soul hunting cannon, thereby amplifying the potency of that strike." Yi Lei deftly flipped his right hand, revealing a purple soul ring that materialized in his grasp. He extended it towards Han Nuan, saying, "This soul ring is intrinsically linked to that beast spirit. Its age is sufficient to serve as your third soul skill. Hold on to it carefully. Once your soul power reaches level 30, absorb it. For your fourth soul skill, I shall provide you with the 50,000 year mimicry soul ring, which seems to offer the most fitting fourth soul skill for you. Moreover, by allowing it to devour 50,000 year ice attribute soul rings, you can continually enhance its age. To elevate it from 50,000 to 60,000 years, one ring is required. From 60,000 to 70,000 years, 2 rings. From 70,000 to 80,000 years, 3 rings. From 80,000 to 90,000 years, 4 rings. And from 90,000 to 100,000 years, 5 rings. Upon hearing this, Han Nuan expressed her astonishment. "Yi Lei, is this truly the case? Can I genuinely acquire a 100,000 year soul ring?" "Indeed," Yi Lei affirmed with a nod. "As for those 50,000 your ice attribute soul rings, leave them to me. When you advance by 3 levels, you may contemplate breaking the age limit of your soul ring by 10,000 years. Provided that your soul power reaches the Soul King level and you possess a soul ring of approximately 70,000 years." Han Nuan nodded eagerly, her joy palpable at the thought of potentially obtaining a 100,000 year soul ring akin to Yi Lei's. She promptly stowed the soul ring he had given her into her pouch. 15 individuals followed Huang Tianwei's lead to the vortex's edge. "All right, I shall reiterate the task," he announced. "You are to select a soul beast within your capability to defeat. Upon vanquishing it, the soul ring and beast spirit are yours to keep, naturally. You may also sell them at our store for a handsome reward. Alternatively, as per the announcement, you may choose to bring back the entire soul beast corpse or excise a piece of its flesh or bone. How you proceed is entirely up to your discretion." Turning to face Yi Lei and the others, Huang Tianwei inquired, "Did you all hear that?" "Yes." The 15 responded in unison. "Good, since you are all aware. Now proceed to select the soul beast age on your respective wristbands." With that, Huang Tianwei approached the 2 soldiers, taking a cigarette from one, while the other instinctively lit it for him. He inhaled deeply, savoring the moment, then exhaled a plume of smoke, engaging in casual conversation with the soldiers. At this juncture, Song Yang and his companions drew closer to Yi Lei to discuss their options. "Yi Lei, what soul beast do you think we should select for free?" Song Yang. Yi Lei replied, "If I were in your position, I would opt for a canine soul beast. There is a saying regarding canines: copperhead, irontail, tofu waste. Regardless of their age, their waste remains a persistent weakness that cannot be altered. Trust me, selecting a 500-year-old spectral wolf would be prudent." Song Yang nodded and began to operate the device on his wrist. "Air, much like Chen Sikong, the sky is your domain. My advice is to select a soul beast that is somewhat cumbersome on land and lacks formidable offensive capabilities, such as the forest python or the bishi. Nuaner, your martial spirit is the king of birds, and you are the nemesis of serpents. Therefore, I suggest you choose the forest python." Han Nuan and Chen Sikong nodded and began making their selections on the wrist device. Jing Hang, your martial spirit is the thunderous mammoth. You should choose a fish-type soul beast that is no older than a century. The method of hunting is quite simple. Once you reach the designated area, embody your martial spirit and leap into the water. This will allow you to complete the task with ease. After finishing his advice, Yi Lei also started to select the soul beast he needed to hunt. Nearby, a nonconformist young man with long hair and piercings impatiently swiped at his wrist device a few times before his gaze settled on a crimson soul beast, which he selected without hesitation. Have you all made your choices? Huang Tianwei, having finished 2 cigarettes, discarded the butt and approached Yi Lei and the others. All right, since you have all completed your selections, let us enter the mirror world. You will be ranked according to the age of the soul beast you chose. The younger the beast, the sooner your assessment will commence. With that, Huang Tianwei stepped into the swirling vortex and vanished from sight. Yi Lei and Han Nuan exchanged a glance, hand in hand, as they stepped into the vortex. One by one, the others followed, finding themselves in the Star Doe forest. How is Sister Nuan doing now? Military training is so tedious. All right, with brother-in-law around, Sister Nuan will be just fine. You need not worry. The instructor has arrived. Quickly stand at attention. Soon, several individuals entered the Star Doe forest. Among the 15 of them, a boy of average height and build found his wristband beginning to flicker. 5 seconds later, he and the others were transported to another location, where a small blue-gray kitten awaited them. A 10-year-old spotted cat. It appears the student is quite prudent. Aware of his limited abilities and unable to contend with high-year spirit beasts, thus opting for the weakest feline spirit beast as his assessment target. Time passed swiftly. 14 out of the 15 had completed their tasks, with only 1 remaining. The last boy's wristband illuminated, and in the next moment, everyone was transported to a clearing. The temperature in this clearing was inexplicably high, with the surrounding flora exuding a searing aura. Fire attribute. This boy had chosen a fire attribute spirit beast as his target. However, could someone with a 10-year spirit ring prevail? It is worth noting that among the previous 14, Yi Lei had selected a 400-year mandala snake, while the 12th, 13th, and 14th choices were spirit beasts chosen by Song Yang and Han Nuan, all of whom were 1,000 years old. Could a 10-year spirit ring win against a 1,000-year spirit beast? A commanding roar echoed closer. Suddenly, a crimson beam of light surged towards the boy, who was obliviously engrossed in his phone. Watch out. A purple figure dashed forward, colliding with him and intercepting the incoming crimson blade. Boom. The purple figure was sent flying, crashing heavily into a nearby tree before collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Jinghang, Song Yang shouted, rushing to his side to help him up and assess his injuries. The boy's shirt was torn open at the chest, revealing a blood-red wound on his exposed skin. Just as Yi Lei and the others reached Jinghang, the spirit beast detector on Yi Lei's left wrist began to vibrate violently. Beep. Scanning complete. Spirit beast, Hellfire Scythe Manus, age 60,000 years. Upon hearing the age of the spirit beast, terror spread across the faces of all present. What is happening? How could it be a 60,000-year-old spirit beast and a fire attribute one at that? What have you done? Why did you choose a 60,000-year-old spirit beast? Are you out of your mind? At this moment, Yi Lei's furious voice rang out. Yi Lei grasped the collar of the non-mainstream individual with both hands, lifting him up as he bellowed furiously into his face. Tell me, how could you, a soul master with merely 10 years of soul rings, choose a soul beast of 6,000 years? Are you intent on leading us to your demise? Look at him. He risks his life to save you. And you still have the audacity to play on your phone? The non-mainstream individual, with a disdainful glance at Yi Lei, retorted, what does the duration of my choice have to do with you? Besides, it wasn't my request for him to save me. His injuries are of no concern to me. He brought it upon himself. He shrugged nonchalantly, adding, and even if I were to falter against this soul beast, I have the esteemed Huang Tianwei, Instructor Huang, to assist me in vanquishing it. Yi Lei, in a fit of rage, raised his fist. Just as his fist was about to descend upon the face of the non-mainstream individual, another crimson blade of light surged forth, this time aimed at the people surrounding Jinghang. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Lei cast aside his nonchalant demeanor and swiftly advanced before the crowd. His second soul skill, Crimson Rock, was unleashed. The second soul ring on Yi Lei's waist shimmered, and several stone walls rose before the crowd, resolutely intercepting that crimson blade of light. Yi Lei's second soul skill was instantly shattered before the radiant blade, akin to tofu. The stone wall failed to impede the luminous sword. Witnessing this, Yi Lei unleashed another powerful punch. First soul skill, Infernal Magma Burst. The crimson magma clashed against the scarlet blade, merely managing to slightly slow its advance. At this moment, Yi Lei turned his head silently and addressed Han Nuan. Run quickly, Do not look back. Chapter 72. Breaking the seal. Run quickly. Do not look back. However, Han Yuan straightened up and took a small step forward. I wish to stay and assist you. There is no however. If you do not stay, you are already helping me. Furthermore, even if your martial soul is of the finest ice attribute, your attacks will not leave a mark against the infernal fireside Mantis. Before it, you will only be suppressed. If you genuinely wish to aid me, then teach that nonconformist a proper lesson. Yi Lei exerted all his strength, channeling the soul energy within him to sustain his soul skill. Observing this, Han Yuan refrained from further comments and began to retreat with Song Yang and the others. However, they had scarcely moved when a multitude of crimson light blades suddenly erupted from the ground, obstructing their path. These blades soared into the air before crashing down heavily, forming a wall of scarlet light that ensnared them within. What? Song Yang exclaimed as he unleashed a punch. Yet, upon contact with the luminous barrier, he cried out in pain and withdrew his hand. Damn it! This wall is scalding. He cursed. I refuse to believe it. First soul skill, Divine Crocodile's Tail. A massive crocodile tail materialized behind Song Yang, and with a swift turn, he lashed it against the light wall. Boom! As the tail collided with the barrier, it erupted in a dazzling crimson glow, sending Song Yang hurtling back, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh. The others turned to see a singed mark on the crocodile tail behind him. First soul skill, Ice Feather. Han Yuan furrowed her brow as ice blue wings unfurled from her back. With a powerful flap, countless ice blue feathers surged forth, aimed directly at the light wall. However, just a centimeter from the barrier, the feathers instantly melted away. Seeing this, Han Yuan ceased her assault on the wall. Have any of you seen Instructor Huang? A boy inquired as he scanned the surroundings. At his words, the group suddenly realized that their leader, Instructor Huang, had vanished. On another side, as Yi Lei observed that no one was behind him, he swiftly rolled to the side. The crimson light blade, having freed itself from its constraints, continued its trajectory and struck a massive boulder not far away. With a swift motion, the blade embedded itself into the rock, leaving behind a charred mark. And in an instant, the boulder split in two. Soon, amidst the forest, a colossal red mantis emerged. This formidable creature possessed an enormous frame, its body exhibiting an eerie blend of black and red. Its head was adorned with a pair of gigantic compound eyes, and one of its massive claws resembled a razor-sharp scythe, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation against the dark red backdrop. Dread filled him as he realized that his soul power was depleting too rapidly. Should it strike once more, evasion would be impossible, no matter how he contemplated. With his current strength, he could not withstand another assault. What to do? What to do? In such a dire situation, he had no choice but to. Yi Lei summoned all his soul power to break through the seals within his body, at his chest, left leg, and dantian, among other locations. Just as Han Yuan and the others heard Yi Lei's shout and turned to look, they witnessed the 2-century-old soul rings beneath his feet begin to fissure, while cracks also appeared on the fiery lord behind him, accompanied by a cracking sound from his left calf. Yi Lei! Exclaimed Song Yang and Chen Sison in unison. However, this shout drew the attention of the Hellfire Scythe Mantis. Its compound eyes turned towards Song Yang, and in the next moment, its massive claws erupted with crimson light, forming 2 scarlet energy blades in an X shape that soared towards them. Without hesitation, Han Yuan produced her Soul Hunter cannon and pulled the trigger. Blizzard! A swirling white vortex collided with the energy blade. Song Yang and Chen Sison followed suit, brandishing their own Soul Hunter cannons. However, Song Yang wielded the one that belonged to Jing Hang in his other hand. Heavy armor detonation. Golden needle piercing. 2 golden spikes and a light sphere the size of a basin raced to catch up with Han Yuan's blizzard. In the instant the 4 energy blasts clashed with the energy blades, they vanished, yet the blades continued their trajectory towards Song Yang and his companions. Just when they believed their demise was imminent, the energy blades did not strike them. When they looked up, they beheld a massive crimson stone wall that had intercepted the attack, leaving only a faint mark upon its surface. Turning to the side, they beheld a figure suspended in midair, wielding a blue-gold long spear, with 6 soul rings floating around his waist. As the crowd recognized his visage, all but Han Yuan were struck with astonishment. The figure was none other than Yi Lei. At that moment, he had forcefully shattered all the seals within him, restoring his soul power to level 63 and regaining all his soul rings, soul bones, and skills. Yi Lei hung in midair, his eyes ablaze with fury. I shall not spare a single one who seeks to harm Han Yuan. He unleashed his 5th soul skill, the blue-silver Emperor Spear. Yilei's fifth red soul ring around his waist glowed with brilliance. With a swift turn and a surge of energy, he hurled the spear in his hand, striking directly at the Hellfire Scythe. Chapter 73. Yilei's Moment of Glory. Fifth soul skill, Blue-Silver Overlord Spear. The fifth red soul ring around Yilei's waist shimmered, and with a swift turn and a surge of energy, he hurled the spear in his grasp towards the Infernal Fire Scythe Mantis. The Infernal Fire Scythe Mantis, no fool, exerted its hind legs and leapt backwards, evading the impending strike while its colossal pincers slashed forth, the radiant blade colliding with the blue-silver Emperor Spear, causing it to veer off course. With a resounding crash, the blue-silver Emperor Spear struck the ground, creating a substantial crater and sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. The Infernal Fire Scythe Mantis landed nearby, its fierce compound eyes fixed menacingly on Yilei as its formidable pincers twitched. Beep. The Soul Beast scanner completed its analysis, declaring, Infernal Fire Scythe Mantis, Fire Attribute, 60. 000 years, Skill, Double Blade Flash. Report concluded. At that moment, the Soul Beast detector relayed the intricate details of the Infernal Fire Scythe Mantis into Yilei's ears. A smirk crept across his lips as he coldly declared, Since you have arrived, do not think of leaving. With that, Yilei waved his right hand, stepping forward with his left foot, causing the 6 soul rings at his waist to vanish in an instant. The blue-silver Emperor Spear, not far away, also disappeared, replaced by the Flame Lord behind him and the 3 10,000-year soul rings adorning his waist. With a mere thought, Yilei activated the first and second soul rings at his waist. A vast expanse of magma began to spread from beneath his feet, swiftly engulfing the surrounding ground. A crimson energy shield started to rise, enveloping Yilei, the Infernal Scythe Mantis, and the others within its protective embrace. This was one of Yilei's self-created soul techniques, the 4 Flames of Heaven's domain. The other students, witnessing the transformation of their environment, became increasingly agitated and anxious. Noticing their distress, Han Yuan quickly reassured them. Do not be afraid, everyone. This is merely a soul technique of Yilei's and will not harm you. As she spoke, cold sweat trickled down her forehead. However, she had no choice. The oppressive force of Yilei's 4 Flames of Heaven's domain weighed heavily upon her, compelling her to exert her soul power to maintain her physical form, lest she succumb to the fate of becoming a mere husk. At that moment, Yilei's focus was entirely fixated on the Infernal Scythe Mantis before him, oblivious to the turmoil on Han Yuan's side. The mantis, now moving with considerable effort, exhibited a dimmer red glow, yet its compound eyes remained fiercely fixed on Yilei. It lifted one of its claws and unleashed another beam of light, aimed directly at him. This was his third soul technique, the 1000-weight flame armor. Yilei summoned his third soul skill, adorning himself with a suit of armor, and thus he strode directly towards the Infernal Fire Scythe. As the luminous blade hurtled towards him, Yilei raised his right hand and unleashed a powerful punch, striking the blade with tremendous force. The luminous blade shattered with a resounding crash. Futile, for within my domain of 4 fire heavens, any fire attribute attack is rendered ineffective against me. Furthermore, the fire elements within you shall be entirely absorbed by my 4 fire heavens. Even if you possess some hidden trump card, it is but a spent force. Yilei said softly. A soul bone quietly emerged at his left calf. The soul bone skill of the human-faced left leg, Spider Emperor's Purple Radiant Slash. Yilei's left leg executed a swift kick, unleashing a violet blade of light that soared through the air. This strike was in retribution for Jing Hang, who had suffered injuries because of you. The purple blade raced toward the Infernal Fire Scythe Mantis, landing solidly upon one of its legs, producing a sharp crack as it severed the limb. This blow was intended for those who sought to harm me. With that, Yilei leaped into the air, descending with a right fist charged with molten energy. The Infernal Fire Scythe Mantis, sensing the impending danger, attempted to flee, only to find its leg ensnared by the ground, firmly trapped beneath heavy stones. With no other recourse, it could only raise its claws to counter the assault. Chapter 74. Erasing Memories. The Infernal Fire Scythe Mantis, realizing the peril it faced, sought to escape but found its leg ensnared in the earth, firmly held down by stones, leaving it with no option but to raise its claws in defense. The creature's massive pincers swung rapidly, unleashing a barrage of crimson blades that hurtled toward Yilei. Yilei paid no heed to the onslaught of the Infernal Scythe Mantis. The crimson blade struck against his Flame Lord's third soul skill, merely leaving behind a series of faint scratches. As Yilei's fist was about to descend upon the head of the infernal fire scythe mantis, the creature's pair of compound eyes suddenly ignited with a brilliant glow. Simultaneously, flames erupted from its formidable claws. In an impressive display of agility, it raised its colossal pincers to intercept Yilei's powerful strike. This was the signature defensive skill of the Mantid soul, known as Mantis Arm Defense, a technique that deftly utilizes minimal force to counter overwhelming power. Yilei furrowed his brows slightly and struck down with several punches. Unable to breach the defenses of the infernal fire scythe Mantid, he leveraged its massive claws to propel himself backwards, landing gracefully atop the manifested Flame Lord. Quite intriguing. Let us see if you can withstand this technique. 1,000 June's body soul bone skill. 1,000 June's fallen flame. As the words left his lips, the 1,000 June and Emperor's body soul bone materialized on Yilei's chest, radiating a crimson glow. The fire and earth elements in the air began to coalesce. And in an instant, a colossal flaming meteor took shape above. The onlookers were struck with astonishment, their expressions a mix of disbelief, save for Han Wan. Goodness. Is this truly the Yilei I know? How is he even human? Could he possibly be the reincarnation of a war god? I never imagined that among our cohort there existed such an extraordinary being. My perspective was indeed too narrow. As the immense meteor solidified in the air, Yilei waved his right hand, sending the meteor hurtling towards the infernal fire scythe Mantid. Sensing impending danger, the Mantid summoned the elemental power within, and with a surge of fire elemental force, it broke free from its constraints, evading the meteor with a swift maneuver. Yet Yilei would not allow it to escape so easily. Noticing the Mantid had freed itself, he clenched his right fist tightly, causing the suspended meteor to shatter instantaneously into fiery fragments that, as if guided by a sentient will, pursued the Mantid relentlessly. Within the domain of Yilei's 4 fire heaven, the Mantid experienced significant depletion of its energy. Having previously expended its fire attribute energy to escape, it had little strength left to defend itself. After enduring dozens of fiery stones, it could no longer retaliate, its life force gradually fading under Yilei's relentless assault. Once he confirmed the complete demise of the infernal fire scythe Mantid, Yilei approached its lifeless form and commanded the manifested Flame Lord to crush the Mantid's skull with a single palm, leaving only its beast soul behind. Yilei extracted the soul ring collector from the system's spatial realm and directly drew forth the soul ring of the Hellfire Scythe Mantis. After completing this task, he finally retracted the 4 flames heavenly domain. Approaching the others, Yilei noticed that cold sweat was beading on Han Wan's forehead. It dawned on him that, in the heat of battle, he had momentarily forgotten that Han Wan's martial soul would be suppressed by his own domain. Hastily, Yilei switched his martial soul and infused the gentle soul power of the blue-silver emperor into Han Wan's body. Observing a marked improvement in her complexion, he furrowed his brows and approached Jing Hang's side. Kneeling down, Yilei placed his right hand over Jing Hang's wound. A shimmering blue-golden light flickering as the soothing soul power flowed into Jing Hang, mending his damaged meridians. Yilei rose to his feet, and the voice of the system resonated in his ears. It detected that the duration of the host's 3rd task was insufficient, thereby breaking the seal and revealing the host's true prowess to the majority. The host is now faced with a choice. Should all memories related to this incident be erased from the minds of those involved? Chapter 75. Keep it confidential. May I inquire, host, do you wish to eliminate the memories of those concerned regarding this segment? Should you choose not to erase them, it will be deemed a failure of the host's 3rd task, and no rewards shall be granted by the system. Without hesitation, Yilei opted for the erasure. Yet with a hint of uncertainty, he inquired of the system, esteemed system, if I proceed with the deletion, what will become of Han Wan? Will her memories also be wiped away? The system's voice resonated within Yilei's mind, assuring him, rest assured, dear host, this memory purge will not extend to Miss Han. After all, she is well aware of your true capabilities. Hearing this, Yilei's anxious heart finally found solace. The memory erasure commences now. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A low hum enveloped the ears of those present. Aside from Yilei and Han Wan, the gazes of the others instantly turned vacant. What is happening? Han Wan queried, bewildered. Do not worry, Nwaner. I merely wish to keep my true strength concealed from such a multitude. Thus, I have chosen to erase their memories of this moment. You will keep my secret, won't you? As he spoke, Yilei gestured with his hand, mimicking the motion of zipping his lips, and continued, my prowess is rather conspicuous. and I am still under the scrutiny of the Elders' Hall. I cannot predict if they might exploit my combat data for experimentation. Hence, it is prudent for me to remain discreet and cloak my true abilities. However, there is a small task to attend to. Understanding his intent immediately, Han Yuan mirrored Yi Lei's gesture in response. Upon seeing her charming demeanor, Yi Lei could not help but chuckle. Subsequently, he commanded the Flame Lord behind him to thrust a hand into the ground, effortlessly excavating a stone sphere the size of a roadside pillar, weighing it in his hand. He then turned to Han Yuan. "Yuaner, why don't you add some flair to it? Let us present a grand gift to Instructor Huang." Yi Lei wore a beaming smile, and Han Yuan instantly understood the implication. After all, she was all too familiar with that particular expression of his. Whenever Yi Lei displayed such a grin, it signified that someone was about to face misfortune. In her heart, Han Yuan took a moment to mourn for Instructor Huang. Returning to the matter at hand, without a second thought, Han Yuan summoned her martial spirit and unleashed her first soul skill, transforming the stone sphere into a prickly hedgehog. With a smile, Yi Lei raised his left hand and infused the sphere with a surge of fiery energy, transforming it into a volatile explosive. "Now, let us see where our dear Instructor Huang is hiding." "Ah, found it." The peculiar tone in Yi Lei's voice sent shivers down Han Yuan's spine. How utterly cringeworthy. I can hardly contain my goosebumps. With the target identified, Yi Lei hurled the stone sphere with great force. Just at the right moment, he snapped his fingers, and in an instant, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the forest, accompanied by the faint echo of a human's anguished cry. Yi Lei smiled, casting a glance at Han Yuan. Han Yuan returned his gaze, and Yi Lei suddenly reached out with both hands, playfully pinching her cherubic face a few times. Instantly, Han Yuan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retaliated by playfully punching Yi Lei a few times. Beep. Memory clearance complete. The system's voice echoed in Yi Lei's ears. Subsequently, Yi Lei's powers were once again sealed, returning him to the realm of a dual martial soul, Dual Ring, Great Soul Master. However, a notable change occurred. As he broke through the seal of his soul power, he successfully elevated his strength by 1 level, reaching the 64th level, thus inching closer to the coveted 70th level Soul Sage. Chapter 76. Give him a glare. Beep. Memory clearance complete. The system's voice resonated once more in Yi Lei's ears. Subsequently, Yi Lei's powers were again sealed, reverting him to the dual martial soul, Dual Ring, Great Soul Master realm. Yet, a transformation had taken place. Upon shattering the seal of his soul power, he adeptly advanced by 1 level, attaining the 64th level, and drawing nearer to the esteemed 70th level Soul Sage. Yi Lei's gaze swept across the crowd, and he noticed that their previously vacant eyes gradually regained their luster. Song Yang shook his head and turned to Yi Lei, asking, "What is the situation now? Where is Instructor Huang?" Others shared the same concern, and upon hearing Song Yang's question, they all turned their eyes towards Yi Lei. "Instructor Huang just fought valiantly against the infernal fireside menace to protect us, exhausting the last remnants of his soul power to defeat it. He was thrown into the forest by the creature's backlash, and his current state is unknown. However, he instructed us to return to the school," Yi Lei explained. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with confusion, then shifted their gaze to Han Yuan, who stood beside Yi Lei. Seeing their looks, Han Yuan nodded, affirming that Yi Lei's words were indeed true. The group, now convinced, assisted the injured Jing Hang and prepared to leave the area. As they passed by the non-mainstream group, each member instinctively kicked out at them, their eyes filled with disdain. The non-mainstream members were infuriated by their actions and approached to confront them, channeling their martial spirits. At that moment, Yi Lei finally recognized the martial spirit of the non-mainstream individual. Beep. Detecting hostile data. Initiating scan. Scan complete. Name, Chu Ci. Martial spirit, Thunder Whale. Soul power, level 11, First Ring Soul Master. The Thunder Whale? A water-type martial spirit with lightning attributes. No wonder he is so arrogant. He hails from the Chu family. His demeanor mirrors that of his despicable father, like son. It's only the 2nd day of school, and my brother Jing Hang was gravely injured while saving you. Chu Ci. Yet here you stand, indifferent to the situation. Just wait until I deal with you. Yuan, give him a fierce glare. Yi Lei was seething with rage as he turned to Han Yuan. In an instant, Han Yuan understood, and wings resembling those of a phoenix unfurled from her back, accompanied by the emergence of 2 violet spirit rings. The 2nd ring illuminated, and a frosty azure silhouette gradually materialized behind her. How dare you glare at me with those big eyes? Do you believe I could have my father extract your eyeballs? Before Chu Si could finish his words, an icy blue imprint was deeply etched within his gaze. In that fleeting moment, Chu Si clutched his head in anguish, his body drenched in a cold sweat. With a gentle flap of the wings behind her, 3 razor-sharp feathers plunged into the ground before Chu Si. His already panicked form was further terrified, causing him to drop to his knees as the color around his pants gradually darkened and a foul odor permeated the air. The onlookers instinctively pinched their noses, casting not a single glance at Chu Si before hastening towards the swirling entrance of the Stardow forest. Deep within the forest, Huang Tianwei was trapped beneath a pile of broken branches. His fingers moved involuntarily, and soon he opened his eyes, bewildered, crawling out from beneath the debris. His clothes tattered and torn. Huang Tianwei was unsure of how it had come to this. During the appearance of the Hellfire Scythe Mantis, he had fled without a backward glance. After running a considerable distance and pausing to rest, intending to use military equipment to send a warning, the trunk above him suddenly exploded. His garments were shredded by countless icy blue blades, some pieces even striking his face, and he was hurled away by the shockwave of the explosion, just as he hit the ground and had not yet regained his footing. A flying branch struck the back of his head, causing him to lose consciousness. Upon awakening, he sluggishly glanced at the time. A full 15 minutes had passed since his escape. Huang Tianwei thought to himself, after such a duration, that little brat named you should have already been dismembered by that spirit beast. Thankfully, that little imp named Chu Si had chosen a spirit beast with an age of over 60,000 years. This return would undoubtedly earn me the respect of Elders 7, potentially allowing me to become one of the 7 leaders of the Poison Dragon Legion. Haha. Huang Tianwei threw his head back in laughter, then hurried towards the exit. However, upon returning to the place he had fled from, the sight before him left him utterly astonished. Before his eyes lay the immense carcass of a soul beast. One of its legs severed and lying on the ground not far away, the cut remarkably clean. The colossal skull of the soul beast had been lifted and cast aside. How could this be? How could a soul beast that had lived for 60,000 years be slain so effortlessly? Among the 15 of them, only 2 were great soul masters, while the rest merely possessed the first ring of power. Who could it be? Who had aided them? Huang Tianwei was seething with rage. Damn it, the duck that was almost in his grasp had flown away. Yi Lei and his companions returned to the vortex with the injured Jing Hang. Without a moment's hesitation, they all stepped inside, and in the blink of an eye, found themselves within the platinum edifice of the Elders' Hall. Amidst the bewildered expressions of the station soldiers, they proceeded into the teleportation array and made their way back to the academy. In the starry forest, Huang Tianwei, on his return journey, spotted a boy crouching on the path ahead. As he approached, he recognized it was Chu Si. Huang Tianwei observed that Chu Si was trembling uncontrollably, his clothes nearly drenched, and a foul odor lingered in the air. Confounded, Huang Tianwei could not fathom why a boy of Chu Si's stature would be sitting there, shivering, when the weather was so warm. Despite his inquiries, Chu Si remained unresponsive, leaving Huang Tianwei no choice but to hoist him up and bring him back to the Platinum Building. Have any of you seen those students return? Huang Tianwei asked. Report. Deputy Huang, those students have indeed returned, but they brought back an unconscious one, apparently injured in the chest. He is one of the 4 students who came here previously. Oh, is that so? Take this student back, I will check the surveillance. Understood, Deputy Huang. With that, Huang Tianwei unceremoniously handed Chu Si over to a soldier and followed another soldier to the monitoring room. As he reviewed the surveillance footage, disbelief washed over him. This is impossible, Huang Tianwei exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity. The soldier beside him was startled by his outburst, causing the cup he held to clatter to the ground. Captain Huang, are you all right? The soldier timidly inquired. Of course I'm not all right, Huang Tianwei roared, slamming his fist onto the platinum control panel. The costly panel shattered into countless pieces, raining down onto the floor. Moments later, several soldiers arrived to clear away the debris of the broken control panel, while 2 others brought in a brand new panel to replace it. Huang Tianwei, seething with rage yet feeling powerless, exited the monitoring room with his hands clasped behind his back. The soldiers inside the monitoring room exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered by their captain's unexpected fury over the surveillance footage, culminating in the destruction of the specialized control panel. They shrugged and returned to their respective duties. At Rome University, on the playground, upon returning to school, Yi Lei and his companions promptly carried Jing Hang back to the dormitory. assisting him in requesting a leave of absence from Vice Instructor Zhuang Ming. Subsequently, the three made their way directly to the playground. At that moment, the playground was filled with 20 classes, standing in perfect formation, all facing the podium. As Yi Lei and his companions returned to the class train, Huang Tianwei also made his entrance, standing at the forefront alongside Zhuang Ming. Upon noticing the return of Yi Lei and his companions, he scrutinized Yi Lei with an inquisitive gaze before nodding, signaling for the trio to rejoin the ranks. Ahem. The authoritative voice of Fun Tianyan resonated through the campus loudspeakers. Capturing the attention of all present, I wish to convey a few words. The nationwide Douluo transformation has bestowed martial souls upon over 1 billion individuals across our nation. As students of the esteemed institution in Rong City, your martial souls vary in quality. However, in the eyes of our Elder Hall, each of you possesses your own unique brilliance. Throughout your 4 years of study, dedicated instructors will guide you in honing your martial abilities. I firmly believe that after these 4 years, you shall wield powers surpassing those of the ordinary. Each of you harbors distinct strengths that can be magnified across various fields. Nevertheless, our Elder Hall does not wish to witness the emergence of any rabble among you, nor do we desire the presence of arrogant individuals. Regrettably, within this cohort of students, there is already one such individual. At this juncture, Fun Tianyan waved his hand, and a soldier, akin to lifting a chick, hoisted a person onto the podium, casting him down beside Fun Tianyan's feet. This individual was none other than Chu Xi. He epitomizes the rabble among you. Being one of the few first-ring soul masters among the over 1,000 soul practitioners present, his excessive arrogance during the initial military training lesson led him to select a 60,000-year-old soul beast as his target, a choice far beyond his capabilities, endangering the 14 companions who accompanied him. One of them, named Jing Hang, sustained severe injuries while attempting to rescue him, and now lies in the dormitory, unconscious. The soul beast he chose inflicted grave harm upon one of our instructors, who barely managed to defeat it. In the end, he remained oblivious to his transgressions. Therefore, I trust you do not wish to share your academic journey with such an individual. Consequently, after a unanimous decision by the Board of Trustees, this student shall be expelled, and all universities in Rong City are prohibited from admitting him. As the words fell, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Those from the same class as Chu Xi began to murmur among themselves, for they had never anticipated that the seemingly unconventional boy they knew would possess such character. In unison, his dormitory mates voiced their intent to dispose of his belongings. Moments later, the instructors from each class interrupted their idle chatter and escorted them to their respective training grounds, officially commencing the first day of military training. During the training, Yi Lei pondered whether such a punishment was excessively harsh for Chu Xi. However, he soon reconsidered. If Chu Xi were merely expelled from Rong University, he could potentially harm more individuals at another school. His inability to enroll in any institution would serve as a safeguard for the safety of students everywhere, which, in a way, was for the best. With this thought, Yi Lei ceased his contemplation and focused intently on the training. Meanwhile, as the others engaged in their drills, Chu Xi was unceremoniously ejected by the school security, along with all his belongings. At that moment, he was still in a daze, completely unable to recall the events that had transpired. He vaguely remembered that upon encountering a pair of icy blue eyes, he felt as if he had plunged into a freezing abyss, and the very thing he feared most began to crawl over him. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself in this predicament. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Chu Xi rose to his feet and noticed his luggage beside him. "What is going on? Why is my luggage here?" he exclaimed. Chapter 79, The Realm of Soul Sovereignty. Why is my luggage here? This cannot be right. I must inquire about this. With that, Chu Xi brushed the dust off his trousers and, with an air of indifference, approached a security guard. "Excuse me, what is the meaning of this? Why have you thrown my belongings out? What kind of attitude is this? Who gave you the authority to act in such a manner?" Chu Xi unleashed a torrent of profanity towards the security guard. "I apologize, but you have been expelled from Rong University. Please refrain from causing a disturbance at the school gate and leave immediately," a physical education teacher on duty at the entrance informed him. "Expelled? You must be joking. How could this possibly be true? Are you all jesting? I cannot be expelled from this school. Step aside. I demand to see the principal." Chu Xi dismissed their words entirely, attempting to leap over the school gate. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Several security guards quickly intervened, pulling him down. Chu Xi landed hard, but immediately scrambled to his feet, charging at the guards in a frenzy. Perhaps it was by accident, or perhaps one of the guards acted deliberately. But when Chu Xi collided with one of them using his shoulder, the guard stumbled backward with an exclamation of pain. "Oh dear, young man. Why are you being so rough with us elderly folks? Oh no, I think I've broken a bone." In a state of bewilderment, Chu Xi was taken aback when the elderly security guard fell unexpectedly. He quickly exclaimed, Hey, don't stir up trouble, sir. I haven't laid a hand on you. You know whether I pushed you or not. Don't try to extort me here." Several security personnel and a supervising physical education teacher were equally stunned. After a considerable pause, they regained their composure and rushed towards the elderly guard, who was groaning on the ground. Observing the commotion, Chu Xi deftly circumvented them and dashed through a small door beside the reception area. "Alas, that little rascal has fled," someone shouted. Two young security guards quickly sprinted after him, armed with riot control steel forks. However, Chu Xi stood no chance against the trained guards. They swiftly apprehended him, pinning him to the ground with their forks. The physical education teacher promptly dialed the police, and within 10 minutes, a police car arrived. Upon the arrival of the officers, Chu Xi's agitation persisted until he was handcuffed with a pair of gleaming silver bracelets for the charge of intentional injury, at which point he finally calmed down. One might say he was left in a state of shock. The police car, sirens blaring, took him away, while the two young security guards followed in another vehicle to provide their statements at the police station. As the police car departed, the school gate returned to its tranquil state. That evening, after a long day of military training, Yi Lei and his companions returned to their dormitory. As they stepped inside, a rush of icy air from the air conditioning sent a shiver down their spines. Song Yang and Chen Xitsuan, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto their beds. Yi Lei also yearned to lie down, but suddenly remembered that Jing Hang was still in a coma. Realizing this, Yi Lei hurriedly descended the ladder and climbed up to Jing Hang's bedside. Upon seeing Jing Hang's face, which bore a hint of color, Yi Lei finally felt a sense of relief. It appeared that he was out of danger. Fortunately, earlier that afternoon, before the onslaught of the infernal scythe mantis, he had activated his first soul skill just in time to mitigate the attack. Otherwise, he would have been left to gaze upon Jing Hang's lifeless body. Yi Lei contemplated. How fortunate it was that he had chosen the Scale Beast as his first soul skill. Indeed, augmenting the first soul ring with a defensive soul skill is the true path to success. Yi Lei felt immensely fortunate about his choices. Just as he stepped off the ladder, he heard two distinct snoring sounds arise, harmonizing together like a symphony. These two individuals were truly remarkable. Yi Lei sighed helplessly. "Oh, my soul power has finally broken through to level 30, entering the realm of Soul Master." As Han Wan opened her enchanting eyes and stretched lazily while meditating on her bed, she declared this momentous news. Chapter 80. Soul Bone Collection Progress at 80? What? Sister Wan, your soul power has reached level 30? Luo Yun emerged from her cocoon of blankets, her bright eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Han Wan. Han Wan nodded in affirmation. What? Who has achieved a soul power breakthrough to level 30? Wang Yuning, brushing her teeth, poked her head out from the washroom. A delicate toothbrush perched between her lips, frothy toothpaste bubbling in her mouth. Who else could it be? Among our cohort of over 1,000, only 15 possess soul rings. And only Sister Wan and her husband have reached the Grand Master level. Moreover, it is quite normal for Sister Wan to achieve level 30. It has been over a month since the National Douluo competition, and as a Grand Master with 2,000-year soul rings, her cultivation speed naturally surpasses that of ordinary soul masters, resulting in a swift increase in soul power. Luo Yun stated, leaning over the bed towards Wang Yuning. Congratulations, Sister Wan. However, the gap between us has widened significantly, especially since we lack any soul rings. Xiao Na chimed in. Obtaining soul rings is not a challenge. I will fetch a few for you tomorrow. Han Wan replied confidently. Sister Wan, are you certain? Luo Yun asked timidly. Of course I am. Your brother-in-law conservatively has a few hundred soul rings. Acquiring a few for you will be no trouble at all. What? Are you saying that your brother-in-law possesses several hundred soul rings? Wang Yuning nearly spat out the froth in her mouth. Indeed. Come over here. Let me tell you. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory. Ding. The phone resting on the bedside emitted a sound. A pair of large hands emerged from the covers and grasped the phone. What the heck? Yi Lei emerged from his cocoon of blankets, his tousled hair standing on end as he gazed at the messages on his phone. Has Han Wan truly surpassed the 30th level of soul power? Such rapid progress. As for the soul rings, It may be time to contemplate allowing her to absorb that 50,000-year mimicry soul ring. Yilei pondered. Ding. The phone in his hand chimed once more. Upon seeing this, Yilei couldn't help but chuckle. He sent a message in return. Isn't it just a few soul rings? A trivial matter. Just let me know their martial spirits, and I shall assist in selecting 2 soul rings for each of them, which I will deliver to you by tomorrow morning. Oh, by the way, since your soul power has surpassed level 30, it's time for you to absorb your 3rd soul ring. He dispatched 2 messages. System, regarding that 50,000, your mimetic soul ring you provided me last time, can Han1 absorb it with her current strength? Will there be any adverse effects on her body if she does? The questions came in quick succession, startling the system from its rest. Rest assured, dear host, everything provided by this system carries no side effects, and its effectiveness is guaranteed. That is reassuring. Wanner, you should utilize the 50,000, your mimetic soul ring I sent you for your 3rd soul skill. After a moment, Han1 replied with another message. Will there be any side effects? There are no side effects. You can absorb it with confidence. Excellent. After Yilei replied to the message, he tossed his phone onto the bed and buried his head under the covers. In the girls' dormitory, Han1 put away her phone, climbed down from her bunk, and sat down in the center of the room. The other 3 girls looked at her, perplexed. Sister Nwan, what are you doing? Luo Yun inquired with curiosity. The other 2 remained silent, but their eyes betrayed their intrigue. I am about to absorb the 3rd soul ring. You 3. Quickly put on a thicker coat and get back under the covers. This night will be rather chilly. The 3 hurriedly got out of bed, retrieved thicker coats from the wardrobe, and swiftly climbed back into bed, wrapping themselves tightly in their blankets. As Han1 activated her martial spirit, a pair of ice blue phoenix wings emerged from her back, causing the temperature in the dormitory to drop significantly. Han1 glanced around, then stood up to fully open the balcony door and the dormitory door. She returned to the center of the room and took out a 50,000, your mimicry soul ring. Crushing it in her hand, dark energy instantly filled the room, coalescing around her waist into an incredibly dark soul ring. Wow! Exclaimed the 3 girls in unison. In the boys' dormitory, a notification chimed. Ding. Detection of host soul bone collection progress at 80, with 20 remaining to complete the achievement. 80% progress on soul bone collection? Yilei appeared utterly bewildered. Chapter 81. Another task approaches. Soul bone collection progress, 80. Yilei was taken aback, blinking in astonishment, and then he fell back down. Mumbling to himself, so what if the soul bone collection progress has reached 80? It's nothing significant. Wait a moment, the soul bone collection progress is at 80? Yilei abruptly sat up, hastily inquiring about the system. Great system, you cannot possibly be jesting, can you? When did I acquire a soul bone? As a series of images flickered through Yilei's mind, they ultimately crystallized upon a singular vision. Could it be, dear system, that the soul bone you speak of originates from the Hellfire Scythe Mantis? Yilei suddenly slapped his thigh and spoke to the system. Correct. The system replied. Let me venture a guess. This soul bone must belong to either the left or right arm. And its skill is likely akin to the dual blade flash of the Infernal Scythe, is it not? Correct. The system affirmed. Host. This soul bone is named the right arm bone of the Infernal Scythe, aged 60,000 years, with its skill yet to be determined. Esteemed system. What about this soul bone? Is it in your possession? Yilei was filled with excitement. After a long while, the system remained silent. Suddenly, the artificial voice of the system chimed again, awakening Yilei, who was on the verge of slumber. However, the subsequent announcement from the system caused him to lament vocally. The conditions for initiating the side quest have been met. The task is now being issued. On this dark and windy night, the host is instructed to venture into the mirror world, evade the surveillance of the Elder Hall soldiers, and retrieve the soul bone. Yilei was on the verge of tears. He had yet to complete the 3rd task of pretending to be a pig while eating a tiger. And now another side quest had emerged. How could one possibly endure this? Woe is me. Oh, esteemed system, must the task be completed tonight? Is it permissible to postpone until tomorrow? Yilei pleaded. Darling, the deadline for the task is only tonight. If it remains unfulfilled, this 60,000 year old soul bone will fall into the hands of the Elders Hall, and at that point, I accept. Yilei interrupted, not allowing the system to finish its statement. After all, he did not wish for such a formidable soul bone to end up in the possession of the Elders Hall, as that would be a boon for them. The soul bone, acquired through his arduous efforts in defeating the soul beast, could not be allowed to be claimed by the Elders' Hall without any cost. With this thought in mind, Yilei resolutely accepted the task. However, dear system, while I have no objection to traversing into the mirror world, I must note that the whirlpool leading there is heavily guarded by the Elders' Hall. My blatant entrance would undoubtedly attract attention. Moreover, the members of the Elders' Hall, particularly those from the 7th residence, are well acquainted with me. If I were to approach them so openly, I would likely find myself subjected to a collective assault. Given that my current strength is largely sealed, facing them would only result in my defeat. Yilei opened his mouth once more, vociferating towards the system for quite some time. The system remained silent. Host, I have yet to finish my words. What I intended to convey was that the system will bestow upon you a potent invisibility potion, effective for a duration of 2 hours. Yilei, you wretched system. Why didn't you speak sooner? System, who interrupted me? You were so anxious, acting as if the world was ending, and yet you blame me. Reality. Very well, I shall not argue with you further. Quickly, hand me the invisibility potion. I have a quest to attend to. Yilei spoke. Oh, Buzz. The invisibility potion has been stored in the system space. Please check it, host. After handing over the potion to Yilei, the system promptly went offline. Chapter 82. The Escape. Once the system had logged off, Yilei retrieved the powerful invisibility potion gifted by the system from the space. In his left hand, he grasped 2 test tubes containing the potions. One was a pale blue, while the other was colorless. As Yilei picked up the colorless vial, its effects flashed vividly in his mind. This potion is for internal use, with a duration of 2 hours. Upon consumption, it renders the entire body invisible. No thermal imaging device can detect the presence of the user. He then lifted the pale blue vial, and its usage instructions materialized before him. This potion is for external application, designed to render clothing invisible. The method of use involves pouring it onto the garments requiring invisibility. Any fabric that comes into contact with the potion will automatically become invisible. The sole drawback of this potion is its sensitivity to high temperatures. Exposure to such environments will cause the potion to decompose. After perusing the instructions, Yilei descended from the bed with 2 vials in hand. Ensuring that Song Yang and the others were fast asleep, he moved with deliberate caution to retrieve a pitch-black garment from the wardrobe and donned it. This black attire was a nocturnal ensemble crafted from materials Yilei had procured through his connections during the summer break. Its singular characteristic was its remarkable resistance to incineration when exposed to intense flames, coupled with exceptional flexibility. The fabric was fashioned from Vanna Black, renowned as the darkest material on Earth. Cloaked in this night garb, Yilei could navigate any inky darkness with ease. Even the keenest eyes, like those of the legendary Sun Wukong, would fail to perceive him. Moreover, this nocturnal attire was uniquely his, with a staggering cost amounting to several $1,000,000. After donning his nocturnal attire, Yilei uncorked the vial of the colorless elixir and tilted his head back, swallowing it in one swift motion. The potion, imbued with a saccharine sweetness, coursed down his esophagus and into his abdomen, subsequently permeating his bloodstream. A full 10 seconds elapsed, and gradually, Yilei's form became increasingly translucent, until he ultimately vanished from sight. Yilei placed the empty test tube into the system space, then retrieved a ghost mask from a corner of the wardrobe. After donning the mask upon his face, he opened the remaining vial of potion and poured it over himself. In an instant, the clothing saturated with the potion transformed into a translucent state, including the ghost mask adorning Yilei's visage. Yilei slowed his pace as he approached the balcony, deftly tossing a strand of blue-silver grass over the railing before vaulting down. Upon landing, he hastily made his way towards the teleportation array. In the girls' dormitory, Han Nuan, while absorbing a soul ring, emanated an icy chill that plunged the temperature within the entire room below freezing. Luo Yun and her companions found it unbearable to remain in their beds, and one by one, they descended, donning their thickest coats, yet still feeling the biting cold. They huddled together in a corner of the dormitory for warmth. During this time, Xiao Na felt a pang of thirst and attempted to retrieve her water cup. However, as soon as her hand brushed against it, she recoiled. The cup felt as if it had been forged from a millennium-old iceberg from the depths of Antarctica, too frigid to touch. Soon, she realized that all water containers in the dormitory had turned to solid ice, and a thick layer of frost coated the glass surfaces. Goodness! The temperature released by Sister Nuan while absorbing a soul ring is exceedingly low. It may be summer, but at this moment, I feel as though I have been hurled into the Arctic without a stitch of clothing. A sneeze escaped from Wang Yuning, her teeth chattering as she spoke. Same here, chimed in the youngest, Luo Yun, her words faltering as she tightened her coat around her. Xiaona was too cold to speak, managing only a weak nod in response. Why don't we sit by the door? It's far too cold in here, Luo Yun suggested gently, immediately garnering agreement from the others. The three quickly wrapped themselves tighter in their garments and hurried past Han Wan to burst through the door. In the corridor, they were met with unprecedented warmth. Oh my, I feel alive again, Luo Yun sighed in relief. I've just realized something. If Sister Nuan releases such an icy aura when she lies, what about her brother-in-law? I recall Sister Nuan mentioning that one of his martial spirits is fire element, and the temperature he emits while absorbing a soul ring must be exceedingly high. If they were to train together, what would the temperature of the room be like? Wang Yuning suddenly inquired. Well, it would probably be like one side is in Africa and the other in Antarctica. I certainly don't wish to train with them. I'd end up half frozen and half roasted. Xiao Na and Luo Yun expressed their thoughts. Wang Yuning found their reasoning quite sound. Both Sister Nuan and her brother-in-law are already so powerful. We must strive to catch up to them. Upon hearing Luo Yun's words, both individuals were inspired by the desire for personal strength. The three of them collectively shed their heavy outer garments, forming a circle to commence their meditation. Yilei swiftly traversed the teleportation array and arrived within the confines of the platinum structure, where the station soldiers failed to notice his presence. Relieved, he dashed forward and leapt into the swirling vortex. Upon reaching the starry forest, he hastened towards the location where he had hunted the purgatory fire scythe mantis earlier that morning, intent on retrieving the soul bone. However, to his astonishment, he encountered a few individuals he least wished to see before the massive carcass of the mantis. Before him stood Fenchen, accompanied by 20 instructors, engaged in conversation by the soul beast's remains. Eager to eavesdrop, Yilei approached them cautiously, his steps light to avoid alarming them. As he drew closer, he could discern the content of their discussion. Fenchen, Tianwei, are you certain that it was not you who hunted this soul beast this morning? Huang Tianwei, absolutely. Positively certain. I swear that I fled as soon as this soul beast appeared. Given my strength, defeating a 20,000-year soul beast is already a formidable challenge, let alone a 60,000-year one. Instructor A, old Fenchen, could it possibly have been that person named Yi who intervened? Huang Tianwei, it is utterly impossible. I witnessed the quality of his soul rings this morning. All of his 2 martial souls are adorned with century-old rings. Fenchen, oh, this matter is becoming increasingly intriguing. Could it be that an undocumented powerhouse has emerged to assist those brash youngsters? Uncertain, the 20 instructors echoed in unison. Fenchen, the pressing issue now is to retrieve this soul bone. However, we have all attempted to approach it, only to be repelled by the energy emanating from the Emperor Bone, which seems to reject us. I feel that we must await the arrival of the one who defeated it. Otherwise, no matter our efforts, this soul bone will remain here. Observing their fervent discussion, Yilei glanced at the remaining duration of his potion's effect, an hour and a half. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he resolved that if they would not leave, he would not hesitate to take a more forceful approach. He unleashed his self-created soul skill, the second form, Flame Flow Meteor. The ground beneath Yilei began to fracture, as countless massive stones rose into the air, accompanied by an eruption of molten lava. The 2 elements intertwined in the sky, transforming into colossal flaming meteorites. Under Yilei's command, these fiery meteors hurtled towards the direction of Fenchen and his companions. By the time they realized the imminent threat, it was too late. The 21 individuals hastily sought refuge from the falling meteorites. However, the extensive range of the nighttime assault meant that even those who evaded the stones were not spared from the searing flames that accompanied them. As they busied themselves dodging the meteorite onslaught, a blue-silver vine swiftly ensnared a soul bone, pulling it into the depths of the forest. Fen Lao, the soul bone, an instructor who was adept at utilizing the advantage of his 5 rings to evade in the air, was the first to notice the theft and promptly reported to Fenchen. He then adeptly dodged the meteorites and pursued the direction in which Yilei had fled. The others, witnessing this, quickly followed suit. Attack! Unleash a carpet bombing on this forest. Fenchen bellowed in fury, releasing his soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, revealing himself as a 5-ringed soul king. With swift movements of his hands, he unleashed countless fire slashes towards the forest ahead. Observing this, the other instructors followed suit, releasing their own martial souls and soul rings, launching various attacks into the woods. Damn it, have they lost their minds? Fortunately, I'm currently invisible, otherwise, I would become their target. Yilei seethed at their indiscriminate bombardment. He then exerted force in his left leg, accelerating towards the exit. Fun Tianyan, infuriated that such a random assault could not flush out the thief, escalated his attack. Fourth soul skill, Blazing Charge. Fifth soul skill, 6 Flames of Fury. Simultaneously, Fun Tianyan unleashed his fourth and fifth soul skills, a colossal fire lion's phantom charging towards Yilei, incinerating the surrounding trees in an instant, turning them to ash. What the hell? Have the instructors dispatched from the Elder Hall for military training become this formidable? A 5-ring Soul King. If this continues, I'll surely be exposed. If only my strength were restored, I would not be so passive. In Yilei's eyes, tonight's endeavor was not merely a task, it was a veritable survival game. Chapter 83. A toast rejected as a penalty drink. The enormous fire lion's phantom leaped into the air, descending towards Yilei, its forelegs slashing out countless fiery light blades. This is a rhythm that could cost me my life. As Yilei sprinted forward, he turned his head to behold the multitude of fiery slashes surging towards him. Unable to restrain a curse, in the very instant the light slashes descended, Yilei flicked his right hand, sending a strand of blue-silver grass soaring forward. Entwining itself around a distant tree, with a firm pull, he drew himself towards it. As Yilei departed, the luminous flame slashes and the colossal phantasm of the fire lion descended, culminating in an instantaneous explosion. The immense flames surged outward, propelled by the shockwave of the detonation. Regardless of how swiftly Yilei had vacated the premises, he was nonetheless caught in the tumult of the explosive force which hurled him away, causing the cloaking potion upon his garments to lose its efficacy at that very moment. Yilei was hurled several dozen meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Due to inertia, his body continued to slide forward after the fall. Yilei's right hand plunged forcefully into the ground, leaving behind 5 profound imprints. It continued to glide for several meters before finally coming to a halt. A cough escaped his lips. Yilei coughed a few times, a spurt of fresh blood splattering against his mask. How infuriating. The shockwave from earlier had injured me tonight. If it were not for the fact that my third task remains unfulfilled and my powers are still sealed, how could a mere 5 Soul King possibly harm me? Yilei pressed his right hand against his chest, while his left hand forcefully struck the ground, expressing his indignation. Feng Lao, I've spotted him. He is just ahead. Huang Tianwei's voice cut through the haze and reached Yilei's ears. Who do you think you are? Possessing such audacity to attempt to seize what our Elders' Hall has set its sights upon? Speak, boy, reveal your identity and the one who sent you. Feng Tianyan's mocking tone intertwined with the footsteps of the crowd as it echoed in Yilei's ears. I am who I am, and I came here unaccompanied. Yilei still clasped his chest, slowly rising to his feet, and spoke in a cold tone. Oh, quite ambitious are we. I shall grant you an opportunity. Surrender that soul bone and join our Elder Hall. Should you agree, I will spare your life. Fan Tianyan, with his arms crossed, addressed Yilei from a position of superiority. Come to our Elder Hall and serve as a subservient dog. Upon hearing this, the instructors flanking him burst into laughter in unison. Huh, how could I possibly relinquish what belongs to me to merciless fiends such as yourselves? If you wish to claim it, then do so by having the audacity to kill me. I can assure you, individuals like you, cold-hearted and condescending, are utterly unworthy of possessing this soul bone. Yilei spoke calmly. How audacious of you to defy Elder Fun. He has already granted you an opportunity, yet you have chosen to disregard it, inviting your own punishment. Do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Brothers, let us unite and deal with this brat. Huang Tianwei pointed at Yilei and bellowed, then charged towards him. The other instructors, witnessing this, leaped into action as well. All 20 instructors unleashed their soul rings. A dazzling display of yellow and purple. Indeed, all 20 were 4-ring soul masters. Very well, let us see if you can take me down. Prepare yourselves. Inferno Dragon. Yilei smiled wryly, his right hand grasping the Soul Hunter cannon from the void, adjusting the gear to its maximum, and pulling the trigger without hesitation. A colossal fire dragon surged forth, hurtling towards Huang Tianwei and his companions. Brothers, form the formation. A voice from one of the instructors rang out, prompting 4 soul rings to illuminate simultaneously, with the others quickly following suit. A massive energy shield materialized out of thin air, staunchly absorbing the tremendous force of the fire dragon. A joint technique of 20 unified martial souls, quite intriguing. Since you can withstand this ancient beast soul's assault, Let us see how long you can endure. Yilei flipped his left hand, revealing a dark crimson beast soul within his grasp. Yilei, with a crooked smile reminiscent of a dragon king, declared, "Let us see if you can withstand this move." Twin blades flash. Yilei inserted the beast soul into the cannon's chamber and pulled the trigger. A colossal X-shaped crimson beam burst forth from the muzzle, forcefully striking the composite skill energy shield formed by the 20 individuals. Crack! The energy shield shattered, disintegrating into countless luminous particles that dissipated into the air. Chapter 84, The Left Leg Bone of the Spider King, Seal released. Crack! The energy shield fragmented, transforming into a myriad of radiant specks that vanished into the atmosphere. The 20 instructors encircled in formation were all struck by a backlash, collectively expelling a mouthful of blood. A bunch of useless fools, unable to withstand even this. Is the training you received merely for decoration? In the end, I must intervene. Witnessing this, Fan Tianyan abandoned his condescending demeanor and directly summoned his martial spirit. Advancing toward Yilei, Fan Tianyan's originally jet black hair gradually transformed into a vibrant red, his fingernails elongated, morphing into razor-sharp claws, while behind him, a lion engulfed in flames materialized, causing the surrounding temperature to soar instantaneously. Ding! Scanning complete. Fan Tianyan, martial spirit, blazing fire spirit lion, soul power level, 54. The soul beast detector abruptly announced, relaying the completed report to Yilei. Since you are unwilling to surrender the soul bone, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. First soul skill, Crimson Flame Claw Strike. Fan Tianyan remained exceedingly arrogant. The first soul ring coiling around his waist illuminating, and with a swift motion of his hand, 5 colossal claw blades surged toward Yilei at an astonishing speed. Damn it, Yilei gritted his teeth and spoke. Just then, a voice resonated, announcing the detection of a severe threat to the host's life. It declared the immediate of the host's own seal by 20, the left leg bone of the human-faced Spider Emperor. The system's voice rang out like a timely rain. Arriving at the most critical moment, a wave of warmth surged through Yulei's left leg, and he smiled with a wicked charm, just in time. I wonder if I can still be arrogant afterwards. The skill of the left leg bone, the Spider Emperor's purple radiant slash, activated. A black-purple soul bone attached itself to Yulei's left calf, and with a swift spinning kick, a blade of purple light tore through the air. Clashing against the 5 fiery claw blades, Yilei stood with his back to the direction of the blazing flames as the violent explosion erupted behind him. The immense blast illuminated the dark forest once more, unveiling Yulei's figure to the assembly in the Elder Hall for the first time. Before their eyes stood a tall figure clad in black, his face concealed by a ghastly mask, reminiscent of ancient assassins, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent amidst the night. His entire being radiates an acute sense of danger, was the initial impression that surged through Fan Tianyan's mind as he discerned Yulei's silhouette. I care not who you are, but today you shall not escape my grasp. The third soul skill, Lion King's Roar. The third soul ring at Fan Tianyan's waist ignited, and the blazing spirit lion that loomed behind him opened its maw, unleashing a deafening roar. The first soul skill, Purgatory Magma Break. Yilei clenched his right fist and propelled it forward with great force. A colossal column of magma erupted from thin air, as Yilei blatantly disregarded the third soul skill of Fan Tianyan, the Lion King's Roar, and unleashed his first soul skill towards Fan Tianyan's position. Old Fan, in a state of weakness, Huang Tianwei, realizing that Fan Tianyan could not evade the crimson magma column, cried out in desperation. He then activated his most formidable soul skill, positioning himself directly in front of Fan Tianyan. The other instructors swiftly followed suit, forming a protective barrier around him. Ha ha ha, you have fallen into my trap. Yilei let out a hearty laugh, subsequently abandoning the use of his first soul skill. The immense column of magma suddenly vanished, and upon witnessing this, Huang Tianwei unleashed his most formidable attack against Yilei. The second soul skill, Crimson Rock. With a smile, Yilei summoned 3 violet soul rings that adorned his waist, the second ring illuminating with brilliance. Just as Huang Tianwei and the others were still regaining their composure, dozens of stone walls erupted from the ground, encircling them completely. This is bad. It's a trap. Quickly, we must escape. Fan Tianyan reacted immediately, urgently directing everyone to soar into the sky. However, as he looked up to see Yilei suspended in midair, his heart jolted with dread, sensing an overwhelming threat. First soul skill, Infernal Lava Charge. First soul skill, Infernal Lava Break. Yilei unleashed both abilities of his first spirit ring simultaneously. In an instant, Two colossal pillars of magma encircled the members of the burning heavens, subjecting them to the purifying wrath of the molten rock. Satisfied that his plan had come to fruition, Yilei landed and immediately sprinted towards the vortex. This time, he summoned the primordial power within him. As he drew near to the vortex, a sudden explosion erupted behind him. Hearing this, Yilei exerted himself and leaped into the vortex, mere meters away from it. Who goes there? Halt. Yilei suddenly emerged from the vortex, startling the soldiers stationed at the Platinum Building. They immediately drew their weapons, signaling him to halt. Two soldiers even attempted to intercept Yilei directly, with predictable consequences. As they approached him, Yilei swiftly unleashed two powerful punches, sending both soldiers flying. Yilei swiftly dashed into the teleportation array, raising his right hand to press a button on his wristband, vanishing in an instant. Just as Yilei was transported away, Fun Tianyan emerged from the vortex, accompanied by 20 instructors. What they beheld was the flicker of a white light from the teleportation array and two soldiers lying incapacitated on the ground. Curse it, he got away. Fun Tianyan seethed with rage, stamping his foot forcefully, causing the platinum tiles beneath him to shatter with a resounding crash. Chapter 85. Successful absorption of the soul ring. Curse it, he got away. Fun Tianyan's fury escalated, and once again, he stomped down, reducing the gleaming tiles to fragments. Helplessly watching Yilei's departure, Fun Tianyan's face turned a deep shade of purple, and he vented his frustration into the air. Damn it, you have some nerve. If I ever see you again, I shall rend you limb from limb. Fun Tianyan's roar echoed throughout the opulent structure, lingering ominously. Wrong University, teleportation array. Yilei sat on the railing of the dormitory balcony, panting heavily. Fortunately, it was not only our agricultural university that possessed the teleportation array. A dozen other schools had similar arrays as well. Even if that old fellow, Fun Tianyan, were to pursue me, he might not catch up immediately. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the side quest and retrieved the soul bone of the infernal fireside's right arm. The system will now reseal the soul power that was temporarily released for your benefit. Please prepare yourself mentally. Sealing countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Commencing seal. The cold voice of the system echoed in Yilei's ears as 3 purple soul rings appeared around his waist. Gradually, the third soul ring began to fade away, while the colors of the remaining 2 rings transformed, ultimately turning both into a brilliant yellow. Seeing his soul power sealed once more, Yilei smiled. Thank you, dear system, for your timely intervention. You allowed me to release 20 of my soul power, enabling me to launch a surprise attack. Otherwise, I would have perished at their hands. And at that point, there would be no one to assist you in completing your tasks. Serving the host is my duty. It is my responsibility to help you navigate through danger, for our fates are intertwined. Should you perish, I too would vanish from existence. Thus, I am more than happy to provide you with the utmost assistance in times of peril, the system responded in a chilling synthetic voice. Wait, vanish together? Can't you bind to anyone at will? Why do you say it this way, dear system? Yilei was filled with confusion. The system suddenly fell silent. And after a considerable pause, it resumed speaking. Host, unlike those sweet pet systems, I am unique within the realm of systems. The Douluo continent system exists solely in my singularity, since I have bound myself to you. There cannot be another individual in this world who can bind with the Douluo system. This system is one of a kind. In other words, it can only bind with one person in its lifetime, and that person is you. Therefore, having bound myself to you, I shall become a part of your very being, accompanying you throughout your life, after which the Douluo continent system shall cease to exist in this world. Yilei was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that the binding of the system to him would culminate in such a fate. He had always believed that when a person endowed with a system perished, the system would sever its ties with that individual, subsequently seeking a suitable new host to serve in the world. Thus, a fervent thought ignited within him at that moment. Dear system, since you have spoken thus, I shall not disappoint you. I will fulfill your tasks with unwavering commitment, even to the point of my demise. The system reassured him, rest assured. With the recent transformation of the nation into Douluo, human lifespans have multiplied several times. With your prowess, you shall undoubtedly become the oldest and most formidable individual in the entire country. This revelation served as a comforting balm for Yilei. The man and the system sat together on the balcony railing, engaged in lively conversation. After a while, the surrounding air suddenly dropped several degrees, and a radiant blue light erupted from the nearby girls' dormitory, coalescing in the sky into a magnificent ice blue phoenix. Wonderful. Wan's third spirit ring has successfully absorbed. Yilei let out an excited scream. In midair, within the majestic illusion of an ice phoenix, a woman with a striking figure unfurled 2 pairs of enormous ice-blue wings, allowing her to remain suspended in the air. Who else could that person be if not Han Wan? Chapter 86. The Murder of a Husband. Wonderful. Nwaner has successfully absorbed her third soul ring. Yilei let out an excited scream. In midair, within the vast silhouette of the ice phoenix, a woman with a striking figure unfurled 2 pairs of enormous ice-blue wings, allowing her to hover gracefully. That person was none other than Han Wan. At this moment, Han Wan still had her eyes closed. In the next instant, she enveloped herself with the wings behind her. After several seconds, the ice-blue wings spread open once again, revealing Han Wan's impressive form anew. Suspended in the air, Han Wan opened her eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing in their depths. Accompanying this was the emergence of 2 pale purple soul rings and 1 immense black soul ring, arranged sequentially. As Han Wan opened her eyes, she noticed a shadowy figure seated on one of the balconies of the boys' dormitory directly in front of her. Observing the figure shift from sitting on the balcony railing to standing upon it, raising one hand, Han Wan's heart raced with alarm. In response, she swiftly conjured 5 ice blades and hurled them towards the shadowy figure. Upon seeing Han Wan open her eyes, Yilei, who had just stood by the railing, reached out to greet her. However, to his astonishment, he was met with 5 sharp ice blades. Yilei was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining his composure, he swiftly bent down to evade the strike. Although he successfully dodged the blade, his foot slipped, causing his waist to collide forcefully against the iron railing. Yilei let out a pained cry, then slipped through the iron railing and into the balcony. Yilei lay upon the balcony floor, his right hand pressed against his waist, emitting a series of anguished groans. Upon witnessing the shadow collapse, Han Wan let out a chilling laugh, then promptly took to the air. When Han Wan discerned the identity of the groaning figure on the ground, her lips twitched slightly. "Wana, what are you doing? Are you committing murder against your own husband?" Yilei lay on the ground, clutching his waist as he gazed at Han Wan. "How was I to know it was you? In such a dimly lit environment, having just absorbed the soul ring, I instinctively perceived you as a lecherous man sitting here. That's why I flung the ice blade." Han Wan lowered her head, unable to meet Yilei's gaze, her voice shrinking to a mere whisper, reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing. All right, do not berate yourself. Just help me up. My back is in excruciating pain." As Yilei observed Han Wan, an inexplicable softness enveloped his heart. He then clutched his waist and gradually rose to a seated position. Noticing this, Han Wan hurriedly stepped forward to lend a helping hand. Once Yilei stood upright, Han Wan finally discerned the attire he was clad in. "Yilei, is this how you choose to dress late at night? Are you, perchance, planning to engage in some mischief again?" Han Wan inquired with a hint of curiosity. "Alas, my dear Miss Han," Yilei replied, "why do you always presume that I am up to no good? I venture forth despite the perils, fully aware of the lurking dangers. My late-night excursion is solely to retrieve this." Yilei wore an expression of innocence, and then, as if by magic, he summoned the bone of the infernal scythe from his right arm. As soon as the soul bone materialized, the waves of heat it emitted swiftly overpowered the chill radiating from Han Wan. "This is the soul bone of the infernal scythe mantis from this morning?" Gazing at the bone, which exuded a torrent of warmth and resembled a scythe, Han Wan, as if struck by a sudden realization, blurted out, "Indeed." Yilei answered, "Indeed. It is that soul beast's. Earlier, while I was resting, I suddenly sensed an inexplicable warmth emanating from the infernal fire scythe mantis soul ring and the beast's soul, as if something were resonating with them. This led me to surmise that the soul bone belonging to the infernal fire scythe mantis had manifested at that moment. Thus, I donned this nocturnal attire and ventured into the mirrored realm to retrieve this soul bone. However, I did not anticipate that the members of the Elder Hall had also discovered it. Seizing the opportunity, I incited a commotion and stealthily retrieved the soul bone. Yet, little did I know that I would subsequently become the target of the relentless pursuit by the Burning Sky Flame faction. I exerted tremendous effort to escape. Yilei, with an air of nonchalance, recounted the perilous events of the evening. Han Wan was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, she finally grasped the meaning behind Yilei's words. "Wait, are you saying that you ventured alone into the lion's den to confront our instructor for the soul bone? And you were pursued?" Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Han Wan couldn't help but raise her voice, reaching out to firmly grasp Yilei's ear. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Han Wan, please be gentle." Yilei winced in pain, All right, see, I'm perfectly fine. It's merely a slight shock injury. To be fair, the injury sustained by the Burning Heaven Flames group might be far worse than mine. How could this be? Han Nuan, upon hearing Yilei's words, was filled with confusion. Her mind racing like a CPU on the verge of overheating. When I arrived, I had deliberately unsealed 20 levels of my own restraints, allowing my two martial spirits to each possess 3,000-year soul rings. Furthermore, I completely liberated the seal of my Spider Emperor's left leg bone. Only then did I venture forth. This strategy not only concealed my true identity, but also afforded me a fleeting moment to escape. Among them, only Burning Heaven Flame had reached the rank of a 5-ring Soul King, while the remaining 20 instructors were all at the 4-ring Soul Sect level. They should consider themselves fortunate that I did not fully unseal my other soul bone, the 85,000-year-old body bone of the Titan Ant Emperor. Otherwise, tomorrow's military training would not be an exercise, but rather a banquet for our entire year to honor the demise of those 21 individuals. Seeing Yilei's overwhelming arrogance, Han Nuan felt quite helpless. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that Yilei was indeed correct. Had he unleashed the skills of the 85,000-year-old Titan Ant Emperor's body bone, the cataclysmic blaze, it was likely that the Burning Heaven Flames group would have already been reduced to mere dust within the Stardow Forest. At this thought, Han Nuan involuntarily shuddered as she recalled the fierce glint in Yilei's eyes when he beheld the Purgatory Fire Scythe Manus earlier. He resembled a harbinger of death, exuding an aura of countless murderous intentions that swept through the surroundings. Beep, beep, beep. It was precisely 1 o'clock a.m. in the Imperial capital. The electronic clock on the dormitory balcony chimed, momentarily startling Yilei and Han Nuan. "Oh my, has it grown so late?" Yilei exclaimed. "All right, Nuaner, let us return and rest. We have military training to attend to tomorrow." Yilei looked at Han Nuan with eyes full of affection, gently ruffling her hair. "All right, I understand. You've completely disheveled my hair." Han Nuan shot him a glare, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Just as she turned to dash away, Yilei suddenly recalled the favor she had asked of him. "Wait, Nuaner, you haven't taken what you requested from me yet." With that, he raised his hand and presented her with 3 pale purple soul rings. "These are 3 soul rings, each with a lifespan of 1,000 years. You can give them to your 3 roommates. They will be able to absorb them without any issue," Yilei instructed. "All right." Han Nuan smiled sweetly, reaching out to gather the 3 soul rings before swiftly taking flight towards the dormitory balcony. As he watched Han Nuan soar into the dormitory, Yilei finally departed from the balcony, returning to his room. After removing his night attire, he chose not to store it in the wardrobe. Instead, he placed it along with the ghost mask into the system space. Having completed these tasks, he climbed back into bed to rest. As soon as Yilei's head met the pillow, he succumbed to slumber. Upon returning to the dormitory, Han Nuan sensed something amiss. The other 3 beds were utterly unoccupied. With a look of perplexity, she noticed a faint glow of 3 distinct colors seeping through the crack beneath the door. Curiosity piqued, she opened the door, only to find Luo Yun and her companion seated at the entrance, engrossed in their cultivation, with their thick garments piled beside them. Han Nuan sighed, contemplating that their choice to cultivate outside must be due to the chilling aura emitted during her soul ring absorption. Yet, it was beyond her control, after all. Her martial spirit was the Ice Phoenix, embodying the essence of ultimate frost. Shaking her head, she called out to the trio engaged in their practice. Luo Yun was the first to awaken from her meditative state. Upon spotting Han Nuan, she inquired, "Sister Nuan, have you completed the absorption of your soul ring?" At that moment, the other 2 stirred, responding to Luo Yun's words. They opened their eyes simultaneously, gazing at Han Nuan with expressions of delight. "Is it true, Sister Nuan? Where is it? Please show us your soul ring," they exclaimed in unison. Among the 3, Han Nuan found it hardest to resist Luo Yun's charming entreaties. With a serious tone, she replied, all right, if you wish to see, I shall show you. But let me warn you first, be careful not to catch a chill." The trio nodded eagerly, like chicks pecking at grains, and without further ado, Han Nuan unleashed her martial spirit and soul rings. Luo Yun's gaze fell upon the 3 soul rings suspended at Han Nuan's waist, then shifted to the wings gently fluttering behind her. After a brief moment of contemplation, she exclaimed, "Sister Nuan, do I sense that your wings have grown even larger? Or is it merely my imagination?" Hearing this, Xiao Na and Wang Yunning also directed their attention to Han Nuan's wings. "I think so too," they chimed in unison. Han Nuan brought her wings before her for a closer inspection, then remarked, Listening to your observations, it does seem that way. It is likely a result of absorbing this 50,000-year-old soul ring. Yilei mentioned that under normal circumstances of soul ring absorption, my wings might not have expanded to such an extent. What does that mean, Sister Nguyen? Isn't your soul ring absorption considered normal? Luo Yin asked with a perplexed expression. As a 16-year-old girl, she had little interest in the fantastical realm of Douluo continent during her junior high school years. Had it not been for the nationwide trend of Douluo culture, she might still have been wholly absorbed in her studies, oblivious to such fictional narratives. By my definition of normal soul ring absorption, every soul master must absorb a soul ring upon reaching level 10, according to the novel's premise. The typical choice for their first soul ring is generally a decade or a century, rather than my own first soul ring, which is a millennium. Following the standard soul ring absorption sequence, it is typically yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Of course, they also have the option to select a formidable 100,000-year soul beast for their 9th soul ring. My first 2 soul rings, however, were derived from a 1,000-year steel-winged blue-headed eagle and a 300-year magic-eyed ice kite. Under normal circumstances, my first and second soul skills should be of the century level. However, Yilei chose soul beasts for me that are relatively gentle and lack significant lethality, which is why I found the absorption process so effortless. Well, it's getting late. We should rest. Oh, by the way, I've managed to procure the soul rings you wanted. With that, Han Nuan retrieved the 3 Millennium soul rings that Yilei had given her from her pocket. After distributing the soul rings among Luo Yun and her companions, Han Nuan instructed them, "Soon, you shall absorb the soul rings. To do so, simply crush them." "Thank you, Sister Nguyen," exclaimed Luo Yun and her friends in excitement. No, you ought not to thank me," Han Nuan corrected them. "Oh, right. Thank you, brother-in-law," they replied in unison. That night was indeed fulfilling. The following morning, after breakfast, the group gathered on the playground. Upon seeing their chief instructor, Han Nuan couldn't help but laugh. It seemed Yilei had spoken the truth. Their instructor, who had sported a stylish crew cut the day before, now appeared with a completely bald head, the smooth surface marred by a few charred spots. Who else, if not Yilei, could have accomplished such a transformation in this school? Han Nuan stifled her laughter and continued with the military training. Half an hour later, Fan Tianyin reappeared on the podium and addressed the entire cohort of students, announcing that the instructors would lead those without their first spirit ring into the mirror world to hunt for spirit rings. Upon hearing Fan Tianyin's words, the students lacking spirit rings began to murmur among themselves. 10 minutes later, 20 instructors escorted their respective classes, each accompanied by students yet to acquire a spirit ring, towards the school's teleportation array. As the instructor for Han Nuan's class prepared to lead the group, he noticed that Luo Yun and her 2 companions showed no intention of leaving, prompting him to inquire, "What's the matter? Are you 3 girls not interested in obtaining your first spirit ring?" "Apologies, instructor, but we do not require one," they replied in unison. A moment of silence enveloped the air. "Not require one? Are you jesting? Do you not comprehend the significance of your first spirit skill? You wouldn't have absorbed a spirit ring less than a century old, would you? If so, your martial soul's developmental trajectory would be irrevocably shattered. However, instructor, we genuinely do not need a spirit ring," Luo Yun replied timidly. "Very well, if you insist that you do not desire a spirit ring, then by all means, showcase your spirit rings for us to see," the instructor retorted, visibly agitated. "Fine, I shall display it," Luo Yun murmured softly, then clasped her hands together at her chest. In the next moment, a cascade of iridescent light erupted between her hands, revealing a 7-tiered pagoda behind her, accompanied by a pale purple spirit ring. The world's foremost support-type martial soul, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. At that instant, a classmate exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Luo Yun's martial soul. The instructor felt as though he had been struck resoundingly across the face. After Luo Yun revealed her martial soul, Xiao Na and Wang Yuling simultaneously unveiled theirs, a deep blue flower and a dark purple deer, respectively. "What is this?" The instructor stared at their martial souls, momentarily taken aback, unable to identify them. "Instructor, my martial soul is the Songhai flower, and her martial soul is the Mo Ming deer," Luo Yun explained. Jonah spoke to the instructor, who, with a resigned nod, covered his forehead and addressed them. All right, I understand. You 4 should wait over there by the podium soon. Instructor Wen will personally escort you to complete your military training course." After his words, the instructor led the class to the school's teleportation array. En route, he touched his slightly reddened cheek, acknowledging that he did not wish for this. Yet the 3 slaps he received today were rather painful. All right, you 3. Retract your martial spirits. Let us first find Yulei and then gather at the podium, Han once suggested, turning to reveal her wings before soaring towards Yulei's class formation. Since her martial spirit granted her the ability to fly, why exert effort walking? Every step saved was a conservation of energy. Once Han Wan took flight, she left the 3 girls gaping in astonishment. Jonah and Luo Yun exchanged glances and simultaneously turned their eyes towards Wang Yuling. Sai, what do you want to see me do? A few minutes later, the 4 reunited with Yi Lei and the others. The moment Qin Sikong and Jing Heng laid eyes on Luo Yun and Jonah, their gazes fixated unwaveringly upon them. Luo Yun felt uncomfortable under Qin Sitsong's scrutiny, shifting her feet and retreating behind Han Wan. Observing this, Qin Sikong realized he could no longer stare. If he continued, he would surely attract trouble. His white moonlight had hidden behind his brother's wife, and should he persist, he would undoubtedly face a beating from Yi Lei, likely ending up as a roasted dragon meat dish. The thought made Qin Sikong tremble, as he could vividly imagine that, should it come to that, he would be unable to resist. Subsequently, Qin Sikong averted his gaze from Luo Yun and approached Jing Heng, delivering a sharp slap to his back. Cough. Feeling the force from behind, Jing Heng couldn't help but cough violently, nearly spitting out blood. What the hell, old Chun, what are you doing? Do you want to get electrocuted? Jing Heng gritted his teeth, speaking fiercely. P.S. I don't know why, but I'm feeling so exhausted today. I lack the motivation to write. There are still 2 chapters to come later. I will take a break for now. Chapter 90. When did they get together? What the hell, old Shin, what are you doing? Do you want to get electrocuted? Jing Heng gritted his teeth and spoke fiercely. Are you blind? You know full well that I was injured just yesterday, and I only recovered this morning. Yet you still dare to confront me like this. Do you wish for me to return to my dormitory for another day of rest? If you have the courage, let us duel. Do you believe I cannot scorch every hair from your body? As Jing Heng unleashed his tirade towards Qin Sikong, an electric current surged through the air around them, causing Qin Sitsong's hair to stand on end from the sudden static. Hey, are you out of your mind? Just look at yourself. Your gaze is so blatant as you ogle Joanna, making her feel shy. Qin Sikong retorted defiantly. At that moment, Joanna discreetly slipped over to Han Wan's side. Feeling that it was rather peculiar to be scrutinized by Jing Heng before their relationship was even established, she believed that by standing next to Han Wan, she would escape his incessant gaze. And you dare to criticize me? Just moments ago, you were staring at that little girl, causing her to shyly hide behind Yi Lei's wife. How can you even say that to me? Jing Heng shot back. The tension between the 2 escalated, their respective martial spirit apparitions materializing behind them, radiating purple and green light as they prepared to clash. Just as it seemed they were about to unleash their soul techniques upon one another, a stone wall abruptly emerged between them. Enough. Is it really necessary for you 2 to behave like this? If you are fond of a girl, pursue her instead. Why must you both stare at her, making her feel uncomfortable as if you were some sort of lecher? Furthermore, is it truly warranted for us to resort to our martial spirits over mere words? We still have military training ahead. If you deplete your soul power now, I shudder to think how you will defend yourselves later. I will not be covering for either of you. Yi Lei approached and delivered a swift kick to Qin Sitsuan's rear, launching into a reprimand directed at the 2 of them. After an extended period of scolding, Yi Lei finally returned to Han Wan's side. Qin Sitsuan and Jing Heng reconciled as if nothing had transpired. However, the fierce determination gleaming in their eyes revealed an underlying tension. By the way, have any of you seen Old Yang? Have you come across Wang Yuning? She seems to have vanished. After a brief silence, Jing Heng and Xiao Na spoke simultaneously. Yi Lei turned to look at Han Wan, their gazes meeting in perfect synchrony. They exchanged a smile, simultaneously declaring, they are heading to the playground. The atmosphere abruptly fell into silence. What? Huh? What is this? Lazy. What did you just say? Yi Lei and Han Wan, upon witnessing the reactions of the 4, erupted into laughter. Sikan, Jing Heng, have you 2 not yet comprehended? Song Yang is no longer a bachelor. He has been in a relationship for quite some time now. Without wishing to prolong their teasing, Yi Lei succinctly stated the crux of the matter. What? Song Yang has a girlfriend? Chen Sikan and Jing Heng exclaimed in astonishment, their disbelief palpable. How is it that he moves faster than the 2 of us? They queried again. And who is his girlfriend? Jing Heng pressed further. Who else could it be but the one who vanished alongside him? Wang Yunning. This time, Luo Yun also grasped the situation, peeking out from behind Han Wan. Her small face puffed up as she spoke. What? They got together? When did this happen? Jing Heng asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Upon seeing Luo Yun's adorable demeanor, Qin Si Can felt his heart soften, leaving him momentarily speechless as he stood there in silence. After a considerable pause, Qin Si Can finally inquired, "How long have they been together?" This time, he asked with a sense of curiosity, eager to know the details. Well, they have been neighbors since childhood. Akin to childhood sweethearts. Their mothers are best friends, and as such, they arranged a betrothal for them. When Wang Yunning was little, she would cling to Song Yang, calling him brother like a little snot-nosed child. They were classmates and deskmates from elementary school through high school, and naturally, feelings blossomed over time. They promised each other that once they both gained admission to Rong University, they would officially start dating. Hence, they began their relationship on the day they received their acceptance letters from Rong University. If we're counting, it's been a little over a month now. But I dare say, they act like a newlywed couple, utterly inseparable. Moreover, it was during their second year of high school that they played matchmakers for me and Han Wan as well, Yilei added. A smile gracing his face as he wrapped his arm around Han Wan's waist, his gaze towards her filled with affection. The four of them were left to savor a mouthful of romance. Suddenly, an announcement resonated throughout the school. All new students possessing soul rings, please gather at the podium. Your second military training lesson is about to commence. At the sound of the broadcast, the more than 10 individuals on the playground immediately made their way toward the podium. P.S. Another chapter completed. The novel is on the verge of surpassing 100 chapters, so let's celebrate with some early confetti. Keep it up. There is one more to go. Chapter 91, the second military training lesson. All new students possessing soul rings, please gather at the podium. Your second military training lesson is about to commence. The sudden broadcast resonated throughout the entire school. Upon hearing the announcement, more than 10 individuals on the playground made their way towards the podium. As Yulei and his companions took their positions at the podium, they caught sight of Song Yang and Wang Yunning walking hand in hand from a distance. As they approached, Song Yang noticed a murderous glint in the eyes of Qin Si Can and Jing Heng. Confused, as he drew nearer, Qin Si Can and Jing Heng flanked him. Regardless of Song Yang's futile attempts to resist, and seized his arms, pulling him aside. As they departed, Jing Heng turned back to Wang Yunning, assuring her, "Rest assured. We will not harm your boyfriend in the slightest. We shall return him to you unscathed." With that, they left her standing alone, bewildered in the breeze. After a few moments of stunned silence, Wang Yunning approached Han Wan and timidly inquired of Yilei, "Yilei, your two brothers wouldn't do anything to Song Yang, would they?" "Oh, do not worry. They wouldn't dare." Han Wan comforted her. "Oh, that is a relief," Wang Yunning sighed, placing a hand over her heart to steady herself. After the 17 individuals had gathered in front of the podium, they patiently awaited the arrival of Fan Tianyin. "Ah, we have 3 new faces today. Splendid. Now, allow me to announce the military training agenda for today. This marks your second lesson in military training and for some, their very first. Today's lesson is comparatively simpler than yesterday's, focusing on the theme of teamwork. You 17 may form teams at your discretion. However, the evaluation of your team dynamics will be contingent upon today's challenge. You are to assist 10 third-year seniors in capturing their first soul rings. The higher the age of the soul rings your team captures, the more substantial rewards you will receive from our Elder Hall. Now, let us welcome our 10 third-year seniors to present their martial souls and soul power levels." Fan Tianyin clapped his hands, and in the next moment, 10 young men and women ascended the podium in succession. You 17 may now begin forming your teams, with no restrictions on the number of members per group. As Fan Tianyin's words echoed, the team swiftly took shape, dividing into 2 groups, one consisting of 9 members and the other of 8. After Yilei and his companions concluded their conversation, the 8 of them instantly gathered together, showing no intention of separating nor accepting the team request from the other 9. The remaining 9 had no choice but to form their own team. It seemed that the allocation of these 17 students was quite efficient. Now, the senior students from the 3rd year were invited to select a pair to join, with each team allowed a maximum of 5 members. A few male seniors exchanged glances between the 2 teams and unhesitatingly chose the 9-member group, believing that the all-male composition would be more advantageous. They reasoned that the 8-member group included 4 girls, which they perceived as potential liabilities. Consequently, they opted for the all-male 9-member group. The expressions of the 9-member group darkened at the choice of the male seniors, as their collective strength would struggle to defeat a 100-year-old soul beast. While Yilei's 8-member group could easily handle a 1,000-year-old soul beast, the 9-member group quickly filled up, leaving the last 2 male seniors and 3 female seniors with no option but to join Yilei's 8-member group. With the selections concluded, it was time for the students from both groups to reveal their martial spirits and levels. Under the eager gaze of the 5 male seniors, the 9-member group displayed their martial spirits, all adorned with uniform white soul rings, their soul power barely reaching level 15. The countenance of the 5 male seniors darkened considerably. Their attention then turned to Yilei's 8-member group. A dazzling display of light revealed that even the weakest soul ring among them was at the century mark, with the rest boasting purple 1,000-year soul rings. As Han Wan's first and second soul rings shone in succession, her third soul ring soon followed. When the crowd beheld the color of the third soul ring, including Fan Tianyin, they were all taken aback in astonishment. A 10,000-year third ring? How could this be? Fan Tianyin exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. Among the elders in the hall, their third soul rings typically only reach the 2,000-year mark, with a rare few attaining 6,000 years. To think such talent could emerge from this modest school. We must find a way to recruit her into our elder hall. With this thought in mind, Fan Tianyin waved his hand, and immediately, a soldier approached him. He whispered a few instructions to the soldier, who promptly set about his task. On the podium, Yilei observed Fan Tianyin's every move. What scheme was this old man concocting, given his recent actions? Could it be that he intends to recruit Han Wan into the Elder Hall? If that were the case, they must not be allowed to succeed. Yilei murmured softly. What did you just say, Yilei? Han Wan leaned closer, asking sweetly. It's nothing. Yilei parted his lips to utter 3 words, dismissing the matter with nonchalance. He refrained from disclosing his thoughts to Han Wan, fearing it might alarm her. He resolved that should that day ever arrive, he would resolutely thwart the intentions of the Elders' Hall. In the perception of the Elders' Hall, those who could be of benefit to them were to be welcomed, while those who refused to join them faced the grim fate of vanishing from this world. Yilei was acutely aware of this outcome, which fueled his profound disdain for the Elders' Hall, an entity that professed to serve the people and act in their best interests, yet covertly pursued its own gains by preying upon the very lifeblood of the populace. As Yilei turned his head, he was met with the exceedingly twisted gaze of Fan Tianyin, a look that reeked of depravity. It seemed he genuinely harbored such thoughts. Indeed, he was an incorrigible pervert. The murderous intent in Yilei's eyes intensified. At that moment, when Han Wan's martial spirit manifested, the group of 9 erupted in excitement. The 5 senior students from the 3rd year unleashed a torrent of insults upon the 9, invoking their ancestors in their tirade. Damn it. You 9 boys can't even compete with those 8 next door. I would at least expect you to possess a yellow soul ring. But look at you. All 10-year soul rings. Tell me, how many 100-year soul beasts can you possibly slay? After one of the boys finished his outburst, he boldly approached Yilei's group and addressed the 2 male seniors and 3 female seniors who had chosen Yilei's group. You 5, let us switch places. You go to the group of 9, and we will stay here in the group of 8. Mago, this is inappropriate. After all, you chose this group yourselves and looked down upon these freshmen, responded a voice, referring to Ma Tianming. What, do you look down on me? Ma Tianming retorted. If I demand a swap, you must comply. If you refuse, you have 2 options. Either leave on your own, or I will escort you out. Ma Tianming forcefully shoved one of the male seniors, while the other, intimidated by Ma Tianming's reputation at the school, dared not speak a word. Instructor Fun, may we harm each other between our 2 teams? A sudden voice cut through the tension, drawing everyone's attention to Yilei. Fan Tianyin paused momentarily before responding. The examination regulations do not prohibit mutual harm between teams, so it is permissible. Upon receiving the answer, Yilei nodded and gestured towards Song Yang. Understanding immediately, Song Yang summoned a massive crocodile that materialized behind him and, with a powerful swing of its tail, sent the 5 individuals flying several meters away. Subsequently, Yilei and his companions escorted their seniors directly to the teleportation array. Along the way, one of the male seniors could not help but inquire. Who among you 8 is the leader? All 7 pairs of eyes turned unhesitatingly toward Yilei. What are you all looking at me for? Yilei was momentarily taken aback by their gazes and inquired. Although it was true that your soul ring configuration is the lowest among us 8, you possess an advantage that none of us have, namely, the twin martial souls. Furthermore, all the soul rings of the 7 of us were acquired with your assistance. And you possess the most profound understanding of soul beasts, enabling you to accurately determine which soul skills should be added to each of our martial souls. Given your combat intelligence, it is only fitting for you to lead our group of 8. Han Wan asserted confidently. What? You have twin martial souls? Indeed. And I am a dual martial soul, dual ring Grand Soul Master. Wow. The male senior was astounded. I must hold on to this strong ally tightly. P.S. I am quite exhausted today. There are still 2 chapters left. Chapter 93. Instant Kill, Millennium Soul Beast. I must hold on to this strong ally tightly. The male senior thought to himself. 5 minutes later, the group passed through the teleportation array and entered the Platinum Building. Wow, this place is so luxurious. It's beautiful. The 2 female seniors were astonished as they stepped into the Platinum Building, enthusiastically snapping photos with their phones. Excuse me, ladies. Photography is prohibited here due to military confidentiality. A soldier quickly approached to intervene upon witnessing the actions of the 2 female seniors. Reluctantly, the 2 seniors had to delete all the photos they had just taken. All right, seniors, let us proceed inside. Yilei took the lead and boldly stepped into the vortex. 13 individuals swiftly entered the Stardoe forest. Seniors, unveil your martial souls, having observed them. I shall assist you in making a decision regarding the most suitable spirit beasts for you. Very well. The 5 seniors promptly summoned their martial souls. Their bodies undergoing subtle transformations. Scanning complete. Qin Tian, martial soul, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, soul power level, 15. Wang Bo, martial soul, Kunping, soul power level, 14. The soul beast detector on Yilei's left arm revealed the martial souls of all 5 senior students. As for the 3 senior sisters, there is no need for you to hunt soul beasts. I possess the soul rings you require. I shall provide them directly to you, and you may absorb them at your convenience. Yilei retrieved 3 purple soul rings from the system space and presented them to the 3 senior sisters for absorption. Would you prefer your first soul skill to be defensive, self-enhancing, or offensive? He inquired. I choose offensive, replied Wang Bo and Qin Tian after a moment of contemplation. Very well, I understand. Please wait for me a moment. Yilei nodded. He unleashed his self-created soul skill, Flame Meteor. Yilei simultaneously unleashed the first and second soul skills of the Flame Lord, causing hundreds of enormous firestones to rain down around them. The initial wave of assault swiftly attracted a soul beast. Beep. Scan complete. Soul beast, Thunder Bear, age 1,200 years. Senior Qin Tian, prepare yourself, your soul ring is approaching. Yilei smiled at Qin Tian. Wana, it is time to test your third soul skill. Very well. Han Wan nodded, then summoned her martial spirit, soaring into the air. A thunderous roar emanated from the forest, and in the next moment, a towering bear, its body adorned with soft purple fur, emerged from the thicket. The Thunder Bear possessed immensely powerful limbs, crackling with electric energy around its form. A distinct burn mark marred its left forearm, clearly a result of Yilei's earlier soul skill striking it. Hence, it was in a state of furious agitation. Yilei skillfully crafted a colossal stone sphere with his bare hands, infusing it with the power of fire elements. He then hurled it into the sky, and at the moment it began to descend, he struck it with a fierce punch, directing it towards the Thunder Bear. The Thunder Bear roared ferociously, swatting with its paw, unleashing 5 blades of crackling lightning that shattered the stone sphere into countless fragments. With a swift motion, Han Wan invoked her third soul skill, Ice Flash Stab. As she hovered in midair, she channeled her soul energy, and a magnificent ice blue phoenix spirit materialized behind her. With a pointed finger, the ethereal phoenix surged towards the Thunder Bear. In a flash, the spirit penetrated the Thunder Bear's body, and with a resounding crack, it instantaneously encased the creature in ice. In the next moment, an explosion erupted from within the Thunder Bear, obliterating its form into a shower of icy debris. Could it be? Did she just achieve a one-hit kill? Qin Tian gasped in astonishment, his jaw nearly grazing the ground. His speech faltering as he struggled to comprehend the feat. An ordinary human vanquishing a millennium-old soul beast in a single strike. A pale purple soul ring began to coalesce in the air. Senior Qin Tian, you may now absorb the soul ring. Feel free to do so here. No soul beasts will be present for the time being, so you can absorb it without concern. Yilei remarked. Oh, splendid. Qin Tian regained his focus, positioning himself directly beneath the soul ring, settling onto the ground as the formidable blue electric Tyrannosaurus encircled him. The gentle, purplish hue gradually infused into his being. As Qin has commenced the absorption of the soul ring, it is imperative that we proceed with our task. Wang Bo, your martial soul is the Kunping, a legendary beast of ancient China, characterized by its robust and resilient nature. Consequently, your initial soul skill presents two potential avenues, offensive or defensive. Given that your Kunping martial soul lacks any elemental enhancements, the selection of your first soul skill becomes paramount, as it will influence the trajectory of your subsequent 8 soul skills. Should you choose the defensive route, acquiring your first soul ring would be straightforward. Formidable creatures such as the armored beast, the 1,000-ton ant, or the ironclad tortoise would serve as ideal candidates for your first soul ring due to their tough exteriors. However, if you opt for an offensive approach, the most harmonious elemental affinity with the Kunping martial soul is the water element, although other elements may also suffice. The Kunping's greatest advantage lies in its proficiency in underwater combat. Within the depths, you can maneuver freely and remain unperturbed by water-based offensive techniques. To the Kunping, the water element serves as the finest resource, transforming any water-rich environment into your battlefield. Yilei spoke to Wang Bo with great fervor, leaving him momentarily stunned. In the end, he could only nod in agreement. It was quite straightforward, he thought to himself. One merely needed to find a soul beast devoid of any attributes. Or perhaps one with a water attribute. Yilei raised his hand and began to operate the bracelet, selecting the most suitable spirit beast for Senior Wang Bo. The Kunping can be classified as a type of fish, thus the options for spirit rings can be narrowed down to aquatic creatures. The sole weakness of the Kunping lies in its lack of speed, so it would be prudent to select a water spirit beast that possesses both high mobility and formidable offensive capabilities. If such a choice were to be made, the arrow-shaped fish would undoubtedly be the most fitting candidate. With this thought in mind, Yilei informed the others and promptly transported them to the seaside of the forest. Simultaneously, Chen Tian, who was absorbing his spirit ring, was also displaced with them. Senior Wang Bo, your first spirit ring must be acquired here. The spirit beast I have selected for you is the arrow-shaped fish, renowned for its exceptional speed and formidable piercing power. Beyond its impressive offensive capabilities, it will also compensate for the shortcomings of your martial spirit. Now, it is your turn, Jing Hang. Yilei declared. All right, no problem, then watch me. With that, Jing Hang activated his first soul skill, the body of the mammoth. A colossal purple mammoth materialized behind him, emitting a thunderous roar before merging seamlessly with Jing Hang. A shimmering purple shield enveloped his body, crackling with countless arcs of lightning. Just as the arrow-shaped fish was about to leap from the water's surface, Jing Hang plunged into the depths, submerging the half-exposed creature that had just breached the water, causing it to thrash wildly. As the surface of the water began to teem with numerous small fish and shrimp, several moments passed before the arrow-shaped fish ceased its struggles, flipping onto its back and floating motionlessly. All right, the task is complete, Jing Hang exclaimed as he climbed ashore and dispelled his body of the mammoth. Yilei flicked his right hand, sending forth a vine of blue silver grass that effortlessly dragged the arrow-shaped fish to the shore. Senior Wang Bo, you may now absorb the soul ring. Yilei cast the soul beast before Wang Bo, who nodded in acknowledgement, seated himself upon the ground, and commenced the absorption of the soul ring. Well then, our second military training lesson has concluded, and all 5 seniors have successfully acquired their primary soul skills. Once they have completed the absorption of their soul rings, we shall return to the school and await further instructions, perhaps indulging in a hearty meal at the cafeteria. As there appears to be little else on the agenda for the afternoon, Yilei stretched lazily and settled beside Han Wan, cheerfully remarking. Suddenly, 3 azure blades of light descended upon the ground before everyone, etching deep marks into the earth. Yilei was taken aback. As he raised his head, he spotted a monkey adorned with water blue fur perched on a nearby tree. Beep, skin complete, soul beast, blade water monkey, age 1800 years. Upon hearing this, Yilei felt a surge of joy and turned to Song Yang, saying, Old Yang, have you broken through to level 20 in your soul power? I just achieved it this morning. Why do you ask? Your second soul skill is within reach. Lazy, are you referring to the monkey attacking us? Indeed. It is a water element soul beast that complements your Sea Emperor crocodile martial spirit. By absorbing its soul ring, you should acquire a powerful cutting soul skill. It's merely a 1,000-year soul beast. You need not intervene. Leave it to me, and just prepare to absorb the soul ring. With that, Yilei took a confident step forward, charging directly at the blade water monkey, while simultaneously unleashing the Flame Lord. In truth, Yilei had intended to use his blue silver grass. However, the control effects of his first 2 soul skills were insufficient. He needed at least the 3rd soul skill, web binding, or the 4th, blue-silver prison, both of which could be deemed the most potent control abilities among his first 4 soul skills. The Flame Lord, on the other hand, was abundant in explosive power, and in combat against a water element soul beast, its ultimate flames would provide ample suppression. Moreover, the Blade Water Monkey's offensive skills were merely water blades, which would evaporate before Yi Lei's searing magma. Water, assist me in controlling it. Yi Lei let out a thunderous shout, unleashing his first soul skill, Infernal Magma Surge, directed at the Blade Water Monkey. Yi Lei struck the ground with a mighty fist, and in an instant, a colossal column of molten lava erupted from beneath the tree where the Blade Water Monkey resided. The scalding lava swiftly reduced the tree to ashes, prompting the Blade Water Monkey to emit a shrill cry before propelling itself toward another tree with immense force. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Lei swiftly transformed his martial spirit. His first soul skill, Entangle, manifested as a sturdy blue-silver grass vine that promptly ensnared the hind leg of the Blade Water Monkey. With a forceful tug, he effortlessly brought the creature crashing to the ground. As the Blade Water Monkey hit the earth, it sprang back to its feet, its monkey claws poised to strike. Yet, Yi Lei was quick to unleash his second soul skill, Parasitism. In an instant, countless strands of blue-silver grass erupted from various points on the monkey's body, binding it securely and preventing the execution of its soul skill, which was forcibly suppressed. Simultaneously, Han Nuan, noticing the Blade Water Monkey restrained, activated her second soul skill, Ice Phoenix's Condensation. A pair of immense ice blue eyes materialized behind her, locking onto the gaze of the Blade Water Monkey. Upon encountering the ethereal blue eyes, the creature's frantic resistance came to an abrupt halt. An ice blue imprint appeared in its eyes, and a delicate layer of frost enveloped its body, rendering the blue-silver grass that bounded as rigid as ice. Song Yang, the final task is entrusted to you. Yi Lei swiftly appeared behind the Blade Water Monkey, delivering a powerful kick that sent the creature hurtling towards Song Yang. Meeting the gaze of Wang Yunning, they simultaneously unleashed their martial souls, their first spirit rings illuminating in unison. The first spirit skill, Divine Crocodile Tail, manifested as a colossal crocodile tail emerged behind Song Yang, striking directly at the Blade Water Monkey. Simultaneously, Wang Yunning's spectral dark mist deer materialized, and from its antlers, a violet long spear coalesced, launching towards the Blade Water Monkey. The combined might of their Millennium Spirit skills struck the Blade Water Monkey with tremendous force, piercing its body and resulting in its demise. How astonishing! The Dark Mist Deer's attack possesses such formidable strength. The power of this horned spear is truly comparable to that of the 49,043's fourth spirit skill, the Annihilation Shadow Blade. Yi Lei stroked his chin, surveying the corpse of the blade-wielding water monkey, which bore a significant gash at its neck. It is no wonder that Tang San chose the Mystic Dew Deer as the third soul skill for his Haoyan hammer. Its strength is indeed remarkable. As a side note, I returned to school today, and it has undergone quite a transformation. I find myself yearning for the start of the new semester, yet I must wait until October 8th. It is rather dull at home. The novel has begun to gain traction, and the data is improving steadily. I must strive to complete all my tasks for September to secure the perfect attendance award. Song Yang, it is time to begin absorbing your second soul skill. I am confident it will bestow upon you an unexpectedly powerful ability, Yi Lei remarked. By absorbing this soul ring, you will become the third among us 8 to attain the rank of Great Soul Master. Chapter 96, Support. Song Yang, commence the absorption of your second soul skill. I am confident that it will bestow upon you an unexpectedly remarkable ability, Yi Lei remarked. By absorbing this soul ring, you will become the third among us 8 to attain the rank of Great Soul Master. I understand, and I will strive to catch up with you and Han Nuan, so that we may together become formidable forces in this world. Excellent. Then put forth your utmost effort. I have faith that you will undoubtedly become the titled Douluo. The Howling Sea. Yi Lei smiled, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Song Yang reciprocated with a grin before sitting down on the ground. A colossal shadow of a crocodile materialized behind him, quietly resting at his side. With a mere thought, Song Yang summoned the soul ring of the Blade Water Throat, beginning the process of absorption. Upon noticing Song Yang entering a meditative state, he addressed the group, which possessed only a single soul ring. Now, while we have this brief moment of respite, seize the opportunity to meditate and cultivate your powers. After all, we have already surpassed many from the 9-person group. Yet we must not grow complacent. Strive to elevate your soul power to level 20 within these 7 days of military training. It is only the second day of training, with 5 days still ahead. I dare say, Instructor Fan and his team will subject us to rigorous training, and with Instructor Fan being a 5-ring Soul King. While each of our class instructors is a 4-ring Soul Master, it is likely that on the final day, each of us will face them in one-on-one duels. Thus, if we can elevate our soul power levels to 20 within these 2 days, we can then proceed to hunt for soul rings, significantly enhancing our strength. Moreover, your first soul abilities are all of the Millennium Realm, if you all break through to become great soul masters. With the second soul ring also being of the Millennium caliber, your soul abilities would resemble those of our instructor's 3rd and 4th soul abilities. Of course, achieving the rank of soul honor during military training is not impossible, but it heavily depends on individual diligence. Among the 8 of us, the primary attack-type soul masters include Han Wan, Jing Heng, Chen Sitsai, Wang Yuning, and Song Yang. The only support type among us is the youngest, Luo Yun. The control type consists of myself and Xiao Na. Naturally, I can also be classified as an attack-type soul master, given that I am a dual martial soul possessor. Allow me to inform you in advance about Instructor Fan Tianyin's martial soul. It is the fire attribute Blaze Spirit Lion. His first soul ability is the Blazing Claw Strike, while I am currently unaware of his 2nd and 3rd abilities. His 4th ability is named Fiery Leap, and the 5th is referred to as the 6 Paths of Flame. What? You mean that Instructor Fan is actually a fire attribute 5-ring Soul King? Jing Heng inquired. Indeed. That is correct. The strength of a Soul King is formidable. Even if all 8 of us were to unite, we could not hope to defeat him. Furthermore, he possesses 2 undisclosed abilities, and I am uncertain whether he holds any soul bones. If he does possess soul bones, it would place us at an even greater disadvantage. I must warn you in advance about the Elder Hall. While it presents itself as a service to the people, it secretly thrives on the blood of others. Once someone becomes a target of the Elder Hall, there are only 2 possible fates. Either they obediently join the Elder Hall or are eliminated discreetly. And the method of elimination is not simple. They will eradicate all connections you have in this world. When the Huaxiao realm had just undergone its transformation into the Doa continent, Elder Xiao Xiong, also known as Elder 7, stationed in our Rong city, dispatched individuals to seek me out. They wished to recruit me into their organization as an advisor, an offer I declined. Consequently, Elder 7 contemplated my elimination. But I managed to escape that day, inflicting a cost upon them. Over the past 2 months, they have made numerous attempts to probe my defenses, and I have successfully vanquished every individual they sent to test me. Among these encounters, one that left a particularly deep impression on me was with Elder 6, the brother of Elder 7, stationed in Shu City. He dispatched 6 individuals, one of whom possessed the highest soul power, reportedly in the 30s. If my memory serves me correctly, this individual was an evil soul master, and his 3rd soul skill required the sacrifice of human blood. During the demonstration of this skill, he drained the blood of 3 police officers present before my very eyes. Yilei spoke with indignation. Except for Han Wan and Song Yang, who was currently absorbing the soul ring, the other 5 were utterly astonished. They could not fathom that the Elder Hall, which ostensibly served the people of the nation and had made numerous contributions, harbored such secrets behind closed doors. Their unwavering trust in the Elder Hall began to waver at that moment. Let us put aside these matters for now. Yilei shook his head, dismissing those thoughts, and spoke again. You should focus on your cultivation for now. I will later recount the entirety of this matter to you. Once Song Yang and the senior students have absorbed their soul rings, we will support the 9-member team. After all, we are classmates and must lend them our assistance. Given their strength, it is likely that the task will be quite challenging, and they may face considerable difficulties from Ma Tiaming and his group, potentially resulting in serious injuries for some. After Yi Lei finished speaking, he sat down on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. The others, observing the scene, refrained from commenting, merely casting inquiring glances at Han Wan. Yi Lei was indeed correct when the 7th elder issued his threats against him. He had also declared that eliminating Yi Lei would entail eliminating me as well. Han Wan addressed their doubts, her eyes gleaming with a frigid murderous intent as she spoke. Chen Sitsuan, Yi Lei has likely not revealed his true strength to you, has he? His genuine prowess. He is not merely a soul master with dual martial souls. He is a twin martial soul wielder with dual rings. Chen Sitsuan, puzzled, inquired further. Meanwhile, Jing Heng stood silently beside him. No. It is true that Yi Lei possesses dual martial souls, yet his martial souls are far more formidable than they currently appear. His soul power has reached level 64, transforming his blue-silver grass into blue-silver emperor, which is augmented by 6 soul rings, each exceeding 50,000 years in age, including one that is a staggering 100,000 years old. 100,000-year soul ring. Chen Sitsuan and Jing Hang were left astounded. They glanced at the reactions of the other 3 girls, only to find their responses unexpectedly calm, as if they had been privy to this information beforehand. Moreover, his Flame Lord martial soul was enhanced by 3 10,000-year soul rings and possessed 2 soul bones. No, in fact, 3. The first bone was derived from an 80,000-year-old man-faced spider emperor, known as the left leg of the man-faced spider, with 2 skills, an attack skill called Spider Emperor's Purple Radiant Slash, accompanied by a domain skill named Mental Hunting Ground. The second was taken from an 85,000-year-old mutated Thousand Gene Ant Emperor, dubbed the Thousand Gene Torso Bone, with a skill known as Thousand Gene Fallen Flame Break. And the third, which you all have witnessed, is the 60,000-year-old Soul Beast, the Inferno Fire Scythe Mantis, which injured Jing Hang yesterday. Han Nuan no longer concealed the truth, openly disclosing all of Yi Lei's capabilities to the crowd. Sister Han Nuan, are you certain of what you say? It has only been 2 months since the Douluo transformation. How could Yi Lei's strength be so extraordinary? This exceeds the normal cultivation pace. Jing Hang, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. I am uncertain as well. All I know is that on the very day of the Douluo transformation, Yi Lei's strength was already at this level, and his second martial soul, the Flame Lord, officially awakened the following day. By the 3rd day, he had acquired those 2 soul bones. Enough, Nuaner, do not speak further. Han Nuan was about to voice her thoughts when suddenly, Yi Lei's voice resonated from behind her. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Lei had awakened from his meditative state. Indeed, I have concealed certain truths from you, yet circumstances have rendered this unavoidable. I harbor a profound animosity towards the Elder Hall, which seeks my demise. Do you recall my mention of yesterday, when Huang Tianwei supposedly vanquished the Soul Beast? In truth, it was not he who defeated it. Rather, he abandoned us the moment the Soul Beast manifested, fleeing alone. His initial intent was to utilize the Soul Beast as a means to eliminate me, with little regard for your lives. He had meticulously crafted his narrative, asserting that the infernal Scythe Mantis appeared unexpectedly, catching us off guard. Our inadequate prowess led to our swift downfall at the hands of the infernal Scythe Mantis, and he would claim that he barely escaped with great effort. His artful storytelling would absolve him of all responsibility, and once the announcement was made, the Elder Hall would dispatch individuals to slay the Soul Beast, allowing the matter to be swiftly forgotten. Yi Lei stood up, brushing off his trousers, and addressed the crowd. I hope my actions do not bring any harm to you. On the very first day of school, I sealed away the majority of my abilities, reducing my strength to what you see now, a mere soul power of level 28. With both of my martial souls having absorbed only 2 century-old soul rings. Furthermore, I suspect that after the military training concludes, the Elder Hall will take action. It is inconceivable that they would deploy a multitude of people to hunt me down. If they were to succeed, the repercussions would undoubtedly affect all the students of Rome University. To prevent such an eventuality, I have made a decision. From this moment forth, I will no longer conceal my true strength. As for the Elder Hall, let them come at me with all their might. Yi Lei resolutely stated. 1 minute ago, as Yi Lei sat on the ground, he was not truly in a meditative state. Rather, he chose to engage in a conversation with the system. Dear system, I wish to inquire about the consequences I would face should I fail to complete the 3rd task of playing the fool to deceive the tiger. Host, should you opt to abandon the 3rd task, this system will impose a penalty, the system replied. Whatever the punishment may be, I am prepared to face it. The Elder Council may take action soon, so I have made the decision to no longer conceal my strength. I shall expose myself and confront the Elder Council head-on. Since the host has made a choice, the 3rd task is hereby deemed a failure. The penalties are as follows, from this moment forth. The host's soul power will be unsealed, distributing 1 lineage of soul power to each of your 2 martial souls. As the host's first awakened martial soul is Blue Silvergrass, its power is set at level 64, while the Flame Lord, having awakened later and previously sharing soul power with Blue Silvergrass, is now designated at level 40. Please decide whether to abandon the 3rd task. I choose to abandon it. Beep. Detection indicates the host has failed the 3rd task. The unsealing of soul power will commence now. Crack. A shattering sound resonated within Yi Lei's body, and he immediately felt his abundant soul power split into two streams, one gentle and the other fierce and blazing. The unsealing of soul power is complete. The host may now break through the soul power seal, the system announced. After the system's declaration, Yilei finally opened his eyes and stood up, resulting in the scene that had just unfolded. Lazy, is what you said true? Are you really a level 64 Soul Emperor? Even now, Chen Siken found it hard to believe everything Yilei and Han Wan had claimed. Of course, I speak the truth. When the nation transitioned into the Douluo realm, I too was curious about what martial soul I would awaken. As I subconsciously focused my thoughts, the blue silver grass appeared before me. I initially believed I had awakened nothing more than the most ordinary blue silver grass, but to my astonishment, in the next moment, 6 10,000-year soul rings manifested beneath my feet. At that moment, I found it strange. I could not comprehend why I had transformed in such a way, becoming a figure that stood out among the crowd. I thought perhaps it was merely an illusion, but when I personally experienced the sensation of defeating a soul beast, I realized everything was indeed real. Subsequently, I reflected that since heaven had chosen me to possess such formidable power, there must be a greater purpose behind it. Subsequently, upon discovering the nefarious nature of the Elder Hall, I realized that it was the divine will compelling me to eradicate evil from the world. Furthermore, I learned clandestinely the reason behind the Elder Hall's ability to elevate all their subordinates to the third realm within a mere month. It was due to their insidious cultivation methods. Each of the 10 elders would coerce their subordinates to bind their own family members, utilizing their flesh to enhance their own cultivation. In their eyes, this was a means of uniting their families with themselves. Moreover, they had thoroughly brainwashed everyone beneath the 10 elders in the Elder Hall. This explains why Yilei possessed such knowledge. When he was taken by the 7th elder and subsequently escaped, he stumbled upon laboratories filled with soldiers seated before enormous incubation tanks. Within these tanks were living individuals, each connected to numerous tubes, their nutrients entirely siphoned into the soldiers, enabling an astonishing acceleration of their soul power, allowing them to break through 5 levels in a single day. Once these individuals transcended to the rank of Great Soul Master, they ceased utilizing such methods for their advancement. Furthermore, upon their demise, the Elder Hall would issue orders to eliminate all remaining family members, subsequently disguising these sudden disappearances as foreign scams. Their narrative appeared utterly credible to the masses, and they would produce several corpses of the missing individuals, claiming these were the bodies of those deceived abroad. Thus, the populace would remain unsuspecting, instead applauding the actions of the Elder Hall. Yilei divulged everything he knew, serving as a potent morale booster for his companions. Lazy, regardless of the choices you make, we shall unconditionally support you and provide you with the utmost assistance. Chen Sitsai no longer harbored any doubts and chose to place his trust directly in Yilei. After all, his brother and his partner had spoken, leaving no room for skepticism. Logically speaking, a soul master's first soul ring should not exceed the limit of 500 years. Absorbing a soul ring older than that could result in catastrophic consequences, ranging from fortunate survival to instant obliteration. Yet, Yilei defied this convention by allowing them to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring without any adverse effects. Rather, their physical prowess significantly amplified. Having said so much, it is time for you to witness it, he declared, as he summoned his 2 martial souls. The blue silver grass and the flame lord materialized beside him, each adorned with 2 yellow soul rings suspended beneath them. Crack! The sound of shattering resonated through the air. The 4 yellow soul rings revealed cracks, and in the blink of an eye, they shattered into luminous points that dissipated into the atmosphere. Subsequently, 3 purple soul rings gradually emerged beneath the Flame Lord, transforming into black. In an instant, a wave of searing pressure emanated from the Flame Lord. The moment Han Wan sensed this oppressive force, she instinctively crouched down, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. "Wan, are you all right?" Luo Yun inquired, alarmed by her condition. "I am fine. My martial soul possesses an ice attribute, which is currently being suppressed by Yilei's Flame Lord soul power." The color of the blue-silver grass began to shift as well, its original silver patterns gradually transforming into a resplendent gold. Dark hues of red and yellow began to manifest beneath the blue-silver grass. And the instant the 5th red flower appeared, Han Wan's earlier narrative was confirmed, yet witnessing it firsthand still elicited astonishment. The moment the blood-red soul ring emerged, an overwhelming pressure more terrifying than that of the Flame Lord enveloped the area. Long Qiqiao Na felt an immense dread wash over her as the 10,000-year soul ring made its presence known. It also instilled in her bloodline a sense of suppression. Why is it that my own lineage feels so severely repressed? This is due to my martial soul, the blue-silver emperor, which reigns supreme amongst plant-type martial souls, capable of overpowering all others within its category. Furthermore, it possesses a unique trait. Once one absorbs the soul rings from plant-type soul beasts, their soul abilities become utterly ineffective before my blue-silver emperor. Another black soul ring emerged, lingering at the periphery of the 100,000-year soul ring. The skill of the soul bone from the left leg of the Spider Emperor, the Spider Emperor's purple radiance slash. Just as Yilei's soul power broke through its seal, an immense surge of energy flooded through his left leg in an instant. This colossal energy enveloped his entire left leg, imparting a sensation as if it were on the verge of exploding at any moment. Yilei could only unleash his soul bone skill into the empty space. Yilei swiftly kicked his left leg, unleashing a tremendous purple light slash that instantaneously severed all the trees in the vicinity. In that fleeting moment, several soul beasts met their demise. This is utterly astonishing, Jing Heng remarked, gazing at the fallen trees that concealed the bisected corpses of the soul beasts beneath them. If you desire, I can assist you in hunting one right now. Yilei, showcasing a bright smile, addressed Jing Heng. Lazy, can we refrain from jesting? Jing Heng's speech faltered as he scratched his head and replied, Moreover, my abilities are not that formidable. Isn't it a bit premature to absorb a soul bone at this stage? Premature? Is it truly so? Yilei countered. Kongwan's mother, my prospective mother-in-law, had absorbed a 50,000-year-old soul bone from a blue-silver-white-striped tiger even before she had taken in her second soul ring. Therefore, it would not be too early for you to absorb a 10,000-year-old soul bone. After all, I dare say that in 5 days, the Elder Hall will undoubtedly dispatch one of their trump cards to our school for a large-scale disruption. At present, possessing a soul bone skill is tantamount to having 3 soul techniques for self-defense. Moreover, right over there lies a soul beast that is perfectly suited for you, with an impressive age of 50,000 years. As he spoke, Yilei activated the domain skill of his human face Spider King's left leg bone, the spirit hunting ground, allowing him to meticulously survey the soul beasts inhabiting the surrounding forest. Lazy, are you certain? Jing Heng, skeptical, could not believe that Yilei could identify a suitable 50,000-year-old soul beast without prior search. He seemed to overlook the fact that Kongwan had previously mentioned that one of Yilei's soul bones allowed for extensive life detection, enabling him to be well informed about the types of soul beasts in the vicinity. I am indeed certain. If you doubt me, then wait here for a moment. Yilei flashed a grin, exerting a gentle force with his legs, landing directly upon the head of the Flame Lord. Give me 5 minutes, and I shall return with that beast. With that declaration, he soared toward the designated location without a backward glance. Sister Warm, do you believe that brother-in-law can truly bring back a soul beast that has existed for 50,000 years? He must possess some confidence, right? Rest assured, he has single-handedly slain soul beasts over 80,000 years old without faltering. How could he possibly fear a mere 50,000-year-old soul beast? Just wait and witness the spectacle. 5 minutes swiftly elapsed. Lo Yun, with keen eyes, spotted a figure gradually approaching from across the way. P.S. The battle concludes at 11:30. Chapter 100, Soul Bone Collection Progress 100. Look, isn't that brother-in-law? Lo Yun exclaimed. By heavens, he truly kept to the 5-minute mark. Not a second late, Chen Sikong remarked, glancing at the time and cursing softly. Wait, why do I see something enormous trailing behind brother-in-law? Am I imagining things? Joanna squinted, inquiring. Upon hearing this, the crowd focused their gaze and indeed confirmed that Yilei was followed by a blue-silver emperor, dragging an enigmatic object as he flew toward them. As Yilei approached the shore, he leapt down from atop the Flame Lord. Upon landing, he wiped the sweat from his brow and, with a mighty effort of his right hand, hurled the objects ensnared by the blue-silver grass onto the bank. A thunderous crash reverberated as several massive bodies were cast ashore by Yilei, stirring up clouds of dust. Once the dust settled, all present beheld, at the center of the haze, for soul beasts, their limbs severed. Jing Heng, come forth and deliver the final blow. Yilei commanded the blue-silver emperor, dragging forth the largest of the 4 soul beasts to stand before Jing Heng. This, as I mentioned, is the 50,000-year old soul beast known as the Thunderclap Demon Tiger, whose attributes align remarkably well with your thunderous mammoth martial spirit. Once you reach the 30th or 40th level, you will be able to absorb it. Upon finishing his words, Yilei deftly flipped his right hand, revealing a sharp dagger, which he then presented to Jing Hang before stepping aside. He retrieved a soul ring collector from the system space, preparing to capture the soul ring at the very moment it manifested from the Thunderclap Demon Tiger. Jing Hang closed his eyes and plunged the dagger into the beast's neck. As he withdrew the blade, a torrent of crimson blood gushed forth from the wound, swiftly staining the ground beneath. In an instant, a pitch-black light erupted from the body of the soul beast, coalescing midair into a dark soul ring. Upon witnessing this, Yilei promptly activated the instrument in his hand. Instantly, a powerful suction drew the soul ring from midair, and when it emerged again, it had been compressed into a palm-sized circular ring. Blue-silver domain. Yilei unleashed his innate domain ability, enveloping the surroundings in a vast expanse of azure golden energy. This energy transformed into a gentle soul power, flowing into the meridians of the 7 individuals present. Wow, this feels wonderful. Brother-in-law, what is this azure golden light? Luo Yun inquired with delight. The Blue-Silver Emperor's innate domain ability, Blue-Silver Domain, provides a soft soul power to those within its confines. With my strength, your cultivation speed within the Blue-Silver Domain can be doubled, Yilei replied, urging everyone to hasten their cultivation. Beep. The detection of a soul bone has occurred. The soul bone collection progress stands at 100, and the achievement is complete. The system's cold, synthesized voice resonated in Yilei's ears, announcing the unlocking of the soul bone shop. Yilei gazed in the direction of Jing Hang, and there he beheld a soul bone shimmering with the brilliance of lightning, severed from the head of the Thunderclap Demon Tiger. With a chime, the soul bone materialized, its age recorded at 50,000 years, named the Thunderous Head Soul Bone. Imbued with the skill of purple lightning explosion, the system's voice resonated once more in Yilei's ears. Jing Hang, this soul bone is the Thunderous Head Soul Bone. Seize the opportunity to absorb it now. I am confident that this soul bone will bestow upon you a formidable soul skill. Yilei spoke to Jing Hang. Very well. I understand. I shall commence the absorption now. Jing Hang smiled, seated himself directly on the ground, summoned the soul bone, and pressed it against his forehead, initiating the absorption. Observing that Jing Hang and his companions had begun their cultivation, Yilei opted to do nothing further. He sat down, retrieved the infernal fire scythe right arm bone from the system space, subsequently summoned the Flame Lord Martial Spirit, and affixed the soul bone to the right arm of the Flame Lord. Half an hour later, while in a meditative state, Han Wan suddenly felt the ground beneath her tremble. Alert, she immediately opened her eyes. Apart from the damage caused by Yilei's soul bone ability to the surrounding trees, there was no sign of any unusual activity. Just as she was about to close her eyes and continue her meditation, a nearby tree, several meters away, abruptly snapped, and a massive fireball surged forth from the forest. The fireball hurtled towards them. Han Wan glanced back at the others, still lost in meditation, and without hesitation, activated her martial spirit. First soul skill, Ice Feather. The violet soul ring shimmered as the wings behind Han Wan fluttered rapidly, and in an instant, dozens of ice blue feathers transformed into blades, hurtling towards the fireball. With a hiss, the moment the blades made contact with the fireball, it extinguished instantly, leaving behind only a wisp of white smoke. Run. What the hell is wrong with you? The instructor clearly stated that today was for you to hunt soul rings for us. How is it that you can't even defeat a single soul beast? Brother Ma, it's not that we don't want to, it's just that the one you chose for us is beyond our capabilities. The disparity in strength is too great. I don't care. If you don't slay that soul beast and bring me its soul ring today, you'll regret it when I deal with your families once we get out. The origin of the intermittent sounds from where the fireball had been launched quickly dawned on Han Wan. Wasn't that the 9-man squad? However, upon hearing their words, Han Wan frowned. Brother Ma, the 9-man squad can't handle a soul beast? The disparity in strength is too vast? Goodness, this is just a replica of the ancient poetry. Han Wan sighed in exasperation. In such a vast institution, there truly existed an abundance of foolish individuals. Nevertheless, she refrained from vocalizing her thoughts and promptly roused Yilei. Having just absorbed the soul bone, Yilei was in the midst of solidifying his cultivation when he suddenly felt a chill seep into his body, an icy sensation piercing directly to the crown of his head. This abrupt disturbance caused him to terminate his meditation instantly. What is it, Nwana? Yilei opened his eyes to see Han Wan standing before him, her wings gently fluttering behind her. Why are you up? Aren't you practicing? Alas, let's set aside the matter of cultivation for now. The 9-member team is in trouble. They are currently being pursued by a high-age soul beast. Oh, given their capabilities, they would not dare to confront a soul beast of such an advanced age. Even a 500-year-old soul beast poses a significant threat to them. They would not make such a foolish mistake. Alas, who else could it be? From what I overheard earlier, it must be that scoundrel Ma Tianming. Ma Tianming? The one who attempted to make advances on you on the day of the freshman orientation? Yi Lei inquired with a hint of perplexity, for he scarcely recalled who the individual known as Ma Tianming was. Indeed, it was he, resembling a mere replica of the poetic essence of Chixi. Very well. Let us proceed to address their safety concerns. With that, Yi Lei rose to his feet, summoned the Fire Lord, and directed it towards their destination. Han Nuan promptly unfurled her wings, following Yi Lei as they soared in that direction. Upon reaching the forest, they beheld a scene where 14 individuals were desperately evading the pursuit of soul beasts. The foremost 5 dashed ahead with remarkable speed, while the remaining 9 struggled to keep pace amidst the relentless chase. It became abundantly clear the swiftest among them was none other than Ma Tianming himself. As the 9 lagging behind approached, one of Ma Tianming's underlings, without a moment's hesitation, delivered a forceful kick to one of them, then continued on without a backward glance to follow his leader. Alas, such individuals epitomize the saying, not shedding tears until one sees the coffin. When danger looms, they flee swifter than an ostrich. Very well then, it is time to employ my newly acquired skills. Yi Lei's tone was remarkably subdued, laced with a hint of sarcasm. Subsequently, a soul bone resembling a scythe manifested upon his right arm. He raised it aloft and then closed his eyes. The skill of the Infernal Fire Lotus Soul Bone. Infernal Scythe Flash. As Yi Lei opened his eyes, he clenched his right fist tightly and then swung his right arm, unleashing a colossal flame slash that erupted forth. The slash darted swiftly towards the spirit beast, and in the blink of an eye, it severed the beast's head. Although the spirit beast lay lifeless, Yi Lei remained vigilant. For the pursuit of the 9-member team was not the work of a single beast, but rather a formidable pack. The spirit beast scanner beeped, indicating completion of the analysis. Spirit beast, frenzied rhino, characteristics, social. The device promptly relayed the specifics of the pack. Upon hearing this, Yi Lei smirked. This Ma Tianming is truly foolish, provoking the frenzied rhino, a species known for its gregarious nature. I suspect he must have angered a juvenile from the pack. How else could a horde of these beasts be relentlessly pursuing him? Han Nuan nodded in agreement. However, the frenzied rhino spirit beast was quite suitable for his uncle, as they belonged to the same lineage. Absorbing the frenzied rhino's spirit ring would enhance his uncle's martial spirit strength. And given that the spirit skills of the frenzied rhino typically involve explosive amplifications, they would indeed be advantageous for both my uncle and me. Yi Lei swiftly pondered in his mind, and soon articulated the greatest utility of the fervent rhinoceros. If the fervent rhinoceros is a gregarious creature, then among them, there must undoubtedly exist one that possesses the utmost strength. Yi Lei remarked, and then he promptly activated the extensive scanning capability of the soul beast detector. A low hum resonated as the skin concluded, identifying the target, the frenzied rhino king, aged 12, 600 years, possessing the skill Frenzied Fury. After the report was delivered, Yi Lei exchanged a knowing glance with Han Nuan, followed by a shared smile, and they descended, positioning themselves amidst the group of 9 and the frenzied rhinos. You all should flee swiftly. The riverbank is quite safe, Yi Lei declared. I too shall not retreat. He then unleashed his first soul skill, Infernal Lava Eruption. The black soul ring around Yi Lei's waist shimmered as he unleashed a powerful strike with his right fist, erupting a colossal pillar of magma from his hand. In the blink of an eye, several frenzied rhinoceroses met their demise beneath the molten flow. First soul skill, Ice Feather. Han Nuan, unwilling to be outdone, released her own first soul skill against the throng of frenzied rhinoceroses. In an instant, countless ice-blue feather-like blades flew into the herd, claiming the lives of several younger frenzied rhinoceroses. Very well, let us not linger. Sixth soul skill, Blue-Silver Devil's Binding, Reign of the Heavens. Yi Lei no longer exerted himself, swiftly transitioning his martial soul. He unleashed the sixth soul skill of the Blue-Silver Emperor upon the frenzied herd of rhinoceroses. A sphere of azure and gold ascended into the night sky, subsequently transforming into countless tendrils of Blue-Silver Emperor that descended towards the ground, piercing through the air. Under the relentless assault of the dense vines, innumerable frenzied rhinoceroses met their demise. The fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Cage. Yi Lei tirelessly unleashed his fourth soul skill, ensnaring the fervent rhinoceros that had evaded the tendril attack within its grasp. The fourth soul skill, blue-silver piercing formation. With a firm grip of his right hand, Yilei summoned an array of sharp spines that erupted within the confines of the blue-silver prison, piercing the frenzied rhinoceros trapped inside into a multitude of skewered forms. Now, only you remain. Fifth soul skill, blue-silver Emperor's Spear. As Yilei unleashed his three soul techniques, the once formidable horde of soul beasts was reduced to disarray, leaving only a few remnants. Observing this, Yilei directed his fifth soul skill of the blue-silver Emperor at the frenzied rhinoceros king. A resplendent blue spear coalesced in his grasp. With a swift motion, he hurled the spear, sensing the imminent danger. The frenzied rhinoceros king retaliated with its own skill, Frenzied Fury. In an instant, a colossal fireball formed upon its horn, hurtling towards Yilei. This act, however, proved futile. The fireball was as insubstantial as tofu before the might of the blue-silver Emperor's spear, which pierced through effortlessly. Subsequently, the spear penetrated the rhinoceros king's mouth, emerging from its rear, impaling it against a massive tree capable of being embraced by several individuals. The frenzied rhinoceros king had met its demise. It had been ages since Yilei felt such exhilaration. He exhaled a breath of relief, stretching lazily as he spoke. Reflecting on the last time he felt this liberated was during his battle with the Spider Emperor. Now that one had been unsealed, he could finally engage in combat with his true strength, no longer constrained like a timid turtle, suppressing his soul power and playing the role of a mere great soul master. Yilei decisively approached the lifeless body of the fervent rhinoceros king, which was impaled upon a tree. With a swift motion, he extracted the blue-silver overlord's spear from its mouth. The corpse, devoid of support, crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, releasing a copious flow of blood from its mouth and rear, with intestines spilling forth, saturating the air with a foul stench. Contemplating the culinary merits of this fervent rhinoceros, Yilei mused to himself, if memory serves, the school cafeteria does indeed offer dishes prepared from soul beast meat. However, I shall leave this carcass here, as I have no particular taste for such fare. After all, it pales in comparison to a delectable meal prepared by a loving spouse. With that thought, he relinquished his martial spirit state, causing the spear to vanish from his grasp. Approaching the stunned group of 9, he patted one of them on the shoulder and remarked, "What are you staring at? It's merely a collection of corpses. There's nothing particularly fascinating about it. Come, let us go and lend you a hand." As Qin Song was lost in thought, a large hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, startling him greatly. Upon recognizing the owner of the hand, his legs weakened, and he hastily followed closely behind Yilei, calling out Brother Yi with eager enthusiasm. Yilei did not intervene, for he was well aware of Qin Song's character. It was merely a month prior that he had sent Qin Song flying with a single slap in the martial arts arena. It appeared that Qin Song had succumbed to fear and willingly assumed the role of Yilei's subordinate. Qin Song lamented, "Could I possibly choose otherwise?" Initially, Brother Yi's seemingly gentle slap was deceptively powerful. He sent me sprawling for dozens of meters. And even the 2 luxury vans worth over 100,000 that my family had just taken out were rendered useless. I can no longer afford to provoke this man. By being a mere lackey, I at least safeguard my own life. As for Ma Tianming, he can step aside. The Ma family is nothing but a trifling matter compared to the Yi family and Roaching. Yilei and Han Wan returned to their temporary domain by the seaside within the forest, accompanied by 9 others. As they approached, they observed Ma Tianming behaving like a lord, leading his 4 underlings directly into the blue-silver domain he had previously claimed, unceremoniously taking a seat within, voraciously devouring the energy of Yilei's territory. Yilei let out a light chuckle, and with a subtle movement of his right index finger, he caused the 5 individuals who had just taken their seats to leap up from the ground, clutching their posteriors and howling in surprise. Subsequently, Yilei ushered the group of 9 into his domain. "Well, what is happening? Why do I feel as though my lost soul power has instantly returned to its peak?" Qin Song questioned, extending his hands in confusion. "All right, you 9, feel free to find a spot and meditate to restore your soul power. Each of you should absorb these." As he spoke, Yilei waved his right hand gently, and instantaneously, 18 white soul rings soared towards the group, 2 for each individual. "Brother Yi, what is the meaning of this? We have not yet reached the stage where we require a second soul ring. Why are you presenting us with 2? Qin Song inquired, perplexed, as he regarded the 2 soul rings in his hands. These 2 rose rings are intended to extend the duration of your first soul ring. When you cultivate, merge these 2 with your first soul ring, This way, the lifespan of your soul ring can reach a century. Yilei elucidated a statement, then cast a piercing gaze towards the 5 individuals, including Ma Tianming, who were still clutching their posteriors. What are you staring at? Have you never seen your elder? Ma Tianming, sensing the scrutiny, turned to Yilei and retorted vehemently, I am indeed your elder. In my lifetime, I have held the utmost disdain for those like you, cowards who flee from peril faster than an ostrich. Yilei showed no hesitation and retorted directly. Chapter 104. What are you? I am indeed your elder. Throughout my life, I have held the utmost disdain for individuals like you, who, in the face of peril, flee with swiftness surpassing that of an ostrich, displaying nothing but cowardice. Yilei showed no sign of fear and retorted directly, you. Ma Tianming, taken aback by the response, paused momentarily, then glared at Yilei with unbridled fury. What do you mean by you? Get out of my territory immediately. You are not welcome here. How audacious of you. This is the first time in my life that someone has spoken to me in such a manner. I believe you are tired of living. If I do not break one of your legs today, I will not believe it, Ma Tianming declared. Upon finishing his words, his 4 lackeys drew gleaming daggers from behind, brandishing them menacingly as they charged toward Yilei. I have already offered you a chance, but you have chosen not to cherish it. Do not blame me for being impolite, Yilei stated resolutely. Second soul skill, parasitism. Just as the 4 daggers were about to plunge into Yilei's chest, numerous blue-silver royal vines erupted furiously from the lackeys' lower backs, swiftly ensnaring their entire bodies. First soul skill, binding. Yilei flicked his right hand, causing 4 robust blue-silver emperor vines to entwine around the waists of his 4 subordinates. With a vigorous motion, he flung them into a secluded part of the forest. Their piercing cries echoed through the woods, inciting even greater fury in Ma Tianming. What have you done to my subordinates? And this is the place of my new hairstyle. How dare you claim it as yours? Why? Simply because of my strength. As he spoke, Yilei stamped his foot, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that surged towards Ma Tianming. The force knocked him heavily to the ground, and as he contemplated cursing, he caught sight of 6 soul rings manifesting beneath Yilei's feet, 5 black and 1 red, exuding an immense oppressive force. Ma Tianming, dismissing it as inconsequential, brushed the dust from his trousers and remarked, Oh, it's just a little rookie with 6 soul rings. Given the garish colors, your strength must be lacking. Today, I shall avenge the humiliation I've endured and defend my subordinates. With that, Ma Tianming reached behind him and drew forth a gleaming watermelon knife. Yilei let out a cold laugh, disregarding Ma Tianming's actions, and turned to walk away. Enraged, Ma Tianming summoned his martial soul, and instantly, a dog with black and crimson fur appeared behind him. In an instant, the watermelon knife in his hand erupted in flames. Today, I shall break one of your legs, Ma Tianming declared, striding towards Yilei with the knife raised. Just as he approached Yilei, he swung the watermelon knife down towards his shoulder. Alas, what an arrogant fellow. At the moment the words left his lips, Ma Tianming realized that his blade did not strike Yilei's shoulder as he had anticipated, but was instead caught firmly in a large hand. This is impossible. If the blade cannot harm you, then allow me to show you this technique. The first soul skill, Fire of the Hyena. The fire hyena behind Ma Tianming opened its mouth and unleashed a fireball towards Yilei. Let us see how long you can survive. The fireball, the size of a soccer ball, struck Yilei but left no mark, akin to a droplet of water falling into the ocean. Using a fire attribute martial soul to attack me, how presumptuous. As he spoke, the ground beneath Yilei and Ma Tianming suddenly transformed into magma, and a wave of searing pressure surged towards Ma Tianming in an instant. The ground beneath Yilei gradually fissured, and a pair of crimson hands emerged from the crevice. In the next instant, a colossal crimson giant fully materialized from the rift. The 6 soul rings that had previously adorned Yilei's feet vanished entirely, replaced by 3 pitch-black soul rings. Ma Tianming, still harboring thoughts of resistance and eager to unleash his first soul skill, found his martial soul, the fire-horned hound, stubbornly unresponsive to his calls. How dare a mere fire-horned hound martial soul provoke the Lord of Flames? Such audacity was indeed akin to courting disaster. In my eyes, your Ma family is insignificant. Do you presume yourselves formidable? You are but a second-rate family, granted mere existence in Rong City as an act of leniency. Suddenly, flames surged around Ma Tianming's body, and he shouted, Let go of me. Do you believe I won't have my father eliminate you? I will ensure you find no resting place in Rong City. Oh, is that so? Before that, I suggest you manage yourself well. The 9-man team expended great effort to obtain those soul rings for you. They are not meant for such frivolous use. However, out of respect for your status as our senior, I will spare your soul rings this time. But I implore you to conduct yourself properly within the school, otherwise the manner of your demise will be beyond my knowledge. As he spoke, Yilei tightened his grip on the fiery watermelon knife, which promptly shattered into a cascade of fragments, consumed entirely by the encroaching lava. Yilei once again swung his right hand, and a robust blue-silver emperor vine ensnared Ma Tianming's waist. As Ma Tianming felt the oppressive force dissipate from him, he had just unleashed his martial spirit, the fire mastiff, but before he could activate his soul skill, he was forcefully hurled away by Yilei. Soaring through the air, Ma Tianming audaciously declared, "I shall return," before vanishing into the depths of the forest. Yilei did not harbor any malicious intent towards the 5 individuals. He merely cast them near the exit. Subsequently, he engaged in cultivation alongside these fellow students from his cohort, for he aimed to expand his network within Rome University. These individuals, possessing soul rings, were indispensable to his aspirations. P.S. Keep pushing forward. Just 2 more chapters until the end of the day. Chapter 105. Soul Bones? Who possesses soul bones? Yilei did not harbor any malice towards the 5. He merely cast them near the exit. Subsequently, he intended to cultivate alongside these fellow students from his cohort. As he sought to expand his network at Rome University, the presence of these individuals, each possessing a soul ring, was indispensable. Seated in the field, Yilei extracted the soul ring of the Purgatory Fire Scythe Mantis from the system's functionalities. As he contemplated the absorption of this soul ring, the long silent system spoke once more. Ding. Detection indicates that the host's soul bone armor is 50 complete. Observing the materialization of the armor, there remains 50 of the soul bone armor. Is this the armor referred to by the master in Douluo? With the soul bone armor's completion at 50, does that not imply the 3 soul bones currently possessed? Based on the soul bones I have absorbed thus far, it seems feasible to manifest 2 sets of soul bone armor. One set requires the Flame Lord to absorb 4 soul bones, followed by my own absorption of a right leg bone to activate it. The other set necessitates the addition of 5 soul bones to my body: the head soul bone, torso soul bone, left arm soul bone, right arm soul bone, and right leg soul bone. However, I need not affix those 5 soul bones to myself just yet. Acquiring 2 fire attribute soul bones, specifically a head soul bone and a left arm soul bone, would suffice. As for myself, obtaining a single right leg bone would activate the soul bone armor. Wait a moment, if I were to acquire another beast martial soul, would that not grant me an additional set of soul bone armor? System, I wish to inquire how I might obtain my 3rd martial soul. Upon contemplating this, Yilei hurriedly inquired about the system. Ding. To acquire a 3rd martial spirit, the host must fulfill a series of system tasks and trigger the opportunity for the martial spirit's awakening. However, considering the limits of the world in which the host resides, the maximum number of martial spirits the host can possess is 5. Only 5? Does that mean I can awaken merely 3 martial spirits? Fear not, dear host. When you encounter the opportunity for the forecast and awakening of the martial spirits, you may choose whether to activate this martial spirit. Of course, should the host encounter more formidable martial spirits, you may also choose to relinquish the 2 currently possessed. Just as Yilei's spirits began to dim, the system opened a window of hope, only to douse him with cold water in the end. To abandon the 2 existing martial spirits? Well, never mind, never mind. Never mind. I have grown accustomed to these 2 spirits. The remaining 3 shall be left to fate. Since I have embarked on this journey, I shall find peace in it. Yilei made his decision, subsequently shattering the infernal fireside's soul ring in his grasp, summoning the Flame Lord from behind him. He extracted the beast soul belonging to the infernal fireside from the system's spatial realm, initiating the simultaneous absorption of both the beast soul and the soul ring. The obsidian-hued soul ring continuously compressed Yilei's body, while the beast soul, suspended at his chest, relentlessly channeled energy into the constricting soul ring and the right arm of the Flame Lord. With each surge of energy, the Flame Lord's right arm grew increasingly robust, a testament to the effects of absorbing the soul bone. In essence, when Yilei engaged in combat with the Flame Lord, his right arm's strength would surpass that of the blue-silver Emperor by several magnitudes. Gradually, the dark soul ring melded into Yilei's being, and the beast soul hovering at his chest began to take on a translucent quality as the essence of the 60,000-year-old soul beast slowly fused with the soul bone and soul ring. 5 minutes later, Yilei has completely absorbed the soul ring and beast soul of the infernal fireside mantis. And the soul power of the Flame Lord has risen to level 43. Yilei simultaneously unleashed the 1000-gene torso soul bone and the infernal fireside right arm bone. The instant these two soul bones manifested, a tendency for connection became evident. The 1000-gene torso soul bone slowly extended a portion of its armor from the shoulder, merging with the armor extending from the infernal fireside right arm bone. As Yilei lowered his gaze, he discovered that the 1000-gene torso soul bone had reached out to his left leg, where the human face left leg bone also extended its armor. The armor extending from the human face left leg bone fused seamlessly with that of the 1000-gene torso soul bone, resulting in a splendid array of patterns at the point of convergence. The armor connected at the shoulder radiated a vivid crimson hue, while the juncture at the waist displayed a striking contrast of half red and half dark purple. With a sigh of relief, Yilei exclaimed, "This is remarkable. I have fully absorbed the soul bone, and my soul power has consequently surged to the 20th level." Jing Hang, seated on the ground, opened his eyes and cheered towards Yilei. "Soul bone? Who possesses a soul bone?" The recently enlightened Song Yang gazed at them in bewilderment. "I do. Old Yang. Look here. This is the soul bone Yilei helped me acquire, sourced from a 50,000-year-old thunderclap demon tiger." Jing Hang responded with enthusiasm. "Oh, congratulations on obtaining a 50,000-year-old soul bone." At this point, Song Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, and he grasped Jing Hang's shoulders, asking, "What did you say? A soul bone? And a 50,000-year-old one at that?" "Indeed. But, Old Yang, could you refrain from shaking me? I feel nauseous." Only then did Song Yang cease his vigorous shaking of Jing Hang's shoulders. "Are you saying that it was Yilei who assisted you in obtaining it?" Song Yang inquired once more. "Yes, what of it? Isn't he a formidable soul master?" As Song Yang spoke, he turned his gaze toward Yilei, only to notice that beneath his feet, four pitch-black soul rings flickered with an ominous glow. "Yangzi, what is wrong? Is there an issue?" Yilei noticed Song Yang gazing at him with bewilderment. Who could have anticipated that in the next moment, Song Yang would roll his eyes, kick his legs, and fall straight to the ground? The onlookers were momentarily stunned, unable to react immediately. Yang. A few seconds later, Wang Yuning, disregarding her shyness, rushed to Song Yang's side and helped him up. "Yang, are you all right? Please don't scare me." Seeing Song Yang collapse before her, Wang Yuning was on the verge of tears. "Yuning, it's nothing to worry about." Song Yang must have been overwhelmed by the 4 soul rings beneath Yilei's feet, Han Wan said, stepping forward to gently pat Wang Yuning's shoulder in a comforting manner. In the next instant, she shot a glare at Yilei. Yilei was taken aback by this look from Han Wan, causing even the intense heat emanating from the Flame Lord behind him to diminish. Yilei hurriedly stepped forward. Switching to his blue-silver Emperor martial soul, he extended his hand, channeling a gentle wave of soul power into Song Yang's body. "There, Yangzi is fine now. He was likely caught off guard earlier, causing a temporary shock to his heart. After a good night's sleep, he will be as lively as ever tomorrow," Song Yang retorted. "Yilei, after 2 years of brotherhood, how could you act so unprincipled?" Upon hearing Yilei's words, Wang Yunling finally relaxed her previously tense heart. Yilei glanced at Jing Hang, perhaps understanding the situation immediately, and summoned his martial soul. The long trunk of an elephant coiled around Song Yang's body, gently placing him upon the back of a mammoth. Yilei, fearing for Song Yang's safety, swiftly dispatched a blue-silver vine to secure him atop the thunder mammoth. After a brief wait for the 5 senior students and the group of 9 to conclude their meditation, they returned to the academy together. During their return, Yilei utilized the blue-silver royal vine to drag back the corpses of the thunder bear, arrowfish, and frenzied rhino. The sight of the hundreds of soul beast carcasses being towed behind him left Chen Tian and the other seniors wide-eyed in astonishment. They had never anticipated such an extraordinary feat could be achieved here, acquiring soul rings in this manner. "Senior, you can also take some of these soul beasts with you. I've heard that the corpses can be sold for profit at the base." Chen Tian and his companions could only nod in disbelief, as they were taken aback by the prowess displayed by this junior, who had managed to hunt down hundreds of soul beasts in just a single morning, even annihilating a branch of the frenzied rhino clan. If it were the specialized military forces of the Elder Hall, they would hardly be able to demonstrate such overwhelming strength against 100 soul beasts. The group was teleported back to the vicinity of the vortex. However, Yilei noticed the absence of Ma Tianming and his companions, leading him to conclude that they must have returned to the academy. Yilei instructed the others to pass through the vortex first, while he himself, employing the blue-silver emperor vines, slowly dragged the corpse of the white-headed spirit beast into the swirling abyss. Upon witnessing Han Nuan and the others emerge one after another, the two soldiers stationed at the edge of the vortex were not particularly astonished. However, when they beheld Yilei dragging the 100-headed spirit beast out, they nearly succumbed to faintness. Yilei, oblivious to the world outside, dragged the corpses of over 100 soul beasts to the soul beast exchange device. Manipulating the blue-silver emperor vines, he cast in all the words spoken by Yudo. Beep, beep, beep. The soul beast exchange device began to operate frantically, and the coin slot below spewed forth an array of soul coins in various hues. Yet conspicuously absent were the precious essence coins representing 1 million and the black soul coins denoting 100,000. Nevertheless, a considerable quantity of other soul coins emerged. Yilei grasped a generous handful of coins from the large pile and approached the 5 senior students, Qin Tian and others. Seniors, these soul coins are rightfully yours. Please, do not stand on ceremony, accept them. Yilei did not wait for Qin Tian's reaction. Instead, he divided a substantial handful of spirit coins into 5 portions, placing them into the hands of 5 senior students. Having completed this task, he turned on his heel and returned to the pile of spirit coins, swiftly storing them in the system's space. All right, let's go back to school. With that, Yilei and his companions utilized the teleportation array to return to the school. After bidding farewell to Yilei, Qin Tian and the others returned to their respective classrooms to resume their studies. Seeing that all the students who had obtained their soul rings in the forest had yet to return, Yilei and others decided to rest in the open area in front of the podium. As Yilei observed that time was still ample, he beckoned several individuals to gather around him for meditation. He then activated the blue-silver domain, utilizing its energy to facilitate their cultivation. However, he harbored a concern that the brilliance of his blue-silver domain might be excessively dazzling. Thus, he concealed its radiance, ensuring that onlookers would perceive them merely as a group engaged in serene practice. Yilei closed his eyes, commencing the cultivation of the soul power intrinsic to the Lord of Flames. He aspired to swiftly elevate his soul power to a realm akin to that of the blue-silver emperor. Ultimately, he aimed to reach at least the level of a soul king. The solitary soul skill he currently lacked was one that pertained to self-enhancement. While the blue-silver emperor excelled in control, his Lord of Flames martial soul thrived on explosive power. His first soul skill, Infernal Magma Burst, and his second skill, Infernal Magma Charge, could both be classified as explosive techniques. His second soul skill, Crimson Rock, offered capabilities for attack, defense, and some control, thus combining with his first skill to yield 2 distinct soul techniques. Though the domain of 4 Flames Heaven possessed a degree of amplification ability, it relied on siphoning the soul power of adversary soul masters to achieve this enhancement, leading to significant consumption. In the heat of battle, the power drawn from foes might not suffice to cover the costs incurred. Consequently, its effect was limited to a certain level of suppression. Conversely, the Flame Meteor expanded his attack range manifold, yet its effectiveness in combat remained minimal. During his confrontation with the Burning Sky Flame, this skill merely served to delay rather than inflict substantial damage. However, this was not the true issue, after all. The combination technique at that time had only barely reached a millennium in age, rendering its attack against 20 soul ancestors and 1 soul king akin to a standard 3rd soul skill attack. Now, however, the situation was different. His strength had completely recovered. Should he employ Flame Meteor once more, the cumulative damage from 2 10,000-year soul skills would far surpass that of his previous attempt, potentially exceeding 5-fold. In the wilderness, within a laboratory nestled in the mountains, a figure clad in a white lab coat administered another injection into the man lying bare-chested on the iron bed. As an unknown serum coursed into his body, the man erupted with a ferocious roar, shattering the iron chains that bound him with his engorged muscles. The flicker of clarity in his eyes vanished, replaced by blood-red pupils. Dark gray hair began to sprout uncontrollably from his body, and the bones at his fingertips elongated, piercing through the skin to transform into razor-sharp claws. From his back sprouted several unfamiliar tails, which swiftly morphed into a singular purple scorpion tail. Excellent. The task assigned by Elder 7 is finally complete. The Soul Beast Serum Transformation Project has been achieved. The man in the white coat's laughter echoed ominously through the vast corridors of the laboratory. P.S. Tomorrow, I shall return to school as a volunteer. So an early night is in order. Chapter 108. The Peculiar Energy. Splendid. I have finally completed the task assigned by the seventh elder. The transformation of the Soul Beast Serum Project has been accomplished. Ha. The smile of the man in the white coat echoed ominously through the vast corridor of the Research Institute. Time passed, and after more than 2 hours, the students who ventured into the mirror world to procure their soul rings returned sequentially to the school's grand playground. Oh, look at those individuals by the podium. They appear rather peculiar. Is it not obvious? They are cultivating over there. If my memory serves me right, they are indeed the first in this cohort to possess soul rings. Oh, it's them. Well, that is reassuring. Their strength is certainly formidable. I have heard that among them is a soul master with 3 rings, and their soul ring configuration is purple-black. Goodness, that is rather extraordinary. Their third soul skill is a millennium level one. A millennium? Is that strong? A timid girl inquired. Sister, a millennium level soul skill. It is powerful enough to annihilate everyone present in an instant, akin to harvesting wheat. A boy retorted. Several students began to engage in animated discussions upon spotting Yi Lei and his companions. At that moment, Fan Tianyin, accompanied by over 20 instructors, also returned to the playground. Upon reaching the podium, they beheld Yi Lei and the other 16 individuals seated neatly on the ground, their postures indicative of meditation. These young ones are quite self-disciplined. They understand the importance of cultivation. Excellent. That octet is indeed a promising lot, particularly the girl with the Ice Phoenix martial soul. You must find a way to recruit her. I wish to personally train her, Fan Tianyin remarked, tilting his head towards the 20 instructors behind him. Understood. They chorused in unison. However, wait a moment. Observing their cultivation, it appears entirely different from those other little rascals. I must see what they are truly up to. With that, Fan Tianyin strode directly to the periphery of Yi Lei's blue-silver domain, raising his right hand to extend forward. Just as his hand was about to touch the barrier of the domain, an unusual energy rebounded against his outstretched palm. Impossible. This cannot be. The pressure of this energy instills fear in my flame spirit lion martial soul. As a 5-ring soul king, I find myself threatened by this energy. Such positive energy is indeed quite extraordinary. Fan Tianyin shook his pained right hand and spoke slowly. Elder Fan, what is the matter? Huang Tianwei approached to observe the blazing figure of Fan Yin, inquiring, It seems you have merely been shaken by this peculiar energy. However, it is of little consequence. By the way, how is the serum project progressing? Reporting to you, Master Fan. The serum project was successfully completed at 8:30 this morning and is ready for immediate action. Excellent. Once this matter concludes, we shall execute the plan. It is time to compel him out into the open, and when the moment arrives, we will eradicate him and claim his head. Understood. Meanwhile, while Fan Yin and Huang Tianwei conversed, Yi Lei, ensconced within the realm, slowly opened his eyes, which gleamed with a frigid, ferocious light. Those who dare to strike against me shall find no resting place in death. With this thought, Yi Lei once more shut his eyes, yet he did not cease his actions. With a mere thought, the original blue-silver realm vanished in an instant, and a wave of searing pressure surged directly toward Fan Yin. Suddenly, Fan Yin, who had been idly exhaling smoke rings, coughed up a mist of blood and doubled over, clutching his chest. Master Fan, what has happened to you? Huang Tianwei rushed forward to inquire, while the other instructors, alerted by the commotion, hastily discarded their half-smoked cigarettes and gathered around. I cannot fathom why this occurred. Just moments ago, an intense pressure bore down upon me, and I sense that its master possesses strength surpassing my own. What? You are a 5-ring soul king, and yet the source of that pressure exceeds your might. Could it possibly be him? We do not yet know, but the possibility cannot be dismissed. However, do not both of his martial souls bear soul rings of merely a century? This remains one of the greatest mysteries. Enough of this for now. Let us prepare for the briefing. Indeed, at that moment, Yi Lei quietly awakened, transmitting a message into the minds of the remaining 16 individuals. Cease your cultivation for now. Rise. The group promptly concluded their meditation and stood up, returning to their respective ranks. P.S. One more chapter awaits. Strive, and strive again. September 12th, Chapter 109. Conclusion of Military Training. At this moment, Yi Lei quietly awakened and conveyed a message to the minds of the remaining 16 individuals. Cease your meditation for now and rise. The group promptly concluded their introspection and stood up, returning to their respective formations. The 20 instructors also returned to their designated teams. Standing alongside the deputy instructors of the Mei Band, Fan Tianyin ascended the podium to commence his address. Following the conclusion of his speech, the day's military training came to an end. In the ensuing days, aside from their training, Yi Lei and his companions spent their time cultivating in the dormitory. During this period, Song Yang beseeched Yi Lei, expressing his desire for a soul bone. Yi Lei, feeling somewhat helpless, acknowledged his intention to procure high-quality soul bones for each member of their octet. However, he informed Song Yang that while he would indeed assist him in acquiring a soul bone, it would not be immediate. Given the unique nature of his Sea Emperor crocodile martial spirit, the most suitable soul bones could only be obtained from the ocean, where marine soul beasts produced the most compatible soul bones for his martial spirit. Of course, there existed an alternative method to obtain soul bones through the system's open soul bone shop. However, the soul bones available there were not as formidable as those obtained by hunting soul beasts in reality. Yi Lei could easily hunt marine soul beasts, significantly enhancing the quality of the soul rings and soul bones they produced. This was a feat that the system's soul bone shop could never surpass. Yet, it was not that Yi Lei was unable to make purchases. Rather, he could not afford them. The cost for a single soul bone at that shop reached tens of thousands of points, while his current points barely exceeded 10,000. He would need to slay tens of thousands of soul beasts to purchase a single soul bone. Given that time, it would be more prudent to seek out high-aged soul beasts to hunt, as this could similarly yield high-quality soul bones. As for the soul bones in the system shop, he would set that aside for later. System, you cannot disregard my offerings. I have kindly opened the shop for you. And you look down upon the soul bones I sell. Woe is me, I am saddened. 5 days later, military training officially concluded, and Yi Lei and his companions embarked on their first university class. Time always seemed to pass swiftly, and soon the annual Teacher's Day arrived. Yi Lei, Han Wan, Song Yang, and Wang Yunling made plans to return to their alma mater to visit their teachers. On the afternoon of September 10th, seizing the opportunity of a free afternoon, the four took a taxi to their high school, Rongqing No. 8 Middle School. As they once again stood at the entrance of their high school, gratitude welled up within Yi Lei. After all, it was here that he had encountered a remarkable teacher, the very individual who had rescued him from the shadows of bullying endured in middle school. It was also here that he had met someone who stirred his heart. With such cherished memories, how could Yi Lei not feel immense gratitude? Yi Lei turned his head and gently took hold of Han Wan's soft, fair hand with his left hand. Suddenly feeling a warm grip enveloping hers, Han Wan lifted her gaze to the boy standing before her. Bathed in sunlight, his face appeared even more radiant and his features more defined. What's wrong? Han Wan inquired, raising her fluffy little head to look at Yi Lei. It's nothing, he replied. Just returning to campus has stirred some beautiful memories. Yi Lei said softly, it's time to clock out. Tomorrow I shall serve as a volunteer. It is indeed exhausting. No more words, I'm off work now. September 12th, Chapter 110, The Assembly of Elders. What's the matter? Han Wan lifted her fluffy little head and gazed at Yi Lei. It's nothing, just returning to campus has stirred some delightful memories. Yi Lei spoke in a gentle tone. Well, didn't we agree to return to see our teacher? Teacher Huang should only have half an hour left in class. Let's continue to wait. How about we gather for dinner tonight, just the four of us from high school? This suggestion found favor with the others. Song Yang chimed in from the side. I wholeheartedly agree. All right, I will notify our former classmates right now. The four of them reached a unanimous decision. Yi Lei then took out his phone and sent a message about the gathering in their previous class group, also sharing the location for tonight's dinner. The moment Yi Lei and his companions stepped onto the campus, several first-year high school students, already dismissed from class, recognized him. Look, isn't he the legendary figure from our school, the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination, Senior Yi Lei? Be confident, just remove the knot. If he is Senior Yi, then the person beside him must be Senior Han, right? Indeed. The younger students gazed at the striking couple entering through the school gate, their eyes filled with admiration. Yi Lei, you can meander around here for a bit. I'll head up to surprise Teacher Huang, Han Wan said, wrapping her arm around Yi Lei's right arm and lifting her small face to address him. All right, you go ahead. I'll take a stroll around the playground. Yi Lei extended his hand to gently stroke Han Wan's fluffy head, smiling as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Han Wan released her arm that was linked with Yi Lei's and dashed towards the 6th floor of the teaching building. Yi Lei gazed at her retreating figure with a subtle smile before slipping his hands into his pockets and making his way towards the school's rooftop playground. As he ascended to the elevated court, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, transporting him back to his senior year when he and his classmates frequently gathered there to engage in spirited badminton matches and partake in various athletic competitions. Although merely 2 months had elapsed, the memories of those joyous moments lingered vividly in his mind. The exhilarating release of stress through sports amidst the rigorous academic atmosphere was an unparalleled delight. Just as Yilei was lost in these reminiscences, the rooftop playground suddenly trembled violently beneath his feet. What was happening? As Yilei was lost in reminiscence, an inexplicable tremor abruptly interrupted his thoughts. He steadied himself and cast a vigilant gaze around his surroundings. Just then, the mysterious vibration ceased, and Yilei no longer scrutinized the environment with his wary eyes. Instead, he closed his eyes once more, savoring the beauty of time. Suddenly, a piercing scream resounded throughout the expansive playground. Yilei abruptly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the source of the anguished cries. A stranger, a man of considerable stature, had suddenly appeared on the playground. And had it not been for the vast chasm behind him, Yilei might have doubted his very existence. The man was bare-chested, his muscular physique strikingly defined, while his lower limbs, barely contained by his shorts, bulged with impressive strength. However, his height was nothing short of extraordinary, towering at an imposing 3 meters. Could this be the Elder's scheme? Observing the emblem etched on the man's back, Yilei spoke coldly. The back of the man bore a prominent tattoo of a dark green 5-clawed black dragon, unmistakably the insignia of the Poison Dragon Legion. Under the command of the 7th Elder. To his astonishment, the Elder's plan had commenced with such swiftness, and they had accurately pinpointed his location. It seemed he could not underestimate them this time. With that thought, Yilei began striding towards the unfamiliar man. However, the stranger had his back turned, preventing Yilei from witnessing the grotesque visage that had terrified the girl into her earlier scream. For that face was not human, it sported fangs, large scales adorning its cheeks, and eyes that glowed in eerie crimson instead of the usual black and white. Its hands were equipped with sharp claws. What manner of monster are you? The word monster finally prompted the stranger to lower his head, fixing his bizarre gaze upon the girl seated on the ground. Indeed, it was it, for this man had transcended humanity, embodying a creature whose human exterior was merely a facade, genetically altered with the blood serums of soul beasts. From its tailbone, a blackish-purple scorpion tail emerged, raised high above its body, aimed directly at the girl's heart. In that instant, the atmosphere around them fell into an eerie silence. The onlookers rendered motionless, helplessly witnessing the tail's swift trajectory towards the girl's heart. The girl, paralyzed by fear, shut her eyes tightly, yet the anticipated pain did not come. Slowly, she opened her eyes to find a crimson stone wall standing resolutely before her, halting the scorpion tail's assault. Is bullying the weak truly your calling, man? A chilling male voice resonated from a distance. Following the sound, the crowd turned their gaze to see Yilei, arm raised, a pulsating red energy shimmering within his palm. Observing the purple scorpion tail behind the stranger, Yilei's expression shifted to one of intrigue. This Elder's Council was indeed peculiar, having created such a monstrosity. Was its purpose solely to instill fear? Yilei spoke with a hint of sarcasm. The Elder Hall has truly produced a peculiar being. Could it be that your monstrous form is merely intended to instill fear? As he gazed at the unfamiliar man and the purple scorpion tail behind him, curiosity flickered in his eyes. Yilei spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Senior Yi, this creature appears quite formidable. Shall we not flee? At least we might preserve our lives, a member of the badminton club suggested as he scurried behind Yilei. No need for concern. Allow me to confront it. I am quite eager to discern whether it is indeed human or merely a monster. Yilei forcefully stamped his right foot, causing the ground beneath him to fissure instantaneously. The Flame Lord's martial soul erupted forth, while 4 soul rings beneath his feet shimmered with an inky glow. At the very moment Yilei unleashed his soul rings, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Now, I urge you all to vacate the playground immediately and gather in the small plaza beneath the teaching building, where your safety will be assured. Yilei's voice resonated throughout the minds of everyone present on the playground. Upon hearing his words, not a single student dared to disobey. The physical education teacher promptly organized an orderly evacuation, clearing the area for Yilei and the unfamiliar man. However, not all were as compliant as the students. A few delinquents from the school stubbornly refused to leave, hiding in a corner with their phones, poised to capture everything on camera. Since you have arrived, as a creature that brings calamity upon the world, Do not even think of leaving this place unscathed. I shall personally ensure your destruction. Yi Lei's gaze gradually grew cold, and then he pressed down with his right hand, causing the first and second soul rings to illuminate simultaneously. He unleashed his self-created soul skill, for flames reaching the heavens. Instantly, scalding, molten lava began to spread from beneath Yi Lei's feet, swiftly engulfing the entire playground surface. Subsequently, a crimson barrier encircled the area. When the thugs realized something was amiss and attempted to flee, it was already too late. They found themselves ensnared within Yi Lei's domain, rendered immobile. A feral roar erupted from a strange man, reminiscent of a beast, as he summoned his strength, muscles tensing in his legs, and propelled himself violently towards Yi Lei. As he charged, the unfamiliar man raised his clawed hand, unleashing a verdant wind blade. The wind blade swiftly surged towards Yi Lei. And sensing the agitation of the air's elemental forces, Yi Lei furrowed his brow, recognizing this technique all too well. A wind blade. Wind elements. Could it be the energy of the azure white tiger? How could this be? Could a human possibly possess the energy of a 50,000-year-old azure white tiger? It seemed this man had more than just this ability. The scorpion tail he had previously unleashed was not merely a manifestation of his martial soul. Considering that he was dispatched by the toxic Dragon Legion under the Elder's 7th residence, could it be that the Elder's faction had employed human augmentation technology, implanting various soul beast serums into an ordinary human, resulting in a genetic mutation that bestowed this man with soul beast skills linked to the serums? How absurd. Elder's Hall. How unexpected it is that your humanity has already begun to fade away so soon. Yi Lei did not underestimate his opponent before him. He promptly unleashed his third soul skill, the 1000-gene flame armor. Crimson stones ascended and transformed into the form of armor in midair, affixing themselves to Yi Lei's body, allowing him to withstand the stranger's wind blade with sheer tenacity. The wind blade struck heavily against the arm encased in armor, leaving a slight mark upon its surface. To his astonishment, he had managed to leave a trace upon my third soul skill, the 1000-gene flame armor. It seems the Elder Hall has indeed exerted great effort to enhance the potency of your serum. In that case, it is now my turn. The soul bone skill from my left leg, the Spider Emperor's purple radiant slash. Instantly, a purplish-black soul bone materialized on Yi Lei's left calf. He swiftly kicked with his left leg, unleashing countless purple slashes that surged toward the unfamiliar man. The stranger, undeterred, revealed a flicker of strange light in his eyes. With a sudden concentration of earthy energy in his right leg, he forcefully stomped his foot upon the ground. Boom! The ground beneath him instantly cracked, and the fissures rapidly spread outward, giving rise to numerous earthen spikes that shot into the air, encasing him within. Yi Lei's soul bone skill could only strike these earthen spikes, creating a cacophony as they shattered, scattering dirt across the ground, while the spikes continued to emerge relentlessly, enveloping the stranger. In light of this, if my soul bone skill cannot reach you, then allow me to demonstrate this move. My first soul skill, the infernal lava surge. Yi Lei let out a cold snort, then swiftly delivered a powerful punch to the ground, causing the first soul ring beneath his feet to illuminate. In an instant, a colossal column of lava erupted beneath the unfamiliar man, who, at that very moment, leaped sideways, his entire form shimmering with silver light before vanishing into thin air. The man had seemingly disappeared without a trace. Could it be that the Elder Hall administered a serum from a soul beast endowed with invisibility skills to this individual? Indeed, it is quite remarkable. This maneuver proves effective against ordinary individuals, delivering an element of surprise. However, it holds no efficacy against me, for I possess the spirit bone skill of the human-faced Spider Emperor, mental hunting ground. As Yi Lei advanced his left leg forward, the entire scene of the playground flooded into his mind. Oh, I have found you. Allow me to demonstrate this technique. Fourth soul skill, Infernal Twin Blades. Yi Lei let out a cold snort, and immediately, the fourth soul ring began to glow. The ground beneath his feet erupted into a bubbling magma. With a fierce stamp of his right foot, the earth cracked open, and an extraordinary large blade adorned with black and crimson patterns sprang forth from the ground. Yi Lei firmly grasped it in his hand, then swiftly crouched down, his free left hand plunging into the earth to forcibly extract another large blade bearing the same intricate design. At that moment, Yi Lei was clad in a vivid red armor, wielding two black and crimson blades, and he vanished towards a corner of the training ground. The skill of the Purgatory Fire Scythe from his right arm soul bone, Purgatory Scythe Flash. In an instant, a scythe-shaped soul bone manifested on Yi Lei's right arm. The radiant glow of the soul bone flickered and swiftly transferred to the great blade in his hand, causing both swords to simultaneously emanate a brilliant crimson light. Yilei swung his great blade towards the direction he had locked onto. In the next moment, two streaks of crimson light intertwined, forming an X as they soared forward. Do not even contemplate vanishing. Embrace the judgment from the abyss. As Yilei's words faded, the magma-laden ground of the four-fire sky domain erupted in a sudden frenzy, causing the previously concealed figure of the stranger to reappear. A primal roar echoed, a sound reminiscent of a wild beast. Instantly, myriad hues illuminated the stranger's form, coalescing into a vibrant barrier that stood resolutely against Yilei's onslaught. The skill of the 1,000-kilogram body and soul bone, 1,000-kilogram meteoric flame break. With a flicker of his gaze, Yilei's chest manifested as soul bone, and a colossal meteorite coalesced in the air before crashing down upon the unfamiliar man. A thunderous roar echoed, and in an instant, dust and debris filled the surroundings. The flames violently struck the ground, creating a deep crater within which the stranger lay. Strangely, his towering height of 3 meters diminished instantaneously, reverting to that of an ordinary man, while his swollen muscles returned to their original state. As Yilei discerned the figure lying within the pit, a profound tremor coursed through his gaze. How could this be? Weren't you one of the notorious quintet that terrorized the martial world? What on earth has transpired? Why have you become this way? A moment of silence enveloped the air before a hoarse voice emerged. Please, in my suffering. It was Elder 7 who forcibly took us 5, subjecting us to grotesque experiments of human modification, injecting us with serums derived from various soul beasts. Our 4th member has already perished at their hands, leaving only the eldest and the remaining 3. They injected our leader with serums from soul beasts over 10,000 years old. He has now become a pawn of the Elder Hall. Within the depths of the pit, the man, having regained his consciousness, responded to Yilei in his raspy voice. Yet, before he could finish his lament, he breathed his last, his body dissolving into dust. Merging with the soil of the pit, Yilei, standing at the edge of the pit, wore a somber expression as he gazed at the dust that melded with the earth, lost in contemplation. The serum modification scheme, as he had described, indicated that there were still 3 others like him, likely explaining the recent disappearance of numerous soul beasts from the Riverside Forest and the Marine Biological Exhibition. It appeared they had been seized by the Elder Hall. If my conjecture holds true, this man had at least 4 types of soul beast serums implanted within him, including the azure white striped tiger I had slain, the bloodthirsty scorpion from the arthropod soul beasts, and the mighty mammoth. As for the others, their identities remained a mystery. Nevertheless, his death could be seen as a form of liberation. The fate of the remaining 3 was uncertain. I suspect they too harbored similar serums. Furthermore, he mentioned that their leader received the most potent serum. My current strength should suffice to confront him, yet it is prudent to consider that the Elder Hall, true to its nature, would not release the remaining 3 soul beast modifications easily. They are likely to grow ever stronger. Moreover, the fact that the Elder Hall dispatched him here suggests an intent to extract my combat data. By now, they might already possess a portion of it. As for the upcoming 3 modified beings, they would undoubtedly prove increasingly formidable. Upon contemplating this, Yilei shook his head and promptly concluded his soul technique. In an instant, the crimson barrier dissipated, and the ground beneath him returned to its normal state, the deep pit having vanished. Having completed all that was necessary, Yilei descended from the playground and awaited beneath the classroom building. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, the diligent students and teachers were released. It is worth noting that the timing of Yilei's conclusion of the battle was neither too brief nor overly prolonged. As he arrived at the base of the teaching building, the dismissal bell resonated. Immediately, a throng of students poured forth from the classrooms on the 5th and 6th floors, stretching and relaxing in the corridor, while some took advantage of the 10-minute break to review their textbooks nearby. Senior Yi, what happened to that man on the playground? Inquired a student from the badminton club, unable to contain his curiosity as he approached Yilei. Rest assured, that individual was merely a variant awakened by a martial spirit, and I have dealt with him. Yilei remarked nonchalantly, refraining from disclosing the origins of that man, fearing it might incite panic within the school. After all, in his view, the moment the remaining 3 modified individuals made their appearance, he would obliterate them. 1 would be eradicated upon arrival, and 2 would be vanquished in tandem. A flicker of murderous intent flashed beneath Yilei's gaze, sending a chill down the spine of the younger student, who shivered involuntarily. Here, take this. Absorb it tonight. Suddenly, with a wave of his right hand, a yellow soul ring materialized out of thin air and landed in the student's palm. Senior Yi, what is this? This is a gift for you. There are 4 more, each equally for you. Before your soul power reaches level 60. These 5 soul rings will grant you the finest soul skills. Once you achieve that milestone, come to me, and I shall assist you with the 6th soul ring. As he spoke, Yilei waved his hand again, and 4 more soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, soared into the young man's grasp. Senior Yi, isn't this a bit excessive? The student furrowed his brow. What could possibly be wrong with this? These soul rings are not difficult to acquire. I possess over 100 of them. Yilei smiled and shrugged, then directed his gaze towards the staircase, watching as students emerged one by one, searching for that familiar figure. Moments later, 2 silhouettes walked out together from the teaching building. Upon seeing this, Yilei took a step forward. Happy Teacher's Day, Teacher Huang. Yilei approached the 2 individuals and spoke to one of the women. Huang Xiaoshu, gazing at the tall young man approaching, smiled and inquired, Yilei, how have you been lately? I'm doing quite well, Teacher Huang. I recall that you don't have duty tonight, correct? Not at all. Why do you ask? Well, if that's the case, we are planning a reunion dinner with our high school classmates this evening. Would that be all right, Teacher Huang? Of course. That poses no problem at all. In fact, I have been longing to see you all, as you are my very first cohort of students, she replied, her face brightening with joy as she looked at the 2 students she took such pride in. Then, Teacher Huang, shall we depart? Yilei has already made a reservation at the restaurant, Han Nuan said with a cheerful smile. Linking arms with Huang Xiaoshu as they strolled together towards the school gate, Yilei walked behind, observing Han Nuan smiling as she strolled alongside Huang Xiaoshu. After a brief moment, he took out his phone and sent a message to Song Yang. Old Yang. Han Nuan and I are currently heading to the restaurant with Teacher Huang. Would you like to bring Wing Yuning along so the 4 of us can travel together? No need. You 2 can go ahead with Teacher Huang. Wang Yuning and I will wander around the school for a while before joining you. All right, just remember, we are at room 381 on the 3rd floor of Jinrong Grand Hotel. Okay. Yilei put away his phone and took a step forward to follow. Yilei escorted the 2 of them into a spacious Mercedes-Benz S-Class business vehicle, which had been arranged by Yi Junqing. After informing the accompanying driver of the dining location, he settled into the sumptuous 9D floating seats at the back, alongside Han Nuan. The trio engaged in light conversation, sharing updates on their recent lives. How is university life treating you, Yilei? I trust it is going well? Indeed, it is quite pleasant, Teacher Huang, he replied. By the way, Teacher Huang, what is your martial soul? Han Nuan suddenly inquired. My martial soul? I have yet to summon it. Huang Xiaoshu pondered before responding. Then, Teacher Huang, why not give it a try? Han Nuan playfully urged. Very well, I shall attempt it, Huang Xiaoshu consented. He raised his hands and began to channel the faint soul power within him. Gradually, a soft blue light emanated from his chest, transforming into a deep blue flower. The 9 Hearts Begonia, a paragon among auxiliary martial souls. Yilei exclaimed in astonishment, Teacher Huang, please keep these 5 soul rings safe. This evening, you will be able to absorb this soul ring. Yilei gestured towards a soul ring suspended in midair and addressed Huang Shishu, Teacher. It seems rather inappropriate for you to accept these 5 soul rings without cause, does it not? Rest assured, Teacher Huang, Yilei possesses an abundance of soul rings. Came the reply. If you doubt me, please take a look. Han Nuan reached for the car window, opened it, then stood up to unleash her martial soul. A deep purple-black hue enveloped her as 3 soul rings manifested at her waist. The moment Han Nuan's martial soul emerged, the temperature inside the vehicle plummeted. Fortunately, she had opened the window beforehand. Otherwise, the enclosed space would have descended to sub-zero conditions in an instant. Teacher Huang, behold. These are the soul rings Yilei procured for me, significantly enhancing my power. With that, Han Nuan retracted her martial soul, and the temperature inside the car swiftly returned to normal as Yilei closed the window once more. At this point, Huang Xiaoshu had no further objections and accepted all 5 soul rings. The trio then resumed their casual conversation. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Jinrong Grand Hotel. Yilei offered a few words of instruction to the driver before escorting Han Nuan and Huang Xiaoshu into the hotel. Young master, welcome, greeted the front desk manager, who promptly bowed upon noticing Yilei's arrival and inquired about the number of the private room he was to occupy. Room 381 on the 3rd floor. Very well. Please follow me. The front desk manager quickly retrieved a walkie-talkie and issued a command. Attention, attention, the young master has arrived. The message echoed through the hotel, prompting the staff to adopt an unparalleled level of service, as if preparing for an imminent challenge, showcasing their utmost dedication to all diners present. The sudden transformation in the demeanor of the staff at the Jinrong Grand Hotel left all the patrons in a state of bewilderment. What is going on? Why has the service attitude changed so drastically? It was not like this just a moment ago. Indeed, it was not. The waitstaff paid little attention to the specifics. They were simply aware that today, the esteemed young master of the Yi family would be hosting a high school reunion at this venue. In order to secure their positions, it was imperative for them to showcase their utmost professionalism, ensuring that the heir of the Yi family witnessed their dedication. They believed that if they excelled in their service today, promotions and raises would follow. After all, working at the pinnacle of luxury in a five-star hotel in Roching, even a front desk attendant earned nearly 10,000, not to mention those in higher positions. Once settled in the private room, Yilei waved his hand grandly, ordering all of the restaurant's signature dishes. Since he bore no financial burden for this meal, he felt free to indulge in whatever he desired. As this was his family's hotel, he was unconcerned about the revenue generated. The Yi family owned numerous businesses, and such expenditures were of no consequence to them. After half an hour, the remaining students arrived at the hotel suite one by one. Upon entering, they eagerly greeted Huang Xiaoshu, with several girls presenting her with gifts they had just purchased. Yilei nearly burst into laughter at the sight of their offerings: red pens, notebooks, and flowers, an old-fashioned routine reminiscent of Teacher's Day gifts. He recalled his own past, having given high-end red pens accompanied by a plethora of refills. And when faced with teachers he did not favor, he would simply bestow upon them a handful of red pens and refills, nothing more. Surely, Teacher's Day gifts from today as students were not far removed from this tradition. 10 minutes later, Song Yang and Wang Yunning arrived, bringing with them a range of items far superior to those gifted by the girls, elegant and valuable offerings suitable for teachers. It was fortunate that during military training, Song Yang had accrued a substantial amount of soul currency, making him relatively affluent among the ordinary students at school, especially considering that teachers did not require many supplies. Yilei perceived the atmosphere had reached a suitable moment and signaled for silence. He promptly sat down and clapped his hands. Soon after, two waitstaff entered in succession. The first waiter wheeled in a large box and, placing it aside, announced, "This is the intelligent office chair commissioned by the young master, designed by a renowned foreign master. It possesses the same luxurious texture as a sofa and is equipped with a massage function, providing exceptional comfort, perfectly suited to Miss Huang's office needs." After completing his introduction, the first waiter bowed and exited, while the second waiter entered with a cart laden with beautifully packaged gift boxes. "These are specially customized health tea bags ordered by the young master for our hotel, crafted from top-tier medicinal ingredients. They offer benefits such as enhancing beauty, relieving heat, and aiding in fat reduction, making them equally ideal for Miss Huang's work requirements." Having finished, the second waiter also withdrew from the private room. Huang Xiaosu gazed at the opulent office chair and the mountain-like pile of health tea bags, smiling softly. "Yilei, you needn't have gone to such lengths for someone like me, a mere teacher, who has little need for such lavish gifts." "Teacher Huang, what are you saying? As the first student from your class, presenting you with a small token of gratitude after graduation is but a fitting acknowledgement of your 3 years of guidance. Please, do not refuse these gifts, simply accept them." Just as Yilei uttered these words, the previously closed door of the private room was forcefully kicked open, resounding with a loud crash. An unexpected intruder appeared at the threshold. Everyone present was startled, turning their gazes towards the entrance, only to behold a boy of average height and build, sporting a head of dyed blonde hair, standing at the door. "Qintao, what brings you here?" Upon recognizing the visitor, Yilei's voice instantly turned frigid. P.S. Off work. September 14th, Chapter 116. Where did the dog come from? Just as Yilei uttered these words, the previously shut door of the private room was forcefully kicked open, producing a resounding crash. An uninvited guest thus made an abrupt entrance at the threshold. Everyone present was startled, turning their gaze toward the doorway, only to behold a boy of average height and build, his hair dyed a striking shade of yellow, standing at the entrance. "Qintao, what brings you here?" Upon recognizing the newcomer, Yilei's tone instantly turned icy. "What? Is it not permissible for me to attend our high school classmates' first reunion?" Qintao retorted with disdain. "Yet, how can I forget that someone once voluntarily declared he would never set foot in Class 10 again? He even proclaimed that if he were to go back on his word, he would perform the act of eating feces before the entire class. Yilei did not even raise his head. Casually picking up a few peanuts with his chopsticks and placing them in his mouth, he spoke nonchalantly. Instantly, his words elicited a chorus of laughter from his peers present. "You arrogant fool. Yilei, I have long been intolerant of your demeanor. I am here today solely for my high school diploma. Huang Xiaxu, if you do not hand it over today, do not blame me for being impolite." Chen Tao, filled with anger, raised his finger and pointed accusatorily at Huang Xiaxu's nose. "Oh, where did this dog come from, spewing so much nonsense? I am eager to see how you intend to treat teacher Huang disrespectfully today." Yilei struck the table with a resounding slap, causing it to shudder beneath his force. "Ah, Yilei, I am a master of the second ring. Today, I shall dispose of you first, and then deal with your girlfriend," Chen Tao declared, his indignation palpable, as he swiftly summoned a blood-red axe into his grasp. In the next moment, 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, materialized beneath his feet. Instantly, everyone in the private room, save for Yilei, Song Yang, and Huang Xiaxu, was taken aback in astonishment. The reason Huang Xiaxu remained unfazed upon witnessing Chen Tao's soul rings was that merely half an hour prior, she had observed a far superior soul ring configuration in the van. Compared to that, Chen Tao's display was utterly insignificant. Yet, she held a firm belief that Yilei's soul ring configuration would undoubtedly surpass even that of Han Nuan's in sheer ferocity. Alas, yet another foolhardy individual, with a mere white and yellow soul ring configuration, dared to be audacious in my domain. I fear he has little desire to leave this establishment alive." Yilei exerted force with his legs, propelling the chair backward before reclining against the backrest, crossing one leg over the other, and squinting at Chen Tao, who brandished his axe-like martial spirit. "You have pushed me to this point, Yilei. I shall sever your head," he declared. "And you, Huang Xiaxu, if you do not return my graduation certificate today, I shall likewise take your head." With that, Chen Tao charged towards Yilei, axe raised. Onlookers hesitated, fearful of being caught in the fray, while Yilei, nonchalantly sipping from his goblet, exhibited an air of leisure, seemingly unfazed by the weapon in Chen Tao's grasp. With a resounding crack, the axe descended, slicing through the air, prompting the crowd to shut their eyes, bracing for a gruesome spectacle. However, after a prolonged silence, they heard no cry of pain from Yilei. Instead, it was Chen Tao who emitted a pained grunt. Confused, the crowd cautiously opened their eyes, directing their gaze toward Yilei. What they beheld left them astounded. Yilei effortlessly pinched Chen Tao's axe between his 2 fingers. "No, this is impossible. How can you so easily catch my axe?" Chen Tao exclaimed, bewildered, attempting to wrench his weapon free from Yilei's grip. Yet, despite exerting all his strength, he found it impossible to retrieve it. "Why this is so, you must ponder yourself," Yilei replied. "And as for your failure to obtain your graduation certificate, that too is a matter for your own reflection. Do not expect our teacher Huang to clean up your mess. If you wish to secure your graduation certificate, you must diligently complete and submit your thought report to the academic office. Otherwise, your certificate shall remain forever at Rongqing No. 8 Middle School." Yilei casually held Chen Tao's axe in one hand while leisurely sipping a beverage with the other, never once casting a glance in Chen Tao's direction. "This is infuriating. Yilei, you are pushing me to my limits." Chen Tao could no longer contain his frustration and unleashed his first soul skill, the magma blade. The white soul ring shimmered as the axe blade, pinched between Yilei's fingers, erupted with a crimson glow, hurtling towards Yilei's palm. Just as the light was about to graze Yilei's skin, a searing pressure emanated from within him, shattering the crimson radiance, sending Chen Tao reeling backwards from the force. 2 hours remained. Today's task must be accomplished. September 15th, Chapter 117. Incoherence. This is infuriating. Yilei, you are pushing me to my limits. First soul skill, Magma Blade. Chen Tao, unable to bear it any longer, activated his soul power and executed his initial soul skill. The white soul ring glimmered, and the axe blade, restrained by Yilei's fingers, burst forth with a red glow, racing towards Yilei's palm. As the light neared Yilei's skin, a wave of intense pressure surged from him, fracturing the crimson glow, and Chen Tao was sent flying by this overwhelming force. "This is impossible. How can you?" After landing awkwardly, Chen Tao's axe dissipated, and he pointed a finger at Yilei, but before he could articulate his thoughts, he was rendered speechless by the sight of 4 soul rings slowly materializing beneath Yilei's feet. The moment Yilei's soul rings appeared in the room, even Huang Xiaxu gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth. She had assumed that Han Wan's trio of purple and black soul rings was formidable enough. Yet she was taken aback by Yi Lei's 4 rings, each representing the profound essence of 10,000 years, marked by an ominous black hue. This indicated that, with Yi Lei's strength, several Qin Taos would be no match for him. So, Qin Tao, what do you intend to do? Do you wish to sever my head? I had already granted you a chance, which you squandered. Now, it is my turn. Someone, drag him out. At this command, Yi Lei's voice echoed to the security personnel stationed on the 3rd floor. The guards shuddered, and as they realized it was their young master's voice, they rushed to the 381 private room where Yi Lei was situated. You lot, swiftly remove him from my presence, and summon Manager Zhang to meet with me. Yi Lei languidly reclined in his chair, sipping his beverage as he spoke. Indeed, sir. 2 security guards swiftly approached, each taking hold of Qin Tao and escorting him outside. Regardless of his struggles, they unceremoniously deposited him at the entrance of the Jinrong Grand Hotel. Qin Tao landed heavily at the hotel's threshold, rubbing his backside as he rose to his feet. He then pointed an accusatory finger at the 2 guards, unleashing a torrent of invective, even invoking the names of their ancestors. The guards, their faces marked with a grimace, restrained the urge to retaliate against Qin Tao. Moments later, the front desk manager emerged, whispering a few words into the ears of the guards. Upon hearing this, the guards promptly advanced and dragged Qin Tao into the hotel's underground parking lot, where his anguished screams echoed throughout the dimly lit space. Sir, you summoned me. Is there something you require? 5 minutes later, a man clad in an exquisite white tailored suit appeared at the entrance of box 381. Manager Zhang, I called you here. Yes, I was referring to the man who intruded upon our private room today, Qin Tao. You know what must be done. Yi Lei indulged in exquisite delicacies, hardly casting a glance towards the entrance. Manager Zhang, standing by the door, instantly comprehended the implied meaning behind Yi Lei's words and promptly exited the private room, ensuring the door was securely closed behind him. Once outside, Manager Zhang retrieved his phone and typed a message that he dispatched without delay. From this day forth, the gentleman depicted in the photograph, along with his relatives, is strictly prohibited from entering any hotel within Rong City. Should any establishment dare to allow them to dine, it would be tantamount to declaring hostility against us, the Jinrong Grand Hotel, and the Yi family. After sending the message, Manager Zhang returned his phone to his pocket and resumed his duties. Xiao Wu, instruct the kitchen to promptly prepare a portion of today's newly developed dishes to be sent to room 381. Also, remember to deliver a serving of our desserts to each guest inside. Manager Zhang asserted as he approached the kitchen entrance, summoning a rotund chef with a beer belly to heat his orders. The chef, well aware of the significance of room 381, nodded vigorously and scuttled back to his station like a penguin, directing his team of cooks. Instantly, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. After the gathering concluded, Yi Lei dispatched a driver to safely escort Huang Xiaoshu back to her home. Considering Qin Tao's earlier conduct, Yi Lei had also dispatched 5 personnel from the Yi family's security company to stand guard overnight at Huang Xiaoshu's residence. Even during her attendance at Rong City No. 8 Middle School, 2 security guards would discreetly ensure her safety. These details, however, were but a prelude to events yet to unfold. As he watched the business vehicle disappear into the distance, Yi Lei sighed softly. Alas, today's convivial gathering has been marred. Even the finest ingredients failed to evoke their intended flavors. Perhaps we could venture to the nearby gourmet street by the school for a bite? Han Wan affectionately clung to Yi Lei's arm, giving it a gentle shake, her face alight with eager anticipation as she gazed up at him. Of course, how could I possibly be unaware of your little foodie inclinations? Am I right? Yi Lei extended another hand, gently pinching the soft flesh on Han Nuanyuan's belly. Hiki, lazy, are Yuning and I still going? We had quite a hearty meal last night, so we shall return to school first. As she spoke, Song Yang reached for Wang Yuning's petite hand, flashing a smile. All right then, I won't disturb the 2 of you as you stroll. See you in the dormitory tonight. With that, the quartet parted ways, heading in 2 different directions. Yi Lei, did you know? My soul power has already ascended to level 36. I believe it is due to your absorption of that 50,000-year-old mimic soul ring, coupled with the vast amounts of field energy you've absorbed in my blue-silver domain over these past few days. Hiki, you guessed it right. Yi Lei and Han Wan strolled hand in hand down the street, engaging in tender interactions. Observing Han Wan, who appeared as cold as ice before the public yet revealed a delicate and adorable side in his presence, Yilei could not help but display his radiant smile, his eyes brimming with affection as he gazed at her. Beneath the moonlight, the couple walked side by side, surrounded by an abundance of pink bubbles. In Rome City, within the military's expansive office, an elderly gentleman with silvery hair sat before an antique wooden desk, perusing documents in hand. Report, Elder 7. We have received news from the Burning Heaven Flame. Oh, do share the details. Days prior, their research on the Soul Beast Transformation Project had reached fruition. Of the 5 experimental subjects, 4 had succeeded, while the failed one was discreetly eliminated. This afternoon, they dispatched the 4th experimental subject to acquire combat data regarding the individual with the surname Yi. The combat data has been relayed and has reached your designated mobile device. Elder 7, please check it at your convenience. The chief assistant to the elder pushed open the office door and approached the desk, presenting another document. Since the combat data has returned, what of the 4th experimental subject? Elder 7 continued to scrutinize the files without raising his head. The 4th experimental subject has perished, leaving no trace behind. Dead, you say? No matter, our experiment has succeeded. It would not be unfeasible to capture a few vagrants from the streets for further transformation. Indeed. Elder 7, I shall issue orders immediately to locate 10 vagrants for the Soul Beast Transformation Project. I believe that one day, your legion of transformed beings will flourish magnificently. Very well, you may depart now. Yes. At Rome University, at the entrance, someone inquired, Nwaner, do you wish to maximize the attack strength of your second soul skill? As Yilei and Han Nuan just passed through the school gate, Yilei suddenly turned his head and asked, Oh, if I wish to enhance the attack power of my second soul skill, wouldn't it require absorbing a soul ring of corresponding age? Han Nuan lifted her delicate face, her expression filled with curiosity. Well, one could say that, but your second soul skill is derived from the Millennium Soul Beast, the Mystic Ice Kite, which possesses a mental attribute. Moreover, your second soul skill has inherited the attack methods of the Mystic Ice Kite. However, mental attribute soul beasts are quite rare. Nevertheless, I possess a unique technique that can significantly bolster the attack potency of your second soul skill. Would you be interested in learning it? At this moment, Yilei tantalizingly held back a secret, gazing at Han Nuan with a beaming smile. Really? I want to go. I want to learn. Upon hearing that there was a profound skill to enhance the power of her second soul ability, Han Nuan looked at Yilei with wide, eager eyes. Rest assured, I will definitely teach you this. Now, listen carefully. This extraordinary skill is called the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. The Purple Extreme Demon Eye? What is that? It sounds incredibly powerful. Yilei continued, the Purple Extreme Demon Eye is one of the top secret arts from the Tank sect. Mastering the Purple Extreme Demon, I will grant you an additional skill that allows you to attack with your eyes, possessing immense power. Yilei tilted his head and smiled, then proceeded to recite the secret technique of the Purple Extreme Demon Eyes, as recorded in the Tang sect's ultimate teachings, word for word. This technique, the Purple Extreme Demon Eyes, harnesses the fleeting moment when the morning sun rises and the purple aura ascends, significantly enhancing one's visual acuity. It bestows an extraordinary power of observation, allowing one to inflict psychological damage upon adversaries, with the ability to perceive at great distances and scrutinize with meticulous detail. The Purple Extreme Demon Eyes is categorized into 4 levels: the comprehensive view, subtle insight, seed of insight, and vastness. The effects are as follows. Comprehensive view greatly enhances vision, allowing for a clear understanding of every minute detail. Subtle insight provides even clearer vision with richer details, enabling the mind to process everything in front of it at a slowed pace, facilitating quick reactions. Seed of insight, from an external perspective, one's eyes emit a golden purple glow, while from one's viewpoint, everything becomes exceptionally clear. The world unfolds in layers of richness and vibrant colors. Even the transparent air reveals the faintest dust particles. A cascade of words flowed into Han Nuan's ears, leaving her momentarily stunned and unresponsive. Yilei, could you possibly repeat that secret technique? I didn't quite grasp it the first time, she said, tilting her head and gazing at him with anticipation. Of course. No problem at all. Here, take this Tang sect's ultimate teaching. You can thoroughly study all the secret techniques recorded within. It will greatly assist you in your future battles. With that, Yilei flipped his right hand and retrieved the Tang sect's teachings stored in the system's space, finally handing it to Han Nuan. Nuaner, let me make this clear. This book of Tang sect's ultimate teachings must not be seen by outsiders, as the secret techniques contained within are unparalleled in this world. They originate from the Douluo continent, and if outsiders were to learn these techniques, it would have significant repercussions for us. After receiving the ancient text from Yilei, Han Wan smiled and assured him, "All right, I understand. You can rest easy. I will ensure that this book remains undiscovered by anyone, including Wang Yunling and the others." With a bright smile, she tucked away the ancient tome and looked at Yilei. P.S. Keep it up. Just 2 more chapters to go. September 16th, Chapter 120, I Won't Bully You. Dear Nuan, allow me to emphasize the utmost importance of safeguarding this Tangmin's secret art from prying eyes. The techniques inscribed within are unparalleled in this world, originating from the realm of Douluo continent. Should outsiders acquire even a fragment of this knowledge, it would undoubtedly have significant repercussions for us, Yilei stated with a serious demeanor as he handed the ancient text to Han Wan. All right, I understand. Rest assured, I shall ensure that this book remains undiscovered by anyone, including Wang Yunling and her companions. Han Wan replied, a smile gracing her face as she accepted the tome and tucked it away. Now, it is getting late. Let us return to the dormitory for some rest. By the way, within this Tangmin's secret art, you only need to focus on mastering the purple extreme demon eye, the ghost shadow stealth steps, and the art of hidden weapons, Yilei added. Ghost shadow stealth steps? Art of hidden weapons? What are these? Han Wan inquired, a look of curiosity on her face as she directed her questions at Yilei. The ghost shadow stealth steps is a unique form of movement enshrined within the Tangmin's secret art. Once you master this technique, it will grant you exceptional agility in battle, proving immensely beneficial. As for the art of hidden weapons, you can utilize the feather-like ice blades produced by your first soul skill, Ice Feather, as stealthy projectiles, allowing you to inflict damage upon your opponent without a sound. Yilei elucidated. Han Wan finally displayed a look of realization, then adorably nodded her head and obediently remarked, I understand now. Yilei was momentarily softened by her response, and guilt reached out its hands to grasp Han Wan's tender little face, beginning to indulge in playful torment. Yilei, what are you doing? Han Wan's soft cheeks bore faint red marks from Yilei's grip, and she retaliated with a series of playful punches to his solid chest. Observing Han Wan's tiny fists landing harmlessly against him, Yilei couldn't help but chuckle. After all, her feeble attempts at attack posed no threat to him. With the absorption of the third spirit ring by his flame, Lord Martial Soul, his physical strength had soared to several times that of an average person. Han Wan was well aware of this, and thus, while striking his chest, she infused her blows with a hint of spiritual energy. Yet, this meager force dissipated upon contact with Yilei's chest like a drop of water in the ocean. All right, I won't tease you anymore, Nwaner. It's getting late, you should head back. I'm angry and don't want to talk to you. Han Wan pouted, turning her back to Yilei, her voice laden with indignation. Her sulky demeanor tempted Yilei to reach out once more with his mischievous hand, but his conscience held him back from the impulse. Instead, he gently placed his large hand on her fluffy head, embracing her in a tender manner. Come now, don't be upset. It's late. Let's return to the dormitory. We have class in the morning. Yilei's eyes were filled with tenderness. Seeing your sincere attitude of admitting your mistake, I shall reluctantly forgive you, she said. I will head back to the dormitory first. See you tomorrow. With that, Han Wan turned around to face Yilei, beamed a smile, and then skipped joyfully towards the girls' dormitory, cradling the treasured techniques of the Tank sect. Yilei gazed at the youthful figure of the girl as she bounced joyfully away, a smile involuntarily spreading across his lips. As he recalled Han Wan's expressions from moments ago, he felt an overwhelming urge to grasp her head and gently outline the shape of her lips. Upon this thought, Yilei promptly shook his head, dispelling the inappropriate thoughts that had invaded his mind. Goodness, why have I been dwelling on such matters today? Nwaner is still so young. Perhaps a few more years of growth, and then, just as he managed to regain his composure, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to shake his head vigorously once more. P.S. Keep going. Just 1 more chapter. Let us resolve this within half an hour. September 16th, Chapter 121, Campus Forum. Yilei observed the youthful figure of the girl as she leapt with exuberance, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. He reminisced about Han Wan's expressions just moments ago, feeling an overwhelming urge to gently grasp her head and playfully outline the shape of her lips. The mere thought sent him into a flurry, and he hastily shook his head to dispel the intrusive thoughts that clouded his mind. Goodness, why have I been preoccupied with such notions today? Nwan is still so young, perhaps in a few years, he chuckled to himself. Just as he regained his composure, he found his thoughts drifting again, prompting him to shake his head with greater fervor. Not far away, within a nearby classroom building, a faint glimmer of light flickered behind a window. September 11th. Early morning. Yilei was roused by his 3 roommates. He exclaimed, "What are you 3 doing? It's not even 8 o'clock yet. Can't you let me sleep a little longer?" Yilei sat on his bed, his eyes still hazy from slumber as he gazed at the 3 figures standing on the floor. "Lazy, quickly check the campus forum," Song Yang exclaimed, holding his phone and not bothering to lift his head. Yilei, bewildered, picked up his phone for a glance, yet exhibited no further reaction before returning to his bed, wishing to indulge in a brief slumber. "Alas, I must ask, Yilei, how can you remain indifferent to the fact that you and Han Wan have appeared on the campus forum? Do you not care for your own reputation? As for Han Wan and me, our presence on the forum is inconsequential. After all, we are a couple. And I have yet to make our relationship public within the university. In a way, this has inadvertently aided my cause. Enough of this. Let me catch a few more moments of sleep." Yilei, feeling exasperated, turned over in bed and impatiently remarked. Upon hearing his words, the 3 individuals beneath the bed displayed expressions of sudden realization. Indeed, it seemed that there was no need for haste. It is perplexing how those men and women perceive the situation. After all, Yilei is merely engaged in a normal romantic relationship. Yet they accuse him of stealing their girlfriends, which is utterly ludicrous. Furthermore, those girls are particularly fierce with their insults. Just look at how they have berated our sister-in-law, even going so far as to call her derogatory names. It is baffling how they think, each claiming to be Yilei's undisclosed girlfriend, as if he would ever consider them. With that, the 3 of them remained unsatisfied, continuing to bombard their phones and engage in a verbal duel with the trolls on the campus forum. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Han Wan shared several photos chronicling her relationship with Yilei on the campus forum. Upon viewing the photos released by Han Wan, those somewhat unhinged students on the forum went into a frenzy. In an instant, several girls rushed to Han Wan's account, unleashing a torrent of insults. Although a few rational students, upon seeing the photographs, commented to wish Yilei and Han Wan happiness. "Hey, guys, this Yilei lives right next door to my dorm. Let us go teach him a lesson. Upstairs, count me in. Add me to the list. This Yilei resides in dorm 408. Suddenly, dozens of male students, ranging from freshmen to seniors, amassed at the entrance of Yilei's dormitory. Among them, a particularly aggressive athlete forcefully kicked open the door, charging inside. The 3 individuals still engaged in their online battle were startled by the loud crash as the door hit the wall, stiffly turning their heads to see a throng of boys gathered at the entrance. "Which one of you is Yilei, the one who stole my girl? Come out immediately, or I will ensure you have a miserable time at school," the leading athlete boasted arrogantly. Song Yang's trio's faces darkened in an instant. "Jing Hang, that was quick." "Song Yang, haha, the one who won T survive here should be you." Chen Sitsai, "Now we have a valid reason to retaliate. Honestly, what does their relationship have to do with you? Do you wish to play the role of a love rival? They have been together for over 2 years. How can that be labeled as stealing your girlfriend? You've only met our sister-in-law a few times, yet you dare to call her your friend. How ridiculous. It seems you might need to seek help. Don't let this affect your future." Song Yang and his 2 companions relentlessly confronted the athletic student, leaving him speechless. "Regardless, I, Wang Ba, claim any woman I desire. It matters not if she has a boyfriend. I shall indulge myself first. You 3, swiftly step aside, or do not blame my fist for their indiscriminate nature. Should I inadvertently harm you, it would be regrettable." With a crack of his knuckles, Wang Ba arrogantly declared. As a towering figure, a 2-meter-tall gorilla materialized behind him. However, at the moment his martial spirit manifested, no soul rings appeared. "Oh, is that so? Do you truly believe that someone without even a single soul ring can prevail against the 3 of us?" The expressions of Song Yang and his companions turned icy as they unleashed their own martial spirits, causing 3 colossal beast spirits to emerge within the room, accompanied by 6 faint purple soul rings. Indeed, 6 purple soul rings. During the midterm of military training, Jing Hang and Chen Sikin had both successfully elevated their soul power to level 20, with Yilei assisting them in selecting the most suitable soul beasts. Additionally, after Jing Hang absorbed a 50,000-year-old soul bone, his soul power surged remarkably, making him the most powerful among their group, ranking 3rd, following only Yilei and Han Wan. As his martial spirit was revealed, the room was instantly filled with visible sparks of electricity. In stark contrast, Wang Ba and his companions, having refrained from releasing their martial spirits, found themselves painfully shocked by the electric sparks present in the air. Huh. You three merely possess 2 purple soul rings. Regardless, I shall not relent. That individual named Yilei must be separated from the enchanting Han Wan until I grow weary of her. Haha. Dare to repeat that. As Wang Ba pondered over those unsightly images, a sudden voice pierced the air, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that bore down upon the dormitory entrance. Startled by this abrupt onslaught of force, Wang Ba found himself plummeting to the ground, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Just as he lifted his hand to wipe away the perspiration and attempted to rise, a gleaming silver spear abruptly thrust itself between his legs. The unexpected appearance of the weapon nearly caused Wang Ba to faint, and once more, he was beset by a deluge of cold sweat. Weren't you rather arrogant just moments ago? Why do you seem so diminished now? Yilei's figure suddenly materialized behind Song Yang and the others, his eyes glinting with fierce intensity as he directed his gaze towards Wang Ba and the others standing at the dormitory entrance. Ah, so you are Yilei, are you? From this day forth, you shall relinquish Han, the campus beauty, to me for a week. How does that sound? His words dripped with contempt. You truly have the audacity to covet my woman. It seems you no longer wish to remain at this school. Upon hearing Wang Ba's words, the coldness in Yilei's eyes intensified. You dare to suggest that I, Wang Ba, cannot survive in this school because of you? You, a mere pretty boy, are hardly worthy of such a claim. Do you not understand that one must draft their words before speaking? At that moment, Wang Ba rose to his feet, a smug expression adorning his face as he regarded Yilei. Oh, I am unworthy? And what makes you worthy? Yilei pushed aside Song Yang and the others, stepping forward with determination. With a swift motion of his right hand, the blue-silver Emperor spear, once embedded in the ground, instantly returned to his grasp. Gripping the spear tightly, Yilei thrust it forward, aiming the silver tip directly at Wang Ba's throat. You wretched scoundrel. No one in this world is worthy of Nuonger but me. I demand that you leave at once, otherwise I shall not hesitate to stain my blue-silver Emperor spear with yet another's blood. As he spoke, his thoughts commanded, and 6 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, hovering around his waist. 6-ringed soul Emperor. How is this possible? You are but an 18-year-old boy. Why do you possess 5 10,000-year soul rings and 100,000-year soul ring? It defies logic. Wang Ba was utterly flabbergasted, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Yilei. How can it be impossible? The world is vast and full of wonders. What of my status as a 6-ringed soul Emperor? And you lot, be wise and depart quickly. I have no desire to repeat myself. When Yilei responded to Wang Ba, he shouted directly at the group of boys behind him, causing them to scatter instantly, leaving only Wang Ba alone. After witnessing his companions flee, Wang Ba turned to escape as well, but Yilei's haunting voice echoed once more. What, after humiliating others, do you wish to flee? If I do not make you pay a price today, I shall not bear the surname Yi. As he spoke, countless tendrils of blue-silver royal vines replaced the damaged dormitory door, blocking the entrance completely. Brother, let us speak calmly. We gentlemen resolve matters with words, not with violence. You made an error today, senior. Please do not hold it against me. Not holding it against you? Very well, then today I shall take something of yours, and I shall not hold it against you. As Yilei witnessed the fruition of his scheme, a broad smile spread across his face. What is this? At this moment, Wang Ba had shed his arrogant demeanor, regarding Yilei with a solicitous gaze. Your lifeblood. You claim to be fond of women. So I shall confiscate your instrument of seduction. Let us see how you intend to continue. Yilei's words left Wang Ba and Song Yang in utter shock. At that moment, the three of them realized that this senior had truly struck a nerve with Yilei. However, they remained silent, acknowledging that a scoundrel, who reveled in the company of women, deserved to have his tools of mischief confiscated. What did you say? You desire my manhood? What if I refuse? Wang Ba's temper flared instantly. After all, having studied at Rome University for so long, he had changed friends almost weekly and had no shortage of hotel escapades. If his manhood were taken from him, how could he continue his pursuits? Thus, Wang Ba decided to stand his ground, feeling emboldened by the notion that they were on campus, and Yilei was nothing special. Very well, since you are unwilling to comply, I shall resort to other means. Yilei sneered. Brothers, let's teach him a lesson. With that, Yilei activated his blue-silver domain and swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Wang Ba's plump face. As Yilei made his move, the other three hesitated momentarily but soon joined the fray. Song Yang struck Wang Ba's abdomen with a tail resembling that of a crocodile, sending him crashing into the blue-silver emperor that Yi Lei had used to seal the door. The remarkable resilience of the blue-silver emperor rebounded him forcefully to the ground. Jing Heng showed no hesitation either, unleashing a net imbued with faint electrical elements, ensnaring Wang Ba and causing him to scream in agony. What on earth is happening in the neighboring dormitory? The screams are deafening. I am uncertain. It appears that a group of upperclassmen, perhaps sophomores and juniors, sought trouble with someone named Yi Lei. And now it seems that all but Wang Ba remained in their dorm. Undoubtedly, the source of those anguished cries was Wang Ba himself. I've long heard tales of his notorious behavior, claiming a new girlfriend weekly. How many girls has he entangled in his deceit? It seems some from our cohort have fallen victim as well. This type of person is a scoundrel. After a brief affair, he would sever ties. And when those girls attempted to confront him, he would threaten them with secretly taken videos and photographs. To protect their dignity, they chose to let matters lie. Now, Wang Ba has found himself in dire straits, having provoked the mightiest warrior of our year, Yi Lei. What awaits him is likely nothing short of a brutal reckoning. The residents of the surrounding dormitories listened with a mix of curiosity and concern to the anguished screams emanating from Yi Lei's room. After a span of several minutes, the cries within finally subsided. Yi Lei then removed the blue-silver royal vine that served as a makeshift door. Once the three individuals were fully dressed, they emerged together. Notably, behind them, the imposing Wang Ba Bei, devoid of any bruises, was being dragged out by his ankle with a blue-silver royal vine. Yi Lei, in his straightforward manner, unceremoniously cast Wang Ba at the threshold of the boys' dormitory before striding away with Song Yang and the others towards the cafeteria. Ah, Yi Lei, when you were delivering that blow to the detestable Wang Ba, why did you activate your blue-silver domain? Activating the blue-silver domain was, in a sense, a favor to him. My blue-silver emperor martial soul possesses a unique ability known as wildfire that cannot be extinguished. Spring breeze brings it back to life. In other words, this skill grants me the power of self-healing. Any wounds upon my body will mend themselves within a certain time frame while I remain within my blue-silver domain. Oh, I see now, Yi Lei. You activated the blue-silver domain to prevent that scoundrel from reporting you afterward? Thus, within the confines of Yi Lei's domain, any injury he sustained would heal to perfection under the influence of the domain's energy. Therefore, administering a beating to him inadvertently benefited him, allowing him to absorb the energy from my domain, which would significantly enhance his own cultivation. However, I have marked him with my blue-silver emperor seal. Should he continue to harm those innocent girls as before, the seal within him will instantaneously bring about his demise. As Yi Lei spoke, his gaze suddenly turned icy. However, I granted him 3 opportunities. If he intended to deceive any girl, that mark would cause him to faint immediately. After 3 chances, it would signify his demise. P.S. There is still one more chapter. I must rise early tomorrow. September 17th, Chapter 124. Official announcement. Yi Lei, meeting a brutal end, would that not be excessively cruel? Song Yang inquired with a hint of anxiety. Cruel? It is already a mercy that I did not leave the Flame Lord's mark within him. Had I done so, with his guerrilla martial soul, he would scarcely endure 5 hours. Once the time elapsed, his body would begin to ignite spontaneously, and in less than 10 seconds, he would be reduced to ashes. Yi Lei spoke with an expressionless demeanor. Suddenly, the 3 individuals beside him were taken aback, for they too believed that leaving a blue-silver emperor mark within that despicable creature was a mild consequence. As long as he cherished the opportunity, he would not meet his demise. However, should he squander it, only death awaited him. Upon contemplating this, Song Yang and the others ceased to dwell on the matter. After dining with Yi Lei at the cafeteria, they hurried off to attend their classes. Meanwhile, below the boys' dormitory, Wang Ba lay on the ground, appearing quite unwell. At that moment, one of his classmates exited the dormitory and quickly rushed to assist him. Hey, what's going on, Ba Ge? Why are you lying here? Didn't you just say you were going to confront that underclassman who stole your potential girlfriend? Did he beat you up? Don't mention it. That underclassman turned out to be a 6th ring soul emperor, boasting a soul ring of 10,000 years. I just asked him a question, and he gave me a thorough beating. Oh, it was excruciating. As Wang Ba attempted to move his painfully battered neck, he was astonished to find no trace of pain. Skeptically, he touched his abdomen, where Song Yang had struck him with a crocodile tail, only to discover the same lack of discomfort. How is this possible? Why am I devoid of any pain? This defies logic. Wang Ba let out a furious howl towards the sky, for he had intended to leverage the scars of his life to extort Yi Lei, Yet now he found no injuries on his body, not even a hint of discomfort from the previous blows. It was only natural that he felt enraged. Sigh, Yilei. Considering how lively the campus forum has become over your affair, how do you plan to address it? What else can be done? It will undoubtedly be a straightforward and forceful approach. Since Nuanyuan has already made a public announcement, I shall do the same. I can simply declare it officially on the campus forum. After all, I am the only principal party who has yet to respond. Indeed, I am certain that there are numerous extreme girls on your sister-in-law's side as well, but they would never dare to approach her within 5 meters. After all, the frigid aura she emanates is something that even we struggle to endure. Haha, not just you, even I, who possess a fire element martial spirit, could only withstand her extreme ice for a minute. The elemental clash between fire and ice is not a new experience for me. A month ago, while assisting my mother in hunting for a second soul ring, I was injured due to my overconfidence by a dying soul beast. Interestingly, it was an exquisite ice attribute sea soul beast. Fortunately, I have the blue-silver emperor martial spirit. Otherwise, I might still be nursing old wounds. Yilei chuckled softly. Rongqing. In the ancestral home of the Yi family, Tang Yunqing, seated comfortably on the sofa, indulging in fruits while watching a television drama, suddenly let out an inexplicable sneeze. Confused, she rubbed her nose and remarked, "What is going on? Why did I sneeze all of a sudden? Wait a minute. It must be Yi Junqing playing tricks on me again. Tonight, he can forget about sharing my bed." After voicing her thoughts, Tang Yunqing resumed her enjoyment of the fruits and the show. Meanwhile, Yi Junqing, tirelessly working at the Yi Corporation to earn a living, found himself in quite a predicament. P.S. Off work. September 16th, Chapter 125, Beyond the Law. Yi Junqing exclaimed, "Yilei, you mischievous rascal. After raising you for 18 years. Is this how you repay me? You have made it impossible for me to sleep tonight. Just wait until your holiday. I shall have my reckoning with you." Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, Yilei's left hand was frantically maneuvering on his mobile device while the trio sitting beside him, Song Yang and the others, remained oblivious to his actions. They refrained from inquiring, as they could surmise that Yilei was likely contemplating the announcement for the campus forum. As expected, once Yilei concluded his operations and set down his phone, the devices of Song Yang and the others chimed in unison. Let me take a wild guess. Yilei, have you just posted an official announcement on the campus forum? Is there any need for speculation? The impact of this situation is monumental. Just look at how many boys caused a ruckus in our dormitory this morning. Yilei must have decided it was time to cease concealing the truth. Hence the announcement at this juncture. Indeed. Yilei, do you concur with our assessment? Absolutely, without a doubt. Given that someone clandestinely captured photographs of Warm and me, which inadvertently thrust us into the spotlight at school, I thought it prudent to stoke the flames further. By making this announcement now, I aim to extinguish any misguided aspirations harbored by those with ulterior motives. Yilei, sipping his salty porridge, spoke with an impassive expression. Song Yang and the other two exchanged knowing smiles before simultaneously reaching for their phones to peruse the campus forum. At the top of the forum, a freshly updated post caught their attention, which had garnered thousands of clicks in a mere 2 minutes, accompanied by an array of comments. Song Yang casually opened one of the comments and was immediately incensed by the vitriol within. How is this Han one even worthy of our campus heartthrob Yi? Her face is clearly fabricated. Another chimed in, count me in. Ladies, I have her details. I'll send each of you a copy later. Let us dox her. Yilei, the situation here is rather grim. There are numerous extreme female commenters beneath your post, hurling insults at your girlfriend. One remarked. What should we do? Are we supposed to crawl through the internet and beat them up? Yilei replied nonchalantly. Rest assured, I will handle this. Since they dare to slander my girlfriend, let them know that the internet is not a lawless realm. Do they think they can insult others online without facing legal consequences? In half an hour, they will receive a letter from the Yi family's lawyer. I want them to face the law. With that, Yilei calmly finished the last spoonful of porridge and stood up, causing the air around him to feel several degrees warmer. Although they were in an air-conditioned room, beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of Song Yang and his companions. They hastily finished their breakfast and followed Yilei out of the dining hall. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Nuan Jie, he just posted about it. He officially announced your relationship on the campus forum. Luo Yun exclaimed, glancing at her phone. I said, Xiao Luo Yun, my brother-in-law has officially announced his relationship. Isn't that wonderful? Exactly. In my opinion, my brother-in-law is simply waiting for the right moment. I believe Nguyen Jie and him are just waiting for the person who took the photos to release them. By announcing it now, they can put an end to those misguided affections. I heard from the boys in our class that a senior from the third year rushed to my brother-in-law's dorm this morning, only to be thoroughly beaten up. All right. You three need to stop discussing this. Let it pass. Focusing on studies is paramount, Han Wan said, poking her head out from the bathroom, addressing the animated trio. Nguyen Jie is right. We came here to study and master our skills. However, it seems to me that Nguyen Jie could do just fine without attending university. Luo Yin playfully waved her tiny fist, sporting an endearing smile. That makes sense. Xiao Na and Wang Yunning chimed in unison after a moment of contemplation. What do you mean it makes sense? You three shouldn't speak so recklessly. Han Wan peeked her head out of the restroom once more. Her face flushed with shyness as she addressed the trio. The three friends couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight of her rosy cheeks. A delightful sight that tugged at their hearts. Han Wan quickly withdrew her head back into the restroom to continue washing her face. Yet the blush on her cheeks remained steadfast. Though her roommates were merely jesting, the underlying question they posed was indeed worthy of contemplation. After all, with the considerable wealth backing both her and Yi Lei, the worries of future sustenance were far from pressing. Financial security was assured, particularly with Yi Lei, who hailed from the prestigious Yu family of Longqing, a lineage whose total assets ranked among the highest in the nation. If one were to convert all their holdings into currency, it would suffice to support several generations without concern for basic needs. Moreover, Yi Lei possessed a substantial amount of gold soul coins, which, when converted to RMB, likely exceeded the total assets of the Han family. Yet, why dwell on such matters? After all, I am not the sort who wishes to coast through life on familial wealth. I yearn to carve my own path and create a meaningful existence. With a determined shake of her head, Han Wan resolved to focus on addressing the sudden blemishes that had appeared on her face the previous night. Uncle Wang, I will send you a list shortly. Please assist me in identifying the individuals behind those IP addresses and subsequently dispatch legal notices to each of them. I will send you the content of the notices in an image soon. Seated in the classroom, Yi Lei typed swiftly on his device. After sending a message to his lawyer, he turned to the three companions beside him and said, Gentlemen, I kindly ask for your assistance in identifying those who have slandered both Han Wan and me on the forum. Remember, any individual who has insulted us must not be spared. Make a list of each one you find. As he spoke, Yi Lei produced 8 sheets of A4 paper, distributing 2 sheets to each of the 3 members of Song Yang's group. The others said nothing, merely nodding in tacit understanding. Subsequently, in a synchronized manner, they retrieved their smartphones and black pens, commencing their search on the devices. In no time, the A4 papers were nearly half filled with densely packed IDs. Yi Lei remained diligent, keeping his head down, glancing at his phone before inscribing one ID after another onto the paper. Since this matter had escalated from the previous night to the morning, there were nearly thousands of derogatory comments. It took the 4 of them 2 class periods to compile a list of qualifying ID accounts. They then conducted a thorough analysis and sent a photograph of their findings to Lawyer Wang. In a moment that left Song Yang and the others utterly astonished, Yi Lei undertook an astonishing act. He transmitted his voice through spiritual power. Greetings to the seniors of Rome University and the newly admitted students. My name is Yi Lei, the individual who gained notoriety on the campus forum last night. I am aware that many of you may seek to obstruct my relationship with my girlfriend, Han Wan. However, I am perplexed as to why this is the case. We have been together for over 2 years, and our romance requires no oversight from you. Therefore, if anyone continues to insult or slander me and Han Wan on the campus forum, I will respond uniformly, regardless of your socioeconomic status. You shall receive a warning from my attorney. Of course, I anticipate that some male seniors among you may not accept this. But if you disagree, it matters not. I invite you to confront me in person. If you can endure my presence for the duration of a single incense stick, I will grant you the opportunity to speak a word. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. If you doubt my capability, I suggest you inquire with the senior known as Wang Ba. With that, the transmission concluded. Yi Lei maintained an air of indifference, for within the entire school, there was not a soul capable of enduring even half an incense stick's time before him, let alone a full one. Thus, he advised that only those shameless boys who dared to confront him should refrain from resorting to violence. Well done, Lei. Your spiritual voice transmission is sufficiently intimidating. Indeed. Moreover, given your prowess, even the elders from the council might struggle to withstand your presence for half an incense stick. Please omit the word might. Yi Lei smiled faintly and said, "There's still one chapter left before we finish work. Let's keep pushing." September 18th, Chapter 127. Another challenger approaches. Cistern 1. Your words to your brother-in-law are so commanding, reminiscent of the domineering CEO archetype in novels. Earlier, when Yi Lei was communicating telepathically, he addressed the entire student body. So Han Nuan herself heard those words. Instantly, warmth filled Han Nuan's heart. With a boyfriend like Yi Lei, her sense of security was unparalleled. Hey, bro. Isn't that guy named Yi Lei being a bit too arrogant? Does he not fear getting beaten up? In a corner of the playground, one of the underlings asked his leader, puzzled. It seems he is unaware of who truly holds power in this school. Let us go meet this Yi Lei. I want to see how he can withstand even a single incense stick's duration. With that, the school bully rose, surrounded by his followers, revealing a striking yellow soul ring beneath his feet. Hey, Yeezy, should we go out for lunch? Chen Sison inquired. Sure, order whatever you want. It's on me. Can we invite Xiaona and the others? Jing Hang hesitated, appearing somewhat reluctant to ask. Of course, that's no problem. However, it's up to you and Lao Chun to seize the opportunity. Yi Lei smiled and directly revealed Jing Hang's innermost thoughts. Hey, how about going out for lunch? Want air? Sure. What shall we eat? You decide. It makes no difference to me. Wherever you choose, that's where we'll dine. All right then. By the way, Jing Hang wanted to ask if your other two roommates want to join us. Oh, you mean Luo Yun and Xiao Na? Just a moment, let me check. 30 seconds later, they said they can make it. Then it's settled. We'll meet at the school gate at 11:30. No one will be late. So, what is the verdict? Did they agree? Jing Hang quickly approached Yi Lei as he saw her put down her phone. Look at you, all anxious. Rest assured, they agreed. We'll gather at the school gate at 11:30. Yi Lei couldn't help but chuckle at Jing Hang's anxious demeanor. Look at Chen, he is far more composed than you. Wouldn't you agree, Chen? With that, Yi Lei reached out and patted Chen Sikong on the shoulder, inquiring further. What's wrong? Chen Sikong asked, startled. As he looked up at Yi Lei, his face a mask of confusion. Oh. I dread the sudden onset of silence. Yi Lei and Jing Hang exchanged glances, both astonished to discover that Chen Sitsai was not merely impatient, but rather preoccupied with thoughts of the little girl, Luo Yun. It was no wonder he had subconsciously tuned out their conversation. Brother, I meant to suggest we dine off campus at noon, along with Han Nuan and the others. Really? Is Luo Yun coming too? Upon hearing that Luo Yun would also be present, Chen Sitsai instantly perked up, adopting a demeanor strikingly similar to Jing Hang's. Ha. At that moment, Yi Lei and the others could no longer contain their laughter, erupting into fits of amusement, leaving Chen Sitsai alone, bewildered and lost in the wind, utterly unable to grasp the humor shared by the trio, his expression one of confusion. Brother, the one up ahead is Yi Lei. Suddenly, this remark shattered the joyful atmosphere shared by the four. Upon hearing someone call his name, Yi Lei slowly straightened up, casting a glance in the direction of the voice. Not paying much heed, he patted the shoulders of the other three companions and prepared to head toward the school gate. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you Yi Lei? And if I am, he replied nonchalantly. You certainly were quite arrogant just now. Well, here I am, not satisfied, seeking you out. I am curious to see how you intend to withstand a single incense stick's worth of time. The leader, flanked by his subordinates, spoke with brazen arrogance. Another one looking for a fight. Yi Lei smiled wryly, his voice cold as he spoke. Off work? September 18th, Chapter 128. Sanction. Do you dare to say that again? Yi Qi, the leader surrounded by his underlings, bellowed upon hearing Yi Lei's words. May I ask, Senior, is your hearing impaired? Must I repeat myself? Yi Lei spoke with a deadpan expression, his tone laced with profound scorn. You, bearing the surname Yi, have no idea the humiliation I, Yi Qi Shiwei, have endured. It seems you are intent on making life unbearable for yourself at school. Should you be willing to relinquish the Hanshao flower, I might consider sparing you a leg. Yi Qi Shiwei's fury ignited, and his pupils instantly transformed into a crimson hue as he glared at Yi Lei. Wait. A change in pupil color. Could it be that his martial soul is a true embodiment martial soul? Upon witnessing the shift in Yi Qi Shiwei's gaze, Yi Lei pondered for a moment. Yi Lei, what are you all doing here? Did we not agree to dine off campus? At that moment, Han Nuan and her companions arrived. Observing the scene before them with Yi Lei and Yi Qi Shiwei, Moana, you arrived just in time. This senior has openly declared his intention to pursue you. What do you propose we do about it? Yi Lei, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, remarked, What? Someone daring enough to confront me directly? Is such audacity still prevalent? Upon hearing this, Han Wan was instantly incensed. Yi Lei, where is that person? I wish to freeze him into an ice sculpture right now. Ah, he is right over there, observing you with an utterly unabashed gaze. I am fervently yearning to impose justice upon him. As he spoke, Yi Lei clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. Following his line of sight, Han Wan immediately spotted Yu Shui, whose unabashed stare shamelessly scrutinized her from head to toe. I must ask, Senior, are you quite unwell? In broad daylight, leering at a girl, have you lost your senses? Without hesitation, Han Wan retorted. Excellent, excellent. I do relish this untamed spirit of yours. Yi Shui responded, a smirk playing on his lips. I had no intention of retaliating against you before, but now? The circumstances have changed. I shall double the retribution. Yi Lei could no longer contain himself and spoke directly. You arrived just in time. The opponents before us are all first-ring soul masters. Let the 8 of us confront them together. After Yi Lei finished speaking, he leaped backward, landing firmly atop the head of the Flame Lord that had just emerged from the ground, unleashing an intense wave of scorching heat. Witnessing this, the other 7 no longer held back. At that very moment, they activated their martial souls. Han Wan, previously uncomfortable under Yi Shui's unabashed gaze, finally released her own martial soul, summoning forth her spirit rings. A pair of magnificent wings unfurled from her back, and 3 spirit rings, 2 purple and 1 black, materialized in sequence. Instantly, the surrounding atmosphere shifted, the warmth from Yi Lei's body clashing with the coolness around them, creating an environment that oscillated between warmth and chill, without exception. The others also revealed their 2,000-year spirit rings. Brother Yi, the opponents all have 1,000-year first rings. Are we truly going to engage them? Inquired one of Yi Shui's closest subordinates, leaning in beside him. Yes, we shall fight. Why not? However, let us temper that ye fellows' arrogance a bit. Yi Shui replied, his blood-red pupils darkening ominously. If we do not engage now, how can I maintain my reputation as Azrael, the angel of death, in school? Brothers, unleash your martial souls. Whoever breaks one of Ye's legs first will receive 3 iron soul coins from me. Yi Shui generously brandished 3 iron soul coins high in the air. The coins glimmered with a unique iron-silver sheen under the sunlight, and at the sight of them, all his subordinates became animated, simultaneously activating their martial souls. As he glanced around, he noticed that the feet of a dozen individuals shimmered with yellow light. Yi Shui couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of his followers. Thanks to our Yi family's dealings with the military, we have amassed such a considerable number of spirit rings. I refuse to believe that with so many of us, we cannot overpower the 8 of you, he remarked nonchalantly. Regardless of how softly Yi Shui spoke, the formidable Yi Lei absorbed every word. With connections to the military, it was unlikely that all his subordinate spirit rings were provided by the Elder Hall. Given the Elder Hall's character, it was improbable they would grant him so many 100-year spirit rings. Even if they did, they would likely only be of 1 or 200 years quality. At that moment, Yi Lei discreetly activated his spirit beast detector to scan Yi Shui's group and, as anticipated, discovered that all their spirit rings were of merely 1 or 200 years quality, with not a single 300-year ring among them. Huh. You do not presume that sheer numbers can intimidate us 8, do you? We could easily subdue your dozen or so without even releasing our spirit abilities. Yi Lei let out a cold laugh and spoke. In the distance, some individuals had begun to gaze in this direction, even pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Yet, how could Yi Lei allow their trivial antics to succeed? Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the 4 Flames domain, enveloping both parties within its confines. The searing magma swiftly covered the ground, and a crimson energy shield subsequently arose, surrounding Yi Lei and his companions, as well as Yi Shui and his group. What is this? What have you done? Yi Shui asked anxiously, noticing the transformation of the ground beneath him and the sky above. I haven't done anything. Weren't you eager to engage in a brawl? Very well, let us have at it. Damn it. Enough with the chatter. You lot, attack. Break one of his legs. Yi Shui gritted his teeth, pointing a finger as his subordinates roared and charged at Yi Lei and his 8 companions. Humph. Utterly reckless. Han Wan observed the scene, her aura growing colder. With a flick of her wings, she unleashed her second soul skill. A massive ice blue eye materialized in midair, causing several of Yi Shui's minions to scream in horror as they clutched their eyes and collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. The first soul skill, Divine Crocodile's Tail Swipe. Song Yang spun around suddenly, a colossal crocodile's tail striking out and sending 3 of Yi Qixue's subordinates flying. They were hurled out of Yi Lei's domain, crashing heavily to the ground outside the Four Flames domain, unconscious. Onlookers outside, witnessing the inexplicable rise of the Crimson Barrier, reached out to touch it. The moment they did, they recoiled with a yelp, only to see 3 figures suddenly burst forth from within. The impact of their landing produced a resounding thud, rendering them unconscious upon hitting the ground. The onlookers, now disregarding their curiosity about the barrier, rushed to check on the 3 fallen individuals. Jing Heng also took action, deploying the bone skill he had absorbed from the 50,000-year-old soul beast, the Thunder Magic Tiger, just days prior. However, he tempered the skill's power, wary of turning the assailants into mere cinders. A beam of purple light shot from Jing Heng's forehead, striking the ground and instantly forming a lightning net that crackled with electricity. Several of the younger brothers, caught off guard, found themselves firmly stepping into the fray, instantly jolted into a frantic jig by the electric shock. Merely 3 individuals took action, effortlessly overpowering more than a dozen of Yi Qixue's subordinates, leaving them utterly defenseless. This is inconceivable. How could my men? Yi Qixue exclaimed in astonishment, observing the 2 groups of his subordinates who were now cowering and dancing in place. How can it be inconceivable? Wasn't it you who claimed you wanted to brawl? Now that we have risen to the challenge, you still refuse to accept the outcome. Do you? Yi Lei observed as the subordinates of Yi Qixue were subdued, and only then did he speak. However, his voice, warm and comforting to the remaining 7, transformed into a chilling tone imbued with murderous intent in Yi Qixue's ears. This struck fear into Yi Qixue, causing him to scramble towards the edge of the barrier. Just as he believed he could dash through the barrier to escape, his head collided violently with it, producing a resounding thud. He promptly fell to the ground, only to leap back to his feet in dismay. After all, Yi Lei's domain skill, the 4 flames of the sky, rendered the ground a seething expanse of molten lava. Not to mention, when Yi Qixue inadvertently sat down, it resulted in 2 large holes being burned into his pants, exposing his pale flesh beneath. Did I ever say you could leave? You instigated this trouble, yet you wish to flee before resolving it. Your temperament is remarkably similar to that of Ma Tianming. Yi Lei floated slowly towards Yi Qixue, who stood atop the Flame Lord. What is this? After provoking someone, you wish to flee without consequence? Is there truly such a coward as you, devoid of any semblance of masculinity? Yi Qixue, covering his rear with both hands, turned around. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was so startled that he could no longer contain himself, and he wet himself. For he beheld the 4 soul rings at Yi Lei's waist, shimmering with a sinister black light. Hey, what do you mean by that? Do refrain from soiling my domain. The stench is quite unbearable. Yi Lei pinched his nose in disgust. One cannot simply rely on mere words without the strength to back them up. Senior, the world is not as simplistic as you perceive. Do not presume that wealth equates to power. There are many wealthier than you. Now, be gone. And do not disturb my life again. Otherwise, I shall sever your 2 legs. Yi Lei delivered a resounding slap, sending Yi Qixue flying, before promptly dismantling the 4-fire heavenly domain. Observing the Crimson Barrier dissipate, the onlookers were filled with curiosity as they peered inside, only to behold several individuals whose hair stood on end from electric shock, alongside a few others kneeling on the ground, trembling and clutching their heads. Upon spotting another person, they collectively gasped in astonishment. That person, could it be, was not the notorious bully of our school? The one who referred to himself as Azrael? Indeed, it is him. Keep going. There's one more chapter to finish by 11:30. September 19th, Chapter 130, Achieving Renown. Those 8 individuals cannot possibly be new students, can they? My goodness. Does this mean they are in for a rough time? I doubt it. Look at how they managed to overpower Yi Qixue and his group of over 10 with ease. That alone is the best testimony. Amidst the crowd, 2 voices emerged. One expressed concern for Yi Lei and his companion's future at school, while the other rejoiced. For Yi Qixue and Ma Tianming had thrived on their family's wealth, misbehaving within the school. Now that they faced retribution, how could anyone not feel elated? Yi Lei, was our earlier conduct truly appropriate? I heard that person is the eldest son of the Yi family. Han Wan inquired softly, gazing up at him with curiosity. The Yi family? You refer to that clan involved in the arms trade? Yes, but from what I understand, the heirs of the Yi lineage possess the blood-red eyes as their martial souls. Blood-red eyes? What kind of innate martial soul is that? If I recall correctly, in order to cultivate their soul power, they must consume the blood of soul beasts. Their abilities are enhanced in this manner. Han Wan tilted her head, straining to remember. It matters not. As long as they refrain from consuming human blood, their essence is not inherently malevolent. However, should their family resort to human blood to augment their strength, they shall not escape my wrath. The last individual to harness human blood to activate their soul techniques was reduced to cinders by my flames. Yilei spoke with a fierce resentment, recalling a month prior when the sixth elder dispatched a group of 6, among whom were a pair of twin brothers, both wielding the malevolent martial soul known as the Blood Demon Falcon. One of them possessed a third soul skill that could only be activated by absorbing human blood, resulting in the tragic demise of 3 police officers that fateful night. Now that he had learned of the Knight family's reliance on blood absorption for their soul power cultivation, it was conceivable that, despite their current consumption of soul beast blood, there was a possibility that someone might be clandestinely committing murder for the sake of sanguine sustenance. Should they too indulge in the practice of human blood cultivation, it would mean that the entire Knight family, young and old alike, would be branded as sinister soul masters. However, this did not concern him. If their soul offerings required human blood to function, then he would not hesitate to unleash his wrath. He would take pleasure in allowing his infernal twin blades and blue-silver tyrant spear to be stained with the blood of those he deemed despicable. Yilei spoke in a calm manner, yet his eyes betrayed an unmistakable intensity of murderous intent. The recent overwhelming dominance we displayed will undoubtedly establish our reputation within the school. However, it also ensures that no one will dare to harass us again. This is truly splendid. As I possess a profound aversion to the lewd gaze of that upperclassman, it is so blatant that I often wish I could blind him with my own hands. At this point, Han Wan raised her petite, pink fist and swung it through the air a few times. All right, if such a moment were to arise, how could I allow your hands to be sullied with their filthy blood? Leave the matter of confrontation to me, the gentleman of the group. Yilei gently caressed Han Wan's hair and spoke softly. Among the 8 individuals, 2 pairs of couples in the front were immersed in their affectionate exchanges, displaying their love and showering the others with envy. This left the remaining 4, particularly Qin Xizhan and Jing Hang, in a difficult position. The girls they admired were right before them, yet they lacked the courage to approach, trailing behind quietly as they observed Luo Yun and Xiao Na frolicking together. Their gazes filled with longing. Yilei inadvertently turned his head and caught the gaze of 2 boys. Alas, Moner. I now realize that Chen Xizhuan and Jing Hang's looks towards those 2 girls are simply too intense. Yilei chuckled as he took Han Wan's hand with an air of familiarity and remarked, Alas, I am unaware of the dispositions of your 2 roommates and whether they harbor any feelings for each other. As for that, I must remain tight-lipped. However, it seems that Xiao Na would likely accept Jing Hang. Our little Luo Yun is merely 16 years old, and it appears her family opposes early romantic entanglements. What? Just 16? Yilei exclaimed in surprise, instinctively turning his head to glance behind him, momentarily lost in thought. Yilei, you clumsy oaf. Why are you staring at that little girl? Han Wan chided, noticing Yilei's delay in responding. She playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist before striding ahead. Feeling the sting at his side, Yilei snapped back to reality, only to see Han Wan swiftly moving forward with her arms crossed. He reached out to touch the spot where she had pinched him. The pressure was not particularly painful, akin to the mild irritation of a mosquito bite, leaving a faint tingling sensation. Amused by the entire exchange, Yilei chuckled and quickened his pace to catch up with Han Wan. However, as he approached her, attempting to wrap his arm around her shoulder, Han Wan, in a sulky manner, shook off his hand and quickened her steps once more. Wana, all right, I admit my fault, he said, a resigned smile gracing his lips. With a gentle flick of his right hand, a blue-silver vine silently shot forth, delicately entwining around Han Wan's slender waist. Yilei gently pulled, bringing Han Wan into his embrace with a secure princess carry. Initially, Han Wan, who was sulking in frustration, suddenly felt something wrap around her waist. Before she could react, she found herself being pulled backward, landing softly in a warm embrace. This startled Han Wan to the brink of summoning her martial spirit. But upon recognizing the identity of the one holding her, that thought dissipated instantly. Nevertheless, she turned her face away, letting out a soft, playful hum of protest. Yilei gazed at the delicate girl nestled in his arms, his eyes gradually igniting with fervor. Yet, almost immediately, he quelled this burgeoning intensity. Wana, I was wrong. Will you ever forgive me? As he spoke, Yilei lowered his head, burying it in Han Wan's neck, inhaling her uniquely enchanting fragrance. At that moment, Yilei discerned a peculiar phenomenon. The ardor he had just subdued flared anew, relentlessly conveying an insatiable desire within his mind, a desire that was. Yilei focused his soul power once more, suppressing the intense heat that threatened to overwhelm him. This time, he utilized the abilities of the Blue-Silver Emperor, firmly confining the searing sensation within his dantian. Meanwhile, he maintained his course, cradling Han Wan as they proceeded towards the barbecue restaurant. Yilei, there are so many people here. Please put me down, Han Wan exclaimed, noticing the curious gazes directed at her from the crowd. Why should I? So what if there are many people? I've already made our relationship public, and our parents have met. What do I have to fear? Yilei replied with calm assurance. After all, as long as I remain unembarrassed, the awkwardness belongs to others. Oh, come on, just put me down. I've already forgiven you, haven't I? Then let me hold you a little longer. Yilei insisted firmly. At this point, no matter what Han Wan said, Yilei would not set her down. Seeing this, Han Wan ceased her resistance, instead encircling Yilei's neck with her arms and resting her head on his shoulder, closing her eyes. In that moment, Han Wan had a change of heart. Since she was being held like this, she might as well save her energy for walking. After all, she was feeling quite famished. And once they arrived at the barbecue restaurant, she planned to indulge in a hearty meal at Yilei's expense before anything else. After maintaining this position for a few minutes, Han Wan began to feel drowsy in Yilei's embrace. However, a sudden remark from him jolted her awake. Mom and Dad, what are you doing here? P.S. There are still 2 chapters left until the end of the workday. Keep it up. September 20th, Chapter 132. Awkwardness, 3 rooms and 1 hall. Mom and Dad, what are you doing here? Yilei's sudden remark nearly sent Han Wan away on the spot. She abruptly opened her eyes and found Yi Junqing and her husband standing at the entrance of the barbecue shop, wearing beaming smiles as they gazed at her. At this moment, Han Wan no longer wished to remain in Yilei's embrace. She flailed her limbs a few times, yet Yilei showed no intention of releasing her. Instead, he tightened his grip, rendering her unable to escape. Realizing her protests were in vain, Han Wan had a sudden flash of inspiration. She closed her eyes and pondered for a moment, then opened them with tear-filled orbs, directing her gaze towards Tang Yunqing. The once smiling Tang Yunqing's expression instantly soured as she darted forward, grasping Yilei's ear with a firm grip, and exclaimed loudly, Yi, are you itching for trouble? Bullying my future daughter-in-law like this? Before Yilei could react, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ear. He turned to see his mother, hands on her hips and eyes wide with anger, staring at him. This gaze sent an immediate chill down his spine. Yilei cast a glance at the girl in his arms, and in that fleeting moment of eye contact with Han Wan, he instantly comprehended the situation. Observing Han Wan's innocent gaze directed at him, Yilei realized that his girlfriend had indeed sought a pillar of support, and she had chosen the most formidable one available. Constrained by his mother's command, he reluctantly set Han Wan down. The moment her feet touched the ground, Han Wan swiftly retreated behind Yilei. Unable to face her future in-laws, her embarrassment palpable enough to be measured. Sisters, being cradled by one's boyfriend evokes a desire to doze off. Yet encountering the future in-laws is quite mortifying. Who can truly understand this sensation? Han Wan even contemplated a clever caption for her social media. Oh, by the way, Mom, what is your and Dad's soul power level now? Have you reached level 30 yet? Yilei also noticed Han Wan's shy demeanor and promptly diverted the conversation. Alas, it would have been better had you not mentioned it. Now, I am quite incensed. Over the past month, your father has relentlessly dragged me into training, exhausting me to the brink of collapse. The mere mention of training ignites a fury within Tang Yunqing, who cast a glance at Yi Junqing standing behind her. Yi Junqing pretended not to notice, extending her arm to embrace Tang Yunqing's waist, displaying a playful grin. The remaining 6 individuals stood behind Yilei, observing the scene before them. While Song Yang and Wang Yuning seemed relatively unaffected, it was a different story for the 2 unfortunate souls, Chen Sikong and Jing Hang, who had never been in a relationship. They had initially only to endure their 2 brothers flaunting their affection, but now, with the appearance of the president of the Yi Corporation and his wife, they too were subjected to a display of romance. This left them yearning to be close to their own girlfriends, yet, alas, they had none. Thus, Chen Sikong and Jing Hang could only cast desperate glances towards Luo Yun and Xiao Na, seeking a semblance of solace in their presence. Oh dear, have your parents' soul powers surpassed level 30? Yilei sighed in exasperation and remarked, Ah, my son. Both your mother and I have long surpassed the threshold of level 30 in our spiritual power, and now we are nearing level 33. Yi Junqing interjected. Reaching level 30 will suffice. As for you, Mom and Dad, please let me know when you are free, and I shall assist you in hunting suitable soul beasts. If you have time, my mother and I are available this week. Just inform us when you are not occupied. Yu Junqing remarked. All right, I understand, Dad. Now, consider the direction of your third soul skill. Will it be focused on enhancement, defense, or offense? Yilei inquired. Son, could you assist your mother in acquiring a type of amplification soul skill? It would be of use to me on certain occasions. Tang Yuqing interjected suddenly, placing particular emphasis on the phrase on certain occasions. Yilei instantly comprehended the meaning behind his mother's words, and then used